Chapter 1. Wooden Bow LV1. Effective attack range approximately 30 meters, with a hit rate of 100%. Just yesterday, the famished and cold Liu fortuitously awakened his extraordinary abilities. However, at this moment, Liu was beset with worry. His body had grown exceedingly weak, to the point where it could scarcely support the manifestation of his powers. Despite having consumed all his stored food the previous night in an attempt to regain his strength, he awoke this morning still feeble, unable to successfully wield his abilities. Moreover, ever since the awakening of his powers, Liu felt that his body was expending energy at an even greater rate. The rain poured down incessantly, cascading from the heavens like a waterfall. Such a deluge was hardly suitable for venturing outdoors. Yet, the torrential downpour had persisted for several days, leaving no one able to predict when it might abate. For Liu and his companions, who were nearly out of provisions, any further delay would undoubtedly equate to a slow death. In this dire situation, if food remained unfound, it was likely that someone would soon become a meal for another. Liu, cloaked in a tattered waterproof cloth, had been crouched by the water's edge for quite some time. He held a wooden bow in his hands, with a line tied to the rear of the arrow. Suppressing the gnawing hunger in his belly, he meticulously observed the surface of the water. Enormous raindrops relentlessly struck the surface, causing ripples that collided and spread. Strangely, no fish dared to surface. The cold rainwater streamed down the waterproof cloth, sapping away any residual warmth from Liu's body. He shivered involuntarily, curling up tighter. Despite his weakness, Liu persevered for a while longer, until his body grew increasingly cold, forcing him to rise with great effort. He exhaled a sigh, murmuring, "It seems today's fishing expedition will yield no results." At that moment, distant sounds of an argument reached his ears. That direction was the temporary camp of Liu's team, where other members were also located. A pang of anxiety gripped Liu's heart. He sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, he first carefully wrapped his bow and arrows in the waterproof cloth, then braced himself against the dizziness brought on by weakness and hurried toward the camp. Upon nearing the camp, he did not approach directly, but instead observed from a distance, finding no signs of intruders. Only a few of his teammates stood there. Their expressions varied. Gradually, Liu made his way toward the camp. Within the camp, a frail girl glared fiercely at the three individuals opposite her. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, evidently a result of the earlier scuffle. As Liu approached, he regarded the scene with an impassive demeanor and coldly inquired, "What transpired here?" In the apocalypse, conflicts among team members often fostered rifts. Trust would erode, leading to disbandment or, worse, enmity and violence. Although Liu was merely the temporary leader, he was unwilling to witness such an outcome. At that moment, the girl clutched a small fruit knife tightly in her hand, her expression wary as she eyed the three individuals. Her name was Fu Xiao, malnourished from prolonged hunger. She appeared petite and frail, yet her gaze was resolute. Fu Xiao glared at the three, her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to speak, she abruptly halted, instinctively grasping her clothing tighter to conceal her fair skin. Fu Xiao had intended to search for food in the designated area. To her shock, her former teammates had suddenly turned hostile, plotting against her. Had she not possessed a concealed knife for self-defense, she would likely have faced dire consequences today. Observing Fu Xiao's demeanor and actions, Liu instantly grasped her unspoken message. His expression darkened, and he cast a frigid gaze at the three, seemingly awaiting their explanation. The trio, realizing the situation had escalated beyond their control, no longer feigned innocence. The leader, a gaunt man resembling a monkey, stepped forward, unabashedly revealing his desire as he leered at Fu Xiao, a smirk playing on his lips. "We were merely seeking a heart-to-heart conversation. I didn't expect her to overreact so." Gao He's tone dripped with mockery and disdain. Upon hearing this flippant justification, Liu's eyes grew colder as he addressed the gaunt man. "Gao He, as the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. It's been days since our team has had a catch, yet you still indulge in such thoughts." Liu suddenly pointed at Gao He. "Have you not shared any food with the team?" Gao He's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Li Yi's astute deduction. Indeed, he had found some food the previous day, but had not shared it with Li Yu and the others. Now confronted, he felt a twinge of guilt. In the apocalypse, it was customary for team members to share food equally upon acquisition. After all, anyone could fall ill or get injured, and aiding a teammate was ultimately aiding oneself in the future. This had become an unspoken rule among teams. Having feasted alone, Gao He, now idle, had fixated on Fu Zio's delicate form, and a nefarious thought surged within him. Little did he expect that Fu Xiao harbored a knife, leading to the earlier confrontation. Realizing the gravity of Li Yi's inquiry, Gao He quickly recognized that he had irreparably severed ties with the team. Not sharing food was of little consequence now. He brazenly declared, "Staying with you, we won't even have enough to eat, it's better to stick with me." The two behind him nodded in agreement, seemingly choosing to side with Gao He. Li Yu regarded the trio with a somber tone. "Do you intend to disband?" Hearing this, Gao He nodded. "Indeed, let's disband now, following you holds no promise." However, Gao He continued, a cold smirk directed at Li Yu. "Since the team is breaking apart, I will take what belongs to me." His gaze flickered toward the remaining roots in the camp, and he licked his lips, a hint of avarice illuminating his expression. Not only did he refuse to share food with Li Yu, but he also aimed to seize the last of the roots and moss in the camp. The two behind Gao He echoed, "Yes, we should take our share as well." Greed sparkled in their eyes. Upon hearing Gao He's shameless words, Fu Zio's face flushed crimson, and she pointed at the two behind Gao He, seething with indignation. "Song Deng, Kong Lo, had it not been for Li Yi's kindness in saving you, you too would have starved to death long ago." The two's expressions shifted slightly at her words, as memories of Li Yi's previous aid stirred a flicker of guilt within them. Yet, glancing at Gao He beside them, they quickly suppressed their feelings. "The past is the past, the present is the present," Song Deng retorted. "Indeed, it is you who are nearing starvation, not us," Kong Lu chimed in, their gazes fixed firmly on Li Yu and Fu Xiao, devoid of any remorse. For a moment, Fu Xiao was rendered speechless by her fury. At that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over Li Yu, an ominous feeling settling in his heart. He promptly addressed Gao He. "Since you've chosen to disband, according to team rules, you may take your share of supplies." Fu Zio's expression turned reluctant upon hearing that Li Yu truly intended to distribute supplies to them. Yet, she turned her gaze to Li Yu, for he was the captain. Li Yu had no time to explain to Fu Xiao, as he felt the world spinning around him, struggling to remain upright. As Gao He and his companions heard Li Yu agree to the disbandment, they immediately began rummaging through the camp. Gao He was the first to stuff a large bundle of roots into his pack. Song Deng and Kong Lu followed suit, taking all that belonged to them. Just as Gao He attempted to seize the distillation apparatus that Li Yu had assembled, Li Yu finally spoke, "Take no more than what is yours." Gao He halted mid-action, turning to Li Yu. At that moment, Li Yu had drawn his bow, the arrowhead aimed directly at Gao He. Gao He instinctively reached for the blade at his waist, although he possessed a rusted knife. He had no desire to engage in a life-and-death struggle over these items. Moreover, Li Yi's bow was not merely for show charging and could very well result in injury. In such a damp environment, wounds healed slowly, and he had no wish to suffer an injury. Infection could lead to death, and he was unwilling to take that risk. Gao He's expression darkened as he remained silent, merely staring at Li Yu. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Gao He ultimately relinquished the thought of taking the distillation apparatus. However, he still proceeded to fill a bottle with clean water that had dripped from the apparatus below. Gao He and his companions swiftly tidied up and then rose to their feet once more. Before departing, Gao He fixed his gaze intently on Fu Xiao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. With a look of regret, he licked his lips and declared, "This time, I shall spare you. However, upon our next encounter, I shall ensure you understand my true prowess." Having spoken, Gao He revealed a sinister smile, deliberately adjusting his trousers, the implication unmistakable. Fu Xiao glared at Gao He in fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Yet, she refrained from acting impulsively, clenching her teeth tightly instead. Observing Fu Zio's furious expression, Gao, he found himself enjoying the moment even more. He seemed to relish the thrill of provocation and intimidation. Then, Gao He's gaze shifted to Li Yu and the bow and arrow he held, causing his demeanor to darken. He beckoned to Song Deng and Kong Lu, who silently followed him, the trio turning away in unison. As Fu Xiao watched Gao He and his companions recede into the distance, her heart brimmed with resentment. She had not anticipated that they would leave with the tree roots and water as well. However, she understood that now was not the time for rash actions. Gazing at the figures vanishing into the torrential rain, Liu summoned his last vestige of strength and urged Fu Xiao, "We must leave." As soon as he spoke, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him once more. Liu felt utterly weak and collapsed on the ground. Upon witnessing Liu suddenly faint, Fu Xiao hurried over, anxiously supporting him. "Liu, what is wrong?" Fu Xiao noticed that Li Ye's complexion was ashen, his breath faint, as if his life could slip away at any moment. This revelation sent Fu Xiao into a panic. She realized that remaining there was no longer an option. If the departing group returned, their fates would undoubtedly be dire. "I must swiftly take Liu away." With this thought, Fu Xiao hurriedly gathered several essential items from the campsite. Then, she hoisted Liu on her back, trudging laboriously in the opposite direction of the retreating trio. The rain fell increasingly heavily, and Fu Zio's steps grew heavier, as if Liu himself had become more burdensome. Yet, she persevered, gritting her teeth and dragging Liu forward step by step. At that moment, her heart was consumed by a singular conviction. She must protect Liu at all costs. Eventually, Fu Xiao discovered a temporary shelter from the rain, where she laid Liu down and hurriedly examined his condition. There were no visible wounds on Li's body. It appeared he was genuinely unwell. Without any medication for his ailment, Fu Xiao could only pray fervently that Liu would endure. Her heart swelled with worry and fear as she gazed at Liu before her. If Liu were to succumb to illness and leave her, surviving alone in this cannibalistic apocalypse as a solitary girl seemed but a futile dream. She envisioned the grim fate that might await her, being captured and reduced to a breeding tool, ultimately consumed as a reserve of food. Such horrors frequently befell the destitute scavengers in their plight. Contemplating the tragic future that could befall her after losing Liu, even the ever-resilient Fu Xiao could hold back her tears no longer. As she looked at the still unconscious Liu, she resolved to care for him first, hoping for a miracle. If Liu did not recover, she would consider other alternatives. Fu Xiao utilized a distillation apparatus to collect some water. The rainwater was no longer safe for direct consumption. There had been instances when desperate scavengers, unable to resist drinking it, suffered excruciating abdominal pain and, weakened and unattended, ultimately met their untimely demise. Fu Xiao retrieved the last remnants of tree roots from her possession. Observing Liu's frail condition, she began to search her own body once more, ultimately extracting a shriveled piece of fish from a hidden compartment in her clothing. This was her final reserve. She would not resort to consuming it unless absolutely necessary. After soaking the roots and fish in water to soften them, she fed them to Liu, all the while fervently praying for his recovery. Fu Xiao silently remained by Liu's side, offering him water at regular intervals. The torrential rain continued unabated, and the sky grew progressively darker. Realizing that night was approaching sent a chill through her heart. For with nightfall came the emergence of various nocturnal beasts that, in the past, when the team was larger, they could take turns on watch without encountering other scavenging teams or aggressive creatures. But now, it was just her and the unconscious Liu. This night promised to be more perilous than any before. As Liu digested the food Fu Xiao had provided, his body gradually regained some strength. He awakened from his weakened state, immediately reaching for the wooden bow at his back, alertly scanning the surroundings. That moment, a stream of data appeared before his eyes. Equipment successful. Wooden bow LV1. Proficiency 10 handmade. Average materials, dam condition, reduced elasticity, effective attack range 30 meters. Durability, 30. Aiming time, 5 seconds. Hit rate, 100%. The sight of this data filled Liu with joy. he could finally utilize his abilities. Noticing Fu Xiao's response, it seemed that this data was visible only to him. Upon seeing Li Yu awake, Fu Xiao could not contain her happiness. Liu then felt the stirring in his stomach and the faint taste of fish lingering in his mouth. He looked at Fu Xiao, realizing that she must have sacrificed her own provisions for him. Prolonged hunger had left his frail body unable to sustain the consumption of his abilities, which was why he had not activated them successfully until now. With his mental and physical strength restored, he was finally able to unleash his powers. Feeling the vortex forming in his abdomen, Li Yu understood that the source of his abilities resided there. Seeing that Fu Xiao had not abandoned him in his unconscious state, but rather had tended to him with great care, Li Yu felt a warmth spread through him at her concerned gaze. It was the first flicker of warmth he'd felt in this desolate world. "Are you all right?" Fu Xiao asked cautiously. Liu patted her head, rose to his feet, and firmly grasping his wooden bow, reassured her, "Don't worry. Our good days are coming." Fu Xiao gazed at him in confusion. Liu, observing the darkening sky, knew that although night posed dangers, it was also the time when most creatures would emerge. He needed to quickly replenish his food supply to restore his strength and vortex. Otherwise, if they encountered a larger scavenging team, he and Fu Xiao might become prey. He could very well be the first awakened one in history to be consumed by ordinary wild creatures. As the temperature dropped with the onset of night, compounded by the relentless downpour, Fu Xiao, despite her efforts to curl into a ball, found it difficult to retain her body heat due to hunger and her thin clothing. Li Yu, gazing into the hazy distance, suddenly spoke to Fu Xiao. "Stay hidden here. I will return shortly." "All right," Fu Xiao replied, her voice trembling. With that, Li Yu vanished into the curtain of rain. Liu made his way back to the water area where he had previously concealed himself. Recalling a unique creature that often frequented that vicinity, the rain rabbit. This mutated rabbit had evolved a remarkable adaptation, developing gills to breathe underwater in order to survive its environment. Scavengers now regarded the rain rabbit as a pest even more detestable than rats, due to its incredible speed and agility, making it exceedingly difficult to catch even with ranged weapons. Rarely did a rain rabbit fall prey to humans, except on occasions when its speed led it to inadvertently collide with traps. With food scarce on the ground, the rain rabbit became increasingly brazen, often stealing from scavengers, which further tarnished its reputation among humans, relegating it to the same level as rats. Previously, Liu had spotted numerous rain rabbits in the nearby water. However, even with his bow in hand, he had been unable to catch them, as they would dart away like lightning the moment he loosed an arrow. But today was different. Liu had awakened his powers and was eager to test them on the rain rabbit. He reached the water's edge, crouching down with care. A night enveloped the surroundings. Darkness settled in, with only the sound of raindrops splashing against the water's surface. Liu's eyes gradually adjusted to the night, allowing him to discern the faint shapes around him. Finally, amidst the darkness, a rain rabbit cautiously emerged from the water, vigilantly scanning its surroundings before swiftly making its way to the shore. Liu tightened his grip on the bow, focusing intently on the elusive creature. That moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. A targeting reticle, the size of a basin, materialized within his vision. Liu was taken aback, but quickly recognized this as a special ability granted by his powers. As he aimed at the rain rabbit, the targeting circle began to shrink gradually. 0.5 seconds later, it had minimized to its smallest size, locking onto the rain rabbit with precision. Without hesitation, he released the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow cut through the night air like a bolt of lightning, piercing the rain and hurtling towards the rain rabbit. Sensing imminent danger, the rain rabbit twisted its body, evading with rapid zigzag movements. Previously, it was this very agility that had thwarted Liu's attempts to hit one. But now, things had changed. Thud! A faint sound echoed from a distance, as if something had been struck. Liu's heart surged with excitement as he rushed to investigate. Indeed, he soon discovered the rain rabbit. Felled by his arrow, he was ecstatic. He had truly hit it. This was the merit of his 100% accuracy. He had scarcely seen his arrow leave the bow before it found its mark. At that moment, Liu noticed that after slaying the rain rabbit, his experience points had reached their maximum. Without a second thought, he chose to level up that a new stream of data appeared before him. Level up successful. Weapon change available. With only this wooden bow at his disposal, he had no other options. New data then emerged. Wooden bow LV2, proficiency 20 handmade, average materials, damp condition, reduced elasticity, effective attack range 50 meters. Durability, 29. Aiming time, 5 seconds. Hit rate, 100%. Liu extracted the arrow from the rain rabbit's body, contemplating the newfound data. The range had increased to 50 meters. While it may seem like a mere enhancement in range, he was nonetheless overjoyed, for the 100% accuracy was indeed a reality. Liu hoisted the rain rabbit and departed from the water's edge. When Fu Xiao, concealed in the shadows, saw Liu returning, her anxious heart finally settled. She had genuinely feared being abandoned by him. As Liu drew closer, she caught sight of the rain rabbit he carried, her eyes widening in astonishment. "It's a rain rabbit?" With a beaming expression, Fu Xiao was soon struck by realization as she turned her gaze towards Liu. How had Liu managed that? Growing up in the apocalypse, she was acutely aware that the speed of the rain rabbit was far beyond what ordinary weapons could hit. Even a gun might struggle to strike the elusive creature, let alone the wooden bow in Liu's hands. Liu said little. After his upgrade, he appeared weakened once more. The cyclone in his abdomen had diminished significantly, suggesting that the enhancement of his abilities came at a substantial cost to his energy reserves. Handing the rain rabbit to Fu Xiao, Liu promptly sank to the ground, softly instructing, "Take care of it." Fu Xiao did not inquire further. She retrieved a fruit knife and began skillfully dissecting the rabbit. First, she collected the blood in a bottle, then meticulously peeled off the rabbit's fur intact. The fur possessed excellent hydrophobic properties. Even if she didn't use it herself, it could be traded with other scavengers. After removing the inedible toxic organs, she finally passed the prepared rabbit back to Liu, utterly depleted, accepted the rabbit and devoured it ravenously. The warm blood and raw meat flowed into his stomach, sending a wave of warmth throughout his body, finally replenishing his energy and expelling much of the coldness within. Fu Xiao watched Liu with the rabbit in hand, unable to suppress her own salivation. She too was eager to taste the rabbit meat. Yet Liu was the captain, and the food was his to share. If she could wait for him to finish and enjoy the remnants, she would be thoroughly content. As Liu's cyclone regained strength, he noticed the pitiful expression on Fu Xiao's face that he tore the rabbit in half with a decisive motion, offering one half to her. Ecstatic, Fu Xiao accepted the rabbit and began to eat with great enthusiasm. Chewing on the tender meat, a look of adorable satisfaction spread across her small face after consuming a rabbit leg. She resisted the urge to continue and instead handed the other half back to Liu, her expression one of reluctant generosity. She understood that now was a crucial time for Liu to replenish his strength. Compared to herself, Liu required far more energy for his recovery. After all, the rain rabbit was a mutated creature, its flesh imbued with vitality. Though she had only consumed a leg, she felt sustained enough to last another day or two. To adapt to the scarcity of food in this environment, even humans had grown accustomed to hunger from a young age. Furthermore, witnessing Liu's ability to capture a rain rabbit bolstered her confidence in survival. At that moment, Liu represented her hope for continued existence. Seeing Fu Xiao return the meat after only one leg, Liu regarded her with newfound seriousness. This was the first time he had looked at her with such intensity. Her delicate face was marked by innocence, her eyes betraying an undeniable longing for the rabbit meat. Unable to resist a smile at her expression, Liu accepted the portion she offered without hesitation. He desperately needed the nourishment to restore his cyclone. Once he could swiftly enhance his powers, not only rain rabbits but even larger beasts would surely fall to his BOW. As his body gradually recovered, Liu closed his eyes, feeling the cyclone in his abdomen expand once more. Glancing at the steadily rising experience points, it became evident that his expectations were met. The special energy within the rain rabbit's flesh was precisely what was required for the enhancement of his abilities. After consuming the rabbit, as this energy was absorbed into his body, not only did it restore his cyclone, but it also incrementally increased his experience. After finishing the rabbit, the two huddled together under shelter to avoid the rain. Observing Fu Xiao, whose eyes were already drooping, Liu recognized her fatigue. She had endured hunger for days, coupled with the betrayal of her teammates, leaving her no opportunity for proper rest. "You should sleep," Liu murmured. With some recovery of his strength, he no longer felt as weak as before. Fu Xiao, upon hearing this, did not protest. Her eyelids felt heavy, resisting the urge to remain open. Leaning gently against Liu's back for warmth, she succumbed to sleep almost instantly. Feeling the soft rhythm of her breath against his back, Liu too gradually closed his eyes. He did not drift into slumber. Instead, he listened intently to the raindrops falling around them. Since awakening his powers, he had noticed his senses sharpened. Now, through mere listening, he could detect subtle variations in nearby sounds. The different tones produced by raindrops hitting various surfaces were discernible to him. If scavengers had previously concealed their movements under the cover of heavy rain, attempting a sneak attack, Liu would now be able to detect them instantly. Of course, to an ordinary person, these sounds would blend into an indistinguishable cacophony. As the dawn light gradually brightened and the frequency of raindrops lessened, Liu surmised that the torrential downpour, which had persisted for days, was about to ease. A light rain would present the ideal conditions for scavenger teams to venture out. When Fu Xiao awoke, the sky was already bright. Feeling the warmth of Liu's body, she realized it was perhaps the most restful sleep she had experienced in a year. Having digested the rabbit meat, her spirits lifted considerably. Noticing the change in her breathing, Liu understood she was awake. After a night of cyclone operation, his experience points had filled once more. Liu proceeded with his upgrade. Wooden bow LV3, proficiency 30, handcrafted, materials average, damp condition, elasticity diminished, effective attack range 60 meters. Aim time 5 seconds. Hit rate 100%. It appeared that proficiency would also increase with upgrades. Although 60 meters was considerable, it was still insufficient. Setting aside whether he could strike distant foes, Liu was left with only 6 arrows. If he could not retrieve them, each shot would deplete his supply. A bowman without arrows posed no threat. Upon completing the upgrade, Liu felt utterly drained once again. Since awakening, his enhanced abilities demanded greater energy. He extended his hand, feeling the diminished raindrops of the day. Indeed, the relentless downpour had subsided. "Let us go. We should check on the camp," Liu said. Rising first, Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. After gathering their belongings, they returned to the camp where the internal conflict had unfolded the previous day. Upon their arrival, they found everything as it had been when they left, unchanged. Clearly, no one had returned since the clash. They collected some useful items from the camp before Liu led Fu Xiao away from the site for good. Fu Xiao glanced back at the camp, her expression tinged with sorrow. Forming a scavenger team in this wasteland was a daunting task. With trusted companions, their chances of survival would increase. Yet now, their team was disbanded. And the reason for the split weighed heavily on her conscience. Watching Liu's retreating figure, a sense of guilt washed over her. Times, she wished fervently to be a boy, believing that perhaps such a situation could have been avoided. Seemingly sensing Fu Xiao's turmoil behind him, Liu spoke up, "It's not your fault." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao felt a warmth in her heart and silently followed behind Liu. Shortly after they had set off, Liu suddenly came to a halt, raising his hand in a gesture of caution. Fu Xiao, with a tense expression, scanned the surroundings but detected nothing unusual. Just as her curiosity stirred, a commotion arose not far away. A flock of sparrows suddenly took flight, darting into the distance as if startled by something. Watching the sparrows soar freely through the rain, even Liu couldn't help but marvel. Truly, they were deserving of their reputation as one of the 5 pests often spoken of by the ancients. Despite the harsh and damp conditions, the sparrows exhibited remarkable adaptability, thriving even in the torrential downpour. Liu was uncertain whether the sparrows had mutated or evolved. In any case, while most bird species had perished in the wake of the typhoon and heavy rain, the sparrows continued to maintain a substantial population, foraging and moving about in such extreme environments. The sheer number of their survival attested to the resilience of this species. He observed the flight of the sparrows. Liu turned and pointed in another direction, changing their course to proceed that way. He understood that the sparrows would not be startled without reason, indicating that there was likely a scavenger team or a beast nearby, and it was best to avoid confrontation. With the sudden takeoff of the flock, their chirping soon caught the attention of nearby scavengers. At the tea that moment, a scavenger team in the distance abruptly altered their direction. Heading towards the spot where the sparrows had taken flight, they appeared unperturbed by the potential emergence of beasts or humans. Coincidentally, this scavenger team crossed paths with Li Yu and his companion. Li Yu immediately noticed the figures approaching from afar. Simultaneously, the scavengers also became aware of Li Yu's presence. To his surprise, the direction he had chosen on a whim coincided perfectly with that of the scavenger team. Observing that Li Yu's group consisted of only 2 individuals, the 6 scavengers exchanged glances that betrayed a hint of malice. Liu raised his palm high, signaling that his small team meant no harm and was merely passing through. This gesture held a special significance among scavengers, indicating a chance encounter devoid of hostility. As long as the opposing team reciprocated by raising their palms, the 2 groups could maintain a respectful distance and continue on their respective paths. However, the 6 scavengers did not follow the customary response. Instead, they spread out and slowly advanced towards Li Yu and Fu Xiao. Recognizing that the situation was escalating, Li Yu swiftly drew his bow and aimed at the foremost individual. Beside him, Fu Xiao gripped her small knife tightly, her tension palpable. Liu had no desire to engage in conflict with another scavenger team, especially since his body had not yet received adequate sustenance after awakening his abilities. Yet, this did not mean he was truly afraid of them. Upon seeing Li Yu's weapon, the scavengers paused, suppressing their immediate urge to act. "He has a bow," one of the scavengers remarked to their leader. The leader, noticing the bow, furrowed his brow. In these times, even decayed wood was a rare commodity, and yet here was someone wielding a wooden bow. Where could he have procured such a thing? Could it have been a gift from one of the adults? The underling couldn't help but speculate. Given to him? The leader observed Li Yu's malnourished frame, then glanced at the similarly frail Fu Xiao and let out a derisive snort. What value could it possibly hold for him? Though he spoke dismissively, deep down, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards the bow and arrow in Li Yu's grasp. After all, a bow was considered a ranged weapon, even with their numerical advantage. Capturing someone armed with a bow would come at a cost. The leader scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. It was evident, given their disheveled appearance, that they possessed no valuable items worth the risk. While a wooden bow was indeed scarce, it held no extraordinary value. For the 6-member scavenger team, incurring injuries or even fatalities over a mere wooden bow was not a prudent trade-off. Moreover, the leader had once seen a bow made of superior materials in the possession of an adult. That bow was as light as a cicada's wing and could be drawn with almost no effort. In comparison, Li Yu's wooden bow seemed rather ordinary. Nevertheless, within the scavenger community, often referred to as wild men, Li Yu's bow was already considered a weapon of formidable lethality. Contemplating this, the leader suddenly raised his palm, signaling to Li Yu that he bore no ill intent, and called back his dispersed teammates. Li Yu, however, was not inclined to trust their gestures easily. In a world rife with danger and deceit, trust was the most extravagant of luxuries. After the 2 groups passed each other, Li Yu quickened his pace, urging Fu Xiao to follow suit, eager to distance themselves from the scavengers. However, after a while, Fu Xiao sensed something amiss and alerted Li Yu. "Li Yu, the people behind us are closing in." Liu had already noticed. Whispering back to her, "Pretend we haven't seen them. Keep moving." Fu Xiao nodded in understanding, trailing closely behind Li Yu as they continued forward. Their figures gradually faded into the curtain of rain, while the silhouettes of their pursuers remained steadfastly behind them. It seemed they were aware that Li Yu and Fu Xiao had noticed them, yet they showed no signs of retreat. "What should we do, Li Yu?" Fu Xiao asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Li Yu was well aware of the scavengers' intentions. They aimed to wear them down. This was a strategy commonly employed by humans in hunting, known as the hawk tactic, while relentlessly pursuing their prey. They sought to exhaust its stamina, ultimately rendering it incapable of resistance. Now, this strategy was being turned against humanity itself, proving equally effective. Clearly, the scavenger team behind them was unwilling to let the 2 escape or relinquish this rare opportunity. After all, scavenger teams like Li Yu and Fu Xiao, consisting of only 2 individuals, were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, Given their frail appearance, they did not seem like awakened individuals. For a six-member scavenger team, such isolated prey was akin to a morsel delivered straight to their lips. An irresistible temptation that was hard to resist. More importantly, among them was a woman, undoubtedly heightening their desire. Contemplating the value of having a woman in their grasp, the leader showed no intention of allowing the two to slip away. Presently, their greatest threat lay in the wooden bow held by Li Yu. Should a confrontation ensue, it was certain that someone would be injured. Thus, they resolved to trail behind Li Yu, seeking a more opportune moment. Li Yu had no desire to engage with them. The cyclone within his body was perpetually draining his energy and converting it into experience points he needed to procure sustenance swiftly to replenish his energy. However, with hyenas lurking behind him during a hunt, it was far from reassuring that if he failed to secure prey in a timely manner, coupled with the ongoing depletion of his energy, it was entirely possible that he could be exhausted to death by these scavengers. With this in mind, Li Yu abruptly halted, turning to face the figures pursuing them, and said to Fu Xiao, "We can't continue like this. It seems we must deal with them." Fu Xiao was taken aback by Li Yu's words. In such a situation, shouldn't they choose to flee or set a trap? She hadn't anticipated that Li Yu would outright propose to confront them. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Fu Xiao's mind, and her eyes lit up. Could it be? She gazed at Li Yu, as if seeking confirmation of her thoughts. Li Yu did not conceal the truth, directly revealing the answer to Fu Xiao. "You guessed correctly. I have awakened my abilities." At his words, Fu Xiao's spirits soared, her excitement palpable. Just as I thought, she had been exceedingly curious since yesterday about how Li Yu had suddenly managed to hit the rain hare in her mind. She had been speculating whether Li Yu had undergone some transformation. Now, hearing Li Yu confess with his own lips, she was finally convinced that he had become an awakened one at this moment. Fu Xiao could no longer divert her gaze from Li Yu. It was the first time she had encountered a genuine awakened one, having only heard of them from others before Liu. With an impassive expression, looked towards the shadowy figures approaching from behind, and instructed Fu Xiao, "Bring out the rain hare's blood from yesterday." Although she was unsure of Li Yu's intentions, Fu Xiao obediently rummaged through her belongings and carefully handed him the small vial of hare's blood. Li Yu accepted the vial and immediately tilted his head back, gulping down the contents with great fervor. As the swirling energy within his abdomen intensified, Li Yu once again felt that surge of power. Indeed, the blood contained that energy, albeit in scant measure. It seemed he would need to consume more of these evolved creatures to enhance his capabilities. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV4, proficiency 40, effective attack range 70 meters. Hit rate 100.70 meters. Li Yu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. After all, until now, he had only been confident in hitting targets within 20 to 30 meters. Beyond that distance, luck had played a significant role. Now, with a range of 70 meters, he deemed it quite formidable. For those scavengers devoid of abilities, this was more than sufficient to be lethal. Liu touched the remaining 6 arrows on him, his gaze shifting towards the 6 figures slowly encroaching from afar. He couldn't help but chuckle derisively. What a coincidence! 6 arrows, perfectly corresponding to 6 foes. Everything seemed so impeccably aligned. Yet this coincidence filled him with an overwhelming sense of irony. Meanwhile, the 6 scavengers continued their advance, perhaps oblivious to the fate that awaited them. Just as the wild dog lowered its head to begin feeding, thud! With Li Yu's finger releasing the tension, the bowstring vibrated, emitting a faint sound at that precise moment. The wild dog, remarkably astute, reacted instantaneously. Its previously relaxed form tensed up, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it burst forward like a bolt of lightning, covering several meters in an instant. Thwack! Despite the wild dog's astonishing speed and explosive power creating distance, the arrow shot by Li Yu still pursued with relentless velocity, striking its rear with pinpoint accuracy. Though this shot was not fatal, it was sufficient to inflict excruciating pain. That a flicker of confusion and rage crossed the wild dog's eyes. It had clearly evaded the attack. It pivoted abruptly, its crimson gaze locking onto Li Yu in the distance. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the wild dog's response would be so swift. Amidst the cacophony of rain, he still heard the sound of his bowstring. Had it not been for his perfect accuracy, that arrow might have easily been evaded by the wild dog. This moment, the wild dog glared fiercely at Liu, who had dared to ambush it from afar, letting out a low, angry growl. Then, with all four limbs propelling it forward, it charged ferociously to Fu Xiao. Sensing the impending danger, swiftly seized a dagger and stepped forward without hesitation. Leaning slightly forward, she assumed a defensive stance, attempting to divert the wild dog's attention to buy Liu more time. Observing Fu Xiao's presence, the wild dog, even upon noticing two opponents, showed no sign of fear. Arg! With a roar, the wild dog bared its fangs and charged recklessly towards them, its eyes bloodshot and radiating a frenzied, murderous intent. At this juncture, Liu had once again drawn his aim. Releasing his grip, an arrow shot forth with great speed. Thwack! This shot was powerful enough to pierce through the wild dog's skull. However, this tenacious creature, despite sustaining such grievous injury, did not succumb instantly. Instead, in a fit of pain, it became utterly enraged, opening its jaws wide and accelerating towards Fu Xiao with ferocity. Just as Fu Xiao was about to be bitten, Liu lunged forward, tackling her to the ground, narrowly avoiding the wild dog's savage attack. In that instant on the ground, Liu swiftly turned back, without hesitation, releasing another arrow. This one found its mark in the wild dog's abdomen from below. At such close range, even without the aid of a targeting reticle, his years of experience and sharp intuition ensured a precise hit. Fu Xiao, trembling with fear, was drenched in cold sweat. A scavenger. She was acutely aware that those bitten by wild dogs often faced inevitable doom. The duration of their survival might extend for a year, perhaps 3, but undoubtedly, once bitten, their fate was sealed. Now, having been struck by 3 arrows, with its skull pierced, the wild dog still remained alive. It wobbled unsteadily, its body trembling as it turned slowly. Even this simple act of turning caused it immense agony, eliciting pitiful whimpers from its mouth. Yet, driven by its final vestiges of will, it managed to pivot, baring its bloodied fangs fiercely at Liu, and limped forward to attack once more. It's still alive. Liu marveled at the wild dog's remarkable vitality. As he watched the creature charge towards him again, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He slowly raised his bow, aimed at the wild dog's head, and released another arrow with force. The once formidable wild dog finally collapsed to the ground, its body twitching a few times before the flicker of life within it gradually extinguished, becoming yet another lost soul amidst the downpour. Faced with such a resilient foe, Liu dared not let his guard down. After delivering a follow-up arrow to ensure its demise, he remained uneasy, drawing a dagger and swiftly severing the wild dog's limbs. Only after thoroughly confirming that the creature exhibited no signs of life did Liu finally exhale deeply, reassured that it was truly dead. Just as his tension began to dissipate, a wave of dizziness swept over Liu. That familiar sense of weakness returned. The frequent use of his abilities had severely drained him, leaving him utterly fatigued. As if every cell in his body was lamenting, he hastily withdrew the arrow from the wild dog's abdomen and leaned over to gulp down a few mouthfuls of its warm blood. The dizziness began to subside slightly. Not wanting to waste any of the precious blood, Fu Xiao scrambled to join him, taking a few swigs despite her discomfort with the overpowering metallic taste. After a day of turmoil, the entire area lay in ruins, the pooled rainwater tinged with a faint red hue. You noticed that the previously distant rain crows were now drawing closer. Their greedy eyes fixed on the remains of the humans scattered on the ground. We cannot linger here any longer. The two swiftly dismantled and packaged the wild dog, and after retrieving all the arrows, Liu discovered one that had become significantly warped, with the fletching at the rear severely damaged. In the past, such a badly damaged arrow would have been deemed entirely useless and discarded. Yet, Liu chose to keep it. For now, he knew that as long as he could shoot, he would hit his target without fail. The arrow's deformity was of little concern, even if it was no longer perfect. It still possessed lethality. After securing the arrows, Liu scanned the surroundings cautiously and made a decisive choice. Let us go back. The two individuals hastily made their way towards the location of their previous campsite. However, Liu was not inclined to return to that particular camp, but rather to the nearby body of water. He had lingered in that vicinity for quite some time, becoming exceptionally familiar with its environment and terrain. Aside from the relatively sparse prey, there were virtually no other potential dangers at this moment. With food already secured, it was an opportune moment for them to return there for a brief respite. As they departed, the rain crows, which had been waiting patiently in the distance, were no longer aware of any imminent threats. Like a black wind, the rain crows eagerly surged forward, ravenously pecking at the remains of the corpses. Caw, caw! The piercing and shrill cries of the rain crows quickly attracted the attention of a shadowy figure with sunken eyes and a pallid complexion. Rain crows, rain crows. The newcomer's voice was weak, and their gaze lacked vitality, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse. With heavy steps, they trudged towards the source of the crows' calls, upon seeing the corpses surrounded by the crows. A flicker of life returned to their previously dull eyes. Indeed, there was food to be had with the rain crows. Without hesitation, they dashed forward like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey, recklessly competing with the nearby crows for the scraps. Meanwhile, Liu and Fu Xiao had returned to the vicinity of the water. After confirming the area was safe, they eagerly retrieved the packaged wild dog meat and began to devour it voraciously. Wolfing down mouthfuls, Liu swiftly consumed an entire dog leg. The energy from the meat was absorbed and transformed by the cyclone within him, replenishing his once exhausted body with renewed vigor. The fatigue brought on by the overexertion of his abilities gradually dissipated. "This meat is truly delicious," Fu Xiao remarked, her mouth full of wild dog meat, the intense satisfaction compelling her to speak to Liu. Liu, observing Fu Xiao's delight, couldn't help but smile. "Now that we can eat freely, we shall feast on meat every day." Fu Xiao nodded vigorously, continuing to indulge in her meal. Upon hearing that they could enjoy meat daily in the future, a faint smile graced Fu Xiao's small face as she began to envision a wonderful future filled with meat. Their previous days had indeed been incredibly arduous. After forming a scavenger team, they had hoped for an improvement in their situation, only to be dealt another cruel betrayal by their comrades. Fortunately, with Liu having awakened, the days of foraging for roots and surviving on erratic meals were behind them. From this day forth, at the very least, they would no longer need to fear starvation. The pair continued to eat heartily until their stomachs were sufficiently full, unable to consume another bite, and then they finally stopped. It was the first time since gaining consciousness that Fu Xiao had eaten to such satisfaction. She patted her rounded belly and beamed at Liu. Liu chuckled in response and affectionately ruffled her hair. Such days will be plentiful from now on. After resting for a moment, they busied themselves once more. Having repackaged the remaining wild dog meat, Liu set about arranging some simple warning devices in the surrounding area. Once everything was in place, dusk began to descend. "Let's rest well tonight. There are relatively few dangers near the water," Liu stated as he completed his arrangements. Fu Xiao obediently acknowledged him, and they curled up together beneath the makeshift rain cover for warmth. The cover was small, and their bodies pressed closely against one another. In that moment, having eaten their fill, the two found comfort in each other's presence, their hearts brimming with warmth. When Liu awoke, it was already midday the following day. Feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease, he closed his eyes and attuned himself to the changes within his body. He could distinctly sense that his cyclone had expanded, as though his entire being had been infused with newfound vitality. This sensation led him to believe that he had become stronger, more robust. Moreover, his digestive system seemed to have been enhanced, despite just waking. He already felt a hint of hunger that a glance at his data revealed that his experience points were now full. Level up. Wooden Bow LV5, proficiency 50, effective attack range 80 meters. Hit rate 100. Aiming time 4 seconds. 80 meters. How is that possible? Liu murmured. While the attack range of bows had been steadily increasing, he was acutely aware of the actual capabilities of the wooden bow in his hands. An attack range of 70 meters, bolstered by his abilities, seemed reasonable. However, 80 meters was beyond the limits of this bow. Even if he were to snap the bowstring, he could not achieve such a distance. let alone maintain effective lethality at that range. This was a significant breakthrough beyond the wooden bow's distance limitations. LV-5 has unlocked a new equipment slot. Weapons can now be changed. Surprised that this level up had also unlocked a new ability. Liu grew curious about the purpose of this new equipment slot. He casually picked up a stone from the ground. Equipped successfully. Stone LV-1. Proficiency 0, a small rock that has fallen from a larger mass due to external forces. Oval-shaped with a rough exterior. Hit rate 100. Effective attack range 8 meters. Aiming time 3 seconds. Next, Liu aimed at a distant puddle. Indeed, as he raised the stone, a targeting reticle appeared before him. He tossed the stone onto the ground, and it vanished from the equipment slot. Just then, Fu Xiao finally awoke, blinking her eyes and stretching. Since being abandoned by her parents, it was her first time sleeping so soundly, and she hadn't even had a nightmare that night. After the rest, her complexion appeared more vibrant, and her spirits were notably improved. Recalling the events of the previous day, she immediately sat up, scanning her surroundings in search of Liu. You're awake, Liu said, taking a hearty bite of wild dog meat. Upon noticing Fu Xiao had awakened, he promptly stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth. Having just roused from sleep, her mind was still a bit foggy. And before she could comprehend the situation, her mouth was already filled. Instinctively, she began to chew, the rich flavor of the meat spreading across her palate. Eat quickly while it's still fresh. We mustn't waste it, Liu urged, continuing to inspect the remaining wild dog meat in the pack. He carefully examined each piece for its color and smell, his brow gradually furrowing before he shook his head. In the damp environment brought on by the heavy rain, the meat had an exceedingly short shelf life. Although only a night had passed, it was evident that some of the meat was beginning to spoil. The pieces Liu and Fu Xiao were consuming had remained relatively fresh only because they had been sealed in jars and bottles. Fresh meat had a very brief storage life under such harsh conditions. Even when kept in jars, Liu could still sense subtle changes. With a sigh, he gazed at the spoiled wild dog meat in the pack. Had it been in the past, they would have undoubtedly consumed the decayed meat without hesitation to survive. However, now, barring dire necessity, Liu is not willing to take the risk of eating the tainted meat. That Fu Xiao looked at the large pieces of wild dog meat that had begun to spoil, her expression revealing a sense of regret. Initially, she had intended to take the spoiled meat with her, but at Liu's insistence, she reluctantly abandoned it. Nevertheless, as she packed her belongings, she couldn't help but cast lingering glances at the rotten wild dog meat. This sight amused Liu. This child was truly terrified of hunger. Had she not awakened her abilities, she might have been reluctant to part with the spoiled meat. And as Fu Xiao busied herself with packing, she appeared somewhat absent-minded, clumsy, and distracted. What's wrong? Liu noticed her unusual demeanor. The Fu Xiao snapped back to reality and hesitated before saying, I think this wild dog meat still has some use. Liu cast a helpless glance at her. Only when Liu consented to let her take the slightly spoiled wild dog meat did Fu Xiao regain her composure and happily continue with her preparations. When Liu donned a waterproof tarp and ventured out to assess the surrounding situation, he was astonished to discover that the water area had expanded significantly since his last visit. The expanse of water was now several times larger than when Liu first arrived. It seemed inevitable that, before long, this place would transform into a vast lake. Faced with such a scenario, the two tidied their belongings and made their way towards the higher terrain in the west. In contrast to the marshy lakes below, the elevated ground offered a far more favorable environment. As Liu's stamina improved, the abdominal cyclone began to convert experience points at a quicker pace. This revelation brought immense joy to Liu, for it signified an acceleration in the upgrading of his abilities. After a long day of trekking, just as dusk began to set in, he once again reached the experience points required for an upgrade. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV-6, proficiency 60, effective attack, range 90 meters. Hit rate 100, aiming time 3.5 seconds. The attack range had increased once more, and even the aiming time had diminished. Liu felt a surge of happiness, for a distance of 90 meters would enable him to shoot down certain birds. Although the surviving avian species had evolved waterproof feathers due to survival pressures, they could no longer soar through the skies as their ancestors once did. Birds now accustomed to low-altitude flight undoubtedly provided Liu with the opportunity to hunt them. After upgrading, and having walked a little further, the two finally ascended the elevated terrain in the west. Upon reaching the high ground, their field of vision expanded dramatically. When they beheld the situation on the high ground, astonishment flooded their faces. In the distance, a substantial number of scavengers had gathered together to owe their disbelief. At the very center of that throng of scavengers, there flickered a faint light. Was that fire? Fu Xiao rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend that flames could still exist in this rain-soaked world, Liu's eyes widened as well. It was indeed fire. He was acutely aware that finding materials to ignite a campfire in such incessant rain would be no easy feat. In the relentless downpour, combustible materials had become exceedingly scarce. Moisture was omnipresent, and even if one were to find kindling or wood, igniting it remained a daunting challenge. The method of starting a fire posed an even greater dilemma. Gazing at the distant flames, Liu found himself lost in memory, unable to recall the last time he had savored roasted meat. Merely reminiscing about the taste of cooked meat stirred his taste buds, prompting an involuntary swallowed. Liu cautiously observed the crowd of scavengers in the distance, refraining from approaching. Through meticulous scrutiny, he discerned that each group of scavengers maintained a certain distance from one another. Evidently, this multitude was not united as one. The scavengers closer to the fire appeared to be in relatively good condition, while those encircling the flames were mostly disheveled, with the outermost group appearing gaunt. Their eyes sunken. Why were so many people congregated here? Fu Xiao was equally astonished by the sheer number of individuals. Historically, scavenger groups were characterized by fierce competition, often engaging in life-and-death struggles. Yet, in this moment, these scavengers seemed remarkably amicable, a phenomenon that was nothing short of extraordinary. What should we do? Should we circumvent them? Fu Xiao's face was etched with concern, her grip tightening on her pack, seemingly apprehensive that the wild dog meat would be seized by the throng of scavengers ahead. Liu scrutinized the gathering, a hint of suspicion rising within him. Not only did the ordinary scavenger groups in the center appear unthreatened, but even the emaciated scavengers on the periphery showed no signs of aggression or expulsion. It seemed to be a peaceful assembly. Curiosity piqued within Liu. What force could possibly unite these famished individuals? Let us approach and investigate, Liu decided, moving closer to uncover the truth. They had only traversed a few hundred meters, continuing towards the faint glow of the fire when, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the rain. A black arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking directly towards Liu without warning. Did you think you alone possessed a bow? The assailant sneered coldly from the shadows. As the arrow was loosed, his excitement surged. It was as though Liu were already a corpse in his eyes. Die! His voice pierced the rain, sharp and filled with malice. Accompanied by this murderous roar, the black arrow tore through the downpour, cleaving the air and hurtling towards Liu. In that life-or-death moment, Liu's gaze sharpened, and the cyclone in his abdomen whirled into frantic motion. With acute intuition and awareness of the sound's origin, he swiftly deduced the arrow's trajectory. His body moved with incredible agility, evading the lethal strike by mere inches. The black arrow pierced through his waterproof tarp, grazing his neck and sending a chill through the air. Impossible! The archer, witnessing Liu narrowly escape his fatal shot, was left aghast, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he involuntarily gasped in disbelief and shock. Having narrowly evaded death, Liu executed a nimble turn, his movements seamless as he drew his wooden bow, rapidly aiming in the direction for which the arrow had come. It seemed as though his eyes could pierce the heavy rain. Locking onto the concealed enemy, their gazes met. The assailant's face paled, and he turned to flee. Whoosh! Another piercing sound shattered the air, but this time it was Liu's counterattack. His arrow arced brilliantly through the rain, embedding itself in the man's back. The assailant could only let out a wretched cry before collapsing forward. Splashing into the puddles, Fu Xiao quickly brandished her dagger and rushed to subdue the fallen figure, while Liu, bow in hand, followed closely behind. The three individuals hiding nearby, upon witnessing their leader's uncertain fate, were struck with terror, their resolve crumbling in an instant. Please spare our lives, they begged, immediately discarding their weapons. Do not kill me. I surrender. I am willing to become your servant. Trembling, they knelt before Liu, hands raised high in a plea for mercy. Fu Xiao recognized some of their faces. They were from the scavenger group that had followed them the previous day. Liu was taken aback, unable to fathom that yesterday's scavenger team possessed such audacity to launch a sneak attack in revenge. Had it not been for his ability rising to level 5, enhancing his physical capabilities and reflexes, that arrow might indeed have claimed his life. Seeing the unwelcoming expression on Liu's face, the man sprawled on the ground hastily added, "We were coerced." Liu paid them no mind. Instead, rummaging through the fallen man's belongings, he quickly retrieved 4 black arrows and picked up a black bow that had fallen beside him. The bow was entirely ebony, resembling the endless night. Devoid of any sheen, as Liu touched the bow, a chilling sensation coursed through him. The bow structure was composed of 3 dark bow limbs, yet the material remained a mystery to him. Just as he began to examine the black bow closely, a line of data appeared before his eyes. Discovered a weapon of the same type. Would you like to switch equipment? Switching to a weapon of the same type retains level and proficiency. Liu immediately opted to switch. Equipment switch successful. Glass bow. Made from 3 high-strength glass fiber pieces, highly durable, in perfect condition, easy to handle, high precision. Maximum range 120 meters. Durability 90. Aiming time 3 seconds. Hit rate 100%. Liu's eyes sparkled with delight as he struggled to contain his excitement. He then pulled back the bowstring with considerable effort, noting that the draw weight was indeed greater than that of his previous wooden bow. Moreover, this bow came equipped with a built-in aiming device and scaled. It was truly an exceptional weapon, Liu murmured to himself. No wonder this person almost managed to shoot him dead just now. Suddenly recalling the empty equipment slot, a spark of inspiration struck Liu. He equipped the black arrow in his hand. Equipment successful. Carbon fiber arrow, special type crafted from high-tech materials, high strength, lightweight, and highly durable. Fast flight speed, high precision. Effective attack range increased by 10 meters. Aiming time, -1 second. Upgradable. He had not anticipated that arrows could indeed be equipped. Cough, cough. A sudden bout of intense coughing interrupted his thoughts. Liu turned to see that the captain, under the foot of Fu Xiao, was still alive. The captain gradually regained consciousness, struggling to lift his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Liu's arrow had merely pierced his lung, missing any vital organs, which spared him an immediate death. Upon seeing Liu beside him, instead of begging for mercy, the captain spoke with an audacious expression. "You're finished." Oh, Liu was taken aback, immediately becoming vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Confirming that there were no other people nearby, he felt somewhat perplexed. Did the other party have some other backing, based on Liu's experience? Such a penetrating injury should leave the captain with little time left, even if he spared him. Noticing the black bow in Liu's hand, the captain continued to taunt. "That belongs to a certain esteemed individual. You have no right to wield it." "What esteemed individual?" Liu inquired, somewhat confused. The captain abruptly fell silent, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Liu slowly aimed his bow at the 3 individuals nearby. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you too." In contrast to the identity of that esteemed individual, the 3 seemed to fear death far more, despite the captain's glaring warnings directed at them. They hastily declared to Liu, "That esteemed individual is Zhang Biao, the head of the Zhang family. Yes, Zhang Biao is the boss of the Black Mountain safe zone ahead. The black bow belongs to him. Borrowed from the Black Mountain safe zone." The 3 eagerly divulged what they knew, desperate to survive. They were from the safe zone. Upon hearing this, a flash of hatred gleamed in Fu Xiao's eyes. Liu had also heard of the safe zone. It was said that its residents could eat their fill every day. However, scavengers understood well that the safe zone did not welcome wildlings like them. In fact, the inhabitants of the safe zone regarded outside scavengers as less than human. Liu asked skeptically, "The people in the safe zone would really give such a fine bout to a wildling like you?" "Ha ha, cough cough." The scavenger captain laughed weakly, spitting out more blood, his face pale as paper. "What a naive fool. You think this is a fine item?" Upon hearing this, Liu felt a flicker of doubt. While this bow and arrow indeed could not compare to firearms, They were certainly not something an ordinary scavenger could easily possess. Moreover, he had never heard of the materials used to craft the bow and arrows before. How could they be as worthless as the captain claimed? Seeing Liu's incredulous expression, the scavenger captain laughed even louder. Ha ha cough. Then, with a sudden tilt of his head, he went completely still, though he had managed to hold on for a while without speaking. He was unable to contain his laughter. Liu, perplexed, approached and placed his hand on the captain's neck, confirming there was no pulse at that moment. Liu turned to the three individuals beside him, who immediately cowered on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They incessantly pleaded for mercy. Please spare us. We want to tell anyone about today's event, I swear. We want to say a word. Don't believe them. Fu Xiao suddenly shouted at Liu. Despite her youth, she understood that promises were the most deceitful things in this world. Liu aimed his bow at the three, his gaze cold. Realizing Liu was about to kill them, the three were instantly filled with terror, forgetting the secrets they had previously sought to conceal. Don't kill me. I know important information about the Black Mountain safe zone. There's definitely something big happening soon. One of them cried out in agreement. If you let us go, I can tell you everything. Liu remained silent, instead directing the arrow tip at one individual's head. And the atmosphere grew tense. I'll tell you. The person being targeted panicked, shouting loudly. Yesterday, when we went with the captain to borrow the black bow from the Black Mountain safe zone, we saw them packing up. It looked like they were moving. Moving? This unfamiliar term had not crossed Liu's ears in a long time. Absolutely, they were moving. They were packing all sorts of items for daily living. Another person quickly added, That's right, and all the scavengers in this area are being ordered to evacuate. Upon hearing this, Liu pressed further. Are you saying that the group of scavengers ahead is preparing to leave this place? Seeing Liu's skepticism, the man immediately prostrated himself, trembling as he replied, I definitely didn't miss. I saw with my own eyes that the people from the safe zone were moving and preparing to evacuate. Liu's mind raced as he recalled the gathered scavengers in the distance, sensing some truth in what he said. Why are they evacuating? Liu suddenly countered, confusion evident in his brow. After all, having survived in this post-apocalyptic world for so long, it was his first time hearing that the safe zone also needed to evacuate. The three exchanged glances, all looking bewildered, shaking their heads. They too were clueless about the specific reasons for the evacuation. They only knew that everyone was talking about leaving, and they wished to follow suit. All right, you may go. Liu, having gleaned nothing of value, waved his hand, signaling for them to leave, just as it seemed Liu would let them off. Fu Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but Liu raised his hand to stop her. Thank you, young sir, for sparing our lives. Thank you, esteemed one, for your mercy. The three, seeing Liu truly intended to let them go, felt as if they had received a great reprieve. They hastily stood up from the ground, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Then, the three cautiously turned around and quickly walked away. After just 2 steps, they broke into a sprint. Although Fu Xiao did not contradict Liu's decision, her eyes remained fiercely fixed on their retreating figures. Run fast. Once we return, the captain's position will be mine, one shouted excitedly as they fled. In that instant, puff, the speaker suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The 2 others were instantly alarmed, exchanging terrified glances before swiftly fleeing in opposite directions. Swoosh! Another arrow flew, precisely piercing the neck of the one on the left. Blood gushing forth, he hastily pressed his hand against the wound, attempting to stem the flow, but it was too late. The last person zigzagged desperately, trying to evade capture. Puff! An arrow shot forth, striking directly into his back without deviation. Seeing Liu decisively take action, Fu Xiao finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, these individuals were mere lackeys of the safe zone. With their cowardly nature, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Liu could not afford to trust them. If they escaped and reported back to their master Zhang Biao, it would be disastrous, should the leader of the safe zone choose to retaliate. Liu feared he would be powerless to defend himself with his current strength. After dispatching the 3, Fu Xiao quickly moved to scavenge their belongings, while Liu retrieved his arrows. Even the arrow that had previously ambushed him was recovered. Totaling 5 black arrows, aside from a few battered weapons, the trio had little of value. Liu carefully stowed away the 5 precious black arrows. Even with the previous ones, he now had a total of 11. Yet that was still far from sufficient. If he found himself in a battle without time to retrieve his arrows, he would surely become easy prey. It seemed he would need to find a scavenger merchant to trade for more arrows. Upon contemplating the gathering of scavengers ahead, where such congregations often attract scavenging merchants, Liu resolved to approach and investigate that Fu Xiao carefully stowed away the worn weapons, securing them upon her back. At that moment, her petite frame bore a bundle of wild dog meat on her left and a sack of rusted weaponry on her right. Both parcels were quite weighty. Had Fu Xiao not already satisfied her hunger? Traversing the path might have posed a challenge. I'll take one of the bundles, Liu offered, extending his hand. No need. I can manage, Fu Xiao insisted, her expression resolute. Having relied upon Liu for survival thus far, she could not allow him to bear the burden alone. Seeing her determination, Liu could only add, don't overexert yourself. If you tire, hand it over to me. Fu Xiao nodded in agreement, and the pair set off towards the gleaming light in the distance. Before long, they arrived near the source of the illumination, which indeed appeared to resemble the glow of flames from afar. As they advanced towards the light, Liu noticed that many scavengers had not ventured further, but remained at the periphery. These individuals, clad in tattered garments and bearing gaunt faces, appeared on the brink of collapse. Not a single one possessed a complete waterproof tarp. Their bodies, continuously washed by rain, appeared pallid, their skin wrinkled and unsettlingly gaunt. Upon spotting Liu and Fu Xiao, the emaciated scavengers momentarily exhibited a flicker of greed, their hollow eye sockets scrutinizing the duo, brimming with desire that a few had even begun to encircle them slowly. Liu, perceiving the situation, swiftly drew his bow, his gaze imbued with a menacing threat aimed at the encroaching figures. As the scavengers caught sight of the black bow in his hands, they halted abruptly, silently parting to create a path. Clearly, they understood the bow's lethal potential and dared not provoke him. With the gaunt scavengers retreating to the sides, Liu and Fu Xiao continued their forward march. After traversing another 100 meters, Liu observed a shift among the surrounding scavenger groups. Here, the scavengers maintained a considerable distance from one another, each draped in varying degrees of waterproof material, and their attire appeared considerably improved. Though still emaciated, their spirits seemed notably higher. These individuals, while aware that Liu's party comprised only 2 members, refrained from making any rash moves, as such small groups often consisted of awakened beings possessing extraordinary abilities. They recognized that a team capable of surviving in such dire conditions likely possessed formidable strength, especially a duo as small as this. After walking a few more meters, Liu came to a halt. Ahead lay a group, not only numerous, but also armed with an array of weapons that a few leaders among them donned what seemed to be armor fashioned from plastic. Engaged in their own conversations and meals, they paid no heed to the surrounding famished scavengers. Nearby, those on the verge of starvation could only watch from a distance, their mouths watering, too fearful to approach, let alone attempt to seize any food. Liu narrowed his eyes, deducing that this was indeed a team of awakened beings. He surveyed the terrain, selecting a relatively secure spot, and turned to Fu Xiao. Let us rest here. All right, she replied, nodding as she set down her burdens. Realizing that venturing further was unwise, the light in the distance still flickered. Liu could only speculate whether it was indeed fire. Sitting cross-legged, he silently urged the rotation of the energy vortex within his abdomen. The enhancement of his abilities was paramount, representing the hope for both his and Fu Xiao as survival. He understood that the stronger he became, the greater their chances of enduring. Fu Xiao, grasping her dagger, stood vigilantly by Liu's side, her eyes darting around in constant vigilance. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, some scavengers, emboldened by the night, began to stir. Shortly thereafter, Liu sensed that his internal energy had been fully consumed, and a pang of hunger resurfaced in his belly. It seemed that future demands would only escalate. How he wished for a method to preserve food, while acquiring food with his bow and arrow was feasible. Having a reserve would undoubtedly be preferable. With this thought in mind, Liu retrieved the last 2 cans of meat from his pack, opening one and devouring it hungrily. You should eat too, Let us finish the meat today, he urged Fu Xiao, who took the portion he offered and began to eat quietly, aware that the meat's shelf life had reached its conclusion. Nearby scavengers soon caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood. They were acutely sensitive to the aroma of fresh meat, a trait that, combined with their habit of consuming raw flesh, had earned them the moniker of wild men from those within the safety zones. "They have meat," one scavenger exclaimed. Despite the encroaching darkness, those accustomed to living in shadowy environments could discern their surroundings well enough, a testament to the wild men's survival instincts. It looks like they have a substantial amount of meat. One sharp-eyed scavenger gasped, observing the slightly bloodied bundle beside Fu Xiao, prompting immediate speculation about its contents. Could two individuals have successfully hunted? Clearly, a fair amount remained, and judging by the man's expression, he appeared dissatisfied. Nearby scavengers fixated on the parcel beside the duo, their eyes glinting with greed, yet none dared to approach. Liu feasted on the raw meat. The sound of his chewing became irresistible, inciting a wave of longing among the onlookers. One scavenger, unable to contain his desire, began to chew on a piece of grass in a futile attempt to distract himself. The commotion of Liu's indulgence quickly drew the attention of numerous scavengers in the vicinity. The small team of only two ignited a spark of eagerness among them that a larger, scruffy man swept his avaricious gaze over the bundle beside Liu, licking his cracked lips before commanding his timid companion. "Go and snatch that bundle of meat, me." The subordinate's face paled at the command, nearly on the verge of tears. The burly man offered no mercy, kicking a dilapidated knife towards him. The subordinate understood the man's methods. Refusal would result in the knife being used against him. Trembling, he picked up the rusty blade, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly approached Liu. Watching someone finally test the waters, all eyes in the vicinity fixated on the unfolding scene. Eager to discern whether this duo truly possessed strength or were merely a facade, Liu quickly sensed the approach of the adversary. Based on the frail physique, it was just an ordinary scavenger. So he felt no urgency to it was not until the subordinate, knife in hand, drew closer that Fu Xiao noticed the impending proximity, swiftly brandishing her dagger with a wary expression. However, with Liu beside her, she felt no fear. As the distance dwindled to mere meters, Liu finally spoke. "Halt." The subordinate froze, taken aback by Liu's south command at such close range. "Brother, I'm absolutely starving. You can't possibly finish that entire bundle of meat. Share a bit with me," he pleaded. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face as he unconsciously took a step forward. Liu chuckled, recognizing the futility of such a request. If begging could ensure survival, no one would ever starve in this world. "You are mistaken. There is no meat here," Liu replied without hesitation, drawing his bow and aiming it directly at the intruder. Though his physique and reflexes had significantly improved due to his abilities, he remained vigilant. However, he dared not to be overly bold, for the occurrences of mishaps in the depths of the shadows are all too common. The distance had already become perilously close, yet, due to the solitary nature of the individual, Liu remained curious about his intentions, allowing him to approach successfully. Had there been more individuals in attendance, Liu would not have permitted anyone to encroach upon his space. "I have seen it all. Please show me some mercy and grant me a morsel," the younger subordinate repeated incessantly, subtly inching forward. "Leave," Liu commanded coldly. Faced with the impossibility of advancing further, the subordinate abruptly shifted his tone, murmuring, "No, I shall leave at once." As he spoke, it appeared he was about to turn and depart. Suddenly, he summoned his strength, lunging forward, brandishing the knife towards Liu. That moment, the distance between them was a mere 5 meters. A proximity that led the subordinate to believe he had a solid chance of striking Liu. Little did he know, Liu had long since drawn his bow, his aim meticulously set upon him, the reticle reduced to its smallest point. Yet, Liu had not anticipated that the adversary would dare to attack them armed with nothing but a knife. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from Liu's hand, striking precisely into the heart of the subordinate. The latter collapsed instantly at Liu's feet, lifeless in an instant. Those spectating nearby were taken aback by the scene. So precise. Did he not fear missing and being countered? Had they not seen the arrow pierce directly through the heart? He must have had confidence to allow the approach. Although no extraordinary abilities were discernible, it was evident that he was an exceptional marksman. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Although they could not ascertain whether Li Yu was an awakened one, his archery prowess alone was sufficient to instill fear within the scavengers, in the eyes of these wandering souls. Awakened individuals wielded extraordinary powers, effortlessly taking the lives of scavengers like themselves. Similarly, someone like Li Yu, armed with a deadly ranged weapon, could easily claim the lives of ordinary scavengers, whether it be a formidable awakened one or a skilled individual like Li Yu. There was no essential difference to them. Both were not to be trifled with by such weak scavengers. Not far off, a group of scavengers clad in plastic armor witnessed the unfolding events. One young man, similarly adorned in plastic, sat consuming a piece of meat, its color dark and unrecognizable. Upon seeing Li Yu's arrow flight, the young man's eyes lit up. He turned to a woman beside him, also armed with a bow, and asked, "If you were to shoot that arrow, could you achieve the same?" The woman scrutinized Li Yu's bow and mentally simulated the distance before finally shaking her head in response. "I would only have a 70% chance. Given your assertion, it appears this individual is indeed a rare talent," the young man thought, his gaze towards Li Yu now tinged with an indescribable emotion. Li Yu stepped forward, withdrawing the blood-stained arrow from the subordinate's chest, cleaning it in the cold rain before securing it, then nonchalantly turned and returned to his seat, not casting a second glance at the corpse. For someone who had the audacity to lay their head on the line, there was no need for a body search. Useless! The man with a thick mane of hair bellowed in anger upon seeing the subordinate dead. The other subordinates, fearful, huddled on the ground, trembling, not daring to utter a word, afraid that they might be the next to perish. However, upon realizing that Li Yu's archery was not mere bluster, the man refrained from pursuing further trouble, instead leading his remaining subordinates away, leaving the deceased behind as if they had never been connected at all. Splendid shot. A hearty laugh rang out. You looked up to see a young man in plastic armor striding towards him, accompanied by a stern-looking woman. Sensing no hostility from them, Li Yu merely held his bow without aiming it at the approaching youth. As the young man drew near, he glanced at the corpse on the ground, frowning slightly before calling out, "Someone, take care of this point." Two others in plastic armor hurriedly approached, swiftly removing the body and discarding it further from their gathering area. As soon as the body was discarded, a group of gaunt scavengers, their eyes sunken and frames emaciated, rushed forward like ravenous wolves, no longer concerned with anything else as hunger drove them to the brink of death. With the unsightly corpse gone, the young man turned back to Li Yu and smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yuanbai." He leaned in, seemingly awaiting Li Yu's response. "I am Li Yu." Liu found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the overly familiar nature of Ma Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai rubbed his nose, eyeing the package beside Li Yu. "This meat is about to spoil, that I know." Li Yu felt a wave of exasperation. Did he really need reminding? Of course, meat would spoil if left unattended. Was this young man merely here to point that out? Li Yu regarded him with an odd expression. "May I take a look?" Ma Yuanbai inquired. "It's yours," Li Yu replied, tossing the slightly spoiled bag of wild dog meat to him. A glimmer of pity in his eyes. In this chaotic era, individuals like this fool struggled to survive. After all, fools do not steal or rob, and he could be considered an awakened individual. Any assistance was better than none. As he stared at the package tossed his way, it was Ma Yuanbai's turn to be taken aback. Are scavengers really this generous nowadays? A mere greeting leads to a bag of meat? He nodded, signaling for the woman beside him to come forward and open the package. Indeed, it contained a substantial piece of meat, albeit appearing somewhat rotten. It's dog meat. Ma Yuanbai discerned the type merely by taking a light whiff. It truly is dog meat. Upon identifying the meat, Ma Yuanbai shook his head in regret. After all, such meat was relatively rare, and he had not tasted it in a long time. Alas, the meat was no longer fresh. Nonetheless, these slightly spoiled wild dog morsels still held some value for him. "Someone, take the meat back and prepare it as level 5 meat," Ma Yuanbai commanded, and the others promptly rushed forward to retrieve the meat and hurry back to their camp. Ma Yuanbai was not unkind to those beneath him. He simply had grown accustomed to directing others. Thus, while he often commanded them verbally, his standing among the scavengers remained exceptionally high. Level 5 meat? It was the first time Liu had heard such a term. The freshness of the meat was merely a different designation. The Yuan Bai waved his hand dismissively, as if to suggest that Liu need not dwell on the terminology. Since you have generously gifted me this piece of meat, I shall be frank with you. I possess a unique method for preserving meat. Should you acquire fresh meat in the future that you cannot consume, feel free to sell it to me. A glint of keen commercial interest flashed in Ma Yuanbai's eyes as he gazed intently at Liu, as if he were looking at a prospective major client. Will I be able to find you after I hunt and acquire meat? Liu posed his question, realizing he could not simply follow Ma Yuanbai around for the sake of preserving the meat. He understood well that such a method of preservation would be a closely guarded secret that Ma Yuanbai would not easily divulge, hence he had no intention of inquiring further. Are you not planning to evacuate with us? This time, it was Ma Yuanbai who appeared puzzled, his expression rife with confusion. Liu, why should I evacuate? Ma Yuanbai, you do not know this. Why are you gathering here? Liu, I merely noticed the crowd and felt curious. So, I came to join the commotion. Yuanbai felt a dark line appear on his forehead, and the woman beside him, usually stern-faced, managed a rare smile. He had always considered himself a master of communication, able to converse effortlessly with anyone. However, upon encountering Liu today, he felt as though their dialogue existed on entirely different wavelengths. Similarly, Fu Xiao, who stood behind Liu, wore a bewildered expression, as if she were deciphering an ancient text. Ma Yuanbai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He was truly at a loss. Recently, a so-called prophet among the awakened had proclaimed that an enormous storm was imminent, and the only way to survive was to head west. None of them had experience with such long treks, which was why the scavengers in the Black Mountain region had gathered here, hoping to successfully make their way to the west as a collective. Liu suddenly grasped the entire situation, finally understanding all the preceding events. It was no wonder even those in the Black Mountain safe zone were preparing to relocate. Do you all truly believe in that prophet? Liu asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. She had not anticipated that everyone would accept this prophecy. Could it be that there were indeed individuals capable of foreseeing the future? Ma Yuanbai shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in resignation. Because this prophet has never been wrong. Just then, he abruptly hurled a black object at Liu, then waved his hand dismissively as he turned to return to his camp. Liu hurriedly reached out to catch the object and, upon closer inspection, realized it appeared to be a piece of meat. Was this his method of preserving meat? Doubtful. She sniffed the dark chunk in her hand, and a potent sour odor assaulted her senses. Liu grimaced, struggling to endure the pungent aroma as she cautiously took a small bite. In an instant, her eyes slammed shut, refusing to open, and her jaw worked incessantly, as if her face might cramp from the intensity. Fu Xiao, thinking Liu had been poisoned, rushed forward to pry her mouth open, only to be halted by Liu's outstretched hand. After an agonizing moment, Liu finally recovered from the overwhelming flavor. That is incredibly sour. Is this even fit for human consumption? Although Ma Yuanbai's technique could indeed preserve meat for extended periods, the taste was absurdly tangy. However, for the displaced, as long as it allowed the meat to be stored longer, such an unpleasant side effect paled in comparison. Noticing Fu Xiao's worried expression, Liu was struck by inspiration and deliberately offered her the blackened meat. You should try this. It is a secret recipe. Fu Xiao accepted the chunk of meat, first cautiously sniffing it, before mimicking Liu's earlier action and taking a small bite. She chewed thoughtfully, her expression remaining unchanged. Liu, unable to contain his curiosity, asked eagerly, "What do you think?" Fu Xiao nodded earnestly after sampling it. This piece of meat is indeed unspoiled. Gazing at Fu Xiao's impassive face, Liu was filled with disbelief. He tentatively reclaimed the black meat and took another bite. Instantly, his features contorted in response to the sourness. Grimacing, he extended the black chunk back to Fu Xiao, exclaiming, "You're brave. Go ahead and eat it. I truly can't bear it any longer." With a smile, Fu Xiao accepted the black meat, remarking, "Perhaps this could become a life-saving food in the future." She then carefully wrapped it and stored it in her waterproof cloth. "Rest assured, we shall have meat to eat tomorrow." Fu Xiao nodded lightly. "Then I shall keep watch tonight." "There's no need for that. I'll keep an eye out." You should rest, Liu gently declined her offer. There were many people close by, and as night deepened, visibility would diminish further. It was best for him to remain vigilant. All right, Fu Xiao understood that this was not the time to be stubborn. She truly could not monitor so many individuals and obediently lay down behind her waterproof cover. Liu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, leaning against Fu Xiao for warmth. This state of semi-consciousness, while still being aware of the surrounding environment, was quite extraordinary. Though it was not enough to fully restore his mental acuity, it allowed him to minimize physical exhaustion as much as possible. As the vortex in his abdomen continued to churn, Liu's abilities underwent another upgrade. Glassbow LV6, proficiency 60, effective attack, range 130 meters. Hit rate 100, aiming time 3 seconds. With 3 seconds. Combined with the black arrow's 1 second reduction, he now needed only 2 seconds to lock onto a target. Liu mused internally. This aiming speed was impressively rapid. After all, it was a bow that guaranteed a perfect hit. He calculated that with a 2-second aiming time and a range of 130 meters, even for an ordinary scavenger, it would take at least 20 seconds to approach him. Even if there were many scavengers, it would be sufficient for him to eliminate them one by one with his arrows. If this progression continued, even when faced with other awakened individuals, Liu felt confident in his ability to eliminate them from afar. In the deep of night, the outskirts of the gathering area were filled with disturbances and cries. The starving, displaced persons could hardly find sleep, venturing out into the night to continue their search for food. However, the vicinity around Liu remained exceptionally quiet, as this area was closer to the center, and those present were armed, with each team comprising numerous members, unafraid of the frenzied, displaced individuals that in the midst of this stillness. Several furtive figures stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. These individuals appeared familiar with the area, carefully navigating around the various groups without alarming anyone as they drew closer to Liu. He instantly opened his eyes, sensing a palpable hostility emanating from them. They were coming for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu sprang to his feet, swiftly nocking an arrow and aiming at one of the intruders. Whoosh! The assailants were caught off guard, unable to discern Liu's precise movements, and one was struck in the heart by an arrow, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Where is he? I can't see," one of them shouted in panic. "We've been discovered. Retreat." The remaining individuals scrambled backward in a frenzy. Thud! Liu loosed another arrow, cleanly dispatching the one who had spoken. Nearby, the commotion roused the others from their slumber, causing a stir as everyone stood up to assess the situation. Observing this, Liu refrained from further action. The sentries from each group had witnessed the entire episode, and mockery crept onto their faces as they watched the fleeing figures. Truly, there are those who fear nothing. They had previously witnessed Liu's marksmanship, yet someone still dared to approach him in the pitch-black night. Having seen him effortlessly eliminate 2 individuals with just 2 arrows, they were left in awe of Liu's extraordinary skill. In such darkness, being able to achieve a perfect shot was something they could not fathom without attributing it to his abilities. Fu Xiao was roused from her slumber by the commotion, instantly seizing her weapon and standing alert, her face filled with wariness. Liu, seizing the opportunity as Fu Xiao awakened, approached to retrieve his arrows. With a firm grip, he pulled the arrows from their targets and returned to Fu Xiao's side. He consistently aimed for the chest when shooting, as this offered greater control over his strength. Aiming for the neck could potentially require more time to retrieve the arrow, while shooting the head would result in the arrow becoming lodged in the skull, complicating retrieval. The chest, however, was different. It allowed him to strike the heart for a swift kill without easily penetrating the chest cavity, making it relatively simple to recover the arrows for Liu at this moment. Aiming for the chest was an exceedingly advantageous strategy, as arrows remained incredibly precious. As dawn gradually broke, Fu Xiao's vision began to clear, enabling her to discern the surroundings more clearly. She took the initiative to stand and address Liu, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes. "Liu, you should take a break. Let me keep watch for a while." Liu, upon hearing this, did not refuse but earnestly instructed, "If anyone approaches, wake me immediately." "Understood." FXYO nodded slightly. Subsequently, Ly sought a comfortable position to lie down. Time passed unmeasured until Ly was abruptly roused by the cacophony surrounding him. Upon awakening, he noticed a gathering of scavengers nearby, who were now busily packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to depart. Observing this, FXYO also began to gather her things. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Ly looked up to see a large contingent slowly making its way past the gathering point. All individuals in this procession were clad in identical raincoats, making them easily identifiable. To the forefront, several horsemen cleared the way, weapons firmly held in their hands in the center. A few horses were harnessed to a metal box, which was vigilantly guarded by attendants, suggesting that it contained a person of considerable importance. Personnel on either side of the procession carefully escorted the group, while at the rear, a cart laden with goods followed. Both those leading the horses and the guards appeared robust and healthy, a stark contrast to the ragged and destitute refugees. The scavengers, even those among the awakened, donned tattered clothing and shoes, with many lacking even a decent piece of waterproof cloth. Were those horses? Upon realizing the situation, Ly was astonished, his mouth agape. He had once thought such creatures had gone extinct, yet here they were in abundance. FXYO, wide-eyed, remarked, "This is the first time I've ever seen someone riding a horse." She recalled her mother's tales from her childhood of riders galloping across vast grasslands. Having never seen such plains or horsemen, this scene truly filled her with Ly, piecing together prior information. Immediately surmised that these individuals hailed from the Haitian safety zone. Could it be that the seer's prophecy was true, and a torrential downpour was indeed imminent? Lost in thought, he observed the grand procession advancing with great momentum, while the refugees dared not approach, only gazing from a distance. The formidable physiques of the procession members, coupled with the ominous firearms wielded by the guards, instilled a profound sense of intimidation among the scavengers. Though firearms were rare, many scavengers had encountered them before. Nearby, MUNBI, witnessing the imposing procession, could not contain his derision, exclaiming, "In these times when even people lack food, how can they afford to feed so many horses?" As the vast caravan made its way westward, numerous refugees chose to follow at a safe distance. The scavengers had gathered with the primary aim of successfully migrating westward, and trailing this large group was evidently a more advantageous choice. As time ticked away, nearly all the refugees had followed the main contingent out of the area. Only MUNBI's group, which had met Ly the previous night, lingered, slowly packing up a few cans. Ly led FXYO toward the center of the previous gathering place. Along the way, he exchanged polite nods with MUNB upon reaching the center of the gathering area from the night before. Ly squatted down to inspect the surroundings closely, finding no signs of fire. It seemed the previous light source had merely been a glowing object, a realization that left him somewhat disheartened. With no discoveries to report, Ly prepared to leave in search of food nearby. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction the large group had just vacated. Both Ly and MUNB hastily pursued the sound. As the smoke from the blast began to dissipate, the ground was strewn with scattered chunks of flesh, and dozens of scavengers lay dismembered. Cursed be this, demons! The scavenger group that had trailed the main procession was now engulfed in fury. In the distance, a young man, brandishing a rocket launcher, laughed maniacally. "Come on, keep following. If you're tailing me, I'll blow you all to bits." "Ha!" As his derisive laughter echoed, the scavengers glared at him with indignation. Yet, upon seeing the powerful weapon in the young man's grasp, their rage was stifled, leaving them seething in silence. The captain of the rear guard glanced at the refugees with pity and gently advised, "Young master, do not let their filth stain your hands." Observing the young man's eagerness, the captain added, "It's much more spectacular to let the shells explode at night." Upon hearing this, the young man nodded enthusiastically. "What a splendid idea. Let us wait until nightfall. I'll give these tailing pests a few rounds." Then he carelessly tossed the rocket launcher to the captain beside him and returned to a cart resembling a metal box at the center of the procession. Inside the cart, a woman adorned in lavish attire, exuding grace, greeted the young man with a beaming smile. You're back. Did you have fun?" "Not particularly. I'll play with these savages later tonight." With that, The young man lifted a teapot and drank heartily. His somewhat crude behavior went unchallenged, as even the elderly seated nearby regarded him with benevolence, seemingly unperturbed by his actions of using a rocket launcher against the refugees. The middle-aged man seated in the most central position, upon hearing this, began to regale the others with a story. You see, these savages are much like leeches. Once they cling to you, they are inescapable. CHO was right to take decisive action against them, ensuring they dare not approach again. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Must we truly relocate? Could the news be a deception? The elegantly dressed woman appeared unaccustomed to long journeys and seemed somewhat ill at ease. The middle-aged man patiently explained, "It is true. Even the M family of the Eastern Safety Zone has evacuated." He patted the woman's hand reassuringly, continuing, "Do not worry. Aside from the longer journey, nothing untoward will occur." After hearing this, the woman nodded. "It's just a pity that CHO must suffer alongside us." The grand procession continued onward, but this time, no scavenger dared to follow closely behind. All the refugees remained silent, gazing at the bloody remnants on the ground, yet ultimately chose to proceed in pursuit. MUNBI, witnessing the grim aftermath, could not hold back his scorn. Muttering, "Those bastards truly see us as savages," he glanced at the silent LY and abruptly asked, "I noticed your archery skills are quite exceptional. Would you be interested in procuring some valuables from these safety zone folks? How would we do that?" LY frowned, his eyes betraying a hint of caution. Although he held no fondness for the inhabitants of the safety zone, he certainly did not wish to meet a fate akin to the remnants around them. I cautiously surveyed their surroundings before lowering his voice. "Why? We would simply rob them." LY shook his head resolutely. "There are too many of them, armed with weapons that if we were discovered, escape would be impossible, that we are dealing with an entire safety zone here. It is highly unlikely we could successfully seize anything from them." Even with all the gathered refugees, LY felt no sense of confidence in their odds. Even with the combined numbers of the scavengers, of course. "I don't mean to strike now. The road westward is long. I refuse to believe we find an opportunity." MUNBI's gaze remained fixed on the distant procession, aware of the vast disparity between their groups. "Very well. If an opportunity arises, we shall discuss it then." LY did not dismiss the possibility outright. MUNBI nodded, understanding that such matters could not be rushed at that moment. The members of MUNBI's small team, having finished their preparations, caught up, and the two bid each other farewell. "Where are we headed? Should we follow as well?" FXYO quietly inquired, observing as MUNBI's group trailed the main procession. At this moment, even she was fully convinced that a tremendous storm was indeed on the horizon. An rush. LIU gazed at the dense throng of people in the distance, with such a vast multitude migrating simultaneously. Their pace would undoubtedly be far from swift. "Let us first seek sustenance, and then we shall return to join them," he resolved internally, determined to follow the main contingent in their migration. This decision stemmed not only from the ominous prophecy of the impending storm, but also from an insatiable curiosity to uncover what lay to the west. "Let us proceed," Liu urged, leading Fu Xiao towards the northwest, aligning their general direction with that of the migrating crowd, as he wished to remain within close proximity to them. Contemplating Ma Yuanbai's plan, Liu's mind drifted to the firearms possessed by those in the safe zone, that he mused quietly. If his 100% accuracy ability were to synergize with those weapons, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. And then there were the horses. Yet, at present he lacked provisions to sustain any horse. Even if one were granted to him now, he would be incapable of providing for it. A wave of hunger surged through his abdomen, a consequence of the night spent in the cyclone's transformation, necessitating immediate nourishment. Given the frequency of this hunger, he recognized the urgent need to learn Ma Yuanbai's method of preserving fresh meat. Suddenly, a disturbance caught his attention. With heightened senses, Liu immediately detected an anomaly, prompting him and Fu Xiao to quicken their pace. "It's a rain frog." As they drew nearer to the source, Fu Xiao could distinctly hear the croaking emanating from a nearby shallow water area. However, for the scavengers struggling for survival in such harsh conditions, the rain frog held little nutritional value. Moreover, Those frogs that managed to endure in such dire environments were often laced with potent toxins. If not handled with care, even the remarkably resilient digestive systems of the current refugees could succumb to poisoning. Thus, even upon discovering rain frogs, scavengers typically refrained from consuming them. Before long, the pair arrived at the shallow waters from which the frogs' calls originated. Liu set up a waterproof tarp beside the water, crouching in wait. They leaned against each other, their gazes fixed on the surface of the water. Fu Xiao understood that the rain frogs were not meant for consumption, and Liu's presence here was for a different purpose altogether. Yet, being naturally obedient and not one to pry, she suppressed her curiosity deep within her heart. Noticing Fu Xiao's restrained inquisitiveness, Liu could not help but whisper an explanation. "I possess a vague sense of the movements around us." Fu Xiao nodded, recalling how Liu would sit cross-legged with his eyes closed whenever she rested against him. She had surmised that he possessed a unique ability. "This place holds more than just rain frogs," Liu stated, firmly grasping his bow while retrieving the previously damaged arrow. He then focused intently on the water surface, seemingly awaiting something. Fu Xiao observed the water closely, catching sight of a rain frog leisurely swimming ashore. They remained in their crouched position for quite some time, the rain frog blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger, continuing to croak without a care. Suddenly, Fu Xiao's body tensed, her eyes widening in terror as she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Fearful of making a sound, the water rippled, revealing a robust snake slithering towards the rain frog, its massive form and mottled patterns sending chills down their spines. The water stirred ominously as the formidable serpent advanced, its girth and coloration evoking a sense of dread. Fu Xiao's face turned pale. The snake appeared to span 4 to 5 meters in length, and she was genuinely terrified. Liu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he seized his bow. Aiming at the slithering serpent, he slowly drew back the string, targeting the creature's head, the aiming circle gradually narrowing. Were it not for his guaranteed accuracy, he would never dare provoke such a creature. At that moment, the snake lunged from the water, its gaping maw poised to strike the rain frog. Whoosh! At that instant, an arrow shot forth like lightning, striking true at the serpent's head. The snake writhed in agony, thrashing violently at the water's edge, sending sprays of water flying, but soon fell eerily silent. Fu Xiao, battling her overwhelming fear, yearned to assist, yet Liu's hand halted her. "Stay still," he commanded. He readied another arrow, narrowing his aim once more. With another swift shot, he struck the serpent's vital point, piercing its heart. Contrary to expectations, the serpent convulsed violently, creating waves before once again succumbing to silence. Nonetheless, Liu remained vigilant. He selected a machete from Fu Xiao's pack and channeled his energy to enhance his reflexes, preparing for any eventuality before cautiously approaching the serpent. Drawing near, Liu suddenly leaped from behind the serpent, wielding the machete with precision, severing its head cleanly before swiftly retreating a few meters. Seeing the serpent no longer struggle, he kept his gaze locked on its severed head, unwilling to relax even for a moment. As the serpent's blood mingled with the water, Liu heaved its massive body from the depths, his eyes never straying from the head that bore an arrow. Once he had dragged the serpent's body a safe distance away, he allowed himself a moment of respite. Fu Xiao approached to retrieve the arrow from the serpent's vital point and glanced at the severed head. "What about that arrow?" "Let it be," Liu replied decisively. He had known the moment he aimed at the snake's head that the arrow was lost to him, hence choosing the damaged one. Observing Liu's cautious demeanor, Fu Xiao glanced at the serpent's body in his grasp. Perplexed, "Is it still alive?" "It is dead, yet not entirely, so do not approach," Liu warned gravely. Fu Xiao nodded repeatedly. There was no need for his admonition. Even with 1,000 times the courage, she would not dare venture close. Were it not for Liu's presence, she would have fled in sheer terror. Merely witnessing such a fearsome creature from afar was already overwhelming. Liu felt the substantial weight of the serpent in his hands, estimating it to weigh around 90 pounds. Once back under the tarp, he eagerly sliced off a piece of the serpent's meat, devouring it hungrily. Having expended considerable energy while channeling his abilities, he could no longer wait. As he took a hearty bite, his eyes lit up in surprise. He had not anticipated the meat to be so firm and springy. Though it carried an inescapable fishy taste, it was surprisingly palatable. "Share some with me," Fu Xiao requested, and Liu cut off another piece for her. Despite her trepidation, she cautiously tasted it, her expression transforming as she realized the delightful texture and flavor. This marked her first experience with snake meat, and she was instantly captivated by its unique quality. After both had fully satisfied their hunger, Liu leisurely stood upright. Following their meal, he distinctly felt energy surging within him, his internal cyclone spinning faster. And the experience he had previously lacked was now replenished. Glassbow LV7, proficiency 70, effective attack range 140 meters, accuracy 100, aiming time 2.8 seconds. Not bad, a slight improvement, he mused, with fresh snake meat continuously replenishing his energy. He estimated that with the current rate of cyclone transformation, he might achieve another level by nightfall. As he gazed at the sizable serpent before him, he couldn't help but reflect, "I never imagined there would come a day when I would have an overabundance of food." Clearly, he needed a method for preserving meat. If he could enlist my Yuan Bai's assistance, they could likely sustain themselves for quite some time on their journey. Noticing Liu's intentions, Fu Xiao stepped forward to help. But he quickly waved her off. "You lack the strength to carry it. Allow me to handle this." Liu took a deep breath and then hoisted the 90-pound python onto his back with great effort. He instructed Fu Xiao to securely cover him with a waterproof tarp. After completing these preparations, the two of them swiftly set off in the direction of the previous large troop, after they had left the shallow area for a while. A gaunt and haggard refugee, drawn by the scent, made his way toward the water. The unmistakable odor of blood was undeniable. The refugee inhaled sharply, as if catching a whiff of hope for survival, and hurried toward the water before him. As he drew nearer, the emaciated figure quickly spotted a snake's head, pierced by an arrow, lying not far off. The scent of blood emanated from this very spot. "Wonderful!" the refugee exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he rushed toward the snake's head. In his extreme hunger, finding the remnants of an animal left behind by others was a rare stroke of fortune. Just as the refugee reached out toward the snake's head, the seemingly lifeless creature suddenly sprang to life, biting down on his hand with lightning speed. He screamed in agony, with no strength left to evade the attack. Helplessly watching as he was bitten, the venom surged into his body, and within mere seconds, the refugee fell silent, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Boom! Liu was walking when he heard another thunderous sound ahead, indicating that the safety zones team had deployed that immensely powerful weapon to drive away the refugees. However, this explosion also confirmed the direction of the large troop for Liu, allowing him to adjust his course accordingly. They pressed on, but shortly after, the sky darkened suddenly. Liu looked up to see the sky filled with a dense swarm of birds, all hastily flying westward. "It's sparrows," Fu Xiao noted, tilting her head up. Rainwater cascading down her face, obscuring her vision. "Not just that," Liu replied, squinting. With his far superior eyesight, he could see beyond the sparrows, which were flying at a low altitude, revealing large flocks of rain crows and rain swallows soaring even higher. He noticed that these birds appeared to be in a state of panic, desperately trying to escape. Were the rain crows afraid of the impending storm? Fu Xiao, having seen rain crows since childhood, recalled that the evolved rain crows consumed anything and were remarkably intelligent, never having encountered a natural enemy in her memory. Perhaps it was not the storm that frightened them. Just as Liu was contemplating this, he suddenly spotted a massive shadow flitting through the cloud that a wave of trepidation and an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. "Hide!" The thought struck him, and he swiftly pulled Fu Xiao in front of him. "Don't move," he whispered, and Fu Xiao, startled by his sudden action, froze in place. The two remained motionless beneath the waterproof tarp until the shadow and the flock of birds had vanished from the sky, at which point Liu finally exhaled in relief. Although he was uncertain about what had just passed overhead, he could distinctly sense that even beneath the thick clouds, the entity had undoubtedly noticed him, merely choosing not to attack. "What just happened?" Fu Xiao inquired cautiously. Now that the danger had subsided, it may have been some kind of flying aberration, Liu calmly deduced. Since becoming awakened, this was his first encounter with such a situation. The sensation akin to being locked onto by a predator. Evolved animals typically exhibited only adaptations for survival, such as waterproof feathers or gills for underwater breathing. In contrast, mutated aberrations had transformed into entirely new species. Fortunately, this aberration seemed disinterested in him. They continued their pursuit forward. Like a tea that moment, Liu caught sight of a scavenger team in the distance, their expressions filled with fury, surrounded by the remnants of shattered debris from the recent explosion. He realized this was likely the cause of the earlier blast. Navigating around the group, Liu knew that the migrating large troop was just ahead. The number of refugees around them increased, and it was evident to all that Liu carried a substantial prize on his back. Even with the waterproof tarp concealing it, the massive outline could not be hidden. Several starving scavengers, emboldened by hunger, shouted towards Liu, "Sir, let me help you carry that. I still have some strength left. Just give me a bite to eat. Sir, I can carry it. I only need some entrails." Another scavenger approached. Fu Xiao hurriedly brandished her weapon, attempting to intimidate those encroaching upon them. Yet, her efforts went unnoticed, as they disregarded her entirely. In their eyes, Fu Xiao was merely a fortunate woman riding on the coattails of someone powerful. As Liu continued onward, more scavenger groups became aware of the two, as a duo of only two. Their presence left a profound impression on the crowd, observing the heavy prize on Liu's back. Many could not resist licking their lips. Numerous famished women, upon catching a whiff of the scent, cast envious glances at Fu Xiao. She is merely lucky to be with an awakened, they thought. What sheer luck. They could tell that, given Fu Xiao's delicate stature, she would be of no help during a hunt. While they had to survive on roots and grass to stave off hunger, this woman had done nothing, yet was poised to enjoy better sustenance. Surrounding women gazed covetously at Fu Xiao. One woman glanced down at her ample bosom, then back at Fu Xiao. How did the awakened take a liking to her? She has nothing remarkable about her figure. Indeed, why haven't I caught the eye of the awakened? I'm not lacking in any way. The women around them looked at Liu with longing, hoping to capture his attention. Liu, as the crowd grew larger. Fu Xiao felt a flutter of fear. It's all right. We're almost there, Liu reassured her, having spotted a nearby team clad in plastic armor. Hearing the commotion behind them, Ma Yuanbai turned to look. There was Liu, carrying an unknown burden, approaching his direction, surrounded by a throng of scavengers. Just one glance was enough for him to deduce the reason for Liu's approach. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the team to halt and instructed a teammate beside him, "Go clear the way." The teammate grabbed a whip, and as he walked, swung it forcefully. Crack, crack, the sharp sound sliced through the air. "Make way, clear the path. Our esteemed guest is coming," the teammate shouted, and the throng surrounding Liu obediently dispersed, stepping aside to watch intently. As Liu approached with his burden, a smile spread across Ma Yuanbai's face. His gamble had paid off. Although his ability was not combat-oriented, he could sense the energy radiating from Liu. Judging by the faint energy signature, Liu was likely a newly awakened individual. Moreover, witnessing Liu effortlessly shoot down a man with a single arrow suggested a high probability of an offensive ability. This was precisely why he had initiated conversation with Liu the previous day, hoping that when Liu had excess game to spare, he would come seeking him. After all, his own team comprised over a dozen mouths to feed. The more food, the better. Yuanbai patiently awaited Liu's arrival. And when Liu finally reached him, he greeted him with a smile. "Good to see you again, I told you. Come to me when you have meat, and you won't be disappointed." Liu slowly laid down the heavy prize from his back. Even the well-versed Ma Yuanbai could not suppress his astonishment. Such a massive snake. "Can you handle it?" Liu stretched his stiff neck. "Of course, no problem, but I want half," Ma Yuanbai stated plainly, extending a finger to articulate his condition. "Agreed," Liu replied succinctly. How refreshing. Yuanbai regarded Liu with a newfound respect. It was not merely an opportunity for him to exploit Liu, but rather a recognition that the preparation of meat into either cured or smoked forms demanded a considerable amount of precious materials. Not to mention the effort required throughout the entire process. "How long will it take?" Liu inquired promptly. "The entirety of a day," Ma Yuanbai replied, his gaze fixed upon the serpent sprawled on the ground. His eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had heard tales of a potent liquor infused with snake essence that commanded exorbitant prices, The prospect of utilizing such a sizable serpent for this purpose was tantalizing. Upon learning that the task would consume an entire day, Liu stepped forward decisively, severing a substantial piece of snake meat from the creature's body to serve as sustenance for himself and Fu Xiao for the day. "Take it," Ma Yuanbai acquiesced. Recognizing Liu's unwavering trust in him, he wasted no time and led the other members of his team to a nearby location to commence their work. When it came to the preparation of jerky, freshness was paramount. With deft hands, Ma Yuanbai began the meticulous process of skinning the serpent from its severed neck to its tail, taking great care to preserve the integrity of the tail. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, showcasing his evident expertise, indicating that this was not his first encounter with such a task. He then skillfully opened the serpent's abdomen, methodically extracting its viscera, all the while exercising extraordinary caution to retrieve the gallbladder intact. He understood well that a careless mistake could taint the entire piece of meat, resulting in a lamentable waste. As the moment of truth for crafting the jerky approached, Ma Yuanbai halted his efforts, insisting on clearing the area of onlookers. Liu was no exception. Recognizing the importance of the secretive technique being employed, with the method now obscured from view, he planned to depart with Fu Xiao, intending to return to Ma Yuanbai the following day. Such transactions, reliant solely on verbal commitments, inherently carried significant risks. Hinging entirely on the integrity and character of those involved, it was not uncommon for individuals to flee or deny their agreements, which made such dealings rare. Nevertheless, Liu had discerned no hint of hostility from Ma Yuanbai, which fostered his trust in the man. Another compelling reason for his faith was the realization that, even if he were to keep the snake meat, it would quickly spoil due to his inability to preserve it properly. Thus, it was wiser to trust Ma Yuanbai in this instance, even if the latter were to ultimately renege on their agreement. Liu was confident in his ability to continue hunting without any detriment to himself that, of course, should the worst come to pass, his bow and arrows were more than capable of delivering lethal force. Ultimately, strength reigned supreme. Had Liu not awakened his extraordinary abilities, he likely would not have even qualified for such a verbal agreement. Liu and Fu Xiao fashioned a makeshift shelter and sat cross-legged. While Fu Xiao kept watch, he focused intently on harnessing the swirling energy within him to accelerate his energy transformation. Glass Bow LV8, proficiency 80, effective attack, range 150 meters, accuracy rate 100. Aiming time 2.7 seconds. The incremental improvement in aiming time was becoming increasingly negligible, and as Liu observed the changes before him, he felt the path ahead still stretched far and wide. His dedication to leveling up had cost them precious time, creating a noticeable distance between them and the main group. Just then, several scavenger teams rushed past him, their expressions frantic and filled with bewilderment. As if fleeing for their lives, Liu turned to investigate. A terrified individual sprinted toward him, breathlessly shouting, "There's a ghost!" Upon hearing this, Liu hesitated, retracting his leg at a ghost. Although he held little belief in such tales, he had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. From the misty rain behind him came another chilling scream. "It's eating people." Then, silence enveloped the area. All around, the scavengers fled in a panic. Those who lagged behind seemed to vanish into the rain. "Let us go," Liu decided swiftly, turning to flee with Fu Xiao. However, an ominous presence suddenly locked onto him from behind. "Not good." Liu immediately spun around, drawing his bowstring taut, aiming the dark arrow ahead. Yet, there was nothing to be seen. Fu Xiao widened her eyes, straining to observe, but it appeared that nothing lurked before them. Could it truly be a ghost? A shiver ran down Fu Xiao's spine as she recalled the fleeing person's warning. Aside from the swirling rain and the ripples in the puddles, there was no sign of anything amiss. Nevertheless, Liu dared not lower his guard. The sensation of being targeted was unmistakable, indicating the presence of something unknown, just beyond the reach of his vision. "Stand behind me," Fu Xiao urged, positioning herself closely behind Liu as they braced for a potential ambush. Liu gradually adjusted the aim of his bow as the arrowhead traversed the space before him. A targeting reticle suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Liu's body jolted, and he froze. maintaining his aim. The reticle gradually shrank to its smallest point. He lifted his gaze towards the front, but still discerned nothing. Even the falling raindrops appeared utterly normal, devoid of any anomalies. Whoosh! Liu decisively released his grip, and the dark arrow shot forth, slicing through the air toward the surface of the rain-soaked ground. At a slender, black creature lay silently concealed beneath the water, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by the rain. The instant the black arrow approached, the hidden creature sensed the impending danger and darted out of the water with remarkable speed to evade capture. In its hasty retreat, it caught sight of Liu. Bow in hand, that a flicker of human-like astonishment flashed in its eyes. It was a human. How unexpected that someone could uncover its hiding place. It was as absurd as an apple that had been consumed for years suddenly biting back. Despite the creature's surprise, it was not deterred by fear. With its speed, it could effortlessly evade human firearms at the moment they discharged, coupled with its nearly invisible ability to blend into the rain. It moved through the downpour like a specter. In the rain-drenched wasteland, it could lurk undetected in the shadows and water, making it brazen enough to prey upon humans so close to the main group. As the arrow approached, the creature leaped high, easily avoiding the projectile. No weapon could ever find its mark against its swift movements. Thud! The dark arrow suddenly veered off course mid-flight, piercing the creature's body. It froze, disbelief flooding its eyes. Whoosh! Without pausing, Liu loosed another arrow. He could see nothing, and thus dared not relent. The creature, gathering its strength, prepared to retaliate against Liu, even as it moved like lightning. It was struck again by a well-aimed arrow, two fatal wounds opening like black holes, swiftly draining its vitality. The targeting reticle in Liu's vision shrank once more, and he promptly fired a third arrow into the open space ahead. The creature attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The third arrow found its mark, sealing the fate of the black creature. As the creature lay lifeless on the ground, its true form gradually became visible to Liu and Fu Xiao, who now beheld an unfamiliar being adorned with 3 arrows protruding from its body. This creature, unlike anything they had encountered before, possessed water-like fur of a deep blue hue, reminiscent of the shadows cast by rain. "You hit it! How did you do that? Incredible!" Fu Xiao exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. While she knew awakened individuals were formidable, she had not anticipated Liu's prowess to be so extraordinary. Liu offered no reply. He could hardly disclose that he had seen nothing at all. Instead, he maintained a fade of calmness as he approached to inspect the creature's condition, after cautiously verifying that the creature was indeed lifeless. A light blue blood began to seep from its body, releasing an enticing aroma. This blood? What an unusual color! Liu dipped his hand into the substance, examining it with meticulous attention, but he could sense that this creature's blood contained the very energy required for extraordinary abilities. Beside him, Fu Xiao licked her lips and remarked, "I don't know why, but I feel an overwhelming desire to drink it." She was driven by an impulse that compelled her to consume the blue blood before her. Liu, too, felt the intensity of that craving. However, since awakening his powers, he had cultivated a greater self-restraint, managing to suppress the desire forcefully. "May I drink?" Fu Xiao gazed at Liu with eager eyes. After all, during their previous hunts, she had been unable to contribute in any meaningful way, living off the spoils that Liu had procured, as if she were a pet under his care. Moreover, even she, as an ordinary person, could sense the extraordinary nature of this particular prey. Seeing the anticipation in Fu Xiao's eyes, Liu nodded in agreement to go ahead, but just a little at first, to see if there is any poison. He genuinely regarded Fu Xiao as one of his own. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao was elated. She swiftly drew an arrow, crouched down, and began to drink directly from the wound. The blue blood melted in her mouth like cotton candy, filling her senses with a delightful sensation that left her utterly entranced. As she gulped down the blue blood, her heart swelled with gratitude. Liu had always been exceptionally kind to her. Even before their team disbanded, he had taken great care of her, and after his awakening, his kindness had only deepened. As the blue blood flowed into her, it transformed instantly into energy, continuously absorbed by her body. sending a warm current radiating through her limbs. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she lifted her head, exclaiming, "Liu, this is wonderful. You should drink some too." Liu promptly pulled out an arrow and began to drink from the other side. The blue blood rapidly converted into energy, bypassing the digestion process and being swiftly absorbed by his body. As the cyclone of energy spun, it quickly transformed into experience points. Glassbow LV9, proficiency 90, effective attack range of 160 meters. Hit rate of 100%. Aiming time of 2.6 seconds. The upgrade was astonishingly rapid. The energy contained in the blood was far beyond the ordinary. Liu thought this to himself and took a few more hearty sips. Fu Xiao continued to drink, even producing a bottle to collect the dripping blue blood, seemingly unwilling to waste a single drop. Only when their bodies were sufficiently energized and they could drink no more did they finally cease. Fu Xiao continued to gather every drop of blue blood from the creature's corpse, while Liu sat on the ground, digesting and channeling the energy through the cyclone. As the blue blood was assimilated, Liu suddenly felt a warm current surging against his acupoints from behind, accompanied by a slight sting. It seemed as though the lingering cold within him was being forcefully expelled. Liu clenched his fist, acutely aware of his stamina rapidly recovering. This recovery was not merely akin to a good night's rest. It felt as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his physical prowess. His strength and mental acuity were on the rise. The body that had long suffered from malnutrition now felt as if it were receiving abundant nourishment after a prolonged drought. Remarkably, Liu's previously frail physique began to develop solid muscle, and even his white hair turned black. Scars on his arms faded quickly, while the pain in his legs, exacerbated by dampness, completely vanished. The energy from the blue blood continually repaired his body. Before long, the warm current returned to his abdomen, signaling the cessation of energy repair, while the cyclone continued to convert excess energy to... Liu opened his eyes, exclaiming, "It feels as though I've consumed a divine elixir." He was astounded by the significant changes occurring within his body. Turning to Fu Xiao, he noticed her eyes were tightly closed. Her slender frame trembled slightly, and he could distinctly observe the transformation taking place. Fu Xiao's body was also being revitalized by the energy. Her once flat chest gradually swelled, and her skin became fair and smooth. The blemishes on her face vanished completely, rendering her stunningly beautiful. As if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, Fu Xiao finally opened her eyes, only to find Liu staring at her intently. What's wrong?" she asked, lowering her head shyly, a blush creeping on her fair cheeks. "You've become beautiful," Liu remarked, genuinely astonished by her transformation. "Really?" Fu Xiao felt a surge of joy. It was the first time Liu had looked at her so earnestly. Both had undergone significant changes. Liu slowly stood up. "You seem taller," Fu Xiao remarked, gazing up at Liu, who now towered over her, astonished. "Is that so? I feel like you've grown a bit too. It must be the effect of this blue blood." Liu pondered aloud. "It must be so, which is why our bodies yearn for it so desperately." Fu Xiao nodded in agreement. Liu examined the creature's corpse on the ground and declared, "If the blood is so potent, the flesh must be even richer in energy." Fu Xiao comprehended this as well. Glancing at the creature's remains, Liu suddenly spoke, "Wrap it all up. We mustn't let anyone discover it." Without hesitation, Fu Xiao used waterproof cloth to securely envelop the entire creature and effortlessly hoisted it onto her shoulder. Liu, who had been about to assist her, paused in surprise, realizing that Fu Xiao's strength had indeed significantly increased after her transformation. "Where shall we go?" Fu Xiao inquired, still carrying the bundle. Liu discerned the general direction. "Southeast. I recall that area has more water and fewer scavengers that we can eat and then return." He was wary of carrying this creature back. Unlike when he had borne the snake the previous day, the meat from yesterday, while abundant, was not particularly valuable. However, this creature appeared extraordinary. Amidst the throngs of scavengers, there would undoubtedly be some who recognized it. If that incited the greed of the populace, even 100 arrows would not suffice to fend them off. After walking for over half an hour, Liu and Fu Xiao arrived at a quiet slope, devoid of any signs of human activity. This will do, Liu decided. The two set up the waterproof cloth as a temporary camp. Unwrapping the bundle, they gaze at the flesh of the unknown creature. And Liu immediately began to carve it with determination, as he swiftly cut a piece from the creature's thigh and handed it to Fu Xiao. Listen carefully. We must eat quickly. Understand? Liu urged earnestly. Go on, he added. Fu Xiao touched her stomach. Although she hadn't eaten much that day, the energy from the blue blood had kept her hunger at bay. She lifted her head, seemingly wanting to say that she wasn't hungry. But Liu promptly stuffed the meat into her mouth. With no choice but to comply, she began to chew, finding it quite a novelty to be troubled by eating meat for the first time in her life. Liu took a piece for himself and was immediately struck by the exquisite flavor. The meat was incredibly delicious and bore no trace of the usual bloodiness. It was entirely different from any other animal meat he had consumed. So delectable that even raw, it was delightful. Hurry up and eat, Liu urged, resuming his hearty consumption. Fu Xiao, with her mouth stuffed full, could only nod in response with muffled sounds. She truly could not eat any longer. Just as Liu was preparing to deal with the creature's innards, his hand brushed against a few hard objects within its abdomen. Liu sliced open the creature's belly and held the stones, which were as hard as rock, in his hands, examining them closely. These stones were translucent and emitted a faint blue glow, reminiscent of legendary gems. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from within the gems. Gripping one tightly, Liu attempted to activate the vortex within his body to absorb the energy contained in the gem. As he focused, a trace of energy from the gem was drawn into the vortex. In an instant, the vortex, which should have been spinning faster and faster, suddenly slowed to a crawl. Despite Liu's frantic efforts, it turned sluggishly, akin to gears devoid of lubrication, resisting all attempts to accelerate. What is happening? Liu immediately checked his experience points, relieved to see that the conversion rate was still rapid. Observing the swift increase in experience points, he suddenly understood that the energy density of the gems was exceedingly high, while his current conversion efficiency was too slow, leading to this predicament. Holding one of the gems tightly, Liu distinctly felt that the energy contained within this small gem surpassed the total of all the meat he had consumed prior. Glancing at the mysterious creature before him, Liu realized he had stumbled upon a significant find, yet curiosity lingered regarding the true nature of this being. Liu continued to explore the creature's abdomen, leaving no corner unchecked, and after thorough confirmation that he had missed nothing, he ultimately discovered 5 gems of varying sizes. The largest was akin to a quail egg, smooth and round, while the smallest was slightly smaller than a diamond. He handed one of the gems to Fu Xiao. Upon receiving it, Fu Xiao was immediately captivated by the soft blue light, her eyes brightening. She then glanced at Liu, shyly lowering her gaze. This stone is beautiful. Is it a gift for me? Liu playfully tapped her on the head, interrupting her daydreaming. It's for you to hold and sense. Can you feel the energy within? Fu Xiao grasped the gem, closed her eyes, and concentrated intently. Suddenly, an energy within the gem seemed to connect with her. I can feel it, Fu Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Can you absorb it? Liu hurriedly inquired. After attempting, Fu Xiao reluctantly shook her head. I feel something akin to being full. Looking at the gem in her hand, a sense of joy filled her heart, making it hard for her to part with it. Simultaneously, her body clearly conveyed that the stone contained the energy she needed. Yet at that moment, she felt akin to a famished wanderer who had just consumed an entire basket of roots, only to find her favorite wild boar at the end, after skinning and properly storing the meat. Liu and Fu Xiao sat side by side. Liu sat cross-legged, holding a gem in his hand. At this moment, he exerted every ounce of his strength to fervently activate the vortex. Gradually, the vortex in his abdomen began to turn, absorbing energy with great difficulty. Fu Xiao gently tilted her head and leaned against Liu's shoulder. Noticing Liu's silence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. With the abundant energy supply, the vortex underwent a frenzied transformation, significantly accelerating Liu's rate of leveling up. Just a short while ago, he had just leveled up, and now his experience points were full again. Level up successful. Equipment slot 1 glass bow LV10. Proficiency 100 effective attack range 200 meters. Hit rate 100. Aim time 2 seconds. Multi-shot. Rapid fire. Multi-shot can simultaneously shoot multiple arrows. Rapid fire. After aiming and shooting one arrow, the next arrow can be shot quickly without re-aiming. Following this level up, he had gained an additional equipment slot, and the bow's range and aiming time had significantly increased. 2 brand new attributes had emerged: multi-shot and rapid fire. Liu mused to himself, filled with anticipation. Just as he was about to draw his bow to test it out, a surge of powerful energy flowed back from the vortex into his body. Strength surged within him, the scene in the rain becoming clearer, and his perception of everything around him sharpened. Liu felt as though his physical strength and sensory acuity had undergone a remarkable enhancement. What is this? After this level up, Liu could distinctly sense that he had broken through an invisible barrier, akin to an evolution from 0 to 1. In that moment, he finally understood that he was a true awakened one from this point onward. This transformation astonished Liu. He could feel that this upgrade was markedly different from the previous ones, that it was not merely a significant change in strength. He also noticed that the vortex in his abdomen had visibly enlarged. Compared to before, it had grown a whole size larger. The once slowly rotating vortex, which had been almost stagnant, finally began to accelerate again, and the energy conversion rate increased significantly. Eagerly, Liu took out his bow, knocking 2 arrows simultaneously and aiming at a half-submerged rotten log several meters away. Indeed, 2 aiming reticles appeared before him, indicating that he could strike 2 targets at once. Liu then put away 1 arrow. Intending to test the rapid fire, the aiming reticle shrank. Whoosh! 1 arrow flew forth, and Liu swiftly knocked another, his movements fluid and seamless. Just as he drew back the second arrow, the aiming reticle was already at its smallest size. This shot indeed required no further aiming. Liu immediately released another arrow, followed by 2 more in rapid succession. However, when he prepared to shoot the 5th arrow consecutively, he felt the energy within him deplete. As if he were gasping for air, and the aiming reticle expanded back to the size of a basin. It seemed that 4 consecutive shots was the limit he could currently achieve. Fu Xiao was awestruck by Liu's rapid fire. Wow, that's amazing. She hurriedly ran over to help retrieve the arrows. Upon nearing the rotten log, she discovered that the 4 arrows had struck nearly in the same spot. This was despite Liu intentionally offsetting his aim after each shot, as he had the capability to hit all 4 arrows at a single point, but doing so would risk damaging the arrows in front. Fu Xiao pulled out the arrows and excitedly trotted back. I feel that your arrows are much faster than before. Indeed, I told you the best days are yet to come, Liu replied, patting her head, a gesture that seemed to have become a habit. After the transformation, Fu Xiao's hair appeared much smoother, giving it a delightful texture. Considering her 100 hit rate, she felt like a true sharpshooter. Coupled with the continuously increasing range, she might even rival those wielding firearms in the future. After reaching a proficiency of 100 points with this upgrade, Liu truly felt a connection with his bow for the first time. At that moment, the bow felt like an extension of his own being. He could effortlessly control it and perceive every detail. Taking a piece of meat in his mouth, he offered another piece to Fu Xiao. Seeing her struggle to eat, he found it amusing and pretended to be stern, urging her, "Eat, keep eating. You can't leave until you've finished all this meat." Ugh. Fu Xiao had no choice but to stuff another piece in her mouth, her cheeks bulging, preventing her from speaking. After finishing his meal, Liu closed his eyes and fervently activated the vortex to convert energy, opening his eyes again to eat once more. This cycle continued. Glass bow LV-11. Effective attack range 400 meters. Hit rate 100. Aim time 1.5 seconds. Multi-shot. Rapid fire. Can it still upgrade? Liu had previously thought that level 10 marked the limit of his abilities. 400 meters, not bad, a slight improvement in range, and the aiming speed is... Liu casually glanced over. Wait, how much? Suddenly he froze, unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them and scrutinizing again. 400 meters. He widened his eyes and looked closely. It truly was 400 meters that he distinctly remembered that the previous range was 200 meters, with each enhancement barely adding a mere 10 or 20 meters. Yet this time, after the upgrade, the range had astonishingly doubled. A staggering 400 meters. Liu gazed at the black bow in his hands. Even though he conceded that it was indeed a fine bow, he could not fathom how such an ordinary construct could achieve a range of 400 meters. The other wooden bow was no different. Both seemed to have transcended their limits. At that moment, Liu finally grasped the terrifying potential of his abilities after an entire day of relentless consumption. By the break of dawn the next day, the two had managed to finish all the meat from the mysterious creature before them. However, due to Fu Xiao's remarkably low consumption, most of the meat had been devoured by Li Yu. Fu Xiao felt as though she had eaten until her throat was full, vowing never to eat meat again. Fortunately, with Li Yu's recent upgrade, the transformation speed of the cyclone had doubled, significantly enhancing their digestion rate. Otherwise, they would never have been able to finish it all. Once everything was tidied up, Li Yu carefully stored the fur and gems of the enigmatic creature, and the two resumed their journey towards the direction for which the main force had departed. After her metamorphosis, Fu Xiao not only gained strength but also experienced a remarkable increase in speed. Coupled with the abundant energy within her, she felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through her body. In order to catch up with the main force ahead, the two gradually began to sprint, moving swiftly through the rain. Along the way, the nearby refugees merely caught sight of them from a distance and instinctively recoiled in fear. Such speed and running could only belong to those fleeing for their lives or to formidable awakened beings. No one dared to approach them lightly. While pursuing the main force, Li Yu and Fu Xiao suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. Instinctively, they slowed their pace and turned to follow the scent's direction. There, they spotted a small team standing quietly in the distance, their feet surrounded by a gruesome pool of blood. A massive lizard lay sprawled before them, continuously emitting a noxious, venomous substance from its mouth. That it was an entire team of awakened individuals. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, distinctly sensing the intense energy fluctuations emanating from them. There was no doubt that it was the power of their abilities. The team, having keenly sensed the movement nearby, merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Yu and Fu Xiao before turning back to deal with the lizard, entirely dismissing the two. Liu observed from afar. Even though the entire team consisted of awakened beings, they were still dressed in tattered attire. Unmistakably a team of scavengers, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As fellow scavengers, they would typically adhere to the unwritten rules of their kind. Even if a scavenger had awakened abilities, they were still viewed by those in the safe zone as merely slightly more formidable wildlings. The starkly different environments in which they had grown up, compounded by years of deep-seated animosity, had rendered the two factions irreconcilable. Even upon awakening, they naturally aligned themselves with their respective camps. One camp consisted of awakened individuals from the safe zone, who, after their awakening, chose to serve the interests of those within the safe zone. The other camp comprised the scavenging refugees, who, upon awakening, maintained their habits of free hunting and refused to join the safe zone. Regardless of their awakened status, a profound enmity always lingered between these two groups. Such hostile sentiments had long been entrenched and would not be easily altered. Liu suddenly recalled the firelight glow he had witnessed earlier. It seemed that when scavengers congregated, it was these awakened teams that occupied the center, creating that bright light. Teams of scavengers composed entirely of awakened individuals were exceedingly rare, naturally making them terrifyingly strong. Far beyond what Li Yu and Fu Xiao could contend with, the two cautiously circumvented the awakened team and continued their pursuit, initially believing that a day's difference would leave them far behind the main force. They were surprised to soon find numerous refugees who had fallen behind due to exhaustion. This signified that the main force was not far ahead. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they deliberately slowed their pace, continuing their leisurely chase. Even so, their speed far surpassed that of most ordinary scavengers. Just as they were about to catch up with the refugees, Fu Xiao took out a small piece of waterproof cloth. Blushing as she asked, "Li Yu, do I need to put this on?" It wasn't vanity. She merely hoped that her suddenly transformed appearance would attract unwanted attention from Li Yu. There's no need to hide. Li Yu replied firmly. Such a transparent attempt to conceal herself would not only fail to avert trouble, but might also lead the refugees to perceive them as lacking in strength. A woman who concealed her appearance would only pique further curiosity, potentially inviting unwanted scrutiny from those with ill intentions. Some might even approach to test her, leading to unintended consequences. Conversely, being unguarded would project greater confidence and strength. As they drew closer to the ever-growing crowd of refugees, Liu spotted Ma Yuanbai's team from a distance, their distinctive plastic armor making them exceedingly conspicuous at that moment. Liu noticed that while the refugees still followed the safe zone team, they were deliberately maintaining a significant distance, no longer closely trailing behind. Furthermore, hatred flickered in the eyes of each refugee as they gazed at the safe zone team. Liu and Fu Xiao advanced toward Ma Yuanbai's direction. Upon seeing them approach, the woman beside Ma Yuanbai stood up, her expression wary. "Captain, someone is coming." Yuanbai turned to look, and upon recognizing Liu, smiled broadly, calling out from afar, "I thought you had given up on that snake meat." As Liu and Fu Xiao drew near, Ma Yuanbai was about to continue speaking when he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're Liu." Gazing at the now taller and more robust Liu, exuding an entirely new aura, Ma Yuanbai appeared uncertain. His attention then shifted to Fu Xiao, who had been accompanying Liu. It was evident that even she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her fair, delicate skin and refined features made her appear as though she had been reborn. Staring at the seemingly transformed duo, Ma Yuanbai blurted out, "What on earth happened to you?" Instantly realizing he had overstepped, he promptly closed his mouth, understanding that everyone harbored secrets in this rain-soaked wasteland, himself included. Thus, he refrained from further questioning. Although Ma Yuanbai did not voice his inquiries, his gaze remained fixated on the two, unable to ignore the substantial changes they had undergone. Considering their purpose for approaching him, Ma Yuanbai turned to his subordinates behind him and instructed, "Hand over that package of second-tier snake meat to him." He was a man of his word in business, and he intended to fulfill his promise of providing half the snake meat to Li Waiyu as his subordinate retrieved the package. Ma Yuanbai continued to scrutinize the two. "Incredible," he murmured to himself. The transformations of Liu and Fu Xiao truly astonished him, prompting him to take a step closer for a better look, despite the considerable changes in their appearances. As fellow awakened beings, Ma Yuanbai could still sense the familiar aura emanating from Liu, unchanged from before. Moreover, from the energy fluctuations, he discerned that Liu had ascended to the first tier of awakening. Indeed, it had only been a day apart, yet it felt like a lifetime that, in just one day, Liu had not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also altered his appearance. Yuanbai's subordinate returned from the rear with a package, which he handed to Liu. Upon opening it, Liu discovered that it contained dried snake meat. Dark in color, it was unclear what methods Ma Yuanbai employed to render the meat so black. Although it appeared to be a small quantity, it was indeed half of the snake meat, considering some loss during processing to prevent any misunderstanding. Ma Yuanbai proactively explained, "The weight of the meat will certainly decrease after processing." Liu understood that the weight of the meat would inevitably diminish after preparation. Thus, Liu nodded slightly at Ma Yuanbai to indicate his understanding, casually handing the pack of snake meat to Fu Xiao behind him. Liu then turned to Ma Yuanbai and said, "I have something I would like you to take a look at." Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanbai's eyes instantly brightened. He had been waiting for this very moment. From the changes he observed in Liu and his companion, it was evident that Liu had acquired something valuable. However, he refrained from inquiring outright and decided to bide his time. Hoping to find an opportunity later that evening to subtly probe for information to his surprise, Liu took the initiative to speak first out of course. "No problem," Ma Yuanbai replied without hesitation, as a seasoned businessman. He naturally understood Liu's concerns and apprehensions. "You all wait here." After instructing his subordinates to remain in place, Ma Yuanbai walked a few dozen meters away with Liu, while Fu Xiao obediently stayed behind. Ma Yuanbai cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming that there were no onlookers, he nodded at Li Waiyu. Liu wasted no time. After all, within this group of refugees, Ma Yuanbai was regarded as a man of integrity. Especially since they had just forged a partnership the previous day, he directly produced the smallest gemstone, presenting in the palm of his hand for Ma Yuanbai to see. Intrigued, Ma Yuanbai leaned in for a closer look, and a faint blue glow caught his eye. Upon recognizing the object in Liu's hand, Ma Yuanbai's expression changed dramatically. An exotic beast crystal core, Is this really an exotic beast crystal core? Liu was taken aback. Did this mean the creature he had consumed earlier was indeed an exotic beast? You don't recognize an exotic beast crystal core? Ma Yuanbai eyed Liu, clearly skeptical. I don't. Liu shook his head in confusion. Yuanbai was thoroughly impressed. You, who have no knowledge of an exotic beast crystal core, have still managed to become a first-tier awakener. It appears your talent is quite exceptional. Ma Yuanbai extended his hand, and to his astonishment, Liu actually handed the exotic beast crystal core over to him without a second thought. Yuanbai was taken aback by Liu's trust, as he accepted the crystal core without even asking a single question. After casting a deep glance at Liu, Ma Yuanbai focused his full attention on the exotic beast crystal core in his hand. Among humans, those who possessed extraordinary abilities were called awakeners, while mutated animals were referred to as exotic beasts. Holding the exotic beast crystal core up to his eyes for a closer inspection, the faint blue glow reflected in his gaze. He continued, the exotic beast crystal core is a product of the energy condensed within the body of an exotic beast. The energy contained within is a method for awakeners to rapidly enhance their powers. The sight of the faint blue glow indicated that energy still remained within. Suppressing his overwhelming desire, Ma Yuanbai took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then asked Liu, aside from when they actively attack humans. Exotic beasts are quite difficult to detect. I wonder how you came across one if the exotic beast was attacking the refugees when I happened to encounter it. Liu replied, nonchalantly. Yuanbai chose not to press further, but he was acutely aware that exotic beasts possessed unique abilities, and with their formidable strength, even if they were unable to defeat humans in combat, escaping would be a trivial matter. It was unlikely that Liu's encounter had been as simple as he implied. Considering this, it was evident that Liu's abilities were undoubtedly offensive in nature, and his destructive power must be formidable. Yuanbai's gaze toward Liu underwent a subtle transformation. According to his previous plans, he indeed required a powerful and trustworthy ally, and Liu appeared to fit the bill perfectly. However, now was not the time to discuss this matter. After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Yuanbai resolved to share all his knowledge regarding exotic beasts with Liu without reservation. As far as I know, every part of an exotic beast is valuable. The flesh is delicious and can enhance one's physique. Particularly, the blood is said to have transformative properties. At this point, Ma Yuanbai glanced at Liu and suddenly understood why both he and Fu Xiao had changed so drastically. They must have consumed the blood of the exotic beast. It seemed Liu had indeed slain an exotic beast. Is there more? Liu inquired eagerly. Aside from the flesh and blood, the most important aspect is the exotic beast crystal core. Not only does it accelerate the growth of one's abilities, but it also carries a certain probability of awakening latent powers. Awakening latent powers? Liu echoed, intrigued. Yes, it is a method to forcibly acquire extraordinary abilities. Many individuals in secure zones have become awakeners through this means. Ma Yuanbai's voice became somber as he recounted the stories of several people he knew who had gained extraordinary abilities in this way. Does this mean one could easily forge a team of awakeners? Liu mused, astonished. Exotic beasts are not so easily found. Should one encounter an exotic beast, fleeing would be the first instinct. Ma Yuanbai shook his head, revealing a harsh truth. For scavengers, encountering an exotic beast often spelled certain death. Acquiring an exotic beast crystal core requires both luck and strength. Both are indispensable. Do you wish to acquire this exotic beast crystal core? Liu suddenly posed a question. Yuanbai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Liu intended to sell it. Ultimately, however, he shook his head and returned the crystal core. While the exotic beast crystal core can rapidly enhance one's abilities, it holds limited value for me. My abilities are not offensive in nature, and even if I were to enhance them using the crystal core, my combat prowess would not significantly increase. Moreover, the value of an exotic beast crystal core is exceedingly high. If you wish to sell it, I may not be able to afford it. The blood of the exotic beast is far more practical. Ma Yuanbai admitted candidly. What makes the blood of an exotic beast so special? Liu inquired with curiosity. The environment of perpetual hunger in which refugees are born often leads to inherent deficiencies. The blood of an exotic beast possesses a unique energy that can compensate for these bodily shortcomings. Ma Yuanbai's eyes gleamed with longing. Liu nodded in understanding. Indeed, refugees often experienced erratic nourishment, making it commonplace for them to go hungry for days. Many refugees' heights were consequently affected, contributing to their generally shorter stature. The blood of an exotic beast not only heals long-standing ailments, but can also significantly extend one's lifespan. A Yuanbai, having suffered from stomach issues since childhood due to the cold, found that even after becoming an awakener, he could not shake off this affliction. Observing Ma Yuanbai's expression, Liu contemplated his next move. Fu Xiao had previously acquired a vial of blue blood from an exotic beast, and since both he and Fu Xiao had already consumed the blood, another dose would not bring about any further changes. With this in mind, Liu stated, "I have some blood from an exotic beast that I can sell to you." Upon hearing Liu's words, Ma Yuanbai did not inquire further about the blood, but instead raised his head, his gaze sharp as he locked eyes with Liu. "There is something I must warn you about." This was the first time Ma Yuanbai spoke so seriously to Liu, and Liu felt an invisible pressure. "Having acquired extraordinary abilities, you have begun to grow careless," Ma Yuanbai continued, gesturing toward the large group of refugees passing by in the distance. "You may be underestimating these refugees. If this continues, you will suffer greatly. Not forget, you are not in a secure zone." Liu found himself momentarily dazed by Ma Yuanbai's admonition, rooted to the spot. Ma Yuanbai pressed on. "Since our meeting, you have consumed the food I provided without any caution. Even because of my warmth, you have carelessly lowered your guard around me. After receiving the snake meat, you did not even examine it closely. Everyone who approaches you has an agenda. I am no exception." Yuanbai's expression turned grave. "If I had wished to poison you, I could have done so multiple times." "And now," Ma Yuanbai's voice suddenly rose, and his tone grew even more serious. "You dare to place the exotic beast crystal core directly into my hands and inform me that you possess the blood of an exotic beast. Are you afraid I wouldn't know you had slain an exotic beast? Fortunately, it is only the two of us here. Otherwise, all the refugees would be aware of it by now." Yuanbai continued to speak, leaving Liu no chance to interject. "Do not assume that possessing extraordinary abilities renders you invincible." Yuanbai squinted his eyes, his gaze imbued with a warning. "Even those who awaken can meet their demise." In that moment, Liu found himself at a loss for words. The scenario Ma Yuanbai described was indeed a concern that had crossed Liu's mind. Nonetheless, he harbored an innate sense that Ma Yuanbai bore no animosity towards him. This sentiment was one of the pivotal reasons Liu chose to place his trust in Ma Yuanbai. "I believe in you," Liu suddenly declared. Ma Yuanbai erupted in a hearty laughter, to the point of tears streaming down his face. Amidst his mirth, he abruptly lifted his head, as if transformed into another person, and leaned closer to Liu, whispering, "I desire the blood of the exotic beast. Name your price that you am." The stark contrast of the situation momentarily rendered Liu speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he boldly articulated his foremost desire. "I wish to learn your method for preserving meat." That Ma Yuanbai hesitated, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. That it was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that his technique for preserving meat was intrinsically linked to his extraordinary abilities. Such abilities could not be imparted to another. After much deliberation, Ma Yuanbai could only propose a compromise. "I can provide you with a jar, specially treated by me, with enhanced inner walls that can prolong the freshness of meat to a certain extent. While it may not compare to my direct preservation using my abilities, it should suffice for about 7 to 8 days. Upon concluding his proposition, Ma Yuanbai seemed to realize that the value of his jar was utterly incomparable to that of the exotic beast blood. Before Liu could respond, he continued, "I can also share with you the method for absorbing the energy from the exotic beast's crystal nucleus." "Method?" Liu replied casually, "Isn't it simply a matter of holding the crystal nucleus to absorb its energy?" Ma Yuanbai chuckled in response. "Listen to what you're saying." He mimicked Liu's tone, repeating, "I can absorb the immense energy within the exotic beast's crystal nucleus just by holding it. How could that possibly be?" As he spoke, Ma Yuanbai suddenly paused, a realization dawning upon him. With a tremor in his voice, he asked, "Could it be that you can absorb it just by holding it?" No one had ever directly absorbed the energy from an exotic beast's crystal nucleus. All awakens required specialized extraction methods. Noticing my Yuanbai's eyes bulging in disbelief, Liu hurriedly feigned ignorance that no, the energy contained within such a large crystal nucleus. How could I possibly absorb it just by holding it? I was merely inquiring. Liu waved his hand, attempting to change the subject. Yuanbai scrutinized Liu, clearly unconvinced. Just moments ago, he had heard Liu claim to be able to absorb energy. I truly cannot absorb the energy from the nucleus. Rest assured, Liu asserted, lifting his gaze towards Ma Yuanbai. Please, continued at Ma Yuanbai, felt a sense of astonishment every time he encountered Liu, to the point that he was beginning to grow accustomed to it. He discerned that anything concerning Liu was bound to exceed his expectations. From Liu's earlier words, he could glean that, although the reason remained unclear, Liu is certainly capable of directly absorbing energy. The method he offered in exchange for the exotic beast blood was likely of little value to Liu, yet his pressing need for fresh exotic beast blood was undeniable. After all, while the exotic beast's crystal nuclei were rare, they could still be traded. Conversely, the cleansing effects of exotic beast blood could not be preserved for long. This scarcity rendered fresh exotic beast blood exceedingly difficult to procure unless one was willing to pay a hefty price to locate and slay an exotic beast. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take before he encountered fresh exotic beast blood again? I can add 2 exotic beast crystal nuclei, Ma Yuanbai stated, fully aware of Liu's character and thus directly revealing his utmost limit. However, the energy contained within my crystal nuclei is minimal and of a lower grade, incapable of being compared to yours, he clarified in advance. With that, he produced 2 diminutive, somewhat dull exotic beast crystal nuclei from his inner pocket. Liu accepted them and felt the energy contained within these low-grade nuclei. Indeed, as Ma Yuanbai had stated, the energy was quite scant. Having learned of the extraordinary effects of exotic beast blood, Liu understood that it could not be preserved for extended periods and was effective only for specific individuals. He and Fu Xiao had already consumed exotic beast blood, and further consumption would yield no significant results. Moreover, judging by Ma Yuanbai's demeanor, it seemed this was indeed the highest price he could offer, a specially treated jar, a method for absorbing energy from exotic beast crystal nuclei and 2 low-grade nuclei. The fact that Ma Yuanbai was willing to pay such a high price for a vial of exotic beast blood indicated his desperate need for the fresh substance. After a moment of contemplation, Liu spoke. It's a deal. Upon hearing the generous terms of the exchange, Liu readily agreed. Excellent, Ma Yuanbai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The 2 shook hands, a gesture of trust among the nomads, indicating they had forged a bond of friendship. Upon witnessing Ma Yuanbai and Liu returning together, seemingly in good spirits, Ma Yuanbai's subordinates looked on in astonishment, their gazes fixed intently on Liu. They had accompanied Ma Yuanbai for years, yet this was their first encounter with such a situation. Once back with his group, Ma Yuanbai rummaged through his belongings to retrieve the Jar. Liu approached Fu Xiao and received the vial of blue blood. The 2 stood together once more. Yuanbai gently handed the jar to Liu, who cautiously accepted it, while offering the vial of pale blue exotic beast blood in return. As Ma Yuanbai eagerly opened the vial, he leaned in closer to inhale the distinctive aroma that wafted forth, instantly invigorating his senses. His entire being was compelled to drink. Yes, this was the sensation he had longed for. The Yuanbai was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay. Without hesitation, he raised the vial and tilted his head back, consuming the blue blood in large gulps. Almost immediately, a wave of powerful energy coursed through his body, washing over him like a warm tide, even causing his bones to crack audibly. Once the transformation concluded, Ma Yuanbai noticed subtle changes in his stature, and his skin took on a healthy, sun-kissed hue. He clenched his fists, feeling a distinct increase in strength. Most importantly, the persistent pain and cold that had plagued his stomach for years dissipated entirely under the miraculous restoration brought about by this energy. Valuable! Ma Yuanbai exhaled deeply, his face radiating with satisfaction and joy. The mere fact that he had cured his long-standing gastric ailment made this transaction exceedingly worthwhile in his eyes. Had it not been for this opportunity, He would have had to personally risk joining a hunting party to procure fresh, exotic beast blood. Liu gazed at the dark jar in his hand. Though small, it was nonetheless capable of storing food. And he felt a sense of contentment. A yuan bai stretched his neck, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. As if reborn, he approached Liu and whispered, "The method for extracting energy from the exotic beast crystal nuclei is quite simple. One only needs to blend the user's blood with the nucleus and gradually absorb it. Is it truly that straightforward?" Liu had anticipated a more complex extraction apparatus, and the simplicity of the method caught him off guard. Ma Yuanbai, now fully revitalized, chuckled, "Simple. This method has cost many Awakens their lives, and has been refined through countless trials to become the safest technique for extracting energy from crystal nuclei." As the two were about to part ways, Liu suddenly recalled an important matter and called out to Ma Yuanbai, who was turning to leave. Wait. Yuanbai turned back, perplexed. "What is it?" "I need some arrows that you know where I might find them?" Liu inquired. "Are you looking for scavenger merchants?" Ma Yuanbai retorted. "Merchants, or whatever they may be, it matters not. I simply require some arrows." Liu contemplated his meager collection of arrows, realizing that they were woefully insufficient. "You have indeed asked the right person. Among the refugees, I happen to know a merchant, a yuanbai, serving as an auxiliary ability user, was acquainted with numerous others of the same ilk, including this merchant. You are fortunate. He is just ahead. Follow me." A yuanbai glanced at their general direction and led the way. Liu waved to Fu Xiao, who promptly followed suit. A yuanbai observed every movement of Fu Xiao. Having previously wondered why Liu had chosen to accompany her, it now seemed clear that her obedient nature was the reason. Unbeknownst to Liu, who was solely focused on acquiring more arrows, everyone was advancing westward, and Ma Yuanbai swiftly navigated through the throng of refugees. Guided by Ma Yuanbai, they soon spotted the merchant he had mentioned. From a distance, Liu beheld a figure entirely enveloped in a tattered black cloak. Though the garment appeared somewhat antiquated, its resilient fabric had evidently withstood many a storm. Despite the merchant's unassuming exterior, even bordering on shabby, it was evident from the demeanor of those around him that he was not to be trifled with. Sensing the approach of the group, the merchant, shrouded in the shadow of his hood, cast a cunning glance their way, his eyes gleaming with mischief. To Liu's astonishment, the scavenger merchant had no visible belongings or packages. Leaving him curious about how the man conducted his trade, as Liu drew nearer, the merchant suddenly erupted into a series of low, peculiar chuckles. "Ha ha! Look who has arrived! Little Ma!" The scavenger greeted Ma Yuanbai in a gravelly voice. Then, turning his attention to Liu, he remarked, "You've brought a guest." Yuanbai nodded, gesturing for Liu to step forward. "My friend here requires some arrows. Do you have any fine goods to offer? Show us what you have. Name your price, and we shall see what we can trade." The merchant's face, obscured by shadows, bore a shrewd expression as he scrutinized Liu. Before Liu could respond, Fu Xiao placed a bundle on the ground and presented it to the scavenger. Upon inspection, the group discovered 5 rusted weapons within, knives and daggers among them. Liu felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that Fu Xiao had been carrying these decrepit items throughout their journey. Such rags could only fetch a single arrow each. Surprisingly, the scavenger neither rejected nor dismissed the offer. "Is this all?" Fu Xiao exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied with the valuation. The merchant reached into his tattered cloak, producing 5 arrows for Fu Xiao to examine. "Young lady, these are quite good, crafted from the feathers of rain crows. Look at the craftsmanship. Just look." Although Fu Xiao was about to speak, Liu promptly replied, "Deal. Now that's more like it. I never engage in unprofitable transactions." The merchant handed over the arrows, and Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to offload the worn-out items Fu Xiao had been reluctant to discard. Had he not sold them, the girl would likely have continued to bear the burden. Suddenly, the scavenger inhaled deeply, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "I smell meat," he declared, his gaze shifting to Liu as he raised a finger. "If you possess meat crafted by Little Ma, a single piece can be exchanged for an arrow. You wish to trade arrows for meat? You must be dreaming," Fu Xiao retorted indignantly. While others may have overlooked the merchant's proposition, Liu, attuned to subtleties, had sensed a surge of ability when the merchant retrieved the arrows from beneath his cloak. Liu was incredulous. He had just surmised why this scavenger merchant traveled without any visible goods. The seemingly nondescript merchant was, in fact, a wielder of spatial abilities. Such powers were undeniably advantageous, evoking a tinge of envy in Liu. One piece of meat for an arrow. That is far too meager. Liu shook his head. For each day, refugees were starving, and the value of meat had not plummeted to such lows. The merchant glanced at Ma Yuanbai, recalling that the meat must indeed be crafted by him. And his mouth involuntarily moved that it had been several days since he had tasted meat. If it is indeed meat made by Little Ma, I can offer you 5 arrows for a single piece. The merchant proposed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as they rested on Li Yu. Liu produced the package Ma Yuanbai had previously given him, unveiling several dark pieces of snake meat, approximately a dozen in total. Each piece was crafted to a uniform size by Ma Yuanbai, which explained the merchant's measurement by the meat chunks. Liu discreetly glanced at Ma Yuanbai, who subtly nodded, indicating that the merchant's price was reasonable. Considering the difficulty of sourcing materials for arrow making, Liu had no choice but to acquiesce that I will purchase 50 arrows, which equates to 10 pieces of meat. Liu inquired tentatively, as his intended quantity was not particularly large. Of course, no problem, the scavenger chuckled, his expression remaining enigmatic. From the merchant's demeanor, Liu could not discern whether this transaction was advantageous or disadvantageous for him. Nevertheless, with these 50 arrows, he would be adequately equipped for some time. Should he acquire surplus supplies in the future, he could return for additional trades. Once the exchange was complete, Fu Xiao retrieved 10 pieces of meat from her bundle and handed them to the merchant. Her instincts warning her of the merchant's cunning nature, the scavenger hastily produced a bag to store the meat, then eagerly tore off a piece and devoured it. Delicious. This indeed tastes like meat crafted by Little Ma. The merchant closed his eyes, his face radiating bliss as he savored this rare delicacy. Little Ma's skills have improved remarkably. Hearing the praise, Ma Yuanbai humbly smiled. Oh, it's much the same as before. With the transaction concluded, Liu chose not to linger and prepared to part ways with Ma Yuanbai. Though Ma Yuanbai appeared to want to say something as he watched Liu's retreating figure, he ultimately remained silent. Liu, are we leaving? Fu Xiao whispered. No, we shall follow along. Although Liu harbored doubts regarding the occurrence of a natural disaster, the mass migration westward presented a rare opportunity to escape Black Mountain. He had long observed that the living conditions near Black Mountain had become increasingly dire, with a significant decline in both flora and fauna. Liu had yearned to depart this place, but had been deterred by the challenges of long-distance migration. Now he could safely accompany the refugees and those from the secure zones that Liu intentionally trailed behind the main group, with Fu Xiao, opting not to align with Ma Yuanbai's party since they were from different factions. Moreover, Liu felt that a degree of independence was preferable, regardless of trust. Merging the two groups would likely prove inconvenient. As nightfall descended, Liu, following the path of the others, noticed that the crowd ahead had come to a halt. Curiously, he leaned forward to see that the previously advancing secure zone team had now ground to a standstill. Though the refugees had caught up, none dared to overtake the line, and they all set up camp. Awaiting coordinated movement, that moment, the young master of the Zhang family swaggered back to the rear of the secure zone group. Fireworks are coming, he exclaimed with unrestrained exuberance, his voice brimming with recklessness. Raising a rocket launcher, he fired a shot towards the refugees behind. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, toppling a hapless scavenger team without giving them a chance to scream. The ground was soon strewn with chaos. Despite the refugees maintaining a safe distance, they remained within the weapon's range. Run, scatter, like startled birds, the refugees fled in panic. The scene elicited laughter from a youth. Yes, run. The young man nonchalantly drew his handgun for self-defense. Closing one eye as he slowly aimed at the fleeing refugees behind him, he fired several shots in quick succession, but his aim faltered, merely injuring a few of the desperate souls. Bingo! As he continued to shoot. He chattered in a language that others could not comprehend, his exuberance manifesting in wild gestures and exuberant movements. Bang! Huh! The young master of the Zhang family threw his head back in laughter, an overwhelming sense of joy washing over him. This was life. Previously, the Black Mountain safety zone had felt akin to an ancient prison. The other guards, witnessing the spectacle, felt a pang of sympathy, yet were powerless to intervene. For after all, his father was none other than Zhang Biao. Still, it was not enough, not nearly enough. The young man continued to shout frantically, his excitement escalating. "Bring forth the horses." Several guards promptly led the young master's steed to him. The captain of the guard, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurriedly approached, attempting to dissuade him. "Young Master Zhang Chao, it is perilous outside, teeming with refugees. That is precisely why I summoned you," Zhang Chao replied, casting a glance at the captain, a brazen smile adorning his face. "Come, let us venture forth." With that, he mounted his horse and addressed the captain. "Charge!" Zhang Chao brandished his handgun and galloped into the throng of refugees. The captain, with no other choice, swiftly mounted his steed to provide protection. Should anything befall young Master Zhang, it would not merely be his life at stake. Bang! Bang! Zhang Chao plunged into the midst of the refugees, recklessly firing at the scavengers. Those who attempted to flee were no match for the speed of his horse, and were shot dead on the spot, blood splattering everywhere as he dared to emerge and kill. Despicable! What a monster! The refugees behind him continuously roared in anger, their gazes toward Zhang Chao brimming with fury and hatred. Yet the disparity in power rendered them helpless, forcing them to continue their desperate flight. Oh dear, how did Chao venture out there? A woman, elegantly attired, observed the scene outside with growing concern, her brow slightly furrowed. What is there to worry about? It's merely a wolf amidst sheep, a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, quipped a middle-aged man beside her, his face radiating confidence and indifference. He could not fathom that these lowly savages would dare lay a hand on his son. The captain of the guard quickly caught up, and as he saw the two of them venture deeper into the throng of refugees, he urged again, "Young master, do not stray too far." Zhang Chao, noticing the encroaching darkness ahead, felt a twinge of unease but resolved to proceed. "Come, let us charge back." He redirected his horse toward the side, where Liu and Fu Xiao happened to be. To his surprise, as Zhang Chao charged in their direction, Liu immediately drew his bow. Zhang Chao and the captain found themselves directly in front of her. Zhang Chao caught a glimpse of Liu and Fu Xiao out of the corner of his eye and abruptly reined in his horse, astonishment etched on his face. What had he just seen? A woman, a strikingly beautiful woman. Among these savages, there was one so exquisite. "Young master, what is it?" the captain inquired, puzzled, his gaze scanning the surroundings with wariness, his weapon firmly gripped. Zhang Chao's expression twisted into a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. "What is the matter? I have yet to experience a savage." He then pointed toward Fu Xiao, commanding the captain, "Bring that woman back. Let her witness my prowess tonight." Zhang Chao's gaze roamed over Fu Xiao's form, igniting his imagination. That fair skin, her figure barely concealed beneath the waterproof cloth. Even within the Black Mountain safety zone, one would scarcely find such a stunning beauty. Moreover, she was a savage. The mere thought thrilled him. Upon hearing Zhang Chao's words, Liu's expression hardened, his grip on the bow tightening as he aimed at Zhang Chao. He had deliberately concealed himself behind the main group. Yet fate had dealt him this unfortunate hand. It seemed the other party was deliberately courting death. Since the order originated from Zhang Chao, the captain felt powerless, just as he was about to seize Fu Xiao. He noticed the bow Liu held. "How do you possess a bow from our Black Mountain Guard? Regardless of whose bow it is, kill the men and bring back the women," Zhang Chao impatiently declared, his eyes filled with unabashed greed and raw desire as he gazed at Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Chao, cautiously retreating behind Liu. Evading his loathsome gaze, the surrounding refugees, already simmering with hostility towards Zhang Chao and his companion, were further incensed by his audacity to stop amidst the crowd, though no one initiated an attack. The sheer number of people created an oppressive atmosphere that left the captain feeling uneasy. Despite being an awakened one, he was outnumbered. Yet Zhang Chao displayed no signs of fear, instead taunting. "What is the matter? Are the savages enraged? Do you dare to revolt?" The refugees pressed closer. The captain hastily raised his firearm, aiming at the encroaching throng. Under the formidable threat of his weapon, the refugees could only glare at Zhang Chao in fury, too intimidated to act. "How dare you continue to stare at me?" Zhang Chao mocked, laughter escaping him as he targeted one of the glaring refugees with his gun. Bang! With a single shot, he blew the man's head apart. Blood splattered, and the gruesome sight elicited gasps from the onlookers, igniting their rage. The captain's face darkened. There were hundreds around them, and the young master's actions were akin to pouring fuel on fire, thrusting them both into the inferno. Zhang Chao's brazen behavior pushed the gathered refugees past their breaking point. As the crowd surged forward, Zhang Chao remained unfazed, glancing at Fu Xiao and ordering the captain, "Kill them and bring this woman along." Liu, having narrowed his aim, hesitated to take the shot. Faced with the escalating confrontation, he could no longer suppress his fury. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, hurtling straight toward Zhang Chao's face with lightning speed. The captain of the guard was taken aback, swiftly grasping Zhang Chao's arm. A powerful energy enveloped Zhang Chao, forming a visible protective barrier around him. The arrow struck Zhang Chao squarely on the face. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated through the air, akin to metal clashing. The arrow was deflected. Liu's expression shifted dramatically. He realized, upon impact, that his arrow had collided with something hard, bouncing off and spiraling into the air. The vibration of the arrow created a faint hum that rippled through the air as it veered off course. This was the first time Liu had encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. With the first strike initiated, some refugees, unable to endure any longer, swiftly retaliated. "Die, you bastard!" Several attacks suddenly soared from the crowd, fierce and unrelenting. "Young master, flee!" The captain leaped onto the horse Zhang Chao rode, fully aware that the refugees had been thoroughly incensed by the young master's provocations. This was no place to linger. The captain swiftly activated his powers, a surge of energy enveloping both Zhang Chao and his steed. Gripping the reins, he swung them with force, galloping towards the safety zone. "Think you can escape?" Liu aimed once more at Zhang Chao's back, releasing another arrow without hesitation. Clang! The arrow was again deflected, striking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Liu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He had believed himself to be a formidable awakened one since gaining his powers. Yet today his attack had failed to penetrate the opposing defense. "Pursue! Do not let that little bastard escape." The destitute masses in the front relentlessly attempted to obstruct the way, while those trailing behind exerted themselves fiercely in pursuit, intent on encircling Zhang Chao and his companion. Liu stood steadfast, rapidly contemplating the situation, and soon arrived at a realization. If their adversary truly possessed such formidable abilities, there would be no need for him to assume the role of a bodyguard captain. He could easily dominate the realm as an invincible sovereign. Such overwhelming powers must surely be bound by certain limitations or fatal weaknesses. "Let us go," Liu urged, leading Fu Xiao to follow in pursuit. Amid their flight, Zhang Chao displayed his arrogance by gunning down the desperate civilians who drew near. Witnessing two precise shots, Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Keep chasing. For every one of you that catches up, I shall slay another. When I return, not a single one of you shall survive." His boastful declarations incited the fury of all nearby civilians. Those who had previously chosen to remain uninvolved now opted to retaliate against Zhang Chao. After all, animosity had already been established, and once Zhang Chao returned to the safety of the stronghold, he would not concern himself with the affiliations of his foes. Suddenly, a portly awakened individual positioned himself directly in the path of Zhang Chao and his guards. Just as they were on the brink of collision, he shouted, "Ha!" In the blink of an eye, the stout man transformed into a solid stone. Thud! The horse and the hefty figure crashed into one another. Even with the bodyguard captain's enhanced abilities, they were sent sprawling to the ground. The captain swiftly grasped Zhang Chao, adjusting his stance mid-air to land securely. The horse curled its legs beneath it, rendered incapable of rising due to the violent impact. Aware of the dire urgency, the captain knew they had to act quickly, or they would meet their end here. Ignoring the fallen horse, he hoisted Zhang Chao onto his back and dashed toward the safety zone. In the distance, the guard stationed at the safety zone noticed the critical situation and rushed to provide assistance. Liu trailed behind, meticulously observing, convinced that no individual's powers could be truly invincible. Tat tat tat. The guards unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire, swiftly carving a bloody path through the throng of civilians. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the captain summoned renewed strength, successfully delivering Zhang Chao into the hands of the guards. At that moment, the captain's complexion turned ashen, revealing his extreme fatigue. Realizing the guards were armed and menacing, the civilians had no choice but to halt their advance. "Why have you stopped? Continue the chase," Zhang Chao exclaimed, as if participating in an exhilarating adventure, displaying no signs of fear, but rather an overwhelming excitement. He commanded the reinforcements, "Open fire. Eliminate these wild men who dare to pursue us." "Yes," the guards responded, raising their weapons to aim at the surrounding civilians. Rat-a-tat-tat. Another round of chaotic gunfire erupted, scattering the civilians in all directions. Many ordinary scavengers falling victim to the indiscriminate shooting, creating utter pandemonium. "Excellent, excellent." Zhang Chao reveled in the bloody carnage, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Yet he couldn't help but recall the striking female savage, which stirred a tinge of regret within him. However, he consoled himself with a vow to gather more allies next time to ensure he could bring the enchanting wild woman back with him. "Young master, we must hurry," the captain urged, stifling his dizziness, a side effect of his energy depletion. Zhang Chao tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at the captain. "Is that all you can manage? I truly wonder what purpose you serve. Let us return for now, and I hope you perform better tomorrow." He swaggered toward the safety zone encampment. Only then, recalling that his horse was lost, he turned to the guards, stating, "Prepare a new horse for me by tomorrow." "Yes, young master," the guard nodded in acknowledgement. The horse abandoned by the captain was immediately slaughtered by the enraged civilians, while the one that had collapsed remained swiftly consumed by the surrounding mob. In an effort to discern the reason behind their ability to deflect arrows, Liu maintained his distance, shadowing them closely, even as the guards successfully escorted Zhang Chao back to the safety zone. He remained concealed, quietly observing. Upon entering the encampment, the captain succumbed to his exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Swiftly taken away to recuperate, a woman clad in fine garments rushed forward, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Chao, are you unharmed? They're merely a bunch of savages. How could I possibly be hurt?" Zhang Chao waved dismissively, his face radiating disdain for the civilians. Just then, an arrow suddenly descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, embedding itself directly into Zhang Chao's shoulder. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder as blood began to flow. The surrounding guards were taken aback, rushing forth to encircle and protect him. Due to the arrow's unexpected angle from above, none had noticed its approach. Observing from a distance, Liu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't fired any arrows. Could it be that arrow? Suddenly, he recalled the arrow that had been deflected by the guard's power earlier. To his astonishment, that very arrow had now descended from the sky, landing squarely in Zhang Chao's shoulder. Is it truly possible? Liu marveled, astonished by the perfect accuracy. Witnessing Zhang Chao's sudden injury, the woman in elegant attire gasped in horror. "Chao!" She hurriedly ushered him into a carriage. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao, seated and sipping tea, noticed his son entering with an arrow protruding from his shoulder, hastily setting down his cup and approaching with urgency. The arrow was not deeply embedded and the force of the impact was minimal. After assessing the wound, Zhang Biao attempted to extract the arrow. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot in from outside, aimed precisely at Zhang Chao's head. Zhang Biao swiftly moved, intercepting the projectile. Crack! He seized the arrow mid-flight. "Who dares?" Zhang Biao's eyes widened in fury as he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. The audacity of attacking his son in his presence was utterly intolerable. Zhang Biao's face darkened with rage. The archer had clearly underestimated their stronghold. He bellowed to his guards, "From this moment forth, anyone who dares to enter the line of fire shall be mercilessly executed." "Understood." The guards hastily returned to their posts. Fearful of incurring Zhang Biao's wrath, he summoned a burly man to stand guard, then cautiously tended to Zhang Chao's wound. Several hundred meters from the safety zone encampment, In the shadows, Li Yu and Fu Xiao raced forward. It was astonishing how someone could catch a flying arrow with bare hands. Liu felt a jolt of surprise. In just this day alone, he had missed his target twice. Yet Zhang Biao had managed to catch an arrow empty-handed. This marked the first time he had encountered such a formidable awakened individual since gaining his powers. Inside the carriage, after a brief bandaging, Zhang Chao finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Zhang Biao, he exclaimed in indignation, "Father, those savages dared to launch a sneak attack on me." Observing his son's weakened state, Zhang Biao seethed with anger. "Rest assured, coward, I shall avenge you immediately and annihilate these audacious beasts." Zhang Biao could hardly fathom that a group of savages would dare to rebel and harm his beloved In light of this, he saw no reason to temper his ruthlessness that he stepped out of the carriage. His expression devoid of emotion as he instructed his subordinates, "Gather a full team and assemble immediately." Before long, a well-equipped squad rapidly formed before Zhang Biao. He even provided them with a machine gun, a powerful weapon he reserved for dire circumstances. Raising the weapon high, Zhang Biao shouted, "Follow me and eliminate these rebellious civilians." Yes, a chorus of voices responded in unison. Zhang Biao, leading the group, charged forward with fierce determination. In the distant rear of the safe zone, countless refugees were encamped, having settled into a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, from afar, Zhang Biao burst in with a large contingent. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Aiming at the sky, boom! A blinding flash illuminated all the refugees in the darkness, as bright as day. "Kill!" Zhang Biao shouted with fervor. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gunners immediately opened fire. Countless refugees fell in an instant, their anguished cries echoing amidst the carnage. Such tyranny was intolerable. The awakened among the refugees, witnessing this horrific scene, were consumed by rage, their eyes ablaze. They had never anticipated that those within the safe zone would pursue them relentlessly, slaughtering them indiscriminately by day and night. Did they truly believe them to be easy prey? Some formidable scavenger squads, fueled by anger, joined the fray. Even ordinary refugees grasped makeshift weapons, attempting ambushes against those from the safe zone. As the refugees retaliated, a barrage of attacks surged towards the safe zone's defenders. Zhang Biao had initially thought this would be a mere slaughter, but he was taken aback by the audacity of resistance. "Continue the massacre," Zhang Biao bellowed, his voice thick with murderous intent. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted incessantly, claiming the lives of those who dared to rise against them. Waves of life fell before the gunfire. Fear finally gripped the refugees. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. These ordinary individuals stood no chance against such might. The safe zone referred to the refugees as savages, and it was increasingly evident that this was no exaggeration. The previously mentioned rotund, awakened one dashed forward, transforming into a stone to shield against the gunfire. Yet, overwhelmed by the devastating firepower, he quickly faltered. The surrounding refugees, now gripped by terror, contemplated fleeing once more. At that moment, whoosh, the staccato gunfire abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to see the machine gunner collapsed on the ground, an arrow protruding from his head. "Take cover!" Zhang Biao instantly grabbed a shield. He was now certain that among the refugees lurked a skilled archer. The very one who had attacked his son, the rotund, awakened one, having morphed into stone, finally caught his breath, narrowly escaping death by bullet. "Now's our chance. Charge!" With a machine gun silenced, a voice rang out among the refugees, rallying them once more. The once fearful refugees surged forward again. The battle escalated into a fierce melee, both sides clashing violently. The archer who had felled the machine gunner was Li Yu. He had just returned to the scene. Drawn by the sound of gunfire, from a distance, he recognized the middle-aged man who had saved Zhang Chao, now engaged in the massacre of refugees. After dispatching the machine gunner, Li Yu set his sights on another awakened defender from the safe zone. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the head of the safe zone's awakened defender, who fell lifelessly to the ground. "Someone is aiding us? Excellent!" The refugees surged forward, intent on annihilating their foes. From the rear, Ma Yuanbai discerned that the hidden assailant targeting the safe zone must be Li Yu, for he had never seen another archer with such precision. The enraged refugees pressed forward, and the number of scavengers at the scene swelled that a coalition of scavengers swiftly countered, bringing down a defender from a safe zone. "We did it!" they exclaimed with exhilaration. Although branded as savages, these so-called savages were indeed capable of killing. Life is life. Who is to fear whom? Kill! As the number of refugees surged, Zhang Biao again raised his hand, releasing a flare into the sky. Whoosh! The red light illuminated the faces of all present. Observing the signal, the guard from the rear camp of the safe zone left behind some members and hastened to provide support. The battle had descended into close-quarters combat, and casualties among the safe zone's defenders began to mount. Wave after wave of desperate refugees charged forth, leaving the defenders with scarcely a moment to reload. Moreover, Liyu's continued ambushes instilled fear among the defenders, sowing panic in their ranks. Liu, positioned at a distance, aimed at a target, pushing the limits of his range. Releasing another arrow, he felled yet another defender from the safe zone. Just as he prepared to aim again, boom! The ground nearby erupted in an explosion, sending Liu and Fu Xiao tumbling to the ground. Liu rolled twice before managing to regain his footing. Fortunately unscathed, he immediately rushed to Fu Xiao's side, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Fu Xiao's mouth was filled with dirt, her hair disheveled, yet she was, thankfully, unharmed. It dawned on Liu that he had underestimated the enemy. Someone at the safe zone had discovered his position. He gazed in shock toward the safe zone camp, realizing the opposing force possessed fearsome weaponry. Had the recent shell not struck directly, both he and Fu Xiao might have perished. He had indeed underestimated them. "We must leave," Liu urged, swiftly leading Fu Xiao away. After covering several hundred meters, they finally halted. Liu knocked another arrow, resuming his assault on the safe zone's defenders. This time, however, he was wiser. After each shot, he would swiftly relocate with Fu Xiao, denying the enemy any opportunity for retaliation. Bang! Boom! The chaos between the safe zone and the refugees escalated to an unprecedented level. The carnage horrifically intense. The arrival of the guards shifted the tide of battle dramatically. After several exchanges, the refugees suffered devastating losses. The disparity in weaponry was stark, but even among the awakened within the guard, their power far surpassed that of the refugees. "Support has arrived. Annihilate them," Zhang Biao commanded, launching a fierce counteroffensive at a guard who had rushed to support the machine gunner. Upon finding him deceased, dashed toward the weapon. Just as he began to take control, whoosh, an arrow struck him in the throat, and he collapsed lifelessly. "Damn it!" Zhang Biao roared in fury. "Clear the way. I will take charge." Striding forward, Zhang Biao seized the machine gun and began unleashing a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a line of refugees fell before him. Whoosh! An arrow flew toward him. Crack! In the midst of the slaughter, Zhang Biao caught the incoming arrow with ease that he scanned the distance, aware that the archer was lurking nearby. As Liu swiftly repositioned, he confirmed that Zhang Biao was exceptionally formidable, possessing the ability to sense his arrows before they could pose a threat. With the current speed of his arrows, they could not threaten Zhang Biao at all. Liu ceased his attacks on Zhang Biao, shifting his focus to eliminating the unenhanced ordinary guards. Thud! One guard fell victim to Liyu's precise shot. Moments later, another armed guard met a similar fate. Zhang Biao's expression turned icy. Though the fallen were mere ordinary guards, they had served loyally by his side within the safe zone for many years. Observing the increasing casualties surrounding him, Zhang Biao's teeth ground in anger. He longed to charge forth and sever the head of that elusive archer. Cursed be this situation. Zhang Biao, after all, is a prominent figure in the Black Mountain safe zone. At this moment, he realized that this group of refugees was resolutely determined to fight him to the bitter end, although they currently held the upper hand, as long as the archer remained alive. The number of personnel in the safe zone would continue to dwindle. Zhang Biao was unafraid of Liyu's ambush, but that did not mean his subordinates shared the same sentiment. All the guards were trembling with fear, terrified of becoming the next target of the refugee-skilled archer. As they witnessed the refugees retreating step by step, a formidable team of scavengers suddenly entered the fray. One of the team members at the forefront charged ahead, unleashing his powers. "Watch this," he shouted, barreling into the safe zone's ranks like a raging bull, disregarding everything in his path. Those who attempted to impede him were instantly sent flying by his tremendous force. Bullets struck his body, seemingly thwarted by some mysterious power. Liu recognized the opposing team as the scavenger group they had encountered earlier, composed entirely of awakened individuals. To his surprise, they had chosen to lend their assistance. Another member from the awakened team stepped forward, placing his hands on the rain-soaked ground. Congeal! A surge of potent energy rapidly spread forth. The personnel in the safe zone felt as though they were sinking into a quagmire. The rainwater beneath their feet transformed into a viscous substance, forcing them to expend every ounce of strength with each step. With the emergence of a powerful, awakened ally on their side, the refugees summoned renewed courage to charge forward. They surged ahead, intent on annihilating their foes. If they could eliminate them, sustenance would be theirs. Motivated by thoughts of food, the refugees charged even more fiercely. The stout figure who had transformed into stone recognized that the moment had come, and he surged forward without hesitation. Simultaneously, the bull-like scavenger charged back into the fray, just as the safe zone's defense line was on the verge of collapse. A robust figure suddenly blocked the path of the bull scavenger. When the bull scavenger saw someone daring to obstruct him, he crashed forward with all his might. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the bull scavenger collided with what felt like an indestructible wall. Dazed, he staggered back. Boom! The burly man retaliated with a punch that sent the bull scavenger flying. Bang! Following that, the brawny man unleashed another thunderous blow, sending the stone-like figure hurtling away. The advancing refugees gasped in shock. The master, Tai Dong, had arrived late. The burly man, Tai Dong, clasped his hands in greeting towards Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao nodded in acknowledgement. He had intended for his close guard, Tai Dong, to remain behind to protect the safe zone's camp. Little did he expect these refugees to prove so troublesome that he had yet to subdue them after such a long time, and now he required Tai Dong's support. Just as Zhang Biao believed victory was assured, a figure clad in a black raincoat approached slowly. From the demeanor of those around him, it was evident that he was the leader of the awakened team. Suddenly, he extended a hand and pointed skyward. Softly uttering, "Annihilate," raindrops began to fall from the sky, sharp as blades. So painful. Beware the raindrops. Many guards in the safe zone were cut by the rain, some even pierced through, dying on the spot. Once again, the safe zone's guards suffered significant casualties. Those who survived were mostly left in tatters, their clothes torn and bodies soaked, appearing utterly disheveled. Is this what the refugees are capable of? Zhang Biao looked at the figure. Disbelief etched on his face. He sensed that the man's strength was not far from his own. Zhang Biao's expression darkened as he beheld the successive appearances of awakened individuals. His eyes filled with questions. Why are there so many awakened among the refugees? Upon seeing the leader in the black raincoat, Zhang Biao was further astonished to discover such a formidable awakened being among the refugees. He realized that if this continued, the entire safe zone team might very well perish here. Suppressing his fury, he gazed at the wild refugees before him, gritting his teeth as he issued the order. Commence retreat. At that moment, the guards finally heard the command to withdraw, swiftly arming themselves. Having lived in the Black Mountain safe zone for many years, they were now genuinely frightened. These wild men seemed like rabid dogs, utterly fearless, and no matter how many were slain, they appeared inexhaustible. Observing the safe zone personnel attempting to retreat, a refugee among them shouted with excitement. "They are afraid. Where do you think you're going? They have stolen our food." The refugees, seeing the glimmer of victory and thinking of the ample supplies on the other side, surged forward like they had been invigorated. Liu, accompanied by Fu Xiao, also pursued, seeking any opportunity. As long as Zhang Chao remained alive, troubles would incessantly arise for Li Yu to this moment. The guards of the safe zone were fleeing desperately, intent on returning to the camp to regroup for a counterattack. However, the refugees were unwilling to grant them that opportunity. Zhang Chao's reckless charge earlier, which had resulted in the slaughter of refugees, had thoroughly enraged the scavengers. They felt dehumanized, and now they sought to make the safe zone personnel pay the price. Boom! The pursuing refugees suddenly erupted, with even those nearby unable to escape unscathed. "It's a bomb," the refugees yelled in terror. "No, it's a landmine." Someone recognized the fearsome weapon. Just as that was said, another massive explosion occurred ahead. The speed of the pursuing refugees instantly slowed, fearful of triggering such a dreadful device. Watching the landmine detonate behind them, Zhang Biao snorted coldly. Did they truly believe they could achieve victory? The refugees had no choice but to circumvent the area ahead, thereby wasting their optimal chance to catch up with the Safe Zones team. By the time the refugees managed to navigate around and resume their pursuit, Zhang Biao's team had successfully returned to the camp. Reuniting with the defensive guard stationed there, set out immediately. Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Biao promptly issued a loud command. An elderly man in charge of supplies hesitated before speaking. "Master, it's quite late now, and moving might be cumbersome. Moreover, visibility is limited at night, which could lead to unforeseen accidents." "Follow my orders," Zhang Biao calmly replied, that he knew well that migrating at night was indeed inadvisable. But he had his own calculations at play. That a wicked smile spread across Zhang Biao's face as a brilliant idea struck him. As the refugees continued their pursuit, the personnel of the safe zone had already set off swiftly, covering considerable ground. "Keep chasing," they exclaimed gleefully. "They are afraid," the refugees shouted with excitement, continuing their pursuit. However, Liu noticed that the awakened team among the refugees had mysteriously vanished. Boom! The safe zone team occasionally used rocket launchers to strike at those refugees who ventured too close. Yet when the refugees maintained a safe distance, they ceased firing, seemingly toying with the refugees, urging them to pursue. Just as a multitude of refugees gathered at the rear to launch another chase, the foremost among them suddenly halted. Seizing the opportunity, the safe zone team hastened their departure. Why have they stopped? What is happening up front? The scavengers trailing behind rushed forward to investigate. They discovered that a package had appeared along the path of the pursuing refugees, left behind by the safe zone team. Due to the earlier landmine incident, the refugees cautiously paused as a daring scavenger stepped forward, gingerly prying open the package. A rich, savory aroma wafted from within, enticing the surrounding refugees who could hardly contain their anticipation as they gathered around. What kind of meat is this? It looks incredibly delicate, unlike anything they had seen before. Though the refugees drooled at the mouth-watering scent, they hesitated to indulge, wary of potential poison laid by the safe zone personnel. There's more ahead. A group of destitute individuals, their eyes keen, soon discovered an abundance of discarded packages ahead. As others approached to inspect, they found an assortment of meats within an overwhelming quantity of flesh. Merely meat. It was at that moment the destitute realized they were surrounded by the abandoned belongings of the safety zone's teams, filled with various foodstuffs and supplies, that a scavenger squad pressed onward, encountering yet another distinct package. Upon opening it, a cascade of white spilled forth. "That it's salt," they exclaimed, astonished to find such a treasure. "Splendid." Just as an ordinary scavenger reached for the salt, he was abruptly kicked away. The group looked up to see an awakened individual among the destitute launching an attack. The awakened one glared at the surrounding people, threatening, "Stay back. The salt is mine now." Recognizing him as an awakened one, the other destitute understood they were no match and dared not advance. They could only cast a regretful glance at the precious salt before retreating. Such occurrences unfolded repeatedly around them. Former allies, now pitted against one another over mere supplies. Watching the incessantly discarded packages, someone shouted in excitement, "They've been disarmed and have fled." The safety zone's personnel, in their desperation to escape, discarded everything. Though suspicions arose about the potential poisoning of the meat, those on the brink of starvation could not afford such concerns. Without a second thought, one rushed forward to seize a piece of meat and devour it. Delicious, he continued to eat voraciously, finding no immediate ill effects. Miraculously, it seemed to be safe. The crowd surged forward, frantically snatching at the bounty destitute individuals who could resist such sumptuous meat and invaluable supplies. The unfamiliar varieties of meat rendered them momentarily paralyzed from hunger. The sheer number of scavengers far exceeded the limited resources available in the packages. Instantly, internal conflicts erupted among the destitute. Everyone focused solely on the scramble for food. Abandoning their pursuit of the safety zone's retreating team, in no time, the safety zone vanished into the darkness ahead. Meanwhile, Liu and Fu Xiao observed the chaotic scene from a distance, halting their advance. "They have salt!" Fu Xiao exclaimed, her surprise palpable. She understood that in this world, salt was an incredibly valuable resource, capable of trading for anything one desired. "Let us not approach just yet," Liu cautioned. Sensing something amiss, such a high-value item would not be discarded unless there was no other choice. It could not have been cast aside without ulterior motives. Did they intend to incite infighting among the destitute? Liu surveyed the tumultuous scene of pushing and shoving among the scavengers. Clearly, the safety zone's objective had been achieved. With the sacrifice of a few supplies, they could retreat unscathed. What a pity. Liu mused, watching the safety zone disappear into the distance. He had hoped for an opportunity to deal with Zhang Chao. "Let us move," he decided to act. Suddenly, a shell landed precisely in the area brimming with supplies, where countless destitute had gathered to claim their share. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, instantly tearing apart dozens of individuals near the supplies. Those nearby, watching and scrambling, were hurled away by the blast. The few who survived were left dazed. Suffering from ringing ears, the awakened individual who had sought to claim the salt sensed danger and unleashed their powers. Boom! Another thunderous roar shattered the air, obliterating the awakened one in an instant. Even their abilities proved futile against such overwhelming force. The shells continued to rain down upon the location of the supplies. Liu witnessed the sudden cataclysm before him. The sound of rain abruptly ceased. Has the rain stopped? He incredulously reached out from beneath the waterproof cover, confirming that no raindrops fell. That a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just then, a powerful shock wave surged towards them. "Get down," Liu shouted. But it was too late. Both were knocked to the ground by the immense force, despite their considerable distance. This was no ordinary bomb. Liu gasped in horror. Had they employed such weaponry to bombard his and Fu Xiao's position? Even as an awakened one, he would have had no chance of survival. Within the safety zone's ranks, an observer slowly lowered their specialized telescope, reporting to Zhang Biao, target accurately hit, resulting in the successful elimination of numerous destitute. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Zhang Chao was positively ecstatic. "Wonderful. Keep firing. Annihilate them. How dare these savages resist us?" Now able to act, Zhang Chao, being an awakened one himself, was recovering quickly from his previous injuries. "Thank you, Father," he expressed his gratitude to Zhang Biao. Despite his reckless behavior, he held deep respect and admiration for his father, a leader who had ruled the Black Mountain District for decades. Zhang Biao patted Zhang Chao's shoulder. Were it not for this prophecy, they would have continued their dominion over the Black Mountain safety zone for generations to come. "Quickly, increase the distance," Zhang Biao commanded urgently, for the safety zone S-team. Their foremost priority was to successfully migrate. If they could shake off these savage followers in one fell swoop, all concerns would dissipate. Yes, the order was swiftly relayed, and the safety zone's pace quickened once more. Zhang Biao had a sudden thought and called over a guard. "Every 1,000 meters, plant a landmine." "Understood," the guard acknowledged, preparing to head back. "Wait," Zhang Biao continued with a cold smile, "just one landmine each time. No need to waste them. That I refuse to believe there are so many savages behind us who can avoid them." Received. Watching the guard depart to set the mines, Zhang Biao felt a sense of relief. Under the threat of sudden explosions, these savages would surely struggle to keep pace. Yet, Zhang Biao's expression remained grim as he contemplated the migrating safety zone team. If it were not for the authenticity of the prophecy, he would never have left the Black Mountain safety zone. The absolute fortress built by his ancestors, the IT, was easily defensible and well-stocked with supplies. Coupled with the loyal guards he had trained since childhood, there would be no issues even into his grandson's generation. He had previously doubted the prophecy's veracity, wondering if someone had deliberately deceived him into leaving, until he lost all contact with the Ma family safety zone to the east in Jialan Mountain. Zhang Biao fell into deep reflection. He could hardly believe that such a large and powerful family as the Ma family could be utterly obliterated by those he deemed insignificant savages. To him, it seemed utterly ludicrous. There must be another explanation. No, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Zhang Biao clenched his teeth, decisively dispatching his most trusted confidant to go to Lawn Mountain now and uncover the truth behind the Ma family situation. Days passed in Zhang Biao's anxious waiting, each moment a torment. Finally, on a day of torrential rain, the confidant returned, face pale with fear and exhaustion, trembling as he reported, "Master, I reached Lawn Mountain, but there." "What happened? Speak." Zhang Biao pressed urgently. "It's nothing but a vast expanse of water." The confidant stammered in disbelief. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless marsh, with not a trace of Lawn Mountain to be found. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Biao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The Ma family of the Magiacan had truly vanished, such a formidable safe zone, completely obliterated. After a long while, Zhang Biao gradually regained his composure, his face etched with terror. Could it be that the prophecy was indeed true? Was such a colossal calamity truly impending? Zhang Biao murmured to himself, finally relinquishing any lingering hopes. He understood well that even if he continued to hide on Heishan, he could not remain unscathed amidst this unknown catastrophe. He feared he would meet the same fate as the Ma family of the Lanshan safe zone. Contemplating the prophecy's indication towards the west, a resolution began to crystallize within him. It appeared that leading everyone westward in search of survival was the only viable path ahead. Zhang Biao opened his eyes from his reverie. He gazed towards the rear of the group, where distant explosions reverberated ominously. He regarded the situation with a cold detachment. If it were not for the pursuit of these wild men, this migration would have been far safer. The echoes of the explosions gradually subsided. Raindrops began to fall anew. Liu, lying on the ground, hastily scrambled to his feet, peering towards the epicenter of the explosions. In the distance, a colossal crater had emerged. Resembling a gaping maw, the rainwater swiftly surged towards the craters, while countless bodies of displaced individuals lay sprawled across the ground, floating atop the rain-soaked earth. Blood merged with the rain, pooling into a shocking crimson at the crater's edge. Liu had never witnessed so many lives extinguished simultaneously, nor had he ever encountered such a heart-wrenching scene. The ground near the explosion was charred black, the indistinct shadows hinting that scavengers had once stood there. Those few awakened ones who miraculously survived the blast were now writhing in agony. Without timely medical intervention, it was feared they would not last long. Ordinary refugees, even those who ventured too close, were left battered and barely alive. The incoming stream of refugees halted at the sight, their eyes filled with profound dread. Even the awakened with special abilities felt a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat trickling down their brows. This moment, no one dared to advance any further. They were thoroughly frightened by the horrific spectacle before them. Liu surveyed the scene, his expression grave. He recognized that after this incident, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront the safe zone directly. Who knew when the next opportunity to eliminate Zhang Chao would arise? Fu Xiao also struggled to rise, her face paling instantly at the sight of the carnage. Yet, she remained fixated on the scene, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. The glass bow LV-12, effective attack range 800 meters, hit rate 100%, aiming time 1.4 seconds. Volley, rapid-fired. Liu's thoughts were interrupted by an upgrade notification. He glanced at the prompt, astonished. 800 meters? This range had doubled. It suddenly dawned on him that after reaching level 10, the bow's range had indeed been doubled. Initially, he thought it was a mere coincidence. But now it had doubled once more. Previously, with a range of 400 meters, he had worried about potential counterattacks while shooting. Now, with a range of 800 meters, if his opponent wasn't an awakened one, they might not even discern his position. Liu's heart swelled with joy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. If his abilities continued to upgrade at this rate, he would no longer fear even those wielding firearms. Within the blood-soaked crater, the blood suddenly began to writhe, as if guided by some unseen force, slowly coalescing. The blood continued to gather until it transformed into a small, delicate figure resembling a young girl. No one had anticipated that such a diminutive awakened one could survive amidst such devastation. The girl slowly opened her eyes and beheld the horrific scene surrounding her. She quickly crawled out of the pit. Panic-stricken as she desperately searched for something It was only when she caught sight of a familiar half-dismembered body that she cried out, "Brother!" The girl lunged towards the figure, tears streaming down her face. When she lifted her head again, her eyes blazed with seething hatred. She gazed in the direction the safe zone's group had departed, gritting her teeth fiercely, and declared, "I will make you pay," with her eyes aflame with vengeance. She resolved to ensure that those individuals would accompany her brother in death. Carefully covering the remains with small stones, the girl devised a plan. She stood and began searching for other awakened ones who still clung to life. Before long, she found another person, a man, merely a few meters away, who was still alive but barely holding on. The man had used his powers to shield himself from the explosion, thus escaping instant death. However, his internal organs were shattered, and only his formidable physique prevented him from perishing immediately. The girl approached him and whispered, "Surrender, and I will revive you to enact your revenge." Initially dismissive, the man's heart ignited with the flames of vengeance upon witnessing the shattered bodies of his comrades. Unable to voice his thoughts, he acquiesced to the girl's words that he relaxed his body, relinquishing his final resistance as life slipped away rapidly. The girl extended her hand, resting upon him, as crimson blood flowed gently from her palm into his body. To the astonishment of onlookers, the man wobbled unsteadily to his feet, his blood-red eyes signifying a drastic transformation within him. The girl, accompanied by this newly awakened individual, continued her search for the next target. Soon, she found another critically injured awakened one on the brink of death. "I will help you take your revenge," the girl proclaimed. Hearing this, the man surrendered his last vestiges of resistance in no time. He too stood up, his eyes now blood-red, signifying the strange changes occurring within him. This cycle continued, and before long, a multitude of individuals who were once destined for death stood behind the girl. Unknowingly resurrected. "Save me!" a gravely injured awakened one cried, witnessing the girl's miraculous ability, summoning the last remnants of his strength to plead for aid. The girl, hearing his voice, rushed over, observing those who had survived behind her. He glimpsed a glimmer of hope for his own survival. "Heal me, and I will give you everything," he implored. "Yes, you wish," the girl replied. As she stood again, another individual joined her ranks, seemingly aware of the girl's extraordinary powers. More and more people approached her, seeking salvation. However, she did not extend her hand to just anyone. She only saved those awakened ones on the verge of death. Witnessing the girl's miraculous rescues, the surrounding refugees were engulfed by fear. The immutable truth that the dead cannot be revived echoed through the ages. Even the mightiest awakened ones could not resurrect others. Yet the girl defied all expectations, bringing the seemingly impossible to fruition. As the number of deceased refugees surged, the remaining survivors opted to halt their advance, no longer daring to closely follow the safe zones group. Liu too decided to wait until dawn before plotting his next move. Together with Fu Xiao, he found a secluded spot to set up a waterproof tarp. The two leaned against it, and Liu retrieved the crystal core of a mutant beast, clutching it tightly as he began to absorb its energy. Though the efficiency of energy conversion had improved significantly, the experience required for level 12 remained substantial. Liu recalled the carbon fiber arrows he had equipped earlier, pondering whether they could be upgraded. As Liu spoke, he swiftly transitioned to his second equipment slot. Carbon fiber arrows, special type effective attack range, increased by 10 meters, aiming time reduced by 1 second. Gazing at the mere 5 carbon fiber arrows in his possession, Liu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even if he succeeded in upgrading, it would still be far from sufficient. He promptly retrieved the arrows he had previously purchased from the merchant, intending to test them out. Equipped successfully, Rain Crow Arrow LV1. The arrows are lightweight, crafted from rain crow feathers, enabling rapid shooting. Flight speed increased by 10, stability increased by 10 at observing the rain crow arrow in his hand. Liu murmured to himself, "Let us strengthen this. At least the quantity is substantial." After all, with over 40 arrows remaining, even if he exhausted them, he could still trade for more. Then, Liu activated the cyclone. Spinning fervently, with the energy from the beast crystal core in his hand continuously replenishing him. His conversion efficiency had reached an astonishing level. Upgrade successful. Rain Crow Arrow LV2. Flight speed increased by 20. Stability increased by 20. Rain Crow Arrow LV3. Flight speed increased by 30. Stability increased by 30 due to the relatively low experience point requirements and the Cyclone's conversion speed being as swift as lightning. The upgrade speed of the Rain Crow Arrow was nothing short of rapid. Rain Crow Arrow LV5. Flight speed increased by 50. Stability increased by 50. Acquired an additional equipment slot. You had raised a Rain Crow Arrow to level 5 in one breath. And only then did the experience point increase slow down. He switched the experience conversion target back to the bow and arrow, taking a closer look in additional equipment slot. Indeed, levels 5 and 10 seemed to be two critical junctures. Reaching these points would yield new rewards. LIU attempted to transfer the Rain Crow Arrow to the additional equipment slot, but there was no response. IT appeared that this additional equipment slot had some special restrictions he was unaware of. Liu glanced around and realized there were no weapons available for equipping. He casually grabbed a jar used for storing meat. Suddenly, the jar in his hand vanished in an instant. Fu Xiao, standing nearby, was instantly taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was as if Liu had performed a magic trick, making the jar disappear. Soon after, a prompt appeared before Liu. Equipped successfully. Preservation Jar LV1. Enhanced through supernatural abilities, capable of preserving food for approximately 7 days. Liu was elated. He hadn't anticipated such utility. The effect of this additional equipment slot was simply marvelous. Where did the jar go? Fu Xiao inquired, puzzled. Did Liu hide it? She leaned over to look behind Liu, but saw nothing. Was this magic? Excitement sparkled in Fu Xiao's eyes, her face a picture of disbelief. She had never imagined Liu possessed such extraordinary abilities. That Liu removed the jar from his equipment, and it reappeared in his hand. Fu Xiao stared wide-eyed at this astonishing spectacle, utterly amazed. He promptly placed the remaining snake meat from his pack into the jar and decisively equipped it again. The jar instantly vanished from his hand once more. Indeed, it works. Liu was surprised to find his experiment successful. Even with meat inside, the jar could still be equipped in the additional equipment slot. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the meat spoiling, and it would significantly save space. Moreover, they no longer had to carry a jar around, making things immensely more convenient. Fu Xiao remained silent, simply observing how Liu's supernatural abilities grew increasingly formidable. At this point, he didn't even require her assistance to carry the jar, reflecting on her inability to contribute. Fu Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment and lowered her head, sensing the growing gap between herself and Liu. Liu, on the other hand, was absorbed in tinkering with his powers. When he glanced at Fu Xiao, who was leaning her head against his shoulder, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He recalled the method of awakening supernatural abilities that Ma Yuanbai had taught him. If Fu Xiao could give it a try, perhaps she might awaken her own powers. Without hesitation, Liu produced the largest beast crystal core. He pondered that perhaps the larger the crystal core, the stronger the awakened ability would be. Fu Xiao, extend your hand. He gently nudged her with his arm. Obediently, she extended her small hand, and Liu placed the quail egg-sized beast crystal core in her palm. Fu Xiao appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Liu's intentions. Observing the confusion on her small face, Liu chuckled and explained, I heard from Ma Yuanbai that if you press your blood to it, you might awaken supernatural abilities. Is this for me? Fu Xiao asked in disbelief, her eyes widening. Exactly, Liu nodded, looking at her with assurance. Habitually, he patted Fu Xiao on the head. She was becoming increasingly naive. However, since having consumed beast blood, she had undergone a transformation, her physique now more curvaceous and no longer as petite as before. Liu had to elevate his hand to pat her head. Though Fu Xiao was unaware of the specific value of the stone, she understood that such a wondrous glowing stone was undoubtedly precious. Moreover, it was a reward for Liu's formidable strength in defeating the monster. Even if Fu Xiao couldn't absorb it, just holding allowed her to sense the immense energy within. Now, Liu was actually offering her this rare stone. Fu Xiao gazed at Liu, feeling a surge of gratitude. And no one had ever treated her as kindly as he did throughout her life. Hurry, before someone else takes it. Liu feigned urgency to his words. Fu Xiao immediately drew out her small knife and unhesitatingly sliced her fingertip. Then, she tightly grasped the beast crystal core, seemingly afraid it might be taken away. Blood acted as a bridge, instantly connecting her body with the beast crystal core. Fu Xiao's heartbeat quickened as a warm force surged from the core in her hand, flowing through her blood and gradually permeating her entire being. She closed her eyes, concentrating on this energy coursing through her, as if it were searching for something. Eventually, this energy settled steadily in her lower abdomen. Everything felt so natural, coupled with Fu Xiao's enhanced physique after her transformation. The awakening of her supernatural abilities unfolded seamlessly and effortlessly. Suddenly, Fu Xiao sensed a peculiar connection, as if she had established a mysterious bond with the rain surrounding her. A unique sensation enveloped everything around her. She could feel each raindrop falling, their positions, speeds, and even their imminent impact with the ground. This perception was so vivid, as though her senses had been magnified countless times. Fu Xiao opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with delight and disbelief. She looked at Li Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude, and exclaimed, "I think I really awakened my supernatural abilities." Her voice quivered, but was laced with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. Li Yu observed Fu Xiao, sensing a subtle change in the aura she emanated. Indeed, this special energy convinced him that Fu Xiao had successfully awakened her powers. "That's wonderful. What kind of ability is it?" Li Yu asked, his face aglow with joy, eager to know more. He hadn't anticipated that Fu Xiao would succeed in awakening her powers on her very first attempt. As Ma Yuanbai had mentioned earlier, this method was not guaranteed to activate supernatural abilities. Fu Xiao endeavored to activate her newfound powers, focusing her mind, and instantly she could perceive everything in the heavy rain around her with remarkable clarity. It was as if she possessed a living map, detailing the location of every living person. "This ability is incredible. I feel like I can sense everyone in the downpour nearby," Fu Xiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Could it be a perception-type ability? Li Yu pondered for a moment before pointing towards the distant mist of rain and inquired, "Do you see anyone over there?" Fu Xiao attentively sensed the fluctuations of the raindrops within the fog and soon discerned a notable difference. "There are 5 people, 3 tall and 2 short." Liu hurriedly compared it with his own perception and realized that Fu Xiao's awareness extended much farther than his own. He could not fathom the situation in that far-off place at all. Suddenly, an audacious and exhilarating thought struck him. He swiftly retrieved his bow and arrow, aiming towards the obscured figures in the rain. Though his line of sight was entirely obstructed by the thick mist, he surmised that his current bow's range was more than sufficient to reach that location. Indeed, as Liu steadied his aim in that direction, the reticle in his vision began to gradually contract. "It truly works," he exclaimed, filled with joy. This indicated that his abilities could synergize with Fu Xiao's, allowing him to potentially strike at unseen entities. Just then, a series of cooing sounds echoed clearly. Instinctively, Liu turned to look. Fu Xiao gazed at him with a pitiable expression. "I'm hungry." Liu chuckled heartily, as if performing a magic trick, miraculously producing a can. Fu Xiao's eyes sparkled, although she had seen it several times before. It still seemed wondrous to her. As she devoured the meat, her thoughts were consumed by the realization that she had not only become more beautiful, but had also awakened her powers. "I can finally assist Liu," she mused, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears cascading down her cheeks. Previously, she had been so insecure that she could not even express her feelings to Liu. "Why are you crying?" Liu asked, perplexed by the situation before him. Wasn't he awakening one's powers a good thing? Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer. In response, Fu Xiao turned her head without hesitation and kissed him. The following morning, the rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle. Even at the faintest hint of dawn, scavengers eagerly made their way westward. The little girl, accompanied by several individuals with blood-red eyes trailing behind her, had set off early as well. Her singular focus was on avenging her brother. She would not allow the inhabitants of the safe zone to escape unscathed. Is it just her team that is pursuing them? Liu inquired. Fu Xiao nodded vigorously. Having sensed this situation by chance that morning, Liu fell into deep contemplation, pondering how one person could dare to seek vengeance against the safe zone. Was the little girl's power truly so formidable, capable of confronting anything? Yet, the mere fact that someone dared to pursue indicated that there was still hope. "We must set off too," Liu declared resolutely. Fu Xiao quickly organized her belongings with nimble efficiency. Determined, Liu resolved to follow her lead, eager to witness the outcome of the clash between the little girl and the safe zone. The more individuals involved, the slower the migration would be. Even though the safe zone had departed long ago, they would inevitably require rest. Furthermore, the obvious traces left by so many moving together would not be easily erased. Even by the relentless downpour, Liu and Fu Xiao pursued the direction in which the safe zone had departed. Meanwhile, many awakened individuals, whose companions had perished in the explosion, found themselves unable to sleep after a night of rest. Their hearts filled with profound hatred for those in the safe zone. Observing Liu and Fu Xiao following closely behind, they too resolved to continue the pursuit, seeking an opportune moment for vengeance. Although the distance between them and the safe zone had widened, the refugees pressed on westward for survival. Nevertheless, to avoid the landmines left by the safe zone, they deliberately deviated from the path previously taken by the safe zone. Throughout their journey, Liu absorbed the energy from the crystals of the mutated beast. He noticed that other awakened individuals, like Fu Xiao, seemed unable to absorb the energy as effortlessly as he could. It appeared to be related to the cyclone in his abdomen. The two quickened their pace, and at this rate, they would soon catch up. Suddenly, Fu Xiao seized Liu's arm, bringing him to an abrupt halt. "What's wrong?" Liu asked, fully aware that Fu Xiao's perception of her powers extended far beyond his own. However, Fu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor tense. "So fast," she exclaimed, sensing an animal moving at an incredible speed through the rain. Were it not for the raindrops continuously falling upon it, Fu Xiao would have been oblivious to its presence. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and the creature seemed to catch the scent of humans. Abruptly altering its course and speeding towards Liu and Fu Xiao's location, "It's been discovered." Fu Xiao screamed. "You direct me." Liu instantly made a decision. Fu Xiao swiftly extended her finger, accurately indicating the direction she sensed. Liu rapidly drew his bow, aiming towards Fu Xiao's indicated position. "It's too fast." Fu Xiao's finger followed the creature's swift movements. The astonishing velocity left Liu with insufficient time to refine his aim. "It's getting closer," Fu Xiao urged, as the animal raced towards them like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of urgency, Liu hastily switched to a black arrow, successfully transitioning to the same type of weapon. He activated the level up feature, Carbon Fiber Arrow LV5, effective attack range 50 meters, aim time -1 second. Direction, over here. Fu Xiao pointed quickly. Liu immediately adjusted his aim, moving with utmost speed in an instant. The reticle in his vision shrank to its smallest size. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Liu released the arrow. To capitalize on this rare opportunity to lock onto his target, he swiftly fired 3 additional arrows in succession. For consecutive shots, the shadow bared its sharp fangs, poised to eliminate the 2 before it. Suddenly, one black arrow struck its head. Sensing danger, the creature barely managed to turn in the air, but was still struck by the arrow. Before it could recover, 3 more arrows came flying, hitting it in rapid succession. The shadow tumbled to the ground, producing a dull thud. Only then did Liu and Fu Xiao realize that something had indeed attempted to attack them. "It's a leopard," Fu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. However, it was not an ordinary leopard. It could very well be a mutated beast. Liu was not convinced that a typical leopard could move at a speed beyond his perception. The leopard, grievously injured, struggled to rise. "The leopard isn't dead yet," Fu Xiao warned urgently. Just as Liu prepared to shoot again, the leopard suddenly exerted itself and vanished from sight. "Quick, pursue it," Liu shouted as he dashed forward. But he saw nothing. Such incredible speed! With his current perception, Liu could not even discern the direction in which the leopard had fled. Fu Xiao quickly closed her eyes, concentrating intently on the subtle shifts of the raindrops. Soon, she detected the leopard, having escaped over 100 meters away. Despite its severe injuries, the leopard struggled to maintain its once astonishing velocity. It hasn't run far. Fu Xiao pointed towards the direction in which the leopard had fled. The two of them swiftly pursued the leopard. The creature, keenly aware of its relentless pursuers, sensed the severity of its injuries and realized it could no longer escape. A fierce look flickered in its eyes. Just as Li Yu and Fu Xiao drew near, the leopard's skin began to exude a thick mist. Within mere seconds, the area surrounding the leopard was completely enveloped in dense fog. In this shroud, the leopard moved with ease, silently maneuvering through the mist, entirely unaffected. Its eyes constantly scanned for any movement within the fog. Should the two humans dare to enter, it could strike them down without a sound. Liu recognized the sudden rise of mist and immediately deduced that this leopard was indeed a mystical beast. Had it not been for Fu Xiao's prior warning, he would have been caught off guard. Perhaps too late to react upon discovering the leopard himself. However, what the leopard did not anticipate was that Li Yu and Fu Xiao did not need to enter the fog at all. "Where is it?" Li Yu inquired, placing the last remaining black arrow onto his bow. Fu Xiao pointed towards the motionless leopard concealed within the mist. Whoosh! The black arrow shot forth swiftly, resembling a shooting star. At that moment, all 5 black arrows Li Yu possessed had been unleashed. If the leopard managed to escape now, it would be a tremendous loss for him. The leopard, hidden within the fog, had never imagined that someone could detect its presence. When it sensed the impending attack of the black arrow, it leaped in a desperate attempt to evade, but it was already too late. The arrow, as if guided by an unseen force, struck true into its abdomen. Wounded gravely and suffering from such a penetrating injury, even a formidable mystical beast could no longer withstand the pain. The leopard's extraordinary abilities rapidly dissipated, and its vitality began to fade. With the loss of its powers, the mist swiftly cleared. Only then did Li Yu and Fu Xiao cautiously approach the its dead. Without Fu Xiao's reminder, Li Yu could already sense the leopard's life force dwindling rapidly. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but express his astonishment that it was indeed a mystical beast. Such creatures were rare and not easily encountered. The fact that Li Yu had stumbled upon one so soon was remarkable. "This beast seemed to target us exclusively," Fu Xiao remarked, bewildered. "It certainly knows how to choose its prey." Liu kicked the leopard to confirm its demise before feeling reassured enough to step closer. Observing the blood flowing from its wound, the gnawing hunger that had plagued him vanished. Indeed, the allure of mystical beast blood diminished significantly for one who had already tasted it once that moment. Both of them no longer felt that insatiable desire. However, as they approached, they realized that the leopard's blood had nearly drained away. Nevertheless, Liu hurriedly collected the last remnants. For an ordinary person, this could prove to be life-altering. He first retrieved the 5 black arrows, recognizing their importance as vital equipment. Next, he skillfully dissected the mystical beast, searching for its core. Soon, he uncovered 4 mystical cores within the leopard's body. Casually, he tossed one of the new cores to Fu Xiao. Adopting a serious tone as he instructed, "Make sure to use this promptly, understood?" Fu Xiao bit her lip, accepting the mystical core with a troubled expression and nodding, given her slow rate of absorbing the core's energy. It would take considerable time for her to exhaust its energy. Just as she finished storing the core, Liu tossed her a large piece of meat, continuing, "Hurry and consume this as well." "Got it?" Fu Xiao appeared bewildered, recalling that she had heard similar words before. Resigned, she took the meat and began to eat heartily. Finally, she fulfilled her wish to live without the pangs of hunger. Yet at that moment, she found it difficult to continue eating. Liu stored the excess mystical beast meat in a container, equipping it seamlessly. Whoosh! The container vanished instantly. Perfect! Liu felt immensely satisfied with the remarkable capabilities of this auxiliary equipment. Thus, no one would discern anything unusual about their belongings, and their journey and battles would remain unfettered by the container. Reflecting on Ma Yuanbai's words and realizing the treasure trove the mystical beast represented, Liu made sure not to overlook even the bones, taking everything with him. Once they had collected everything, they hastened to continue their pursuit. Throughout their chase, Liu clutched a mystical core in his hand, fervently absorbing its energy. After a while, his abilities surged once more. Glass Bow LV-13, effective attack range 1600 meters, hit rate 100, aiming time 1.3 seconds, simultaneous fire, rapid fire. The range had astonishingly doubled to 1,600 meters. What had once been a mere speculation left Liu utterly astounded by this remarkable increase. T such an expansive distance. Without Fu Xiao's assistance, he would likely see nothing. This extraordinary range seemed almost unattainable even for standard firearms. However, upon noticing that the experience points required for further upgrades had also doubled, Liu's earlier elation diminished. "What's wrong?" Fu Xiao asked curiously as she observed Liu suddenly halt. She still had a piece of meat in her mouth, suggesting she had been eating for quite a while. Liu smiled faintly at Fu Xiao. It appeared that she needed to accelerate the enhancement of her abilities. Otherwise, he would be unable to fully unleash his own powers. Fu Xiao shivered suddenly, sensing an ominous premonition. "It's nothing. Let us keep pursuing," Liu replied, refocusing on the path ahead. To the west, the safety zone team, having distanced themselves from the refugees, was now progressing slowly in the distance. "I'm so tired. I nearly fell asleep while walking just now. Let us hang on a bit longer. We just need to shake off those wild men." Several ordinary individuals in the team chatted idly. After advancing a little further, several members could no longer endure, causing the team's pace to slow significantly once more. Zhang Biao had no choice but to issue the command, "Everyone, take a break." "Finally, my legs feel like jelly," one exclaimed. "Yes, let us quickly catch a nap," another agreed. The safety zone team finally came to a complete halt. Zhang Biao understood that their prolonged, monotonous lifestyle had led to a lack of physical conditioning. Their previous lives had been too comfortable, making even a short journey feel exceedingly arduous. After all, many in the group were not awakened beings. Their physical capabilities were relatively weak. These ordinary individuals required rest and could not continue on indefinitely. Zhang Biao vigilantly scanned the rear. Though he knew the refugees likely wouldn't catch up so soon, an uneasy feeling lingered in his mind. "Come back inside. It's raining." A woman in elegant attire beckoned gently to Zhang Biao. He reluctantly turned and walked back inside. "Father, those wild men wouldn't dare pursue us unless they were completely insane," Zhang Chao remarked, his arms significantly healed and his complexion much improved, speaking carelessly. Zhang Biao did not respond to his son, his expression darkening. These wild men had slain several of his guards, and some even chose to perish alongside them. And then there was that archer hidden among the wild men. The situation escalated as he continued to launch surprise attacks, ruthlessly gunning down several of his trusted aides, individuals who were, after all, awakened ones, cultivated with immense resources. Each time Zhang Biao thought of this hidden archer lurking in the shadows, a deep resentment simmered within him, a desire to flay the wretch alive. He cast a glance at his son, irritation brewing in his heart. Had it not been for his reckless and unrestrained actions in hunting the wild men, matters would not have deteriorated to such a dire state. Yet, being his own flesh and blood, Zhang Biao refrained from voicing further complaints. Out of sight, out of mind, he turned and exited once more. The sporadic raindrops fell incessantly, as if devoid of an end. Time for a shift change, at last, a moment of respite had arrived. The guards in the safe zone were continuously rotating to rest while keeping watch from the rear. With enmity already established, they had to remain vigilant against sudden attacks from the wild. At this point, the exhausted captain of the guards had finally regained his strength. As he emerged, he encountered Zhang Biao. "Master," the captain promptly saluted. "Old Zhao, have you recovered?" Zhang Biao inquired with genuine concern. "Indeed, I have regained my strength. However, I fear that the wild men may not relent easily. Please be extra cautious in the coming days." The captain replied hastily. "Very well." Zhang Biao responded in a gentle tone. He patted the captain on the shoulder before continuing his rounds. The captain watched Zhang Biao's retreating figure, involuntarily reminded of the master's son. Zhang Chao. The thought of Zhang Chao's character filled him with helplessness. The young man was a wastrel, domineering, willful, and arrogantly proud. Such unflattering descriptors scarcely sufficed to encapsulate him. shaking his head in resignation. The captain lamented the troublesome son the master had produced. With a sigh, he turned his focus back to diligently patrolling the surroundings. His perception of the wild men's strength had shifted significantly, particularly regarding their archery. Had it not been for his defensive abilities during the last encounter, he feared that he and the young master would have perished amidst the wild men. Little sister, do not use your abilities lightly. Do you understand? The boy admonished with concern etched on his face. Why not? The little girl looked up, her face a mask of confusion. If others could use their powers, why could she not? Reluctantly, the boy explained, if someone discovers your unique abilities, you will be ostracized and no one will want to play with you. All right, then I'll only use it when you let me. The little girl obediently replied. Good. The brother smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. However, his smile abruptly transformed into a horrific visage as memories surged forth. The little girl's eyes, now blood-red, fixated intensely ahead, her feet moving unceasingly as she murmured, Brother, I no longer desire friends. I shall wield my powers to avenge you. Shadows trailed behind her, moving in a disjointed manner. Though resurrected, they resembled soulless husks, devoid of vitality. Captain, there are individuals pursuing from behind. A guard reported, his expression tense. The captain dared not delay, hastening to assess the situation. From a distance, he indeed spotted a ragtag group of scavengers trailing behind. The group was small, merely 5 individuals, and appeared to pose no significant threat. Prepare for battle. Despite their numerical inferiority, the captain remained exceedingly cautious, unwilling to underestimate them. Finally caught up. The little girl's gaze was filled with hatred as she beheld the resting guards of the safe zone. Brother, watch closely. I will certainly avenge you. Her voice resonated with unwavering determination. Kill. The little girl unleashed her powers. The resurrected soul's eyes glowed crimson, akin to frenzied beasts, as they charged forward at breakneck speed. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in an instant. Open fire, the captain shouted, refusing to be complacent. After all, a mere handful of individuals daring to attack were surely not ordinary foes. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending one figure hurtling through the air, an arm completely obliterated. Following that, to the captain's disbelief, the armless vagrant astonishingly stood once more, undeterred, and continued to charge at them. Not dead? They must be awakened ones, the captain shouted urgently, alerting the surrounding guards. Enemy attack. The recently relieved guards rushed out, alarmed. These wild men were truly insubordinate. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Chao seized a handgun, storming out in fury. Zhang Biao swiftly arrived at the rear of the safe zone as formation. Just these few individuals? Zhang Biao frowned, having presumed the wild men were launching a renewed assault. Master, something feels amiss, the captain remarked. His gaze fixed on the armless man, his expression grave. Indeed, even if they are awakened ones, they are still flesh and blood. How could they possess such formidable vitality? Zhang Biao, too, sensed the abnormality. His demeanor growing serious. Gunfire erupted nearby, prompting Zhang Biao to turn. Zhang Chao was already firing at the advancing figures. Bullets struck the target's heart, yet the individual did not succumb. Something's off. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Biao's expression darkened further. He realized the captain's concerns were well-founded. The aura emanating from these vagrants was unsettling. Their blood-red eyes were hollow, yet their movements were unnaturally swift. Hand me the rocket launcher, Zhang Chao shouted in a panic that a nearby guard promptly handed it to him. Boom! Another deafening explosion reverberated, obliterating one of the resurrected vagrants into a shower of gore. Yet, astonishingly, the mutilated body continued to advance. What in the world? Fear finally registered on Zhang Chao's face. He had never encountered such bizarre wild men. This is an ability we have never witnessed before, Zhang Biao said in a low voice. Though he was the strongest within the safe zone, he had evidently never encountered such powers and was reluctant to risk himself unnecessarily. Organize a defensive line. Block their advance, Zhang Biao commanded decisively. The guards immediately sprang into action, forming a defensive perimeter. Zhang Biao continued to scrutinize the seemingly invulnerable vagrants, seeking to uncover their weaknesses, since it was an ability. There must be a method to counteract it at as the distance closed. The resurrected vagrants accelerated once more. One leaped with ferocious agility, reaching a height of over 10 meters. This body had certainly possessed a physical enhancement ability in life. Not only had the little girl resurrected several individuals, but she had also retained their powers. Rat-tat-tat. Under the concentrated fire of several guards, the airborne vagrant was shot down, crashing into the defensive line of the safe zone. One guard rushed forward to deliver a finishing shot. Bang! The wild man must be dead now, the guard thought disdainfully as he kicked the fallen figure. Stop! The captain attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The supposedly deceased wild man suddenly sprang to life, sinking its teeth in the captain's leg. The captain screamed in agony, firing multiple rounds at the wild man, which collapsed once more. Quick! Isolate and bandage him. The captain commanded urgently that a vagrant with a shattered skull crawled forward, still determined to move despite its condition. The captain's expression changed. Master, young master, you should retreat. This place is too dangerous. With you here, I fear nothing. Zhang Chao exhibited no concern whatsoever. Instead, he directed his full attention towards the indomitable wild man. Zhang Biao remained silent, for with old Zhao present, safety was assured in the distance, upon hearing the incessant gunfire. Liu and Fu Xiao swiftly approached. Liu first concealed himself, and Fu Xiao from afar. Observing the unfolding scene, he witnessed a refugee with only half a body remaining, yet still charging into the ranks of the guards. This bizarre spectacle astonished even Liu. What kind of extraordinary ability could allow one to persist in such a state? At that moment, Liu suddenly froze. He actually spotted Zhang Chao among the group. The audacious fellow dared to venture out. Instantly, Liu knocked an arrow and took aim at Zhang Chao within the safety zone's ranks. He held 4 rain crow arrows, eager to seize this rare opportunity. A rapid 4-shot volley intended to eliminate Zhang Chao once and for all, preventing any future threats. Otherwise, given the customary tactics of those from the safety zone, it was inevitable that they would seek revenge against him one day. Empowered by her extraordinary abilities, Fu Xiao was also able to perceive the distant events. Upon discovering Zhang Chao's presence, her face flushed with rage, for this was the very individual who had attempted to take her away. Had it not been for Liu's intervention at that time, she would have surely become a slave to the safety zone's contingent. Just as the aiming reticle shrank to its smallest point, Liu was about to release his arrow when the captain of the guards suddenly shielded Zhang Chao. The captain's unique ability had detected the imminent danger, prompting him to unhesitatingly place himself in front of his young master. Everything transpired too swiftly for Liu to react. His target was now obstructed. Whoosh! The 4 arrows in Liu's grasp shot forth in quick succession, although someone had suddenly interposed themselves before Zhang Chao. His aim had already locked onto Zhang Chao. Coupled with his impeccable accuracy, Liu was doubtful that this guard could truly deflect his strike. Sensing the approaching peril, the captain seized the young master, and the energy emitted by his ability rapidly enveloped both their forms. Clang! An arrow struck precisely at Zhang Chao's brow, but the protective energy deflected it away. Oh, swift! The captain gasped in horror. Had he reacted a moment slower, the young master would surely have perished. Strangely, the arrow had circumvented him and shot directly at Zhang Chao, as if it possessed the ability to curve, before the captain could act. Another whooshing sound echoed from ahead. More! The captain exerted his utmost to maintain his protective ability, channeling every ounce of energy to safeguard Zhang Chao. Clang! The second arrow struck the same spot, again at Zhang Chao's brow. The arrow was once more repelled by the dissipating protective energy, which had already weakened considerably after 2 strikes. Ah! The captain roared, summoning every last bit of energy to reinforce the barrier around Zhang Chao's brow. If he failed to withstand the assault, the young master would undoubtedly meet his demise. Whoosh! The 3rd arrow flew forth, precisely targeting the location of the 2nd arrow. Bang! The 3rd arrow shattered the still coalescing protective energy shield, sending shards flying. The captain's countenance shifted drastically. It's breached. Clearly, during their previous encounter, the opponent's arrows had not possessed such formidable power. I could see that moment. He heard the sound of a fourth arrow slicing through the air. Not good. The energy shield he had conjured was already compromised, leaving him no time to re-establish it before Zhang Chao. This arrow would undoubtedly claim the young master's life. In a moment of desperation, the captain unleashed his ultimate ability, shouting hoarsely, "Fusion!" He watched as his arm melded with that of the young master at a visible speed. I could see that instant. The fourth arrow did not veer around the captain as the previous ones had. Instead, it shot directly at him. The captain, as if struck by a hammer, fell backward. Old Zhao, Zhang Biao, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward. He attempted to provide aid, but the captain, struck by the arrow, was evidently beyond saving. This potent ability had always been the captain's trump card, yet he had only this one opportunity to employ it, for his most powerful ability was one life for another. Zhang Biao's kindness had been repaid. With this thought, the captain's arm fell limply to the ground, the breath of life extinguished in an instant. Zhang Chao, paralyzed by the unfolding tragedy, collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Biao shielded Zhang Chao, fully aware that the skilled archer would likely seize this chance to eliminate his son. The captain was struck by an arrow. Nonsense. How could someone of the captain's defensive prowess fall victim to an arrow? The onlookers, upon seeing the captain lifeless on the ground, were rendered speechless. Disbelief etched across their faces. It was only when they caught sight of the arrow deeply embedded in the captain's visage that terror coursed through them. The captain is dead. What kind of power could possibly penetrate the captain's seemingly impenetrable defense? Damn it! Zhang Biao clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. It had to be that wild archer again. First, injuring his son, and now killing his trusted guard. Damnable wild man. Zhang Biao slammed his fist into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Should he catch this archer, he would ensure the wild man met a brutal end. To assuage his wrath, seemingly sensing the chaos, the young girl seized the moment to launch another assault. The few awakened individuals lying on the ground suddenly surged back to life, disregarding all else as they unleashed their former abilities, recklessly charging towards the safety zone's ranks. Monsters, undying monsters. The guards, overwhelmed by fear, began to shout, having never encountered such unfathomable beings. Creatures that could continue to fight after having their heads severed. Quickly resolve this battle. We must retreat, Zhang Biao commanded decisively. Several guards, responding to his orders, hurried to provide support from the rear. Thud! Just as they arrived, one guard fell without warning. The others turned, only to find an arrow had pierced deeply through his back. It was that treacherous archer. Panic ensued among the group, their hearts racing. Before they could join the fray, another arrow struck like lightning that a guard was shot through the neck, collapsing to the ground. Terrified, several fell to the ground. Paralyzed with fear, unable to move, "We must leave," Zhang Biao, protecting his son, shouted urgently. "Withdraw immediately. Everyone retreat," he ordered a nearby burly man. "You cover our rear. Do not seek to engage the enemy. Ensure your safe return." Understood. The burly man strode purposefully towards the back of the group. The safety zone's contingent stirred once more. "Quickly! Hurry!" Zhang Biao urged incessantly. His expression darkened by the significant threat posed by the archer. He hurried to the vehicle, glancing at an elderly man seated cross-legged within. This man was the awakened one responsible for sensing enemies within the safety zone. However, the elder now shook his head slowly, his face filled with helplessness. Previously, he could perceive the general direction of Li Yu's arrows, thus enabling counterattacks with artillery. Yet now, he could sense nothing at all. This could only indicate that the archer's position had far exceeded his perceptive range. Gazing at the crude arrows that had felled his guard, Zhang Biao furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. How could such rudimentary arrows possibly reach a distance of 1,000 meters? What kind of bow would be capable of such a feat? Zhang Biao was consumed by an overwhelming desire to rush out and eliminate the skilled archer, thereby eradicating this persistent threat. Yet he ultimately suppressed his impulsive urge and regained his composure. Perhaps someone was deliberately luring him out of the safety of the group, which could easily be a meticulously crafted trap. With the formidable man securing the rear, all the guards breathed a sigh of relief and took to their heels, Finally liberated from the relentless battle against the seemingly invincible foe, they were acutely aware that any delay could result in a swift and fatal arrow striking from the shadows. The safety zone's contingent hastened toward the west. The robust man at the back exhibited remarkable strength. Each punch he threw cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, dispatching the few individuals controlled by the little girl with ease. In mere moments, the revived, awakened ones lay battered, some even rendered legless, forced to crawl upon the ground. Effortlessly, he dealt with the revived adversaries. The man shook the blood from his fists and scanned the surroundings. He understood that someone must be lurking here, exerting control. Yet for the sake of safety, he resolved to rejoin the main group. Damn it! The little girl stamped her foot in frustration, watching the robust man depart. Once he was far enough away, she cautiously approached to assess the situation. The figures on the ground were now beyond salvage, stripped of any value for control. The little girl was left with no choice but to find more awakened ones to manipulate or seek alternative methods. At that moment, she sensed the presence of someone within the safety zone's team whom she could control. That a wicked smile crossed her lips as she resolutely pursued this new target. That we too continued our pursuit. Liu and Fu Xiao observed the little girl's every move from a distance. Seeing her re-engage, Liu felt a flicker of hope. He was reluctant to squander his precious arrows on the guards of the safety zone. Considering their sheer numbers far outstripped his ammunition, his goal was to seize the perfect opportunity to eliminate Zhang Chao and preempt any future troubles. Should he exhaust his arrows, he would effectively be rendered powerless. Thus, Liu decided to use 20 more arrows. If he failed to dispatch Zhang Chao, he would have to bide his time for a more opportune moment. The safety zone's team was now moving swiftly. With the robust man securing the rear, both speed and safety were temporarily assured. The little girl and Liu maintained a cautious distance, patiently seeking their chance in the rear among the refugee group. Several makeshift scavenger teams had separated from the main body and were in hot pursuit. These temporary teams numbered around 30 or 40 individuals, all driven by a burning desire for vengeance after losing comrades or family. Here, the lead scout raised a hand high in the air, prompting the others to rush toward him. It was indeed the guards of the safety zone. The scout recognized them at a glance. His eyes brimming with hatred. "There's more over here," another voice called out. The towering figure at the forefront crouched down to inspect closely. All had fallen to a single arrow. It was that scavenger with the black bow. Someone immediately thought of Liu, their voice tinged with admiration. After all, few scavengers possessed bows, and Liu's relentless assistance during the chaotic skirmish had left a lasting impression. Such formidable prowess. It appeared he too was targeting the safety zone. Excellent. Let us hasten our pursuit. As the teams moved on, they made yet another discovery. Scavengers. There lay more scavengers, their fates utterly grim. Indeed, these scavengers' bodies were pulverized. Not a single part intact. Beasts. The lead figure's face hardened, his voice low and gravelly, as if forced through clenched teeth. Onward. The safety zone cannot be far now. The team surged toward the west, soon catching sight of the vast contingent of the safety zone. Simultaneously, the individuals from the safety zone became aware of their pursuers. Wild men approaching, approximately 30. The lookout shouted a warning to the guards. "Prepare for battle!" Zhang Biao's temper flared upon hearing of yet another attack. This relentless horde of wild men was infuriating. He roared in anger, his voice thick with irritation. Ready heavy weaponry. If they dare to come closer, strike them down without mercy. Leave none alive? Yes. The guards immediately set about preparing their weapons. Alert everyone to accelerate. Understood. The entire group resumed their swift movements. The safety zone's contingent quickened their pace, matching the heightened urgency of the scavenger teams pursuing them, akin to a pack of relentless wolves. Unwilling to relent, Zhang Biao quickly positioned himself at the front of the formation, his gaze intensely fixed on the horizon, his mind racing. If his memory served him correctly, they were nearing the territory of the Wang family. Being continuously harassed by these wild men, the ongoing casualties were unsustainable. There seemed to be no viable solution. These wild men clung to them like stubborn gum, impossible to shake off or eliminate. Zhang Biao furrowed his brow, his head pounding, muttering to himself, "If it comes to it, I shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the Wong family to Liu. Several scavenger teams are pursuing the safety zone's contingent. Fu Xiao, keenly attuned to the fluctuations in raindrops, counted carefully, including those in hiding. There are a total of 45 individuals. Liu was taken aback. It was astonishing that so many among the refugees dared to continue their pursuit. Clearly spirited awakened ones. Without hesitation, Liu led Fu Xiao to a new vantage point, steadying 4 rain crow arrows in his hands, ever ready to unleash them that he sensed that a splendid opportunity was imminent. The safety zone's contingent began to accelerate, which did not go unnoticed by the pursuing scavenger teams. They're attempting to flee. Beware of a trap, the tall figure warned, raising his voice. Previously, when the refugees had pursued, the safety zone had feigned retreat only to counterattack, resulting in significant losses for the refugees. In a moment, I will unleash my seismic ability. Everyone must launch a full frontal assault. This opportunity is singular. Remember to wield your utmost strength, lest you perish in vain. The surrounding scavengers nodded solemnly. Since they dared to seek revenge, they naturally possessed the courage to charge forth and fight, seeing that everyone understood. The tall figure refrained from further unnecessary words, designating positions around the safety zone team. Squad 1 and 3 to the left, squads 2 and 4 to the right. Spread out, maintain a fixed distance, and stand ready. The tall figure skillfully directed the teams. Having witnessed the formidable firepower of the safety zone, he was determined to prevent his comrades from clustering together. Understood. Received. The scavenger teams swiftly dispersed, encircling the vicinity of the safety zone contingent. Observing the wild men closing in, the guards of the safety zone were not oblivious to the impending assault. Prepare for confrontation, a guard shouted, alerting everyone within the safety zone. Machine guns ready, rocket launchers prepared. The formidable man did not step forward to engage, instead remaining by the side of the vehicle. Suddenly, a series of thunderous noises erupted. It thunder. Someone in the safety zone team curiously looked up. Then, the ground began to shake violently, the earth trembling beneath them in earthquake. In the chaos of the safe zone, ordinary individuals were thrown into a state of panic, creating a scene of utter disarray. Even the awakened ones struggled to maintain their footing, tumbling clumsily to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth suddenly split open, forming a massive chasm that resembled the ravenous jaws of a giant, consuming everything in its path. The surrounding rainwater found an escape through the fissure, rushing in with a cacophonous roar at a person standing precariously at the edge let out a blood-curdling scream as they plunged into the abyss. Swiftly silenced by the relentless downpour. Remain calm. Do not panic. Zhang Biao's authoritative commands and shouts failed to make a significant impact amidst the turmoil. The crack extended right through the heart of the safe zone, revealing that the towering target had indeed struck the very center of the train carriage. He was acutely aware that those inside were undoubtedly high-ranking figures of the safe zone. His extraordinary ability had proven effective, as the carriage was now wedged tightly within the chasm. Just as it was about to plummet, the tall figure suddenly collapsed to the ground, weakened by the overexertion of his powers. What a pity. The tall figure lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. If only he had been a fraction more successful, he could have dragged the carriage into the void as well. That it's an earthquake. Zhang Chao inside the carriage exclaimed. Unable to keep his balance, his voice filled with agitation. Several elderly individuals nearby attempted to soothe him, but upon peering out and witnessing the gaping chasm below, he cried out in terror, "We're going to fall." Overcome by fear, Zhang Chao made a reckless dash out of the carriage. "Do not go out," the elders shouted in an effort to restrain him, but their attempts were in vain. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, striking Zhang Chao, who had just exited the carriage, with deadly precision. Enhanced by formidable powers, the arrow pierced through his chest. Seeing this, a burly man rushed forward, desperate to catch Zhang Chao. Thud! 3 more arrows, shot with astonishing speed, penetrated Zhang Chao's torso before the burly man could even reach the ground. Zhang Chao gasped, trying to cover his chest, but his front was already a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Chao, or a woman in elegant attire, screamed in agony. attempting to rush forward but was desperately held back by her guards. Hearing her piercing wail, Zhang Biao hurried over, witnessing Zhang Chao's blood-soaked chest as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Zhang Biao rushed forward and embraced Zhang Chao tightly. "Father, I don't want to die." Zhang Chao coughed up copious amounts of blood, pleading desperately. The fear of death enveloped him, and the encroaching coldness mercilessly consumed his body. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have tried to seize that wild woman, nor should he have provoked the one wielding a bow. But alas, time could not be reversed. It was far too late. Zhang Chao's head slumped, lifeless in Zhang Biao's arms. What an opportunity! Amidst the chaos caused by the earthquake, the scavenger team swiftly launched their assault. Stonefall. One scavenger leaped with force, crushing a machine gun beneath his foot. At such close range, the cannon had become utterly ineffective. Firing would only result in greater casualties among their own. The carriage continued to slide perilously toward the chasm below. "Pull the carriage up." The elderly inside the carriage shouted hoarsely, "I command you as an elder of the Zhang family. Pull the carriage up first." Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the head of the elder who had leaned out. Excellent! The tall figure, now exhausted, couldn't help but praise the shot from afar. This hidden archer, like a phantom assassin, struck fear into the hearts of many. Fortunately, they were not foes. Otherwise, they might have been utterly outmatched. No one could predict who Li Yu's next target would be at that moment. A guard with bandaged eyes turned crimson. His gun was slowly aimed at a row of fellow guards. "What are you doing?" "You tat tat tat." The red-eyed guard unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the others. "You've aimed wrong." "Fool." The other guard attempted to intervene. Bang bang. Several more guards fell. "It's a traitor," one guard shouted in terror. "What? There's a traitor." This revelation plunged the already struggling guard team into utter confusion. Panic spread among the guards, who warily eyed one another, fearful of being stabbed in the back by a traitor. The situation spiraled into complete chaos. Just as Zhang Biao emerged from the grief of losing his son, he was confronted with this unfathomable scene. A guard was madly shooting at his comrades. Enraged, Zhang Biao kicked the red-eyed guard with all his might. Die! Swish! An arrow narrowly missed Zhang Biao's thigh, striking down a guard behind him. Zhang Biao's expression changed drastically as he was forced to halt. So fast. The speed of the arrows was entirely different from before. Had they been aimed at him now, he would not have been able to catch them as easily as he had earlier. Instantly, Zhang Biao changed his mind, shouting loudly, "Retreat! Leave everything behind! Retreat!" He dashed to the side of the carriage. Yanking the elegantly dressed woman out, he hoisted her up and sprinted westward. The burly man and his trusted followers quickly followed, not daring to hesitate for a moment. They never expected to be driven to such extremes by a band of wild individuals. Liu, observing the disintegrating safe zone team, fleeing once more. Couldn't help but comment. "So they're running again." Liu seemed unaware that a significant reason behind the terrified flight of the safe zone guards was his ambush with arrows. After all, no one wished to meet an untimely end without understanding why. Watching the safe zone team hastily retreat, Fu Xiao wore an expression of disbelief. Why aren't they resisting? Why are they fleeing when they could easily win? She questioned in confusion. The safe zone team comprised thousands, yet they were being relentlessly pursued by a mere 40 scavengers. They're simply valuing their lives. Liu replied succinctly, revealing the truth. The individuals within the safe zone were afraid of death. Although they appeared numerous, once a real battle commenced, it was merely the guards who would fight. Once the guards retreated, they would have no choice but to follow suit, with Zhang Chao dealt with. A subtle smile graced Liu's lips. A heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Having removed Zhang Chao, the persistent troublemaker, he had alleviated his greatest concern as he observed the scavenger team advancing relentlessly. Liu shifted his position yet again. The situation was increasingly favorable for the scavengers. The safe zone team, under Zhang Biao's leadership, hurriedly retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. In their haste, several heavy crates were discarded, and a horse was left behind, unable to be mounted. "Look, they've abandoned their supplies. Let us pursue them." The tall figure continued to orchestrate the operation with remarkable composure. The various scavenger teams appeared particularly collected. obediently following his commands. Their primary motivation for being here was vengeance, rather than a mere desire to seize supplies. Moreover, having learned from the painful lesson of the previous supply explosion, the scavenger squads had developed a sense of caution regarding the materials. While they outwardly pressed on with their assault, they were acutely aware that, with their mere dozens, it was impossible to extinguish a fortified group of thousands. Furthermore, if they pushed too hard, the opposing force might retaliate fiercely, leading to their inevitable demise. The scavenger teams pursued the fleeing enemy for several kilometers, only returning to the battlefield when they confirmed that the safety zone's contingent had genuinely escaped, allowing them to scour the area and distribute the spoils. After all, even if they chose not to take the abundant loot, it would surely be claimed by the refugees trailing behind them. The tall man crouched beside a crate, meticulously inspecting its contents before declaring, "Safe." Following his thorough examination, it was confirmed that no hidden explosives or dangerous items lurked among the supplies. The collective sigh of relief resonated among the scavengers. This venture had not been in vain. Liu hurried over with Fu Xiao, eager to see what useful items might be available. Having played his part in the recent conflict, as he approached, all his attention was captured by a magnificent horse that had been abandoned. Not because of its striking appearance, but due to its unsettling act of voraciously devouring a severed limb from the ground, seemingly relishing the gruesome meal. "The horse is eating meat," Liu exclaimed in disbelief, observing the animal with its blood-stained muzzle that wasn't a horse supposed to graze on grass. Fu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Throughout her life, she had been taught that horses were herbivorous creatures, and oh wonder. Liu mused, suddenly realizing that with the vast expanses of water surrounding them and the scarcity of hay and grass, it was perplexing how the horses in the safety zone were sustained. His curiosity was finally resolved. These horses had evidently evolved into omnivores, now consuming meat as well. "Someone is approaching," reported the lookout among the scavengers, prompting the gathered group to turn their inquisitive gazes toward Liu and Fu Xiao, who were slowly making their way closer to him. They whispered, recognizing the skilled archer by the distinctive black bow in his hands. Without Liu's covert assistance, their victory would have been far from assured. The tall man stood, raised his hand high to indicate he bore no weapons, and gestured for conversation. Liu reciprocated the gesture, allowing the tall man to approach. Stopping a few meters away, he adhered to the unspoken rule of distance among scavengers. "I am their temporary team leader, Chun Lai," he replied. "Thanks to your help, you may select from these supplies first," Chun Lai offered earnestly. Given the significant threat Liu's archery posed, he wished to avoid any conflict over the spoils. Were it not for his role as temporary leader, he would have readily gifted all the items to Liu in the spirit of camaraderie. "Thank you." Liu accepted graciously, stepping forward to make his selections. "Let him go first," Chun Lai ordered the group of 40-odd scavengers. They voiced no objections. Although they had never seen Liu, his reputation as an archer had preceded him among the refugees. As Liu surveyed the contents of the crates, he found nothing of interest, for they were filled with trinkets of little worth. One box even containing nothing but dishes. Why would they bother transporting such items? Upon spotting a crate of raincoats, Liu recalled the standardized rain gear worn by the safety zone's inhabitants, which seemed quite effective against water. "I'll take 2 raincoats," he declared, retrieving them from the box. "And I want that horse," he added, pointing to the equine still feasting on flesh. Chun Lai hesitated for a moment before readily agreeing. No problem. They had no desire for the horse, and Liu's choice aligned perfectly with their interests. A win-win situation. However, as Chun Lai reveled in this outcome, Liu spoke again. "What will you offer me for the rest of these items based on their value?" It was clear that the transaction would not be so simple. After a casual glance at the surrounding supplies, Chun Lai proposed, "How about a bag of fine salt?" It was worth noting that none of the items included salt or sugar, which held significant value. "Deal," Liu affirmed, accepting the package of salt wrapped securely in waterproof cloth that Chun Lai handed him. He passed the raincoats to Fu Xiao and made his way toward the horse. The animal showed no fear, continuing to consume its gruesome meal without flinching as Liu approached, revealing the gruesome scene. As he drew nearer, Liu observed that the horse was adorned with a sleek, lustrous coat of black fur, and was impressively robust. What a beautiful creature! Fu Xiao marveled, equally astonished that such a fine horse had been abandoned. Liu grasped the reins in front of the black horse and tugged gently. The horse remained unyielding, intent on its feast, seemingly disinterested in leaving. Perhaps this was precisely why it had been left behind. Increasing his effort, Liu pulled harder, yet the horse remained steadfast, focused on its grisly meal. It was a stubborn beast. Watching the horse continue to consume blood and flesh, Liu suddenly had an epiphany. He discreetly retrieved a small piece of exotic beast meat. His surprise, as soon as he produced it. The horse lifted its head, sniffing the air intently. "Are you a dog with such a keen nose?" Liu exclaimed in astonishment. As he offered the piece of meat, the black horse eagerly devoured it with an almost human-like satisfaction. Liu tugged on the reins once more, and it finally raised its head, obediently following him. Nearby scavengers observed Liu, engaged in animated discussion. "Did you hear? His name is Li Yu. Is he the famed archer? Who else could it be? Did you not see that bow? When he was shooting, I couldn't even tell where he was. Of course, by the time you see him, you're already dead. It was only after Liu and Fu Xiao led the horse away that the others resumed their efforts to tally the supplies. As they took the horse to a distance, Fu Xiao donned the raincoat from the safety zone, her face lighting up with joy.liu. This raincoat fits perfectly. Liu also tried on a raincoat and found it far superior to the waterproof cloth. Providing warmth and comfort, he moved around, discovering that the raincoat allowed for complete freedom of movement. Evidently designed and crafted with meticulous care, the inhabitants of the safety zone truly knew how to indulge themselves. His perspective on the resources and craftsmanship of the safety zone had shifted significantly. Turning to the black horse, he found it standing quietly, indifferent to his approach. Carefully, Liu placed one foot in the stirrup and, with a gentle leap, settled onto the horse's back. The black horse merely twitched its ears slightly, showing no signs of discontent. "This is wonderful." Liu felt a surge of excitement at riding for the first time. He gently stroked the horse's silky black coat, repeatedly murmuring, "What a fine steed, what a fine steed." The black horse seemed to comprehend, letting out a couple of soft snorts. Liu adjusted his posture and gently squeezed the horse's belly, prompting the steed to commence a slow gait. Initially, Liu felt somewhat awkward, but he soon acclimated to the sensation of riding. They traversed the open space back and forth, and Liu gradually increased the pace, with the black horse responding harmoniously to his movements, appearing remarkably obedient. Dismounting, Liu softly patted the horse's neck before turning to Fu Xiao with a smile, inviting her, "Come, you should give it a try as well." Liu wished for Fu Xiao to learn horseback riding as a precaution. After all, in this world fraught with unforeseen dangers, acquiring the skill of riding would provide an additional layer of security. Excitement sparkled in Fu Xiao's eyes as she cautiously approached the black horse. "Do not be afraid. It is quite gentle," Liu reassured her, seemingly oblivious to the grisly scene of the horse consuming flesh that had transpired moments earlier. Gathering her courage, Fu Xiao clumsily clambered onto the horse, using both hands and feet. She then extended her hand, gently caressing the sleek mane of the black horse with the utmost tenderness. The horse appeared to sense her kindness and let out a soft whinny. "This is so much fun," Fu Xiao exclaimed, running her fingers through the mane once more, an unprecedented wave of joy washing over her. Liu stood beside the horse, patiently guiding her. "Relax, let your body sway naturally with the horse's rhythm." With Liu leading the reins, the black horse began to walk slowly. Soon, Fu Xiao discovered she could match the horse's pace. Liu, too, recognized the horse's intelligence and its ability to cooperate with humans. In no time, Fu Xiao had nearly mastered the art of riding. Reluctantly dismounting, her face radiated satisfaction and exhilaration. "Thank you, Liu. This has been the happiest day of my life." Gratitude and an indescribable emotion shimmered in her eyes. Yet Liu remained focused on the black horse, entirely unaware of her gaze. "Since it can consume meat, we can keep it. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging." Had the black horse not been a carnivore, Liu would not have selected it during his earlier quest for supplies. Inspecting the saddle crafted from the safety zone's materials, Liu silently marveled at its ingenious design. practical for both riding and transporting goods. Suddenly, Fu Xiao spoke up. There are 5 individuals approaching. The moment the 5 figures drew near, she immediately noticed the change in the height of raindrops, alerting her to their presence. You could not help but admire Fu Xiao's extraordinary ability. Pointing in the direction of the 5, Fu Xiao indicated that Li Yu should hide carefully. Before long, a scavenger team consisting of 5 members passed by, their attire and weaponry leaving both Li Yu and Fu Xiao momentarily stunned. They had never encountered a scavenger group fully armed with long spears, and, judging by their demeanor, these individuals, though also refugees, seemed to hail from a different region, strangers among the displaced. It appears we have ventured beyond the boundaries of the Black Mountain area. This was the first time Li Yu had witnessed refugees from outside the Black Mountain district. The 5 individuals hurried along, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters, oblivious to the concealed presence of Li Yu and Fu Xiao. The black horse, too, appeared to understand the situation, standing still and silent. Once the 5 had moved away, Li Yu took note of the horse's response. What a clever creature, he marveled, such a fine horse. Abandoned, what are those in the safety zone thinking? Seemingly aware of the praise, the black horse proudly lifted its head. Fu Xiao quickly approached, once more stroking the horse's mane, which possessed remarkable water-repelling qualities. A texture she greatly appreciated. The swirling sensation in its abdomen began to subside. Li Yu produced an exotic beast crystal core, activating the vortex to further enhance his abilities as soon as he unveiled it. The black horse trotted eagerly towards him, circling around and even bowing to indicate its desire for Li Yu to mount. There was a glimmer of anthropomorphic charm in the horse's eyes, signaling its longing for the exotic beast crystal core. Fu Xiao instantly discerned the meaning behind the horse's actions, while Li Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. Could a normally evolving animal consume an exotic beast crystal core? He understood that such cores were exclusive to mutated creatures. Would it be safe for the black horse to ingest it? After a moment's contemplation, Li Yu decided to retrieve the smallest core from his collection, placing it in the palm of his hand. Humph! The horse snorted with delight upon realizing that Li Yu genuinely intended to give it the core, nudging Li Yu affectionately with its head. With an abundance of exotic beast crystal cores at his disposal, offering the black horse a small one was inconsequential. Yu opened his palm, and in an instant, the horse swallowed the crystal core. Its speed astounding Li Yu. Both Fu Xiao and Li Yu rushed closer to observe, their eyes wide with anticipation, watching for any changes in the black horse. 1 minute past 0.5 minutes, 10 minutes. The horse exhibited no visible alterations, its physique unchanged from before it consumed the core. However, it appeared exceedingly joyful, prancing around Li Yu with a lively bounce in its step. Is it ineffective? Fu Xiao inquired, perplexed. Perhaps it simply needs more time to digest. I recall that animals have different digestive systems, Li Yu conjectured, seeing the black horse unaffected by the core. Both Li Yu and Fu Xiao felt reassured, though their acquaintance with the black horse had been brief. They had both grown quite fond of it. They settled into a tranquil state, focusing on absorbing the energy from the crystal cores in their hands to enhance their abilities. Before long, Fu Xiao experienced a notable improvement. I feel as though I can see farther now, she exclaimed in delight. Yu nodded. Given that Fu Xiao's ability level was relatively low, such rapid enhancement was to be expected. After the pursuing group successfully ambushed the safety zone team and secured supplies, the scavenger team paused to rest. Yu and Fu Xiao refrained from continuing their pursuit, only to notice that the little girl had vanished. Shortly thereafter, a large group of refugees followed the trail of battle. Ma Yuanbai moved within the crowd of refugees, his emotions complex. Before long, he spotted the bodies of the safety zone guards ahead, and some famished refugees had already begun to feast upon the remains. Ma Yuanbai and his companions drew near, startling the scavengers, who quickly stepped aside to observe. Squatting down, Ma Yuanbai picked up an arrow from among the remnants. He recognized it as the very type of rain crow arrow he had previously exchanged with Li Yu at the merchants. Surveying the surrounding bodies of the guards, he counted at least 7 or 8, all evidently slain by arrows. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Li Yu's abilities are truly formidable. He alone is capable of dispatching so many guards. The thought of Liu utilizing a bow and arrow, a notably safe method that did not require close combat, stirred a twinge of envy within him. His supportive abilities paled in comparison to Liu's prowess. Raising his gaze, Ma Yuanbai noticed more bodies fall into arrows not far ahead, and he nearly felt pity for them, reflecting on the misfortune that awaited the safety zone team for having crossed paths with Liu. Yet, he acknowledged that all of this was of their own making. They had brought their fate upon themselves. Evidently, Ma Yuanbai harbored a profound animosity towards the inhabitants of the safe zone, IT, that moment. The group from the safe zone was hastily retreating, their steps hurried and frantic. The IT was only when they realized that no savages were pursuing them that they gradually eased their pace. Akin to a taut string finally experiencing a moment of relief. Within the ranks of the safe zone, an unusual silence prevailed. No one uttered a word, and the atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. After enduring this series of events, their previous fervor during the migration had waned, leaving them to trudge along in a lifeless manner. Their faces were marked solely by fear and exhaustion, as if they were emerging from a harrowing nightmare. Zhang Biao led the way, discerning the direction before continuing to advance with the group. As the terrain began to rise, Zhang Biao was aware that they were not far from their destination. Shortly thereafter, a team of well-equipped individuals clad in raincoats appeared ahead, blocking their path. Halt! The team intercepted Zhang Biao's group. Although those behind Zhang Biao appeared somewhat disheveled, the team could discern from their attire that they belonged to a different safe zone. Furthermore, the state of the individuals from the safe zone was something that savages could not emulate. You have arrived at Wang's Hill, which lies within the Wang family territory. The team inquired politely. May I ask which family you belong to and the purpose of your visit? Heishan Zhang family, replied a guard from the front. Upon hearing this, the demeanor of the intercepting team shifted dramatically from indifference to warm smiles. Their attitude undergoing a complete transformation. So you are neighbors from the Zhang family. Please allow us to inform our superiors. With that, one of the team members swiftly retreated to report the situation. The Zhang and Wang family safe zones were relatively close to one another, and there were occasional merchant caravans traversing the route between them, fostering a reasonably amicable relationship. However, observing the large crowd before him, the team leader was filled with doubt, his brows furrowed. Why were the Zhang family's people all congregated at Wang's Hill? Soon, a remarkably swift figure dashed over like the wind. The newcomer instantly recognized Zhang Biao among the migrating group. Why? Is the head of the Zhang family. I did not expect you to come in person. Zhang Biao, too, recognized the individual. This swift figure was a relative of the Wang family head, having previously conducted business with him. Wang Liqiang, long time no see, Zhang Biao greeted him. Wang Liqiang, observing the large contingent behind Zhang Biao, seemed to comprehend the situation without further inquiry and decisively ordered, "Let them through." The intercepting team quickly moved aside. Clearing the way for the Heishan Safe Zones group, the Zhang family's contingent passed through slowly. "Follow me," Wang Liqiang instructed before striding ahead to lead the way. Before long, Zhang Biao's group arrived at the stronghold of the Wang family at Wang's Hill. The stronghold was situated atop a hill, which was the highest point in the surrounding area. However, the elevation of this ordinary hill was merely sufficient to mitigate some water accumulation, offering no security comparable to that of the safe zone nestled in the mountains. The stronghold's defenses were meticulously arranged along the natural slopes of the hill, forming layered fortifications to guard against the attacks of vagrants. Yet, the individuals from the Zhang family clearly regarded these structures with disdain. For the defensive lines established in the Heishan safe zone were far more robust and secure. Following Wang Liqiang as he navigated around the traps set by the Wang family, Zhang Biao's group continued their ascent. As they proceeded, Zhang Biao observed the activities of the Wang family members, who appeared to be bustling with activity. After a while, Zhang Biao's group finally reached the summit of the hill. Here lay the core area of Wang's Hill, featuring sturdy buildings and living quarters. Upon witnessing the scene within the safe zone, both Zhang Biao and the members of the Zhang family displayed expressions of astonishment. The inhabitants of Wang's Hill were industriously engaged in their tasks. Residents scurried between the square and the houses, carrying various packages. All supplies and provisions had been neatly packed into organized boxes and bundles, displayed on waterproof racks in the central square. Young and middle-aged individuals were responsible for the transportation and inspection of large cargo, ensuring that every item was properly secured without any omissions. Transport carts stood outside, filled to the brim, while numerous shoulder poles and baskets were also laden, seemingly more abundant than what the Haishan group had upon their departure. Judging by the state of everyone's packed belongings, it appeared that every member of the Wang family had prepared everything, ready to depart at a moment's notice, much like when the Haishan safe zone had just set out. Zhang Biao discerned that the Wang family was evidently also preparing to evacuate. Amidst his thoughts, a hearty laughter rang out. Haha, I never expected the head of the Zhang family would come in person. Wang Qinshui, the head of the Wang family, emerged from within, warmly welcoming Zhang Biao. What brings you here? Zhang Biao feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring. His gaze swept across the bustling crowd of Wang family members before finally resting on Wang Qinshin's face. We are also preparing to leave, Wang Qinshin revealed candidly. Since you are willing to grant Zhang Biao entry, I have no intention of concealing anything. The prophecy is likely true. To be on the safe side. We have decided to migrate westward. Zhang Biao paused momentarily before responding. What arrangements do you have? We plan to depart tomorrow, and you may rest here in the meantime, Wang Qinshin suggested, casting a playful glance at Zhang Biao. You could even settle in my Wang family's safe zone if you wish. Zhang Biao thought to himself, if he were to reside in a safe zone, why would he travel so far just to stay in this dilapidated Wang family safe zone? At that moment, a child joyfully ran out, tightly grasping Wang Qinshin's hand and curiously peering around. Daddy, is Zhang Chao Gij here? Wang Qinshin, puzzled, turned to Zhang Biao and asked, Why haven't I seen Zhang Chao? Zhang Biao's expression darkened instantly, and the members of the Zhang family nearby also wore solemn faces, the atmosphere growing suddenly grave. Wang Qinshin immediately sensed the abnormality, inwardly speculating that Zhang Chao might have encountered misfortune. Lowering his head, Wang Qinshin said to his son, Zhang Chao Gij I sent here. You go play by yourself. All right, the child, intimidated by the serious expressions of so many unfamiliar faces, turned and ran back in fear. Head of the Zhang family, could it be that something has happened to Zhang Chao? Wang Qinshin tentatively inquired, hoping to confirm his suspicion. Zhang Biao's face remained grim as he nodded heavily. Wang Qinshin understood. Indeed, something had happened to Zhang Chao. Approaching Zhang Biao, Wang Qinshin gently patted his arm, sorrow etched on his face. Yet within Wang Qinshin's heart, another thought lingered. Perhaps it was for the best that Zhang Chao had perished. He had never been fond of Zhang Chao's reckless nature and did not want his son to emulate such behavior. Their companionship had been nothing but reckless abandon, engaging in every misdeed imaginable. Nevertheless, Wang Qinshin maintained a facade of grief and sorrow. Soon, arrangements were made for Zhang Biao's group to stay. The following morning, after a night of rest, the Zhang family's group finally enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, the Wang family had completed their preparations. Wang Qinshin arrived early to bid farewell to Zhang Biao, seemingly not intending to embark on the journey with him. Even though Zhang Biao's group had suffered significant losses from the vagrants, he did not plan to merge with the Wang family. Both parties harbored their own considerations. Just as the Wang family was preparing to set off, Zhang Biao approached Wang Qinshin to offer a warning. Be cautious of those savages. They have gone mad. Savages? Wang Qinshin was taken aback. Are you referring to those vagrants? Zhang Biao nodded. Wang Qinshui was taken aback upon hearing this. From Zhang Biao's implication, it seemed that these refugees had become exceedingly perilous, and it was quite possible that Zhang Chao had met his demise in such a manner. Wang Qinshui still struggled to comprehend the situation, setting aside the disparity in equipment between the safe zone and the refugees. How could such feeble-looking individuals have inflicted such devastation upon the Zhang family? Typically, when the refugees encountered those from their safe zone, they would scurry away like frightened mice. How could they possibly launch an offensive against a contingent from the safe zone? Additionally, and perhaps most crucially, the refugee group was akin to loose sand, embroiled in infighting and competition amongst themselves. Wang Qinshui found it hard to fathom how these disorganized refugees could have breached the safe zone and caused Zhang Chao's death. However, recalling Zhang Chao's arrogant demeanor, He could surmise a plausible reason, contemplating within himself that it was likely that Zhang Chao had committed an act that incited the wrath of the entire refugee population. Wang Qinshui nodded in acknowledgement. Signaling his vigilance towards the refugees, he then bid farewell to Zhang Biao, reluctantly departing from the fortress established by their ancestors. Yet, this was a choice they had no alternative but to make. After the Wang family departed, they had traveled quite a distance when Wang Lijian approached to inquire, "Master, with such a lengthy journey ahead, why not accompany the Zhang family for mutual support?" Wang Qinshui replied gravely, "The relationships among everyone are merely superficial. Behind the facade lies a different reality. The interactions between the safe zones are no exception. Although on the surface, we frequently engage in trade, suggesting a cordial relationship. The impending disaster will inevitably alter everything. An ally in one moment may transform into an adversary in the next." Wang Lijian attentively noted Wang Qinshui's words, nodding thoughtfully. "There is another reason," Wang Qinshui interjected once more. "It appears that the Zhang family has offended the refugees." Wang Qinshui asserted with certainty. "Refugees? What is so frightening about offending them?" Wang Lijian found it difficult to understand, viewing the refugees merely as a rabble of disorganized individuals. "If I am not mistaken, Zhang Biao's son, Zhang Chao, has already been slain by the refugees." Wang Qinshui's expression turned grave. "What?" Wang Lijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Qinshui continued to elucidate. "Did you not notice? The robust man beside Zhang Biao is a fifth-tier awakened." Wang Lijian nodded, recalling the man's imposing physique that stood out distinctly. He could indeed sense a formidable pressure emanating from the powerful individual. However, he was puzzled as to the connection between this man and Zhang Chao's death. To have slain Zhang Biao's son in the presence of a fifth-tier awakened speaks volumes. Wang Qinshui conjectured. "Moreover, I suspect this individual is a resource-deprived savage, whose strength is likely formidable." Wang Lijian nodded, acknowledging that this savage awakened must possess offensive abilities. Wang Qinshui continued, "Should we migrate alongside the Zhang family? The awakened among the refugees may perceive our two safe zones as allies. At that juncture, it is likely we would not only fail to offer assistance, but might also be compelled to shield the Zhang family from calamity." Wang Lijian grasped the implications of this, realizing the depth of his master's foresight, and could not help but marvel at the complexities of the master's position at this moment. The vanguard responsible for clearing the path returned to inquire, "Master, shall we proceed westward?" "No." Wang Qinshui pondered for a moment, his gaze reflecting contemplation before he decisively stated, "We shall first head to the 7207 shelter." "Understood," the vanguard acknowledged, returning to the front of the line. The 7207 shelter. Wang Lijian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this name. The 7207 shelter was undoubtedly the true sovereign of the entire Shirong Mountain region, both Zhang Biao's Black Mountain Safe Zone and their Wang family's Qiu Safe Zone. When scrutinized, were but subservient entities under the dominion of the 7207 shelter. However, these safe zones were relatively small in scale and situated at a considerable distance from the shelter, thus they had largely been overlooked. Though Wang Lijian was astonished, he refrained from probing further. While he did not grasp the master's intentions in going there, he had faith that it was for the benefit of the Wang family's future. The vanguard scrutinized the map intently, discerning the route ahead, and pointed towards the general direction. The Wang family's contingent made a slight adjustment to their course and continued onward, Liu and Fuxiao, while consuming the remaining meat from the leopard beast, also fed some to the little black horse, who relished the meal. Little Black, Liu had recently named the horse. Although the horse appeared somewhat dissatisfied with its name, it still emitted a few reluctant sounds in response, motivated by the delicious beast meat in Liu's hand. "Little Black has consented," Fu Xiao exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the horse's response. She had developed a fondness for the clever little creature, relishing the feeling of having a smart PT. Liu observed that even when both he and Fu Xiao mounted Little Black, it was more than capable of carrying them, effortlessly galloping a considerable distance. Truly, it was a remarkable beast, formidable in strength. Liu marveled at this discovery, which brought him great joy, with Little Black in their possession. Their speed of movement had undoubtedly escalated to a new level. Fu Xiao's abilities, combined with his own pinpoint accuracy, allowed them to easily hunt ordinary animals. Raising another meat-eating companion like Little Black posed no issue. Meanwhile, the larger group of refugees had resumed their pursuit, following the trail left by Zhang Biao's team as they journeyed westward. With disaster looming, the refugees had no choice but to persist in their journey, steeling themselves against the impending peril. After resting for a brief moment and absorbing some energy from the crystal cores, Liu and Fu Xiao mounted Little Black and charged forth. Liu opted not to draw near the refugee group, as riding Little Black, despite their speed, would render them mere moving targets. Powerful awakened individuals and even skilled marksmen among the ordinary populace would undoubtedly find them an easy mark. Furthermore, as a ranged attacker, Liu, alongside Fu Xiao, who was merely a perception-type awakened, had virtually no defensive capabilities. Their advantages hinged entirely on the distance between themselves and their adversaries. Should they lose that distance, even with Liu's impeccable accuracy, escaping amidst a throng of enemies would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to maintain their distance from the crowd. The refugees watched in astonishment as Liu galloped away on his horse, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Such mounts were typically reserved for the elite awakened of the safe zones. Yet here was Liu riding one. It was their first encounter with a scavenger on horseback. Among the refugees, Ma Yuanbai also witnessed Liu and Fu Xiao riding away, his face a mask of shock. Upon seeing the black horse that Liu rode, his heart raced, while others might not recognize it. He was well aware of that particular steed. Its strikingly dark coat was so rare that it was etched vividly in his memory. He had previously seen this horse during a trade at the Black Mountain Safe Zone, where it was notorious for its untamed nature. Even with Zhang Chao's relentless attempts and the utilization of various methods, he ultimately could not compel the creature to submit. This dark steed appeared to possess a unique pride, never yielding easily to anyone. Yet at this moment, it was surprisingly ridden by Liu, and it seemed to obey him quite well. Yuanbai even began to suspect that Liu might possess some extraordinary ability to tame animals. As Liu and his companion rode the black horse into the distance, the onlookers, filled with envy and astonishment, withdrew their gazes. After a while, the group of refugees finally arrived at the Wangjia Hill safe zone. They wended their way through the hills, their figures appearing diminutive in the rain. The downpour blurred their vision, yet could not extinguish the fervent desire for survival that burned within their hearts. The inhabitants of Wangjia had long since evacuated, and there were no longer any obstacles along the road. After passing through smoothly, the refugees continued their ascent toward the hilltop fortress that by this time. The Wangjia Hill safe zone was deserted. Even Zhang Biao, who had rested there the previous night, had already departed with his group. The refugees soon realized that the owners of this place had retreated. Many had come to fully believe that disaster was imminent. Otherwise, so many people from the safe zone would not have fled. Gazing at the remaining supplies that had been left behind in the safe zone, as well as the numerous shelters from the wind and rain, the refugees could hardly contain their eagerness to rush in and seize what they could, swiftly occupying the vacant dwellings. After enduring a prolonged and arduous journey, marked by extreme exhaustion, some refugees decided to stay temporarily, at least to escape the incessant rain. However, a greater number of them pressed onward, acutely aware that only by continuing westward could they hope to find a true sanctuary. Those determined to advance, after a brief respite at Wangjia Hill, set forth once more, laden with uncertainty about the future and trepidation regarding the impending calamity. Meanwhile, some among the refugees simply could not go any further and chose to remain behind. Ma Yuanbai cast a glance back at those who had opted to stay, letting out a sigh. He already knew the fate that awaited these individuals. Liu and Fu Xiao rode swiftly through the rain atop the small black horse. On its back, Fu Xiao clung tightly to Liu, seemingly fearful of falling off, unwilling to release her grip for even a moment. Suddenly, feeling an unusual disturbance in the rain ahead, she urgently alerted. Liu, there are people ahead. Many of them. Liu gently tapped the black horse, which immediately understood, slowing its pace. The two approached cautiously to investigate. Indeed, they found a considerable gathering of individuals who appeared to be scavengers. However, they were markedly better off than those from the Black Mountain safe zone. At least they wore intact clothing and even donned raincoats, an attire typically reserved for those within a safe zone. Now seemingly standard for these scavengers to AT that moment, another scavenger team drew near Liu and Fu Xiao's surprise. The two groups greeted each other warmly and sat down together. Did they know one another? Fu Xiao wondered, astonished. No, we don't know each other, Liu replied, his gaze sweeping between the two scavenger teams, noting several crucial details. Look at their raincoats. The styles differ, indicating they are not from the same group. He whispered an explanation. Moreover, their manner of greeting resembled mutual probing rather than the affectionate banter of old friends. Upon closer inspection, Fu Xiao indeed recognized the differences Liu had pointed out. When the members of the two teams conversed, their body language displayed a certain reserve. Despite their outward warmth, there lingered an almost imperceptible wariness in their eyes, rather than complete trust and relaxation. Nonetheless, this peculiar camaraderie astonished Li Yu. In the Black Mountain region, two scavenger teams would not only avoid close proximity, but would likely clash upon mere sighting. Curiously observing, they caught snippets of conversation that alluded to a shelter. Shelter? Fu Xiao and Liu exchanged incredulous glances. Shelter? The term resonated within them like a thunderous explosion, stirring waves of excitement. They had actually heard the word shelter here. It referred to the ancient refuge structures meticulously constructed by humanity hundreds of years ago. Legend spoke of these sanctuaries, which could steadfastly protect humans from the relentless downpour, housing within them remnants of a once glorious civilization, complete with formidable weapons and astonishing technology. Liu carefully attuned himself to the energy fluctuations emanating from the group, confirming that these individuals were merely ordinary scavengers without any extraordinary abilities. Thus, he boldly stepped forward alongside Fu Xiao, approaching the gathering with confidence. The scavenger team, seated together, soon noticed the approaching duo. However, they exhibited no sign of hostility. Instead, they turned their gazes toward them in unison. The leader scrutinized Liu's tattered clothing and worn-out shoes, with only a single intact raincoat adorning his frame, revealing a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A few others even expressed a tinge of pity, commenting, "How did this person end up in such dire straits?" Liu. He overheard their assessment, glancing down at his attire with a hint of insecurity. Was he truly as unfortunate as they claimed? Yet in the Black Mountain, he had managed quite well, only to find himself described as wretched by ordinary scavengers here. However, when these scavengers caught sight of Fu Xiao behind Liu, their astonishment grew, their eyes widening. Even in such a pitiful state, he has a wife. How utterly unbelievable. This world was indeed mad. Girl, you must be blind. Even beggars have wives. Why don't I? Liu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Fu Xiao shyly lowered her head. Despite the unflattering remarks, Liu sensed no malice in their words. The leader raised a hand, signaling for silence, and then took the initiative to greet them. You two must be refugees. Correct? How did you know? Liu inquired, surprised. The leader thought to himself, given their evident plight, it's clear to anyone that they are refugees. Is there even a need to ask? He cast a sympathetic glance at Liu, suspecting he was likely starving and yearning to beg for food. With this in mind, he turned to say, "Old Three, bring them some rations." "Sure thing," replied the one referred to as Old Three, promptly turning to fetch something. After the leader's instructions, he beckoned Liu and Fu Xiao to come closer. Upon entering the makeshift shelter, Old Three handed them a peculiar green food item. Liu and Fu Xiao stared at the oddly green morsel, momentarily hesitant to take a bite. Sensing their hesitation, the leader smiled and explained, "This is a green algae fiber bar, made from algae. Don't worry, it's not poisonous." Liu accepted the green algae fiber bar, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, he inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you afraid we might be enemies and ambush you?" "Ha! He even knows about ambushes." The two scavenger teams exchanged amused glances, realizing that Liu was completely unfamiliar with the situation here. One of them began to explain, "This is your first time in the Shiro Mountain, isn't it? This area is under the jurisdiction of Shelter 7207, and anyone who dares to commit crimes here risks execution." "Crimes?" Liu asked with curiosity, finding the term quite novel. It's simply the regulations of the shelter. If anyone violates the rules, it constitutes a crime. The existence of such a thing left both Li Yu and Fu Xiao in disbelief. Where did you escape from? The leader of another scavenger team inquired. Black Mountain. Li Yu replied honestly. Black Mountain? I think I've heard of it, the leader remarked, somewhat puzzled that I know. It's the territory at the far west of our Shiro Mountain region. One of his subordinates chimed in, so it's a remote area. The captain suddenly realized something that a few individuals began to discuss among themselves, glancing at Li Yu's attire. Are the people from Heishan living in such dire straits? Li Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied weakly, it's not too bad. With your living conditions, you could qualify for assistance, remarked a scavenger, chuckling at their appearance. Assistance? Fu Xiao inquired curiously. It's for those on the brink of starvation, who can receive food for free. Even if you lack clothing, they'll provide it for you, the scavenger explained. Is the refuge really that benevolent? Li Yu felt his understanding of survival being shattered, in places far removed from the refuge. Even in ordinary safe zones, encounters with the displaced often led to disdain and violence. Liu couldn't fathom that such a place existed, one that offered food to the destitute for free. Observing the naivety of Li Yu and Fu Xiao, akin to two unsophisticated country bumpkins, the scavengers felt a slight sense of superiority. One scavenger took the initiative to introduce himself to Li Yu. You've indeed come to the right place for refuge. This is Shirong Mountain, where everyone must abide by the regulations set forth by the 7207 refuge. Ensuring your safety, now. One, the rule states that no one is permitted to harm another, not even those who have awakened their abilities, another scavenger chimed in. The Shirong Mountain Refuge aims to create a place free from discrimination, where everyone is treated equally, regardless of their background. Liu and Fu Xiao were taken aback. Equal treatment for all? Liu had never encountered such a noble concept, and he looked somewhat dazed. Anticipating Liu's reaction, the scavengers chuckled. Surprising, isn't it? We didn't believe it either at first, but the Shirong Mountain Refuge truly operates this way. They care not for who you are. As long as you have the capability, anyone can contribute to the refuge, and those who perform well may even ascend to positions of management. Yes, where is this refuge located? Fu Xiao eagerly inquired. It's a bit far. One of them stood up, glancing westward and pointing in the direction for the two. It's roughly in that direction. You'll likely need to walk for another day to reach it. Thank you all very much. Li Yu expressed his gratitude politely. The leader then produced several strands of green algae fiber and handed them to Li Yu. A day is quite a while. Do not go hungry. Take this to eat on your journey. We have plenty. Thank you. Li Yu responded sincerely this time. The other waved his hand dismissively, displaying an air of generosity regarding the food. Li Yu was taken aback by the warmth and friendliness of a mere acquaintance, something unimaginable in the bleak environment of Heishan, where he had grown up. Li Yu and Fu Xiao slowly made their way back. They wore expressions of disbelief. Such a friendly and peaceful place truly existed in the world. Moreover, it seemed that the place called the refuge was even more splendid. Both felt an overwhelming eagerness to see for themselves if what the scavengers said was indeed true. Upon arriving at the hideout of Xiao He, they found it chewing on a piece of snake meat that Li Yu had previously fed it. Although the taste of snake meat was decent, Xiao He appeared somewhat dissatisfied. After all, it had just been treated to delicious, energy-rich beast meat. Now, it had to settle for ordinary snake meat, making Xiao He feel as though its treatment was rapidly declining. Li Yu struggled for quite some time before Xiao He reluctantly agreed to move. Why has Xiao He suddenly become so stubborn? Li Yu pondered. Perhaps it has eaten too much, Fu Xiao suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao He almost seemed ready to leap. After calming it down, the two finally mounted Xiao He. Together, they sped towards the refuge indicated by the scavengers. With Xiao He's astonishing speed, a journey that would typically take a day was completed in less than half a day. As they drew nearer to the refuge, the surrounding changes grew increasingly pronounced. The number of scavengers on the road began to multiply. You noticed that the interactions among scavengers here were utterly different from those in Heishan. Here, people did not deliberately distance themselves from one another. There was a sense of closeness and naturalness among them. The displaced individuals gathered together, with some even collaborating to build makeshift shelters, living in close quarters while looking out for one another. Witnessing this harmonious and amicable scene among the displaced, both Liu and Fu Xiao began to believe that the rumors of the refuge were indeed true. Riding on Xiao He, they swiftly approached the direction of the refuge like the wind. As they neared the refuge, the number of scavengers continued to increase. Liu scanned the surroundings and was astonished to find that there were no lifeless, zombie-like displaced individuals akin to those from Heishan. Apart from a few emaciated figures, the other scavengers appeared relatively healthy, their spirits seemingly high. Furthermore, even when these scavengers noticed them riding a horse, there was no sign of surprise on their faces. "Hey, look at those two scavengers. They're riding horses," one scavenger pointed out to his companion. "So what? Go take a look inside the refuge. A horse is nothing special," the companion replied casually, returning to his tasks as if such sights were commonplace. Another chimed in with a laugh. "Ha, forget horses. We've even seen people riding bicycles." These scavengers seemed utterly unfazed by the sight of Liu and his companion on horseback. Liu couldn't help but feel astonished. It appeared that many people here rode horses. After advancing for a considerable distance, the crowd swelled even further, creating a well-defined path underfoot. Various makeshift tents and modest homes began to appear along the sides of the road, giving the impression of displaced individuals constructing shelters akin to a safe zone. With so many people on the road, Liu and Fu Xiao had no choice but to dismount and lead Xiao He onward. As they walked amidst the bustling crowd, Liu clutched his bow and arrow tightly. Refusing to relax even for a moment, Fu Xiao stood vigilant, alert to their surroundings. Should any danger arise, they would at least be prepared to retaliate immediately. Liu noticed that many individuals from the safe zones were indeed present in the throng. They donned fine clothing and carried various weapons, appearing out of place in the environment. However, as the scavenger had previously mentioned, the safe zone individuals did not resort to violence against the displaced, in stark contrast to the Heishan region, where those from safe zones would indiscriminately kill the displaced. The atmosphere here was indeed harmonious. Safe zone individuals were even engaged in conversation with the displaced. Even before reaching the refuge, the differences from Heishan were already evident. Continuing forward, small vendors began to appear, selling items they had scavenged. Some sold meat obtained from hunts, while others peddled scrap metal. "Come and take a look at the treasures unearthed from the underground tombs," someone shouted loudly, his voice resonating with urgency. Immediately, another responded, 5 coins for a battery." "Old Zhang, you're selling a used battery for 5 coins? Why don't you just go steal it?" Old Zhang shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent, continuing to hawk his batteries. "What are they doing?" Fu Xiao inquired, intrigued by this scene. "Perhaps they're seeking to trade," Liu speculated. After all, acquiring food was no easy task. Most displaced individuals from Heishan would prefer to remain silent for extended periods to conserve their energy. Displaced individuals rarely shouted or called out. Liu and Fu Xiao found the scene refreshing and curiously looked around like a tea that moment. A cheerful individual approached them. "You two must be newcomers from afar," he said, smiling broadly. Liu nodded, instinctively maintaining a respectful distance. The newcomer continued with a smile. "I'm a guide here. You can call me to go to the guide?" Curiosity piqued, Fu Xiao inquired. Upon hearing the prospect of an opportunity, the large dog eagerly began to introduce himself. "I have grown up here since childhood, and my role as a guide is merely to earn a living as a guide. My purpose is to elucidate various aspects for newcomers like you. I can answer any inquiries related to the shelter." As he spoke, the large dog produced a coin from his pocket, waving it before Liu and the others, and then proceeded with a detailed explanation. "The currency in circulation here is this 7,207 coin, which is valid throughout the entire jurisdiction of the Shirong Mountain Shelter." Liu focused intently, noting the unmistakable inscription of 7,207 on the coin. "You can exchange some goods for coins at the central square. For everything here requires coins." The large dog extended his finger, playfully rubbing it. "To serve as your guide and assist you with any questions about the shelter, I only require 1 coin." "That sounds agreeable, but you must first answer my question," Liu promptly replied, then turned his gaze towards the large dog. "Of course." The large dog responded with a warm smile, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being deceived by Liu. Are there indeed rules that must be adhered to here? Liu queried first. The large dog answered promptly, yes, all individuals within the shelter must strictly adhere to the regulations of the 7207 shelter, including prohibitions against violence and theft. The large dog cautioned, if caught violating these rules, the consequences can be exceedingly dire. Thus, your decision to come here is indeed wise, as it is quite safe. Liu and Fu Xiao exchanged glances, astonished that rules actually existed. The large dog expressed a hint of surprise. You are aware of the rules. Are you here to participate in the annual elite selection competition? Elite selection competition? Fu Xiao echoed. Encountering the term for the first time, IT is a process to select outstanding talents from all individuals within the shelter's jurisdiction. The large dog elaborated, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. Regardless of whether one is a refugee or a resident of the safe zone, anyone with exceptional abilities and intellect can participate, with the potential to ascend to the shelter's management. If even refugees can ascend to management, what becomes of those who were originally part of the shelter? Liu questioned, skeptical of the notion that such prestigious positions would be allocated to outsiders. The large dog promptly explained, in fact, the original inhabitants of a shelter have already relocated to the summit of Shirong Mountain. What remains here are merely some elevated members of management. As more and more individuals gather around the shelter, the selection competition is held annually to recruit capable and competent individuals to manage the ever-growing population. The large dog articulated his explanation with earnest clarity. Liu and Fu Xiao were left utterly astonished by the idea of outsiders managing outsiders, even to the extent of not needing to oversee them personally. The intelligence of the shelter's inhabitants was indeed remarkable. That moment, a patrol unit mounted on several towering rain camels approached leisurely from the direction of the shelter. The surrounding refugees erupted in excited cheers, some even kneeling in reverence. The large dog, gazing at the young individual atop the rain camel, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You are truly fortunate to encounter the patrol of the Holy Sun on your first visit." Following the large dog's gaze, Liu beheld a youth of about 15 or 16 years, riding the grand rain camel, joyfully waving to the surrounding refugees. This approachable gesture incited a wave of cheers from the crowd. Liu sensed no particular energy emanating from the youth, but the individuals accompanying him radiated powerful energy fluctuations. In terms of energy intensity, Liu recognized he was no match for these individuals. Why is he referred to as the Holy Sun? Fu Xiao asked, perplexed. The Holy Sun is the next-generation successor of the shelter, a naturally awakened individual. The large dog replied, his expression one of longing. Is there such a thing as a naturally awakened individual? Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting incredulity. Naturally awakened individuals are rare talents born from two awakened beings, the large dog elaborated. Liu looked again, observing that wherever the Holy Sun went, there was an uproar of cheers and adoration. Both residents of the safe zone and refugees held profound respect for this Holy Sun. Amidst the crowd's fervent applause, the youth and his patrol slowly moved away. You couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this Holy Sun was born an awakened being, destined to be the successor of the 7207 shelter, truly a winner in life. Liu mused that, indeed, sheer effort could not compare to the fortune of a favorable birth. As the Holy Sun receded from view, the large dog resumed. Let us proceed. I will take you to exchange for coins. The two followed the large dog towards the center. It was then that Liu noticed a formidable wall towering ahead. The top of the wall was adorned with sharp, jagged fragments, seemingly designed to deter any attempts at climbing over. Guard towers were stationed at intervals along the wall, where vigilant guards surveyed the surroundings with unwavering attention. Upon glancing at the guards atop the wall, Liu realized that they were all awakened beings. With their prowess, defending against the ordinary folk outside was undoubtedly a trivial task. The entrance to the high wall comprised two heavy steel gates. Liu had never encountered such a massive slab of steel. Struggling to envision how it could have been constructed, the gates stood firmly closed, with guards stationed below. Only through rigorous identity verification and scrutiny could one gain the privilege to enter. The trio quickly arrived at the wall's base. Is this the shelter within? Liu asked, gazing at the monumental gates. Certainly, the large dog replied, looking up at the gates, clearly yearning to enter. Isn't it said that everyone is equal? Fu Xiao inquired, intrigued. Haha. The large dog chuckled, turning to tease Liu. Your wife is quite naive. She isn't under the impression that you deceived her, is she? Fu Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. The large dog continued as he walked. Although everyone claims this is an equal shelter, the reality is far from that. He gestured towards a high wall. Inside the wall, perhaps there is equality, but alas, we remain outside. For outsiders, gaining entry is even more challenging. Apart from participating in the talent selection competition, there is little hope of entering. With a sigh, the large dog lamented for refugees. The shelter is merely an unattainable high wall. Liu was taken aback, surprised by the large dog's understanding. The trio arrived at a plaza beneath the high wall, where disorderly structures peppered the landscape, though the plaza lay outside the shelter's high walls. The law and order here were commendable. No one dared to cause trouble. The trading plaza was the most bustling area outside the wall. The large dog pointed to the stalls in the plaza. Exchanging goods with those inside the wall is remarkably convenient here. You looked up at the high wall, silently nodding in agreement. In this way, the inhabitants of the shelter need not venture outside. They can simply collect from the refugees. They could even assign tasks to the refugees. The large dog led the two to a specially constructed awning, pointing to a window and saying to Liu, "Bring forth any valuable items you possess, including supplies and weapons. Here, your goods will be exchanged for coins, which you can then use to purchase whatever you desire within the shelter." Following the large dog's direction, Liu looked inside, where a man wearing glasses sat at the window. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a cold, lifeless statue. As Liu approached the window, the man recited mechanically, devoid of feeling. "Present any supplies you have, and I will assess their value to provide a reasonable price for exchange into coins." It seemed as though he had repeated those words countless times, to the point of mastery. Even feeling a sense of weariness himself, Liu produced a parcel containing the pelt and bones of a rare beast, the fog-hidden leopard. He handed the package to the man, who opened it and gently caressed the soft fur. Murmuring, "Fog-hidden leopard." After confirming the authenticity of the items, the man's expression remained unchanged as he calmly informed Liu. "Ordinary beast pelts, valued at 30 coins." He then glanced at the bones casually. "Ordinary beast bones, valued at 10 coins." The man looked up and inquired, "Do you wish to exchange?" Liu decided to stay for the day, realizing they indeed needed the coins. "Exchange," he replied without hesitation. "No returns after the exchange," the man stated, skillfully repacking the items and placing them behind him. He then retrieved 4 neatly stacked piles of coins and handed them to Liu. Accepting the coins, Liu turned to leave the window. Along the way, he casually opened one stack, took out a coin, and tossed it to the large dog that had been waiting nearby. The dog, quite knowledgeable, understood that a guide required merely 1 coin, which was indeed a modest sum. Quick as a flash, the dog caught the coin and tucked it into its pocket. Noticing the several stacks of coins in Liu's hand, the dog displayed a hint of surprise. Having served as a guide for many years, it was the first time he had seen an outsider exchange for such a substantial amount of coins. The dog cautiously scanned the surroundings before quietly advising Liu. "Wealth should not be displayed." Liu nodded, securing the coins before retorting, "Did you not say this place is very safe?" The dog shook his head. "On the surface, it certainly appears safe, but beneath, it is another story. Before breaking any rules, people must assess whether the risk is worth it." The dog deliberately glanced at the coins in Liu's pocket. "Individuals like you, possessing a large sum of coins, are indeed enticing enough for certain individuals to take risks." With that, the dog's guiding task came to an end. Just as Liu bid farewell to the dog, his extraordinary ability upgraded once more. Glass Bow LV-14. Effective attack range 3,200 meters. Accuracy rate 100%. Aiming time 1.2 seconds. Simultaneous fire. Rapid fire point 3,200 meters. Liu's eyes brightened. Indeed, it had doubled a range of 3,200 meters was simply terrifying. Although the speed of upgrades was slowing, the attack distance continued to double. Liu was now almost certain that following this upgrade, his abilities would continue to grow at such astonishing rates. Boom! The loud sound of friction interrupted Li Yu's thoughts. Turning around, he saw the shelter's massive doors slowly creaking open, releasing a heavy, muffled sound. All the surrounding people surged forward like a tide. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opening doors, Liu leaned out to glimpse inside. He beheld a colossal stone wall obstructing the view from outside. The gathered scavengers also turned their gazes towards the wall. As the doors opened, a regiment marched out in unison. Clad in standardized black uniforms and black raincoats, they wielded weapons in hand. The foremost individual raised a hand, prompting the crowd to hastily disperse. The homeless standing in the path immediately cleared the way, seemingly filled with trepidation towards these figures. "Who are they?" Liu inquired of the large dog that had yet to depart. Observing the crowd's reaction, "Safety enforcers," the dog replied gravely, casting a serious glance at the black-clad team. According to the shelter's regulations, everyone must comply with the commands of these safety enforcers near the city walls. Those who disobey would be apprehended and punished. The dog advised Liu, it is best to keep a low profile in their presence. The extent of the enforcer's authority was astonishing. Liu nodded in understanding. He grasped the underlying meaning in the dog's words. Obedience was crucial in the presence of the enforcers. Behind the enforcer squad, 2 robust rain camels pulled a heavily laden cart, emerging slowly from the gates. The cart was tightly covered with waterproof fabric, obscuring its contents. Before the onlookers could inquire, the enforcer captain stepped forward, loudly addressing the crowd. "Today, the shelter is selling lighters and coal." The announcement of coal for sale was met with excitement. Finally, the wait was over. "I want some." Local scavengers eagerly rushed forward. "What?" Liu and Fu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "Coal?" A glimmer sparked in Liu's eyes, for in this incessant downpour, fire had become an exceedingly scarce resource. Combustible materials were diminishing, and the decay of wood rendered it overly moist and difficult to ignite. Most importantly, sources capable of producing fire had become exceptionally rare in the Black Mountain area. Even awakened scavengers subsisted on raw meat. Upon hearing about the fire source and coal, everyone flocked towards the cart. Liu, too, hurried to the front, eager to make a purchase. After all, with coal and fire, he could finally enjoy roasted meat. Do not push. Do not push. Let me announce the prices first. The enforcer captain waved his hand at the surging crowd. 1 liter is 5 coins, and a bag of 50 pounds of coal is 20 coins. Those wishing to buy, please form a line. As the prices were revealed, the once boisterous crowd gradually quieted. Although they yearned for warmth and the joy of roasting meat, they had to carefully consider whether the prices were within their means. After all, coal was a consumable resource, and they needed to ponder if it was truly worth spending so much to acquire. Moreover, this price was exorbitant for them, even without roasting fire or consuming roasted meat. They could barely survive on the algae sticks produced by the shelter. Upon hearing the prices, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only the awakened individuals and those from the safe zone behind. The dog, upon hearing the prices, wore a face of disappointment. After bidding farewell to Liu and Fu Xiao, he resignedly turned to leave. Earning merely 1 coin for guiding was hardly sufficient to afford the steep cost of coal. Liu, contemplating the price of the lighters and coal against the value of the beast pelts he had exchanged for coins, ultimately resolved to make the purchase. After all, he still had 1 beast pelt left to exchange. It would not hurt to buy a bit of coal and fire with the coins he currently possessed. Stepping forward, he joined the queue, and when his turn arrived, he produced 25 coins and handed them to the enforcer. 1 lighter and 1 bag of coal. The enforcer expressionlessly accepted the coins, and the people behind him swiftly handed Liu a bag of coal and a stick-like lighter. Returning with the lighter and coal, Liu handed the bag of coal to Fu Xiao, who gratefully accepted it. She meticulously wrapped it in waterproof fabric before hoisting it onto her back. Though she was not a strength-oriented awakened individual, her current awakened physique was still considerably stronger than that of an ordinary person. Carrying a 50-pound bag of coal was effortless for her. The thought of soon indulging in delicious roasted meat filled Fu Xiao's heart with joy. She placed the coal firmly on the small black cart. Curiously, Liu held the lighter and attempted to press the switch. Click. However, no flame emerged from the top. He pressed again, yet still no flame appeared. Quickly, Liu returned to the cart and addressed the enforcer. "The lighter I just purchased is defective." "Humph," Perhaps you simply do not know how to use it. The executive bore an expression of displeasure. Finding the refugees utterly foolish, he was utterly disdainful of engaging in conversation with these savages. However, upon contemplating the regulations pertinent to the shelter, his brow furrowed, and with reluctance, he snatched the lighter from Li Yu's grasp. Subsequently, he pressed the switch on the lighter. With a click, no flame emerged from the top. Indeed, the lighter was confirmed to be defective. The IT is indeed broken. The executive replied coldly. Please provide me with another one, Li Yu said, maintaining a smile. Upon hearing this, the executive chuckled, his demeanor shifting to one of stern seriousness as he retorted brusquely. Once sold, no returns are permitted. Despite the multitude of lighters stacked behind him, he showed no intention of offering Li Yu a replacement. Instead, he tossed the broken lighter back to Li Yu and added with a sneer. But you can certainly purchase another. Liu's expression darkened, the smile evaporating instantaneously, in an instant. His previously burgeoning goodwill towards the newly established shelter plummeted to freezing depths. What? Are you dissatisfied? The executive, noticing the abrupt change in Li Yu's countenance, mocked him. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to report me, he said, gesturing towards a building near the entrance. The executive further pointed to the number on his raincoat, disdain dripping from his voice as he proclaimed, Take note of my number. For 8702.B, he's sure not to misreport. Although he urged Li Yu to file a complaint, he exhibited no sign of trepidation. Liu picked up the lighter and strode towards the indicated building. Witnessing Li Yu's determination to file a complaint, the executive's expression darkened. His icy gaze fixated on Li Yu's retreating figure, a barely perceptible glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes upon arriving at the designated building. A woman emerged upon noticing his presence and inquired, This is the management department of the shelter's trading market. How may I assist you? The lighter I purchased from the executive is defective, Li Yu explained, suppressing his rising anger with politeness. That I see. Rest assured, should there be an issue with any item sold by our shelter, we will certainly facilitate a return or exchange, the woman responded calmly. Given her accommodating demeanor, Li Yu's mood slightly improved. Then please provide me with a replacement. Items will be exchanged if there is an issue, the woman reiterated sternly, observing that Li Yu had not departed. Then please exchange it for me, Li Yu urged, extending the lighter towards her, bewildered by her indifference. The woman insisted, I have noted it down. Items will be exchanged if there is an issue. She pushed the lighter back towards Li Yu, her annoyance at his inquiries evident. The lighter is broken. Li Yu pointed at it again, his frustration bubbling to the surface. The woman, agitated by his insistence, retorted, How am I to know if it is broken? It must be inspected first to ascertain. Then please inspect it. Li Yu gestured towards the defective lighter. I have noted it down. If there is an issue, it will be exchanged. The woman's expression soured as she contemplated the audacity of this obstinate individual. Thinking he was merely a troublemaker, Liu, exasperated, noted the absurdity of the situation. The defective item lay before them. Yet she refused to examine it, as if feigning ignorance. Recalling the executive's taunt about filing a complaint, Liu shifted his approach. Forget the exchange for now. I wish to report the executive with a number 48,702 for selling me a defective item. The woman's demeanor hardened, her eyes icy as she replied. Our shelter will enhance training and strictly manage the executives, imposing severe penalties for their mistakes. You need not worry. Listening to her vacuous reassurances, Liu fixed her with a penetrating gaze, asking, Do you remember the executive's number I just mentioned? I have noted it down, the woman replied, frowning. Can you repeat it? Liu pressed. I have noted it down. She retorted angrily, feeling her authority was being challenged. She had no time to remember such trivial numbers. With the shelter backing her, she felt no fear of confrontation. The woman gestured towards the patrolling team, indicating Liu with her chin. The patrol nodded in acknowledgement and promptly approached, encircling Liu. Refugee, please adhere to the regulations of the shelter. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment, the patrol captain warned sternly. Excellent. Your shelter is truly commendable, Liu replied, nodding repeatedly, his tone laced with sarcasm. He had seen through the facade of the shelter's personnel and felt no desire to engage in further debate. Grasping the broken lighter, He turned to leave. However, the executive intercepted him from behind. "What? After slandering me, you intend to depart?" The executive sneered. "And what do you propose?" Liu countered, narrowing his eyes. Although he wished to distance himself, he was not averse to a close-quarters confrontation if necessary. Upon noticing Liu surrounded by a throng of people, Fu Xiao hurried over, coal on her back. The executive, observing Liu and Fu Xiao, bellowed to the onlookers, according to Regulation 8 of the shelter. The public must heed the directives of the executives. With that, the executive smirked triumphantly, explaining to the crowd, "Given that this individual is a first-time offender, I have decided to show leniency in my judgment." The executive's eyes gleamed as he eyed the coal on Fu Xiao's back. Formulating a plan, he ordered the patrol. "Now, I shall confiscate your coal as a punitive measure." The patrol complied, advancing to seize the coal Fu Xiao carried. Though she was reluctant to relinquish it. "Give it to them," Liu whispered. At his prompting, Fu Xiao, albeit reluctantly, placed the sack of coal down. Having purchased it with coins, she felt a twinge of injustice at its confiscation. The patrol carried the coal back, placing it once more onto the cart. The executive finally displayed a satisfied smile and inquired of Liu, "Are you compliant now?" "I am compliant," Liu replied. Casting a subtle glance at the executive, his voice tinged with suppressed tension. The executive leaned closer to Liu's ear and whispered, "If you are compliant, then keep your distance," despite having confiscated Liu's coal. The executive's avaricious gaze still lingered on the black horse beside Fu Xiao. Were it not for the throngs of witnesses, he would have claimed it for himself. The shelter's ostensible regulations, in his eyes, were mere trifles, utterly disregarded. With a self-satisfied grin, the executive raised his voice to his subordinates, proclaiming, "Continue selling." His subordinates resumed their calls for lighters and coal. Liu remained silent, turning away with Fu Xiao by his side. He had etched the executive's visage and energy signature deeply into his memory. From the executive's haughty demeanor, it was evident that this treatment was not uniquely directed at him, but was a consistent practice. This executive had likely exploited his authority and the shelter's regulations to oppress and punish countless innocent individuals. However, this time, he had evidently provoked the wrong person. Noticing Fu Xiao's anxiety, Liu gently grasped her hand in reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. We will retrieve our belongings." Liu lifted his gaze, scanning the high watchtower and the patrolling squads that occasionally appeared nearby. The vicinity of the shelter was swarming with their own people. A formidable presence indeed. Apart from the officers and patrols below, the refuge was also home to a naturally awakened saint, whose companions were equally formidable. While the exact strength of the saint remained unknown, it was unlikely to be inferior to that of an ordinary awakened individual. The quest for vengeance would require a gradual approach. Liu resolved to utilize his remaining coins to procure additional bows and arrows. Preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, observing Liu's departing figure, an underling of the officer approached, eagerly inquiring, "Captain, shall we provide him with special care for a few days?" "Care for him?" The officer's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. This was a rather appealing idea, and he was about to nod in agreement when it suddenly occurred to him that the shelter was soon to host an elite selection competition. In recent days, the higher-ups had been particularly stringent in their oversight, repeatedly emphasizing the need to avoid any disturbances, that he had no desire to jeopardize his position due to such a trivial matter. Especially with the elite of the year looming, that it would be wise for him to maintain a low profile for the time being, postponing any actions until this crucial event had passed. With this thought in mind, the officer waved dismissively. "No need for care. Consider this lad fortunate." Under normal circumstances, he would have deemed it unworthy of his position as an officer if he hadn't nearly extinguished Liu's life. Meanwhile, Liu was searching around the market for someone selling arrows. "Hey there, do you need anything? How about a sweater?" People continually approach him with offers. After quite some time of searching, Liu realized that not only were there no sellers of bows and arrows, but even weapon vendors were conspicuously absent. After further wondering, he understood that weapons seemed to be under strict control by the shelter. He recalled the previous encounters with the Black Mountain Safe Zones team, where the situation was similarly dire. Despite Zhang Biao's group suffering multiple attacks from the refugees and losing numerous guards, Not a single firearm had been left behind. It appeared that no one wished for the refugees to gain access to weapons. Nonetheless, even without firearms, Liu did not feel that his bows and arrows were inferior. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he was about to leave when a mysterious figure stealthily emerged from the shadows, hastily approaching him. This individual carried a large box, nervously glancing around as if a thief trying to evade capture. Upon reaching Liu, the individual spoke in hushed tones, "I have all sorts of goods, if you're interested. Follow me." He then moved under a dim rain canopy, gesturing for Liu to follow. Liu glanced at Fu Xiao, who seemed to understand his thoughts, and quickly assessed the surrounding environment. "Just him alone." Fu Xiao spoke, confirming, "As long as it's not an ambush." Liu instructed Fu Xiao to hold on to Xiao He and wait there while he followed the stranger into the canopy. Seeing Liu enter, the stranger grinned and asked, "So, what are you looking for? Do you really have everything?" Liu inquired skeptically. "Of course. Who in the shelter doesn't know the name of Black Rat? I am honest, and I have anything you want," he replied with a sinister chuckle. "Oh, you have guns?" Hearing this, the Black Rat's eyes lit up. Rather than showing fear, he scanned Liu up and down. "Indeed, but I fear you might not be able to afford them." "What is the price?" Liu asked, adopting a trial-and-error approach. 40,000 coins, or equivalent goods. Although the Black Rat knew Liu could not afford it, he still answered his question. "That expensive?" Liu exclaimed in surprise. The Black Rat seemed to sense Liu's concerns and smugly continued, "I enjoy opposing the shelter, but if I hadn't seen the officer targeting you just now, I wouldn't have approached you." Recognizing the situation, Liu ceased his probing and directly stated his needs. "Do you have good bows and arrows? I need both the bow and the arrows." The Black Rat glanced at Liu's black bow. "I don't have bows, but I have plenty of arrows." Suddenly, recalling something, he emitted a chilling, eerie laugh. "I just thought of something you would surely like." As he envisioned this item, his shoulders trembled with excitement. "If you obtain this item, the officers of the shelter will surely lose sleep at night." The Black Rat's enthusiasm grew. "It's intriguing. Just thinking about it is entertaining." At this moment, Liu began to suspect that this character named Black Rat might be somewhat unhinged, given his erratic demeanor. After a moment, the Black Rat finally calmed down. "I can find you something even more useful than a bow." "Oh, how does it compare to this bow and arrow?" Liu asked, showcasing his black bow. "Stronger, without a doubt," the Black Rat replied, smiling. "If you aren't satisfied after seeing it, you're free to decline." "I am not as treacherous as the officer," he asserted confidently. "All right then." Liu, unsure of what the Black Rat's good item was, decided to play along. "Since the good item isn't available now, let us take a look at the arrows first," Liu suggested. "Very well." The Black Rat promptly opened his box. Liu leaned in to see that, despite appearing empty, the Black Rat pulled out a quiver filled with arrows. Spatial ability. Liu was taken aback to discover that the Black Rat was also a wielder of spatial powers. Were there so many possessors of spatial abilities? Was spatial power that common? Liu's mind was filled with doubt. However, the Black Rat waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing surprising. The world is replete with merchants possessing spatial abilities." Liu paused, recalling the spatial ability merchant among the refugees. Upon reflection, the Black Rat's claim didn't seem far-fetched. Gazing at the quiver and its contents, Liu felt a genuine desire to acquire them. Thus he inquired, "What is the price?" The Black Rat, however, remained silent, countering, "How many coins do you have?" Without hesitation, Liu pulled out all his coins. "I only have 15 coins. If I can buy them, I will. Otherwise, it's no matter." "That is sufficient," the Black Rat replied without hesitation. Handing the quiver to Liu, he seemed fully aware of the amount of coins Liu possessed, the earlier inquiry merely a formality. The Black Rat took the coins and placed them in his box, then stated, "The surplus coins will serve as your deposit. Next time, come with coins for the good items I'll bring." "How many coins should I bring next time?" Liu asked. The Black Rat wore a mysterious smile. "This good item I can offer you at a discounted price of 12,000 coins." "What?" Liu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't even seen this so-called good item, and yet it demanded such a hefty sum. Moreover, where could he find that many coins, without spatial powers? One couldn't possibly carry them all. The Black Rat seemed to read Liu's thoughts, grinning. "If you lack coins, you can also substitute with beast crystals." Liu's expression shifted. The The Black Rat's insight was indeed sharp. He felt as though the Black Rat's ability was not merely spatial, but rather akin to the power to perceive the possessions of others. That item is too expensive. I might not require it. Lee was about to decline when the Black Rat interrupted. Why not take a look before making a decision? Urged the Black Rat. Fine. Liu pondered for a moment before agreeing. He was genuinely curious to see what the Black Rat deemed a good item. What could possibly excite the Black Rat to such a degree that he was determined to sell it to him? Upon hearing Liu's consent, the Black Rat's demeanor became exuberantly animated. The Black Rat trembled with excitement, emitting a series of bizarre chuckles. I see it. I see it. I can already envision the officer's tragic fate. Observing the peculiar reaction of the Black Rat, Liu felt an unwavering certainty in his heart. This individual not only exhibited signs of mental instability, but also harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the inhabitants of the shelter. Liu retrieved the quiver and secured it, once again casting his gaze upon the Black Rat. The expression of this Black Rat bore a striking resemblance to that of the merchant among the vagrants. Perhaps only those with such a state of mind could thrive as merchants. The Black Rat continued to chuckle ominously to Liu. Feeling somewhat helpless, approached him awkwardly and interrupted his bizarre laughter. I shall take my leave now. Oh, you're leaving? Please, go ahead. The Black Rat responded, suddenly bowing slightly like an elegant gentleman. This extreme shift in demeanor left Liu feeling quite unsettled. He dreaded interactions with individuals whose personalities were elusive and uncontrollable. Turning on his heel, he hastily departed from the dim rain shelter. Upon reuniting with Fu Xiao, the sky had gradually darkened. The two of them rode steadily away from the refuge. They only paused when the surrounding population dwindled, setting up a rudimentary rain shelter to rest against. After feeding the little black one, Liu produced an exotic beast crystal core and held it in his hand, fully channeling his energy vortex to commence absorption. Fu Xiao also carefully made a small incision on her hand, slowly absorbing the energy from the crystal core. That moment, the exotic beast crystal core resembled an external energy device for Fu Xiao. With a remarkably low efficiency of absorption, almost pitifully so. Noticing Fu Xiao's method of absorption and her agonizingly slow pace, Liu distinctly recognized a difference within himself. Indeed, as my Yuan Bai had mentioned, he could directly assimilate the energy from the crystal core. Curiously, Liu turned to Fu Xiao and inquired, after your awakening, do you feel any changes in your abdomen? Abdomen? Fu Xiao replied, somewhat bewildered, as she touched her belly. It seems a bit warmer. I asked that all? Fu Xiao nodded, indicating that aside from some warmth in her abdomen, there were no other notable changes. Upon hearing this answer, Liu understood. The energy vortex in his abdomen was not a standard feature among all awakened individuals, but was uniquely his own. Perhaps this was his true trump card. Darkness enveloped the sky completely. Fu Xiao suddenly sensed a shift in the rain-soaked surroundings. 3 individuals were approaching. Initially, she had presumed them to be mere vagrants, but it turned out they had been stealthily trailing them. Fu Xiao gently nudged Liu, that he nodded in response, for the distance had closed enough for him to sense the approaching presence. Not far away, the 3 figures advanced while repeatedly confirming their direction. Wang Fan, will this deed earn us a promotion from the officer? One of them asked anxiously, filled with trepidation. Wang Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation, reprimanding the 2 behind him. Can you not see what needs to be done? Does the officer need to handle such dirty work personally? We assist the officer with minor issues so that he may address the larger ones. Do you not grasp this? Wang Fan was the same subordinate who had previously proposed to the officer about taking care of Liu. Despite the officer's refusal, he had still chosen to pursue this care for Liu. As the date for the elite selection contest of the shelter approached, Wang Fan's impatience grew. Now in his 30s, the pace of his abilities' enhancement had become exceedingly slow, and prospects for promotion appeared bleak. The positions among the shelter's management were limited. Without someone to shield him from above, given his current ability level, he was likely to be supplanted by newcomers. Thus, Wang Fan took a risk, hoping to make an impression on the officer. Eliminating the annoying Li, you would likely secure his current position with relative ease. I sense them. The 2 individuals are right ahead, reported the one behind Wang Fan. A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Fan. It seemed fortune was favoring him, but he then commanded in a low voice, "Take them out and bring the horse back." With that, the three sprang into action, swiftly approaching Li Yu and Fu Xiao's position. "They're coming," Fu Xiao warned urgently. Liu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this matter was far from over. However, he had not anticipated that the officer would go so far as to send someone to hunt him down. Now that he was sufficiently distant from the shelter, he felt no need to hold back. With that in mind, he was unreserved. Liu drew 3 arrows and knocked them onto his bow. He then gradually drew back the glass bowstring. Aiming at the direction for which the 3 approached, as the distance between them closed, Wang Fan could clearly see Li Yu and Fu Xiao. "I see them. Let's make it quick," Wang Fan instructed immediately. "Understood," the 2 behind him replied without hesitation, charging forward. "Fire!" Li Yu released the arrows in an instant. Whoosh! The 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Thud! The 2 men beside Wang Fan collapsed instantly. Lifeless. "What?" Wang Fan gasped in shock, his face a mask of fear. The opponent had slain both of his companions in a single encounter. As he turned to flee, he felt a sudden chill in his chest, as if the wind had swept through him. Looking down, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his chest had already been pierced by an arrow, leaving his body no time to react. "You?" Wang Fan pointed at Li Yu, but his words were cut short as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Liu had effortlessly dispatched the 3 and stepped forward to search them thoroughly. Unfortunately, none of them carried firearms. He left the belongings on the 3 untouched, as the shelter's items were distinctively marked, easily recognizable to others. Just as Li Yu was about to rise, he inadvertently leaned on Wang Fan's body for support. An energy surged through his hand, drawn into the vortex in his abdomen. Liu's eyes widened in astonishment, remaining still in that position. Seeing Li Yu seemingly frozen, Fu Xiao rushed over, concerned. "Li Yu, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, don't come closer," Li Yu replied. Fu Xiao stood rooted in place, tense and immobile. The sensation of absorbing energy felt no different from drawing energy from the exotic beast crystal core. Liu activated the vortex, continuously absorbing the residual energy from Wang Fan's lifeless body. However, as Wang Fan had already perished, the energy within him was rapidly dissipating. Thus, Li Yu hurriedly seized the opportunity to absorb as much as he could. As Wang Fan's body grew completely cold, Li Yu could finally extract no more energy. Closing his eyes, he sensed the energy within the vortex in his abdomen. The energy drawn from Wang Fan had surpassed that obtained from the exotic beast crystal core. Moreover, this residual energy within a human body was remarkably easy to absorb, with an exceedingly rapid assimilation rate. The vortex transformed the energy smoothly, even converting Wang Fan's energy into experience points, as if the vortex existed solely for the purpose of absorbing such energy. At that moment, Li Yu finally stood up and approached the other 2 bodies, only to find their energy had long since dissipated. He then turned to Fu Xiao, who stood there in shock. "I'm fine." His abilities are rather peculiar. Liu chose not to disclose this newfound capability to Fu Xiao. Burying it deep within his heart, he recognized that the vortex's method of absorbing energy from others was akin to the cannibalistic practices among the vagrants. Should this be discovered, his existence would become exceedingly perilous, as all awakened individuals could potentially turn against him. Liu resolved to keep this ability hidden, that a series of notifications appeared before him. The experience points, which had initially required several days to accumulate for leveling up, quickly filled after absorbing Wang Fan's energy. Glass Bow LV-15. Effective attack range 6,400 meters. Accuracy rate 100. Aiming time 1 seconds. Simultaneous fire. Rapid fire. Upgrade successful. Multifunctional equipment slot increased by 1. Unlock multifunctional equipment slot. Allows for the switching of various equipment, enhancing adaptability and flexibility. The speed at which human energy absorption upgrades is astonishing. Li Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Why search for beast crystals anymore? Just target people directly." Liu forcibly suppressed the frenzied thoughts of eliminating awakeners for upgrades that surged in his mind. He glanced again at the experience points, which had increased several-fold in length. The amount of experience required after reaching level 15 was truly staggering. At this rate, it would take eons to level up. Immediately after, a familiar warm current erupted from the cyclone within his body. The warmth swiftly spread through his blood vessels and meridians, reaching every corner of his being. This current was evidently far more powerful than the previous one. As if imbued with boundless energy, the warmth flowed within him. Liu distinctly felt his strength gradually amplifying. His muscles became more robust, and his bones denser. Each breath seemed to draw in more oxygen, sharpening his focus and acuity. My body. Liu marveled at the transformations occurring within him. Under the nurturing of the warm current, his physique grew even stronger, with each cellular renewal akin to a metamorphosis. Soon, as the warmth completely enveloped him, it returned to the cyclone in his abdomen. Liu lightly leapt, astonishingly soaring several meters high, yet landing as gracefully as a feather. He threw a punch, and the air erupted with a crackling sound. Its force a stark contrast to what it had been before. Could this restorative power signify an upgrade in his abilities? A glint of excitement flickered in Liu's eyes. He was acutely aware that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. According to Ma Yuanbai, he might have ascended to a second-tier awakener. Liu, what has happened to your body? Fu Xiao gasped in disbelief, staring at the astonishing scene before her. In mere moments, she felt as if Liu had undergone a complete transformation. His physique now a stark contrast to what it had been. Liu's demeanor, strength, and agility had all improved significantly. Fu Xiao even sensed that his gaze had become sharper and more profound. It's nothing. My abilities have just leveled up, Liu replied, turning to her with a smile. Fu Xiao approached Liu, cautiously reaching out to touch his a wielder of perception-type abilities. She could distinctly feel the latent power beneath Liu's skin, along with the unique energy fluctuations that could only be sensed in powerful awakeners. With his body enhanced, Liu then shifted his attention to the newly acquired equipment slot. Multifunctional equipment slot. He found himself puzzled by the term multifunctional. Did it imply that anything could be equipped? He casually picked up a stone from the ground and equipped it in the multifunctional slot. Equipment successful. Surprised, he noted that it seemed no different from the previous equipment slot. Liu then attempted to equip a wooden bow, encountering no issues whatsoever. It truly was multifunctional, since there was nothing else suitable to equip besides a quiver. He decided to set it aside for the moment. Gazing at the dauntingly lengthy experience points required for the glass bow at LV-15, Liu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Even if he were to do nothing but channel energy into the cyclone daily, it would likely be quite some time before he could elevate the glass bow's level. Thus, he switched his experience conversion target to the jar. Fresh Keeping Jar LV1. Crafted through ability enhancement, capable of preserving food for approximately 7 days, he continued to convert the energy absorbed into his abdomen, and the first-level Fresh Keeping Jar began its rapid upgrade. With a steady injection of experience points, the jar's level soared like a rocket, second, third, fourth, until it reached the 5th level. Only after reaching level 5 did the experience points required become particularly lengthy. Fresh Keeping Jar LV5. Enhanced through abilities, capable of preserving food for around 30 days, improving preservation effects while maintaining freshness and nutritional value. Capacity increased. Upgrade successful. Small equipment slot increased by 1. The preservation effects were quite impressive. Liu was thoroughly satisfied with the results following the jar's upgrade. As he observed the newly unlocked small equipment slot, he quickly deduced that equipping items to level 5, 10, or 15 would unlock new equipment slots. However, the newly unlocked equipment slots seemed to diminish in size with each upgrade. Small equipment slot. Liu decided to test just how small it was by picking up a palm-sized stone, which it could not accommodate. This was exceedingly small. Liu couldn't help but complain. This small equipment slot was practically useless. Just then, Liu suddenly felt a wave of unease, as if an invisible danger was imminent. We must leave, he urged, promptly pulling Fu Xiao along and leaping onto the back of Xiaohe. He gently patted Xiaohe's head, and the black horse bolted away like an arrow released from a bow. Not long after they departed, an overwhelming wave of mental energy surged from the direction of the shelter, swiftly enveloping the area. Far within the high walls of the shelter, an awakener, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, spoke slowly. 3 patrol soldiers are dead. The assailant has fled. Location 41-82. A nearby individual hurriedly noted the position and handed the slip of paper away. Soon, a patrol team, mounted on rain camels, charged out of the shelter, heading straight for the site of the patrol soldier's demise. At this moment, Liu and Fu Xiao, riding Xiaohe, had long since vanished without a trace. Fu Xiao carried a large pack on her back, containing materials for constructing a rain shelter, waterproof fabric, and other essentials. Although, with her current physical strength, carrying such a large pack was effortless, she still had to grip tightly while riding. Liu recalled the concept of multifunctionality and suddenly had an idea. "Hand me the pack," he called back, extending his hand. Fu Xiao, her face a mix of confusion, complied and passed the large pack to Liu. Taking the pack, Liu attempted to place it in the multifunctional equipment slot. "Equipment successful, not upgradable. IT truly works." Liu smiled faintly, watching as the large pack vanished from his hands. Fu Xiao's eyes widened. At that moment, even she could deduce why the previous jar had also disappeared. This was undoubtedly not some magical trick. Liu must possess space-type abilities. With the removal of the large pack, both of them felt unburdened. Xiaohe no longer had to maintain balance with the added weight. And with a surge of strength, its speed increased yet again. Fu Xiao quickly tightened her grip around Liu's waist, her heart racing in astonishment. Liu was indeed a double ability awakener. Initially, I believed that after awakening my extraordinary abilities, I would be worthy of Liu. However, I was taken aback to discover that Liu harbored such formidable strength that a person as exceptional as Liu would inevitably attract the attention of other women. In the future, he might even form a new team, and by then, it would be too late. Present, I possess only one advantage. Contemplating this, Fu Xiao tightened her embrace, a brand new plan quietly emerging in her mind. Before long, Liu, guiding Xiaohe, had circled around to the high ground on the western side of the shelter. From this vantage point, one could behold the entire expanse of the refuge, with keen eyesight. It was even possible to discern the happenings in the trading square. However, the towering walls obstructed any view of the interior, leaving the situation within shrouded in mystery. Liu glanced back at the traces behind him. After the rain had washed over, the footprints left by Xiaohe quickly vanished without a trace. For safety's sake, Liu shifted his position once more, ascending to an even higher spot on the southeastern ridge. Upon pausing to survey the area, he realized the location was exceptionally advantageous. He then extended his hand, and the large bundle reappeared in his grasp as if by magic. Fu Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the suddenly materialized package. Further solidifying her resolve, gently taking the bundle, she remained silent, quietly assembling a rain shelter. Just as the two settled inside, Xiaohe's large head poked in, seemingly eager to escape the downpour. Unfortunately, the space beneath the shelter was too confined for his robust frame to enter. Xiaohe made a determined effort to squeeze in but failed, expressing his discontent by nudging with his head. "Be good, Xiaohe." Fu Xiao tenderly stroked the mane atop his head, soothing him with gentle words. Liu couldn't help but chuckle, stepping out to pat Xiaohe's rear. "Next time, I'll make sure you have your own shelter. For now, you'll have to make do." With that, he draped a piece of extra waterproof cloth over Xiaohe. Although it wasn't entirely effective, Xiaohe seemed content with the arrangement. After the two finished the last few pieces of snake meat, Liu glanced into the container, revealing that only the meat of the exotic beast, the leopard, remained. It appeared they would need to seek out more opportunities for hunting. However, in the vicinity of the shelter, traces of wild beasts had all but vanished. Even the more powerful exotic creatures dared not approach such a congregation of humans. To find prey, one would have to venture further from the shelter. Nevertheless, Liu remained unhurried. The meat in the container was rich in energy. Consuming a piece of exotic beast meat not only replenished energy, but also satisfied hunger remarkably well. A single piece of this meat was far more substantial than 3 pieces of ordinary meat. The remaining exotic meat would suffice for several days. As night deepened, Fu Xiao seemed to have made up her mind and spoke to Liu. "You should rest first. I'll keep watch tonight." "All right, I'll take over in the latter half of the night." Liu, trusting her, laid down to rest in the middle of the night. Amidst the sound of raindrops, Fu Xiao focused intently, carefully sensing her surroundings, confirming there was no immediate danger, she quietly slipped into the rain shelter. Her body trembled slightly, but soon, Liyu's warmth enveloped her, instilling a profound sense of security, by the time Liyu became aware. Fu Xiao had already nestled into his embrace, a wave of heat coursed through him, and instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. Their bodies pressed together, seeking each other's warmth, deepening their bond in silence. After night had passed, Fu Xiao opened her eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued, only to see Liyu standing not far away, drawing his bow and aiming towards the direction of the shelter. Although the targeting reticle in Liyu's eyes had shrunk, he had yet to release the arrow, despite the bow's impressive range, easily covering the entire expanse of the shelter. The sheer number of people within made it impossible for Liyu to ascertain his target. Even with the enhancement from the cyclone's backlash, he remained unable to discern the specifics of the shelter situated a kilometer away. Fu Xiao donned her clothes and approached Liyu, leaning her head against his. Her gaze followed the direction he was aiming, carefully noting the raindrops falling on the figure he was targeting. The individual was a thin man, seated on the ground. Begging, Fu Xiao leaned closer to Liyu's ear and accurately described the target's current actions and state. Liyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Fu Xiao's keen perception, even knowing precisely what the person was doing. Reflecting on this, he realized how perfectly aligned their abilities were. After undergoing a transformation and given their intimate relationship, Fu Xiao now appeared significantly more mature than before. Yet, Liyu instinctively patted her head, urging, "It's been several days now. You still haven't fully absorbed the exotic beast crystal core I gave you." "I'm almost there. At this rate, I won't be able to sustain myself," Fu Xiao retorted, her face flushing as she covered her head. "Ha." Liyu chuckled. "You can't sustain yourself? You should finish absorbing that crystal core first." He then deliberately glanced at Xiaohei before continuing. "Who knows? You might not even absorb it as quickly as Xiaohei." Fu Xiao pursed her lips, glancing at the wagging Xiaohei, and after a moment of contemplation, found herself at a loss for words, knowing she couldn't refute his statement. Indeed, Xiaohei had been absorbing the crystal cores at a faster pace. If not for Liyu's control, Xiaohei would have continued devouring them. After teasing Fu Xiao for a while, Liyu finally felt a sense of ease. Reflecting on the hardships of survival in the past, this moment felt remarkably lighthearted. Observing Fu Xiao beside him and the playful Xiaohei, he realized he hadn't felt this joyful in a long time. Yet, there are those who sought to oppose him. Liyu's gaze slowly shifted towards the direction of the shelter, although Fu Xiao could assist him in aiming. He lacked complete confidence in successfully eliminating the officer. If the officer possessed strength akin to Zhang Biao's, he might very well be able to catch the arrow, should the officer possess defensive abilities. It would be even easier for him to evade that if he failed to strike successfully this time. The officer's strength would undoubtedly lead to heightened vigilance against future ambushes, making it all the more challenging to find another opportunity. Contemplating this, Liu ultimately resolved to refrain from alarming the enemy. Meanwhile, on the western side of the shelter, through the misty rain, a large contingent was steadily approaching. The Wang family's safe zone team arriving from the west. As this was their first migration, burdened by an excessive load, many ordinary members of the team were struggling to keep pace. Wang Qingshui, unable to abandon the ordinary people in the team, found the overall progress painfully slow. And they had only just arrived at this point. Head of the family, the shelter is just ahead. Wang Liqiang excitedly dashed forward from the front of the group, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I know," Wang Qingshui, even as an awakened individual, nodded wearily. Previously, he had mocked Zhang Biao's abilities, but now it seemed he had underestimated the complexity of this migration. If they continued westward in such a state, it could lead to significant trouble. It appeared that arriving at the 7207 shelter was indeed a remarkably wise choice. Wang Qingshui couldn't help but reflect on this, and then his expression turned serious as he decisively issued a command. "Relay the message. Quicken the pace, and ensure everyone reaches the shelter before resting." "Understood." The command of Wang Qingshui was swiftly disseminated, resulting in a noticeable acceleration in the pace of the entire convoy. The Wang family's procession advanced. The imposing silhouette of the sanctuary's towering walls became increasingly distinct. The closer they drew to the sanctuary, the greater the throng of people surrounding them. bustling with life and excitement. The refugees along the route, upon witnessing such a large contingent from the safe zone, instinctively made way for them. Observers in the vicinity of the sanctuary speculated eagerly, sensing that significant events were imminent. Otherwise, individuals from the safe zone would not easily vacate their established territories, let alone coordinate a mass exodus. The Wong family's procession arrived resoundingly at the foot of the high walls. Naturally, the sanctuary had long since taken note of their arrival, and the patrol team awaited them at the entrance. The Wong family was halted at the sanctuary's threshold. Wong Qinshui approached with a demeanor of humble authority, recognizing that he was on territory governed by the sanctuary. He lowered his tone and stated, "Please inform the authorities that Wong Qinshui, head of the Wong Family Hill Safe Zone, requests entry. You need not announce anything. Only you may enter," replied the patrol captain, his expression stern. "But we are so many." Wang Liqiang began to interject, only to be decisively silenced by a wave from Wang Qinshui. "Then I shall enter alone," Wang Qinshui declared. The patrol captain then stepped aside upon hearing this. Before entering, Wang Qinshui turned back to Wang Liqiang, earnestly instructing, "You must wait here with the others. If I do not return promptly, you may take charge." "Understood," Wang Liqiang replied respectfully. "Please proceed." The patrol captain gestured, and the heavy gates creaked open just enough to permit passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Qinshui strode through the threshold. Boom.as he entered. The sanctuary's massive door began to close slowly, leaving Wang Liqiang and the Wang family's entourage outside the high walls. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, Wang Liqiang maintained a facade of composure, aware that any hint of panic could lead to unnecessary complications. "Everyone, do not be alarmed. The head merely entered to discuss matters. We shall wait here," he proclaimed, his voice imbued with conviction and assurance. The members of the convoy, reassured by Wang Liqiang's words, felt their unease subside. They began to seek shelter from the rain beneath the high walls, preparing to rest temporarily as such a multitude gathered beneath the towering walls. Local onlookers were drawn by curiosity, watching intently. Some astute merchants quickly approached, engaging the Wang family in friendly conversation, eager to establish familiarity. Before long, a lively marketplace emerged beneath the high walls, bustling with activity. Several refugees surrounding the sanctuary, intrigued by the ample supplies carried by the Wang family, approached to barter for the items they needed. The Wang family members were more than willing to oblige. Within the high walls, Wang Qinshui followed closely behind the patrol captain, who led him to the exterior of a magnificent and sturdy tower. Shielding his face from the relentless rain, Wang Qinshui gazed upward. The towering structure was adorned with an array of intricate antennas. "Here we are. Please enter." The patrol captain gestured at the entrance. Wang Qinshui shook off the rain from his garments and wiped his feet before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the unexpectedly vast space within the tower. It resembled an expansive conference room. Yet at that moment, only a middle-aged man sat calmly within. "Welcome to the 7207 Sanctuary." Wang Qinshui, head of the Wang Family Hill, the man said, rising slowly and extending his hand. Although unaware of the man's identity, Wang Qinshui hurriedly took a couple of steps forward to shake his hand. "I'm Zhao Gang, the head of the high wall here," the middle-aged man replied, his voice steady and exuding reliability. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao Gang, and thank you for your hospitality," Wang Qinshui responded politely, showing no sign of condescension despite Zhao Gang's position as merely the head of the high wall. "It seems you are aware of the prophesied disaster that is soon to unfold. The migration has already commenced." Zhao Gang gestured for Wang Qinshui to sit and speak at his leisure. Wang Qinshui took a seat and turned to Zhao Gang, earnestly stating, "Mr. Zhao Gang, every member of our Wang Family Hill Safe Zone is acutely aware of the severity of this impending disaster. We have resolutely chosen to come here because we believe that the 7207 Sanctuary can provide the safest refuge." He paused momentarily before continuing sincerely. "After all, we too are a safe zone under the sanctuary's governance, willing to dedicate all our resources to bolster the sanctuary's defenses and operations, hoping that our people may receive the sanctuary's protection." "Indeed, your perspective is quite reasonable." Zhao Gang nodded slightly in agreement. "However," Zhao Gang's tone shifted abruptly. As you are one of the leaders of a safe zone under the sanctuary's rule, I trust you are aware that the sanctuary cannot accommodate such a large number of people. Wang Qianshui fell silent. His expression growing grave, he recognized the truth in Zhao Gang's words. Others who had never ventured within the high walls were oblivious to the realities here. However, he had been inside before and had even had the privilege of entering the true sanctum of the sanctuary. Wang Qianshui recalled vividly that the sanctuary lay beneath his very feet at that time. As a young man preparing to inherit the leadership of the Wang family hill, he had only learned the truth when his father revealed it to him, that they were under the dominion of the 7207 sanctuary. His father had personally brought him to the sanctuary, and after gaining the recognition of its upper echelons, he had successfully assumed the role of the new head of the Wang family hill. Wang Qianshui became lost in profound reminiscence. It was a technologically advanced underground bastion, capable of withstanding various natural disasters while also providing formidable defenses against radiation and potential attacks. The sanctuary boasted a complete life support system, including agricultural zones, pressure stabilization systems, water purification systems, and even advanced medical equipment. Though he had only spent a brief night within the sanctuary during his youth, the memory of the soft, comfortable beds and the delicate touch of cotton lingered in his mind, evoking a sense of yearning in the now middle-aged Wang Qianshui. During that time, his father had garnered deep trust from the sanctuary, and the young Wang Qianshui had even had the fortune of witnessing the core generator of the sanctuary. The blue currents and dazzling lights were a sight he could never forget. It was this series of intricate facilities that ensured the survival of those within the sanctuary in a sealed environment. Yet, as a young man, he had been so captivated by the gaming machines inside that he had not fully explored the entirety of the sanctuary. Wang Qianshui returned from his reverie, acutely aware of the formidable strength of the 7207 sanctuary and its critical significance amidst the impending disaster. With its robust fortifications, the sanctuary was bound to endure the colossal calamity, far exceeding their chances of survival should they continue westward. However, Wang Qianshui also understood that the sanctuary's space and capacity were limited. It was utterly impossible for all the members of the Wang family to gain entry. "May I meet with the leaders of the sanctuary?" Wang Qianshui hesitated for a moment, still clinging to a glimmer of hope as he made the request. Zhao Gang chuckled at this, spreading his hands and surveying the surroundings. The leaders have always been present. Wang Qianshui looked at the cameras surrounding him and suddenly comprehended that he had been under the surveillance of the sanctuary's leaders all along. Zhao Gang's words effectively represented the sentiments of the sanctuary's leadership. "I see." Wang Qianshui slumped back into his chair, his expression despondent that moment. However, Zhao Gang appeared to receive some message, abruptly changing his tone. "Given that the Wang family hill has consistently supplied resources punctually without fail, the sanctuary can permit your entry." Wang Qianshui's heart surged with joy at first, but he quickly regained his composure. Just one person? As the head of the Wang family, he surely could not abandon all his kin to reside alone within the sanctuary. Yet, he recognized that such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, as the refuge would never grant entrance lightly. Wang Qianshui pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved. He hoped the leaders of the sanctuary would permit his son to take his place within its confines. After expressing his wishes, Wang Qianshui awaited the outcome. Zhao Gang, after a brief hesitation, finally spoke. "Granted." "Thank you," Wang Qianshui replied, rising to express his heartfelt gratitude. Having his son enter the sanctuary was already the best outcome attainable at present. Just as he was about to turn and depart, Zhao Gang's voice called him back once more. "Wait a moment." Suddenly recalling something significant, Zhao Gang added, "There is in fact another means to remain in the sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianshui halted, turning to Zhao Gang. "Please elaborate." Clearing his throat, Zhao Gang spoke slowly and deliberately. "The sanctuary is about to host a talent selection competition. You could allow capable members of the Wang family to participate. Should your people excel in the selection, they will have the opportunity to secure a place within the sanctuary." After patiently explaining, Zhao Gang looked at Wang Qianshui. In an instant, Wang Qianshui grasped the implication. He understood that this might be the sole opportunity for the Wang family to remain within the sanctuary. He nodded appreciatively to Zhao Gang. I comprehend. This is a rare opportunity that I will send individuals to participate. Noticing Wang Qingshui's agreement, but sensing a hint of despondency in his gaze, Zhao Gang kindly reminded him. There's a vast expanse of open land to the south of the city walls. You could easily set up camp there. Thank you. Subsequently, with the escort of the patrol leader, Wang Qingshui exited through the gates. The head of the family has emerged. Can we enter, head of the family? I can hardly move any longer. All the members of the Wang family gathered eagerly around him, their eyes filled with anticipation as they inquired fervently. It was evident that Wang Qingshui held immense esteem among the Wang clan. Moreover, he mingled seamlessly with his kin, bridging any perceived gaps between master and servant. Listening to the inquiries around him, Wang Qingshui gently shook his head and then led the Wang family towards the southern expanse. In his mind, he contemplated establishing a temporary encampment here, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the talent selection competition before devising further plans. This way, he could arrange for a few Wang family members to enter the sanctuary to care for his son, allowing him to proceed with his migration with peace of mind. The group closely followed their head, arriving at the open space to the south, where Wang Qingshui finally commanded a halt for rest. After a brief period of tidying up, he stood atop a makeshift elevation, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each Wang family member. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with unwavering clarity. Esteemed family members, I have crucial news to share. Pausing for a moment to ensure every gaze was fixed upon him, he continued. The situation within the sanctuary is more complex than we had anticipated. They cannot accommodate us all, but a murmur of low discussions and uneasy stirrings rippled through the crowd. However, Wang Qingshui raised his voice to quell the murmurs. We have another chance. The sanctuary is about to hold a talent selection competition. If any of our members triumph in this contest, they will be allowed to remain in the sanctuary. Is this true, head of the family? A young team member asked, his eyes shimmering with hope. Wang Qingshui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is our only opportunity. We must select the most capable and promising individuals to compete, that we now need to assess each person's strengths and skills to ensure we send forth the finest representatives. I am willing to participate. A robust man stepped forward, his voice brimming with determination. So am I. A slender woman chimed in immediately after. After several days of arduous migration, they were loath to continue any further, wishing only to remain within the sanctuary. But what about the rest of us? An older team member suddenly inquired, a trace of concern lacing his tone. The name of the competition itself suggested that the sanctuary required only the most exceptional talents. Surely, there were not many among the Wang family who could secure a place through the competition. What would become of those, like them, who were too aged to compete? For the others, Wang Qingshui's voice softened. We shall establish a temporary camp here and await the outcome of the competition. After its conclusion, I will lead the remaining members onward in our migration westward. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not abandon a single member of the Wang family. Hearing this, the older members of the group were profoundly moved. They understood that if the head of the family wished to remain, it would not be a difficult endeavor for him. In the face of such a formidable disaster, the head had chosen not to forsake them. Instead, he intended to lead them onward, that we place our trust in you. An elderly woman declared loudly, her words resonating with the others to their surprise. The Wang family members remained steadfast in their support upon hearing his declaration. Wang Qingshui felt a surge of gratitude, smiling as he nodded at the crowd. He understood well that only through such unity could they hope to successfully complete their migration. Taking a deep breath, he issued a decisive command. Set up the camp. Everyone swiftly sprang into action, and soon the Wang family's cohort had established their encampment upon the open land, just as they finished their setup. A contingent from the safety zone approached from the west. Leading this group was Zhang Biao, who, upon gazing at the sanctuary ahead, wore a sullen expression, clearly reluctant to enter, although the Black Mountain safety zone also lay within the sanctuary's domain. Zhang Biao's family had severed ties with the sanctuary since the era of the previous family head and ceased to supply resources. Choosing to cross into the sanctuary now would mean relinquishing his authority and submitting to the sanctuary's governance once more. Such a proposition was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Biao. Even if every member of the Zhang family perished along the migration path, he would never surrender his position as the head of the Black Mountain Safety Zone. Stop! Rest in place. Without hesitation, Zhang Biao commanded. The members of the Black Mountain Safety Zone halted decisively, remaining at a considerable distance from the sanctuary's threshold. Zhang Biao intended to rest here before dispatching individuals to trade for supplies with the local inhabitants. Once they had recuperated, they would circumvent the sanctuary's territory and continue their journey westward. He had no desire to entangle himself with the sanctuary in any manner. Following Zhang Biao's orders, the Black Mountain Safety Zone members began to establish their temporary camp on the remote land at the sanctuary's periphery. Head of the family, this distance is too great. Shall we not rest a little closer? Absolutely not. Zhang Biao's tone was resolute, clearly unwilling to allow his people any association with the sanctuary, although they maintained a considerable distance. The members of the Black Mountain Safety Zone could still see the towering walls of the sanctuary. As they set up camp, their eyes would occasionally drift toward those walls, each pondering their own thoughts. Zhang Biao gestured to a burly man beside him. Zhang Taidong, take a few individuals over to assess the situation. Exchange any necessary supplies, but do not reveal our identities. Understood, head of the family. The robust Zhang Taidong nodded thoughtfully. In his heart, he understood that this was not merely a matter of exchanging supplies. Rather, the family head wished for him to gather intelligence. Subsequently, he set off towards the shelter, accompanied by several guards. Armed with only a few short firearms and a box of provisions, behind Zhang Taidong, one of the guards appeared pale, with a hint of redness in his eyes. He discreetly lifted his shirt to glance at his arm. Revealing a wound inflicted by a traitorous guard, he dared not disclose this to anyone, hastily covering the injury once more with his clothing, praying that it would not become infected. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu cautiously approached the shelter again. A.S. Liu and Su Yao led the little black dog beneath the towering walls of the shelter. There seemed to be no signs of abnormality. It appeared that the shelter remained unaware of the identity of those who had slain the patrolman the previous day. With a slow pace, Liu began to notice that, although only a day had passed, there had been a striking change. The throngs of people beneath the high walls had multiplied several times compared to yesterday. The trading square was teeming with merchants, and even various food vendors had seized the opportunity to set up their stalls. Upon closer inspection, Liu discerned that these newcomers were all dressed in matching yellow attire. Clearly, they hailed from the same safe zone. The previous Black Mountain safe zone had undergone a complete evacuation out of fear of impending disaster. Now, these individuals clad in yellow were also preparing for a full-scale exodus from another safe zone at this moment. Liu could not help but believe that the calamity spoken of among the populace was indeed real. Otherwise, it was difficult to comprehend why even those residing in a safe zone would feel compelled to migrate entirely. "Hey, over here!" Suddenly, someone called out to Liu. Turning around, he spotted a rather furtive figure. It was Black Rat. Under the canopy, Black Rat waved repeatedly at Liu. Recalling their prior agreement, Liu was eager to discover what Black Rat had to reveal and followed him inside. Su Yao remained outside with the little black dog. "Have you acquired something valuable?" Liu inquired as he stepped into the dimly lit shelter. "Of course," Black Rat replied, his face brimming with confidence. "Then what are we waiting for? Show me," Liu urged impatiently. A glimmer of energy flashed in Black Rat's eyes, as if he activated some special ability to scrutinize Liu. Once assured, Black Rat chuckled. No need to rush. He then produced his seemingly empty box. Opening it, Black Rat cautiously retrieved what he claimed to be a prized possession. "This is," Liu exclaimed, astonished upon seeing the object. "It was a crossbow. I told you it was something good, didn't I?" Black Rat boasted, reveling in his triumph. Liu remained silent, his attention fully captured as he examined the crossbow meticulously. Though he was merely a scavenger, Liu recognized the exquisite craftsmanship of the weapon. It was undoubtedly not something an ordinary person could create. "True, this crossbow is impressive, but mere aesthetics are insufficient," Liu stated calmly, raising his gaze to Black Rat. In the face of catastrophe, the practicality of a weapon surpasses all else. "Indeed, practicality," Black Rat concurred, nodding earnestly before elaborating. "In the midst of a downpour, maintaining concealment is the key to survival." After saying this, A sly smile crept across Black Rat's face as he deliberately thrust the crossbow into Liyu's hands. Liyu had no choice but to accept the weapon, feeling its slightly cold surface, which hinted at a metallic alloy construction. The design of the bow was both sleek and natural, and the arrow slot could be adjusted to accommodate various types of projectiles. As he felt the weight and balance of the crossbow, along with its perfect grip, a flicker of approval appeared in Liyu's eyes. It is worth noting that a crossbow is among the most lethal weapons available. Second only to firearms, Liu concealed his admiration for the crossbow, maintaining an outwardly serene demeanor. Black Rat, seemingly oblivious to Liyu's internal struggle, continued to extol its virtues, silent, lightless, and devoid of flames. Its concealment is exceptional. In battles requiring stealth and silence, it produces minimal sound, effectively avoiding detection by foes. Pointing to the scope on the crossbow, Black Rat added, not only does it facilitate easy aiming, but it also possesses night vision and thermal imaging capabilities. Additionally, it can be used as a lethal or non-lethal weapon. Non-lethal. Liu was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in Black Rat's words. If he targeted only the limbs of his adversaries, deliberately avoiding vital areas, it indeed would not be fatal. Black Rat, gesturing towards the crossbow in Liyu's grasp, intensified his tone, feigning excitement. This is truly a remarkable item that balances hunting and survival. Liu surveyed the crossbow once more, acknowledging that Black Rat's assertions were accurate. Before obtaining firearms, this was indeed a rare treasure. The advantages of the crossbow, combined with his abilities, rendered it even more practical than typical firearms. As Liu absorbed the weapon's attributes, a prompt flashed before his eyes. Detected similar weapon type. Would you like to switch? The crossbow was classified as a similar weapon, prompting Liu to silently opt for the equipment switch. Switch successful for similar weapon type, retaining level and proficiency. Alloy crossbow. Crafted from high-strength alloy, anti-slip and corrosion-resistant, long-range, high-precision, and high-penetration. Effective attack distance, 6,400 meters. Aiming speed, 3 seconds. Hit rate, 100. Outflight speed increased by 100. Precision increased by 100. Penetration increased by 50. Unlocks. Silent, sniping, silent. Concealment 50, low noise, sniping. After holding breath and focusing, precision 50, penetration 50. What a splendid weapon. Liu marveled at the impressive attributes in front of Black Rat. He drew a rain crow arrow from behind and placed it into the crossbow slot. After forcefully drawing the string back, Liu silently aimed the crossbow at Black Rat. Black Rat squinted his eyes, but displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he confidently spread his arms wide, encouraging Liu to take aim at that moment. Liu indeed saw the targeting reticle materialize. Unlike the previous large size, it was now merely a small dot. After 3 seconds of aiming, the dot diminished to an almost minuscule size. Liu gradually adjusted the reticle, keenly aware of precisely where he was aiming. This was the true essence of shooting where one points. And the crossbow's accuracy was astonishing. After testing the aiming functionality, Liu lowered the crossbow and looked at Black Rat, asking, "So, how much do you intend to sell this crossbow for?" Hee, Black Rat chuckled. "Extending 5 fingers, 5 beast crystals, and this is the lowest price I can offer you." Liu furrowed his brow. This price was rather steep for him. Yet he understood that the crossbow was highly compatible with his abilities and was indeed worth the cost. However, he also believed in the principle of negotiating for a better deal. This crossbow is impressive, but it still falls short compared to firearms. Liu remarked intentionally. "Short?" Black Rat laughed. "I believe it surpasses firearms." "Surpasses?" Liu questioned, perplexed. In what way? Black Rat appeared to harbor some delightful secret, his smile unwavering as he replied, "This crossbow can accurately eliminate enemies from 1,000 meters away. Doesn't that qualify as impressive?" "This crossbow can shoot 1,000 meters? Liu expressed skepticism, clearly unconvinced. "Others may not manage it, but I believe you can." The Black Rat curled his lips in a smirk, gesturing towards Liu. A jolt of surprise coursed through Liu. He had sensed it previously, that this Black Rat merchant seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him. However, his unique abilities were only vaguely comprehended by Fu Xiao, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to know much about them. Yet, The black rat continued to regard him with an inscrutable smile. In the shrewd depths of his eyes lay what appeared to be secrets yet untold. Since the black rat had not taken the initiative to explain, Liu refrained from inquiring about the clarity of his knowledge, for everyone harbors their own mysteries. After a moment of contemplation, Liu finally spoke. Deal for 5 crystal cores. With that, he retrieved the 2 crystal cores that Ma Yuanbai had given him. No. The black rat waved his hand, halting Liu. These were merely the crystal cores of common beasts, lacking any real value. Liu paused, surprised by the black rat's forthrightness. That a glint of cunning flickered in the black rat's eyes as he said, "What I desire are the crystal cores that emit a blue glow." Upon hearing this, Liu instantly understood what the black rat sought, for the beast he had slain that could turn invisible possessed such blue glowing cores. Indeed, though Liu was perplexed as to how the black rat had acquired this knowledge, he was certain that the black rat's abilities extended far beyond mere spatial powers. He seemed intimately familiar with the crystal cores on Liu's person. Given this, Liu boldly stated the price he could accept for those blue crystal cores. "I can only offer you 3. The black rat smiled gently. 3 blue and 2 white. Deal. Liu agreed. For the 2 cores given by Ma Yuanbai contained little energy and were of no consequence to him. He handed over the blue crystal cores to the black rat, who accepted them and casually tossed the 2 white cores into his box. Instead, he held the pale blue crystal core before his eyes. Examining it with rapt fascination, Liu made no attempt to switch weapons. Rather, he slung the glass bow across his back and continued to wield the crossbow as he inquired, "May I ask what distinguishes these crystal cores?" "Certainly." The black rat produced a piece of velvet cloth, meticulously polishing the pale blue crystal core before lifting it to explain, "This blue crystal core is exclusive to water-type beasts, and it can accelerate the growth of water-based abilities." The notion that crystal cores had elemental distinctions surprised Liu. It was the first time he had encountered such a theory. Indeed, the black rat nodded, shaking the crystal core in his hand. "If we're to discuss it, the energy within crystal cores of the same tier does not vary significantly." As he spoke, the black rat gestured towards the unrelenting rain outside. "The primary issue is that the world outside is inundated with water. Water-type beasts are not easily slain. I see. I stand corrected." Liu nodded in acknowledgement. "I am not worthy of such praise," the black rat responded, feigning surprise. "Could you perhaps give me some arrows?" Liu ventured. The black rat had never encountered someone who could so swiftly change the subject, let alone attempt to mooch off him. Yet at that moment he perceived something intriguing about Liu. "Huh." The black rat burst into laughter, as if he had heard something amusing or witnessed a joyful spectacle. "You want me to give you arrows?" "Huh," he continued, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook with mirth. Now it was Liu who felt a twinge of fear. He had thought the black rat was behaving normally, but now it seemed he had suddenly lost his wits. Had his request for free arrows provoked a mental breakdown? If it was too much, he would simply relent. Liu hastily reassured. "Very well. I shall give you a bundle of arrows." The black rat unexpectedly acquiesced. He then retrieved a bundle of arrows identical to the previous ones and promptly handed them to Liu. Liu received them, utterly bewildered. "Are you truly giving these to me?" He was acutely aware that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. He had merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that the black rat would genuinely part with them. Aside from concluding that the black rat's mental state was questionable, he found himself at a loss for the underlying reason. With his right hand gripping the crossbow tightly and his left clutching the bundle of arrows, he walked away, glancing back every few steps, genuinely apprehensive that the black rat might suddenly pursue him. "You have received them," the black rat confirmed, nodding vigorously behind him. Finally reassured, Liu hastened his steps, quickly returning to Fu Xiao and Xiao He before swiftly moving away. He cast occasional glances over his shoulder, still wary of the black rat's potential erratic behavior. Observing Liu's departing figure, the black rat maintained his enigmatic smile. Yet soon, it seemed he recalled some painful memories, and the smile on his face began to twist into a grimace. In truth, while the blue crystal cores Liu possessed were rare, they were far from sufficient to procure the crossbow. This weapon originated from within the sanctuary and was subject to stringent regulations, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire. The Black Rat's actions were undoubtedly driven by his own motives. He watched Liu carrying away the crossbow. He could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Tears streamed down his face, yet his laughter remained unrestrained, filled with madness. I have finally awaited this day, my disciple. After all these years, I shall finally avenge you. The Black Rat cackled maniacally, the thrill of vengeance flickering in his eyes. For revenge, he had waited many years, and it was the first time in all that time that he had laughed so freely. Liu's suspicions were not misplaced. The Black Rat's abilities extended beyond mere spatial manipulation. He also possessed psychic powers, granting him a unique capability to glimpse fleeting fragments of future events. However, his abilities paled in comparison to true oracles who could foresee the future with clarity and completeness. The visions he experienced were but brief, fragmented glimpses. Yet through relentless self-training, the Black Rat had successfully intertwined his powers with his vengeful aspirations. Thus, he was able to perceive future fragments intimately connected to his desire for retribution. Consequently, at the moment he and Liu crossed paths, the Black Rat had already insightfully perceived certain future events. It was for this reason that he willingly sold his precious weapon at a bargain and even offered arrows without hesitation. Although Liu had yet to contemplate taking action, the Black Rat was already certain that the officer responsible for his disciple's demise would meet a fatal end. Not far away. Liu, holding Fu Xiao's hand and leading Xiao He, walked a considerable distance before confirming that the Black Rat had not followed. It seems no one is tailing us, Fu Xiao remarked, perplexed, as her abilities detected no anomalies. That's splendid. That person must have been out of his mind. Liu gestured to his head in explanation. Fu Xiao's gaze fell upon the crossbow in Liu's hand, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Liu, did you acquire a new weapon from him? Upon hearing Fu Xiao's observation, Liu hurriedly shielded the crossbow with a waterproof cloth, for this area was crowded and caution was paramount. He lowered his voice. Speaking softly, though his mind may not be quite right, he does possess some valuable items. As Fu Xiao prepared to respond, she suddenly turned to look into the distance, her keen senses detecting a familiar aura approaching. The Black Mountain safe zone. It seems the Zhang family has arrived. Fu Xiao immediately discerned their identity. They have come to the sanctuary as well, Liu remarked, intrigued. The refugees are also here. Fu Xiao sensed a massive crowd drawing closer. This is bound to be an interesting spectacle. Liu couldn't help but chuckle. With such a multitude of forces converging in one place, he was quite curious to see how the sanctuary would respond. The skyline to the west loomed ominously. Amidst the torrential downpour, countless refugees closely followed the traces left by the Heishan safety zone to arrive at this location. Indeed, a large contingent of refugees had reached the site. The number of refugees at this moment was significantly greater than before, even incorporating others they encountered along the way. Even the refugees near Wangjiaqiu had joined the migration. They all understood that the inhabitants of the Wangjiaqiu safety zone had already fled. If they remained, they would only be awaiting death. The collective migration of all the refugees presented their only opportunity to escape. Head of the family, the refugees have caught up, one of the Zhang family's guards hurriedly reported, panic evident in his voice as he noticed the large number of refugees appearing behind them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao's expression grew exceedingly grave. He had just sent Zhang Taidong on an errand. Prepare the artillery and load the last shells, Zhang Biao thought to himself, fully aware that in such a dire situation, he must deploy all his resources. Otherwise, the Zhang family might face total annihilation today. Damn it! Zhang Biao gazed towards the west, where an astonishing number of refugees surged forth. The guards, witnessing the sea of people, also wore anxious and fearful expressions. The relentless influx of refugees seemed inexhaustible. Prepare for battle, Zhang Biao commanded, and all guards seized their weapons, ready to fire. The massive influx of refugees surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhang Biao's countenance darkened further. The sheer number of refugees was beyond imagination. As the refugees caught up with the Zhang family, they too beheld the sanctuary ahead. Zhang Biao was reluctant to head towards the sanctuary, yet the refugees appeared to see a glimmer of hope for survival. They momentarily set aside their animosity towards the Haishan safety zone, circumventing Zhang Biao's resting group and rushing straight towards the sanctuary. Among the refugees, a squad of awakened individuals, along with a little girl with red-rimmed eyes, fixed their gaze intently upon Zhang Biao's group. They bore deep-seated grudges against the Zhang family. However, upon seeing the Zhang family fully armed like a hedgehog, prepared for a desperate counterattack and with cannons on standby, they refrained from acting impulsively, instead following the tide of refugees towards the sanctuary. Head of the family, they have bypassed us, a guard excitedly reported. The not fire. Zhang Biao cautioned loudly. He did not wish to incite the wrath of such a vast horde of wild people all at once. Observing the refugee procession as it elegantly flowed past their encampment towards the sanctuary, Zhang Biao finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. If a battle were to erupt here, it would likely mean the end of the Zhang family's hopes of migration. Within the sanctuary, the figure seated in meditation with closed eyes had long since the approach of the refugees. A large number of refugees are nearing. Go and report, he commanded sharply as his eyes flew open. No need, a youthful voice suddenly interjected. The people present were taken aback, turning in astonishment. Holy Son, why have you come in person? The Holy Son, wearing a smile, entered. I am here to personally execute the E14 plan. What? Upon hearing this, not only the Holy Son's guards, but also the surrounding patrols were incredulous. They were all aware of the E14 plan, which could provide food for thousands. What value is there in assisting these wild people? One youth could not help but voice his thoughts. Hush, the Holy Son interrupted, his expression growing serious. In the sanctuary, all are equal. I do not wish to hear such sentiments again. The youth quickly apologized. I am sorry, Holy Son. Remember, all I do is for the sanctuary, and I represent the sanctuary. The Holy Son solemnly addressed everyone. Commence the execution of the E14 plan. Yes, the crowd slightly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Outside, the approaching refugees continued their advance, and they could now clearly see the towering walls of the sanctuary. The awakened individuals among the refugees led the way at the forefront. The sheer number of people. This colossal assembly of refugees instilled in them an unyielding courage. The indigenous residents living beneath the high walls, upon witnessing the vast influx of refugees, were all frightened and hurriedly sought refuge, observing the refugee zombie-like bodies. Their emaciated frames struggling to move, pale skin and sunken eyes, some even cowered behind the patrolmen in fear. The residents around the sanctuary were acutely aware that while the safety zone inhabitants adhered to certain regulations and boundaries, the refugees could be cannibalistic. Moreover, the sheer number of refugees made the situation even more perilous. The sentinels atop the walls gripped their weapons tightly. Having served as sentinels for many years, they had never encountered such a multitude of refugees. As the refugees reached the plaza, the area beneath the high walls became a hive of humanity. A remarkably surreal scene unfolded, as everyone seemed to momentarily set aside their animosities and congregated here. Refugees, scavengers, awakened individuals, and safety zone inhabitants. People from all walks of life mingled together. The refugees stood beneath the high walls, observing their surroundings, noting the peculiar structures that surrounded them, some towering several stories high. Although the buildings appeared akin to those in a slum, for the refugees, this environment was already considered remarkably decent. They curiously surveyed their surroundings while those nearby scrutinized them in return. The people from Wangjiqiu remained vigilant. Although they had no conflict with these refugees, the historical relationship between safety zone inhabitants and refugees had always been one of enmity. The Wang family members, positioned in the southern open area, had even readied their weapons, prepared to respond to any potential emergencies. With so many refugees in proximity, they dared not let their guard down. Liu and Fu Xiao concealed themselves nearby, observing the unfolding scene. Liu was eager to discover how the inhabitants of the sanctuary intended to drive away such a multitude of refugees. He also wished to see if the sanctuary's weapons were truly as fearsome as rumored. Not far away, Zhang Taidong and his guards had changed their attire, discreetly blending into the crowd. Watching the chaotic scene before them, Zhang Taidong and his guards concealed half of their faces, should they be recognized by these refugees. Even someone as formidable as the burly Zhang Taidong risked being devoured on the spot. In that moment, a cacophony of sounds filled the space beneath the city walls. The hungry refugees gazed longingly at the food held by the local residents, their desire unmistakable as they cautiously edged closer. The impending chaos seemed on the verge of igniting. Boom! A deafening roar captured everyone's attention. The massive iron gate of the sanctuary slowly creaked open. The Holy Sun emerged, riding a large rain camel. The appearance of the Holy Sun instantly transformed the atmosphere. It is the Holy Sun. How splendid! The Holy Sun has arrived. The local scavengers were beside themselves with excitement. The refugees, unaware of the Holy Sun's purpose, could only infer from the reactions of those around them that he must be a significant figure within the sanctuary, seated atop the grand rain camel. The Holy Sun's eyes radiated unwavering determination and compassion, his voice steady yet powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7207 Sanctuary. We shall not abandon a single soul amidst this calamity. For now, let us address the most pressing issue of hunger. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Sun signaled. As his words fell, the patrol team behind him sprang into action, pushing carts filled with green algae sticks through the gate. Slowly moving towards the direction of the refugees. Upon emerging, the patrolmen began distributing the algae sticks to the gathered refugees. These sticks, crafted from advanced technology within the sanctuary, possess sufficient quantity to sustain the basic survival needs of all present refugees. Please accept the sanctuary's goodwill. The voice of the Holy Sun was calm and composed. Thank you, esteemed Holy Sun. The local refugees swiftly stepped forward to receive their share, and after collecting their portions, they all knelt down in reverent gratitude for the generous offerings of the sanctuary. The newly arrived refugees gazed at the unfamiliar green algae sticks with expressions of bewilderment. That moment. The local refugees had already begun to consume them with great eagerness. Witnessing this scene, some of the famished and daring refugees tentatively took the green algae sticks, cautiously biting into them. They were soon pleasantly surprised to discover that these sticks not only had a tolerable taste, but also effectively alleviated their hunger. Thank you, esteemed Holy Sun. A chorus of cries and kneeling expressions of gratitude erupted among the refugees as they devoured the green algae sticks voraciously. They had not felt such care and hope in a long time, and no one had ever been willing to share food with them, treating them as less than human. This act of charity significantly elevated the refugees' regard for the sanctuary. The Holy Sun smiled, his gaze sweeping over each refugee, as if conveying strength through his eyes. Arise, friends. Here, you shall find refuge in the sanctuary. You will not face hunger. This utopian proclamation was highly enticing, had it not been for previous encounters with the sanctuary's officials. Evenly, you might have been tempted to believe it. The refugees gradually stood up from their kneeling positions, consuming the green algae sticks in their hands, replenishing their strength, and reigniting the spark of hope for survival in their eyes. At that moment, several awakened individuals among the refugees suddenly stepped forward. Their emergence was not out of dissent. Rather, they began to voluntarily assist the sanctuary in maintaining order and aiding the patrol officers in distributing the green algae sticks. Consequently, the scene gradually transformed into one of orderliness. These awakened refugees were so proactive merely to make a good impression before the sanctuary, to show their faces. Soon, all the refugees had received their free green algae sticks, and their wariness and hostility towards the sanctuary began to wane. They gradually realized that the sanctuary was entirely different from the people of the safe zones. It was not as cold and heartless as they had imagined. The sanctuary not only refrained from discrimination against them, but also generously provided food for free. Liu, observing this scene from a distance, felt perplexed. He could not comprehend why the sanctuary would take such actions. Could it be that the refugees held some value for exploitation? But shortly thereafter, the Holy Sun provided the answer. Amidst the support of the crowd, the Holy Sun rode his rain camel to the center of the gathering. His bodyguards maintained a serious demeanor, vigilantly watching every movement around them. The Holy Sun, perched upon the rain camel, seemed to emanate a faint white glow. Liu rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming repeatedly that he was not mistaken. Indeed, the Holy Sun was glowing. Liu felt a surge of astonishment. Could this also be a supernatural ability? The Holy Son spoke slowly, his voice resonant and captivating, seemingly influencing everyone around him inadvertently. In Sanctuary 7207, we are all equal. This is humanity's last haven at this moment. The Holy Son stood atop the rain camel. Although he appeared youthful, he seemed to radiate an even greater sense of stature. One day from now, Sanctuary 7207 will host an elite talent selection competition. We will provide an opportunity for you to fully showcase your value and contribute to the construction of the sanctuary. The Holy Son emphasized, "You heard correctly. Regardless of your identity, everyone can register to participate. The ultimate victor of this competition will be granted residency rights in the sanctuary." His voice echoed throughout the square, observing the eager expressions of the crowd. The Holy Son continued with a smile. "Those wishing to register for the elite talent selection competition, please proceed to the registration center at the west gate of the sanctuary." As soon as the Holy Son concluded, whispers began to ripple through the crowd, and the awakened refugees could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed forward to register. Due to the calamity foretold in prophecies, the refugees had been forced to migrate westward, all in search of a place where they could continue to survive. Continuing west would not only involve ongoing conflicts with the people of the safe zones, but also demand courage in facing various dangers along the way. They might even starve to death due to a lack of food. In comparison, remaining in the sanctuary was evidently the best option available to the refugees at this moment. They all wished to give registration a try. No one was willing to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. Even some refugees without awakened abilities rushed eagerly towards the registration point, expressing their hopes to take on tasks such as handling waste or cleaning. Some female refugees deliberately swayed their bodies in front of the patrol officers, willing to do anything to secure a place in the sanctuary. Observing the long queue forming at the registration center, the Holy Son nodded in satisfaction. One of the bodyguards remarked in astonishment. This year's talent selection competition might well be the most successful one the sanctuary has ever held. Whether it is the most successful remains to be seen. But at least it is the one with the largest turnout, another added, equally astonished. Even though they had lived here since childhood, it was their first time witnessing such a grand spectacle. The rear of the crowd, Fu Xiao gazed intently at Liu, acutely aware that, given Liu's capabilities, he was highly likely to secure residency rights should he participate in the competition. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Xiao, though reluctant for Liu to leave, still hoped for better choices for him. Summoning her courage, she quietly inquired, "Are you planning to participate?" "Not at all," Liu replied decisively without hesitation. He had indeed considered this possibility. Liu even thought that, combined with Fu Xiao's abilities, staying in the sanctuary should not pose a challenge. Even if they did not ascend to management positions, becoming patrol officers would certainly not be an issue. Yet, he remained skeptical about the sanctuary's true intentions. Observing the lively scene at the registration point, Liu furrowed his brow. Have you considered why the sanctuary is hosting such a competition? Do they truly only wish to select talent? Fu Xiao paused, then shook her head. She too could not fathom the true motives behind the sanctuary's organization of this competition. That moment, the Holy Son, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, loudly added, "For those who do not wish to remain in the sanctuary after winning, we will exchange the residency rights for a prize, a fully equipped portable house." As soon as the Holy Son's words fell, the surrounding patrol officers widened their eyes in astonishment. What? The prize is a portable house. The one crafted by the architectural master Zhao Ku, who designed the sanctuary's high walls. Indeed, it is he. That prize is quite remarkable. Yes, I am tempted to participate. Just as Yu was about to leave, he overheard the patrol officers discussing, prompting him to turn around and stride back towards the square. "Liu, where are you going?" Fu Xiao, watching his sudden change of direction, asked in confusion. "To register," Liu replied, gesturing for her to hurry. "Come on. We have to move quickly." Fu Xiao followed Liu like a puppet. Bewildered and lost, just moments ago, she had declared her unwillingness to register. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, the Zhang family guard's complexion grew increasingly pale. His eyes reddened, and his spirit waned, to the point where he seemed utterly oblivious to his surroundings. A young girl among the refugees continuously activated her abilities. Sensing a new connection, To her astonishment, she discovered that this new puppet was concealed within the throng, gazing at the sun encircled by the crowd. An idea swiftly blossomed in her mind. Zhang family. I shall ensure you all accompany him to the grave. The girl unleashed her powers with fervor. The guard, his eyes now fully crimson, tore off his disguise and brandished a pistol, staggering towards the heart of the crowd. What are you doing? Zhang Tiedong's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the guard's erratic behavior. The guard, however, was deaf to Zhang Tiedong's shouts and pressed on. Just as Zhang Taidong moved to intervene, the red-eyed guard raised his pistol and fired at the sun atop the rain camel. Bang! The sharp report of the gun instantly shattered the atmosphere, plunging the crowd into chaos. The refugees, disregarding their earlier intentions to register, scattered in all directions. The captain of the bodyguards reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping in front of the sun just as the gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the captain's shoulder, leaving a vivid streak of blood. Yet the sun maintained his composure, displaying no signs of fear or surprise. The sun is under attack. Protect the sun. Two bodyguards swiftly shielded the sun behind them, drawing their weapons in preparation for a counterattack. They had not anticipated that anyone would dare to assault the sun. It was a brazen act of defiance. At that moment, Zhang Tiedong's face darkened. His expression akin to a storm cloud. He could scarcely believe that one of his guards would dare to attack the son of the refuge at such a critical juncture. He dashed towards the red-eyed guard in an attempt to subdue him. Yet the guard paid no heed to Zhang Tiedong's assault, continuing to fire wildly at the sun. Bang! Bang! All the bullets were intercepted by the captain of the bodyguards. The young girl among the refugees caught a glimmer of insight. She could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the red-eyed guard. This was a power she recognized well. The guard possessed abilities of his own, and the girl swiftly took control of him to unleash his powers. With a wave of his hand, a massive stone lifted from the ground and hurtled towards the sun. One bodyguard leapt high from the rain camel, shattering the enormous rock with a single kick. In a flash, he charged forward, seizing the red-eyed guard by the throat. And no matter how fiercely the guard struggled, he could not break free. As the situation spiraled out of control, Zhang Taidong spun around, intent on escaping amidst the chaos in that instant, he was forcefully pinned to the ground. The other two Zhang family guards were similarly subdued by the bodyguards, all clad in identical attire to the assailant. So formidable! Liu marveled at the prowess of the bodyguards. The burly man, now pressed to the ground and thoroughly restrained, was instantly recognized by Li Yu as Zhang Biao's personal guard. She recalled him vividly, for he had once subdued a group of awakened individuals among the refugees single-handedly. Now, this incredibly powerful figure was as helpless as a chick captured effortlessly by the sun's bodyguards without a chance to resist. Moreover, Li Yu felt no trace of energy fluctuations, indicating that the bodyguards had overwhelmed Zhang Taidong purely through physical strength. In comparison, the awakened individuals within the refuge appear to be far superior to ordinary ones. Watching the subdued Zhang family guards, Liu could hardly believe her eyes. Zhang Biao's guard had audaciously infiltrated the crowd to attack the son of the refuge. It was unfathomable what had emboldened them. It was a misunderstanding, Zhang Taidong struggled to articulate, pinned beneath the weight of his captors. Slap. The bodyguard delivered a resounding blow, instantly swelling Zhang Tiedong's face, rendering him speechless. Take them away, commanded the captain of the bodyguards. And the others escorted the captives through the gates. That moment, the captain was seething with anger. He touched his shoulder, which had been grazed by the bullet, and felt the deep crimson stain left behind. So close, so very close that a wave of anxiety washed over him. His concern was not for the son's safety, but for his own. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, placing himself before the sun and deflecting the bullet. Had the bullet struck not his shoulder but the son's tailored garment, his career as a bodyguard could have met a tragic end, or worse, his life itself, a hair's breadth, and he could have perished. "Forgive me, my lord," the captain of the bodyguards implored, his expression rife with trepidation as he knelt before the sun, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Rise," the son replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand in a calming gesture. "This is not your fault. Clearly, today's events were orchestrated with malice." The captain stood slowly, a flicker of gratitude shining in his eyes. The son's words signified that the matter was settled, assuring him of his position and life. "My lord, I shall thoroughly investigate this incident and provide you with an explanation," the captain vowed resolutely. The son nodded, his tone steady yet firm. "Ensure that it is handled according to the refuge's regulations." Indeed, the captain saluted respectfully before swiftly departing. As he entered through the gates of the high walls, his pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Damn it, have they lost their minds? They dare to attack the son of the refuge. He wondered how the Grim Reaper could possibly overlook such a blatant affront. The captain strode purposefully toward the holding area for prisoners, eager to unearth the identity of the audacious perpetrator. With the chaos beneath the high walls brought under control, the crowd gathered once more. The son, mounted upon the rain camel, stood before the gates of the refuge, soothingly addressing the assembly. "Fear not. Everyone for the area surrounding the refuge remains secure. Express my apologies. I shall distribute 300 milliliters of holy water to all, and I welcome everyone to come and receive it." Upon hearing this, the refugees exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the term milliliters. Was it merely an equivalent to 300 drops of water? The local residents, however, produced cups and explained cheerfully to the refugees, "This cup holds 300 milliliters. The water is delightful, and who would have thought we could taste it once more? Indeed, it is said that only the son of the refuge is worthy of such holy water." The local residents eagerly presented their cups. Anticipation etched on their faces as they approached. They regarded the surrounding refugees with a hint of derision, mocking, "You are fortunate to receive the holy water. It is a blessing earned from your past lives. Let us extend our gratitude to the son." Soon, the grand door creaked open once again at the command of the Holy Son. An immensely large water tanker was slowly pushed forth. The several awakened individuals behind the tanker were now utterly exhausted. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Ayu craned his neck to observe, noticing that 2 rows of neatly arranged switches were affixed to the tanker. The local residents in the first row hurriedly approached each faucet. Filled with joy and anticipation, the patrolman stepped forward to supervise, and with each press of the switch above the faucet, 300 milliliters of holy water would automatically flow forth. The local residents rushed to collect the water, and upon filling their containers, they eagerly drank it down. Instantly, expressions of sheer ecstasy illuminated their faces, as if they were engulfed in an unparalleled delight. The onlooking refugees, witnessing the spectacle, grew increasingly curious about the taste of the holy water that could evoke such rapturous expressions. They too began to line up in anticipation. Those from the safe zone appeared to be aware of this water and stood patiently at the back, suggesting that the holy water was indeed a rare commodity. The curiosity among the onlookers intensified, wondering what this holy water could possibly taste like to elicit such enchanted reactions. Soon, a refugee from afar reached the front of the line, trembling as he extended his tattered plastic container, cautiously collecting a small cup of holy water. Under the curious gazes of others, the refugee tilted his head back and drank. A wave of sweetness flowed smoothly down his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with astonishment, he had never imagined water could be so exquisitely sweet. In this desolate world, drenched by relentless rain, he had long grown accustomed to tainted water sources, often imbued with sourness. Such dirty water always left him parched and, at times, brought illness and suffering. But this time, he experienced an unprecedented freshness and purity, as if a miraculous spring of life flowed within him, awakening every parched cell in his body. His face radiated surprise and disbelief as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is true water." Overcome with excitement, he shouted again, "It's holy water!" With the refugee's enthusiastic endorsement, others swiftly rushed forward, eager to taste this legendary holy water. Every refugee bore expressions of anticipation and curiosity. Once they too reached the front and savored the miraculous holy water, they all, without exception, displayed looks of satisfaction and astonishment. What could this holy water possibly taste like? Fu Xiao, observing the refugees' reactions, felt an insatiable curiosity. Her eyes brimming with desire, Ayu also yearned to taste this revered holy water that had garnered such acclaim. Just as the two approached, intending to join the queue at the back, Liu suddenly caught sight of a figure standing before the tanker, his expression instantly cooling. That it was the enforcer. Everyone line up properly. No cutting in. The enforcer barked loudly. That it was the same enforcer who had confiscated their coal. Now standing rigidly before the tanker, maintaining order among the refugees, and no need to collect, Liu suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. With this enforcer present, even if he lined up, he feared he would not receive any. Moreover, having killed the several assassins dispatched by the enforcer, Liu worried that upon seeing him, the enforcer might immediately recognize him. Fu Xiao, initially filled with eager anticipation to taste the holy water, now realized her hopes were utterly dashed. She glared furiously at the enforcer in front of the tanker, astonished that such a malevolent individual could exist within the shelter. Observing the arrogant enforcer standing ahead, Liu furrowed his brow. This situation was untenable. It appeared that the enforcer was responsible for overseeing the flow of various supplies at the gate. As long as this enforcer remained, Liu would find himself constantly hindered. This was merely the issue of coal and water. Should the enforcer continue to obstruct him and identify him as a murderer, the portable shelter Liu so desperately sought would remain beyond his reach. Until this individual was dealt with, he could not advance even a step closer to the shelter. With this thought, Liu steeled his resolve, finally making a decision. Even if it meant risking exposure to the shelter, he must eliminate this enforcer to eradicate future troubles. Armed with a more powerful crossbow and enhanced by his extraordinary abilities, Liu felt confident in his ability to resolve this. Furthermore, he did not believe the shelter could easily trace him. Even if they did, he could always continue to migrate. After all, Liu had never intended to remain in the shelter permanently. With this in mind, he began to carefully observe his surroundings, noting the multitude of refugees lining up before the tanker, as well as those from the safe zone standing behind. That it would take quite some time for everyone to collect the holy water, meaning the enforcer must remain outside the high walls until all the refugees and safe zone individuals had received their share. This presented an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, once the enforcer returned inside the walls, Liu would lose his chance to act. Let us go. Liu subtly tugged at Fu Xiao. The two, along with the small black creature, quietly slipped away from the crowd without drawing any attention. Once at a distance, Liu mounted the small black creature with Fu Xiao. That moment, an idea suddenly struck Liu, and he turned to ask, "In which direction is Zhang Biao's team?" Fu Xiao immediately closed her eyes, sensing carefully. A large group from the Black Mountain safe zone was stationed to the west. That way. Fu Xiao pointed towards where Zhang Biao's team was resting. Liu urged the small black creature forward, racing toward the direction Fu Xiao indicated. Soon, they spotted the Black Mountain safe zone team resting ahead. As they approached, Liu scrutinized the scene. Indeed, it was Zhang Biao's team. Liu stealthily circled around to the rear of Zhang Biao's group, seeking a higher vantage point to descend. Taking a deep breath, Liu steadied his crossbow, roughly aiming towards the shelter. He then retrieved a black arrow from his possession. Switching to his secondary weapon. Successfully switching, he noted, carbon fiber arrow LV5. Effective attack range increased by 50 meters. Aiming time, -1 second. Remarkably, this was an arrow from the Black Mountain safe zone. Due to its rare materials and limited quantity, Liu had hesitated to use it until now. Watching his experience points nearly maxed, Liu fully activated the cyclone, quickly accumulating enough experience. Carbon fiber arrow LV6. Effective attack range increased by 60 meters. Aiming time, -1 second. Though the increase was modest, every little bit counted. Liu placed the black arrow into the crossbow's slot, drew it back firmly, and quietly asked, "Can you help me calibrate?" "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Fu Xiao spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness, as this was her first genuine attempt to assist Liu in aiming. She leaned closely beside him, fully attuned to the subtle changes in the downpour as she followed the trajectory of the crossbow. In truth, Liu did not require the scope on the crossbow at all, for his eyes held a minuscule aiming reticle of their own. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not discern the situation a kilometer away, leaving him uncertain about whom he was targeting, and thus he awaited Fu Xiao as confirmation. Fu Xiao remained closely pressed against Liu, carefully sensing the movements of the officer in the distance. Through the scope of the crossbow, she focused intently, to ascertain the identity of the individual being aimed at, perceiving the raindrops cascading upon the water tanker. She delicately adjusted the crossbow, subtly altering the aim. After continuous adjustments, the crossbow finally locked onto the officer, who was gesticulating in the rain, directing the cue. Once she confirmed the aim was accurate, Fu Xiao exclaimed with excitement. "It's ready. That's him," she affirmed, upon identifying the target. The reticle in Li Yu's eyes swiftly contracted once more. He held his breath, his focus sharpening, as the precision of the aim intensified, after 3 seconds of complete stillness. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. Virum! The black arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the resting Zhang Biao and his group. Zhang Biao only heard the sharp sound of the air slicing through. Barely having time to shout, "Look out!" hit the ground. He presumed the archer had returned for vengeance. The arrow approached in an instant, instilling a surge of fear within him. How fast, he thought, unable to defend against it. This realization erupted from the depths of Zhang Biao's heart. Whoosh! In a minute tremor, the black arrow whizzed past his head, soaring over his group towards the safety zone. Witnessing this, Zhang Biao finally exhaled deeply, a cold sweat pouring from him. The savage archer had evidently grown remarkably skilled. Had that arrow been aimed at him, he would surely have met his demise. The black arrow, akin to a harbinger of death, sliced through the rain with a hissing sound from the friction with the air, directly targeting the officer's chest. "Will you not understand the need to cue?" The officer glared furiously, bellowing in outrage. His face contorted in disdain as he shot a fierce glance at the unruly crowd. Suddenly, a potent sense of peril surged within him that a flicker of terror crossed his gaze as he became aware of the imminent threat. He sought to flee, but everything transpired too swiftly for him to react. Under the looming threat of death, the officer unleashed every ounce of his energy. A powerful ability enveloped his entire being. Thud! The black arrow pierced through the officer's chest in an instant, erupting in a spray of crimson. His powers had failed to manifest in time, rendered ineffective in an instant. The officer's body jolted violently, and he slowly lowered his head, staring blankly at the gaping wound in his chest, murmuring, "How is this possible?" A gaping hole now marred his chest, and he was clearly beyond saving that I am. The officer's body collapsed weakly, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that he had perished so effortlessly that a gasp of astonishment erupted from the surrounding crowd. However, having already witnessed an assassination attempt moments prior, the onlookers remained composed, realizing the assailant had not aimed at them. They continued to linger, captivated by the unfolding drama. "Protect the saint," the patrol captain shouted, rushing from the gates, his subordinates quickly encircling the saint for protection. The sentinels atop the refuge's high walls were tense, their eyes scanning the distance for potential foes. The patrol captain hastened towards the fallen officer, his gaze sharp as he searched frantically. Before long, he spotted a black arrow embedded deep within the wall, and he forcefully extracted it, scrutinizing every detail, from the material to the craftsmanship. The patrol captain furrowed his brows, glancing back at the direction for which the arrow had been shot, swiftly issuing commands. "Quickly, search for the assassin." His voice bore a note of anger. Within a single day, the refuge had endured 2 assaults, an audacious provocation indeed. "Follow me." The patrol captain nimbly mounted his rain camel, charging forth without hesitation. Time was of the essence. Any delay could allow the culprit to escape. The refuge's patrol soldiers sprang into action, trailing behind the captain. Several other patrol teams simultaneously surged forth. Under the captain's leadership, they commenced a meticulous search of the area from which the black arrow had originated. Observing the departing figures, a soldier beside the saint knelt, softly advising, "My lord, it would be prudent to retreat behind the high walls." With the bodyguard and captain absent, he felt ill-equipped to safeguard the saint. The saint, atop his rain camel, remained silent. His gaze was deep and tranquil, as if penetrating the layers of rain and mist. Perceiving something beyond the comprehension of others, and a subtle, profound smile graced his lips, it seemed that matters had become far more intriguing. The saint murmured, his voice laced with an elusive amusement, several kilometers away. Fu Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement. "T.S. dead," she declared. She had sensed that the officer in the rain had collapsed, his life force gradually waning. What precision! Fu Xiao marveled, recognizing that this was the limit of her ability's range. Yet Liu had managed to hit the target from such a distance. Upon hearing the news of the successful shot, Liu swiftly seized the crossbow. Urging, "Let us go," the two mounted their horses and swiftly retreated, veering eastward towards the refuge. Meanwhile, the patrol captain, leading several patrol teams, raced on his rain camel toward their location. "This way! Quick, pursue!" he shouted, pointing westward, from the angle at which the black arrow had struck the wall. He had deduced the general vicinity of the assailant. The furious patrol teams rushed towards the west, enraged not only by the attack on the Saint, but also by the murder of the refuge's officer. They were eager to uncover the identity of the audacious culprit. Reporting, "Master, several teams are approaching from the east and closing in," a guard from the Zhang family exclaimed breathlessly. The east, that was the direction of the refuge. Zhang Biao's face, which had just begun to relax, transformed once more in alarm. Could the refuge be attempting to annex him? Or perhaps they had discovered Zhang Tiedong's intentions? This should not be the case. As Zhang Biao pondered in confusion, another guard stumbled in, breathless. "Master, they're drawing nearer." Zhang Biao snapped back to attention, swiftly advancing to the front of the line. In the distance, a sizable patrol team was approaching on rain camels. Although Zhang Biao was acutely aware of the refuge's formidable nature, he would never surrender and allow himself to be consumed. Moreover, the heavy firepower within his group had already been fully deployed during the passage of the mass of refugees. The established offensive line was now poised to confront the advancing patrol soldiers. Even if a confrontation ensued, Zhang Biao felt no fear. "Master, should we open fire? Should we open fire?" a nearby guard asked, his voice trembling with anxiety as his grip tightened around his weapon. "Ready for battle." "Wait for now." Zhang Biao decisively raised his hand to halt the advance. He was acutely aware that the sound of a gunshot would signify the commencement of an all-out war between him and the sanctuary. Deep down, he sincerely wished to avoid any conflict with the sanctuary. However, if they continued to press him, he would be left with no choice but to retaliate. Simultaneously, Zhang Biao understood very well that the majority of the weapons in his Zhang family's arsenal were of medium-range type. If the enemy closed in too closely, it would be too late for him to counterattack, rendering their formidable artillery ineffective. He had to make a decision before they drew near as the patrol team continued to advance. Zhang Biao resolved to issue a warning first. Should they insist on engaging in battle with their safe zone, he would be compelled to fire back. "Archers, take your positions." Zhang Biao gestured, and several guards wielding black bows swiftly stepped forward. He did not allow them to use firearms for the warning, fearing that the gunfire might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he ordered them to shoot arrows in front of the approaching foes to halt their advance and issue a warning. Zhang Biao quickly commanded that they could not allow the enemy to come any closer. The guards drew their bows and, in perfect unison, released a volley of black arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. A line of black arrows accurately struck the ground just ahead of the patrol team. "Halt!" The patrol captain urgently raised his hand, signaling all patrol members to tighten their reins and bring their mounts to a stop. Unfazed by the warning from the safe zone, the patrol captain dismounted his steed with a measured grace. He took a few steps forward, crouched down, and drew one of the black arrows, meticulously comparing it to another black arrow that had slain the executioner. Both in terms of materials and craftsmanship, even the subtle engraving at the arrow's tail was identical. Furthermore, the trajectory was perfectly aligned. The arrow that had killed the executioner had indeed been shot from the direction of this safe zone. The evidence in hand was sufficient to indicate that it was the inhabitants of this safe zone who had assassinated the executioner from the sanctuary. The patrol captain's gaze turned icy, sweeping towards the artillery beside Zhang Biao, as well as the firearms firmly grasped by the Zhang family guards. "How many years has it been?" The patrol captain murmured. "It had been years since anyone dared to assault the sanctuary." He recalled the past. Since the time he was a fledgling soldier, there had been no one bold enough to provoke the sanctuary. Throughout his tenure as patrol captain, this was the first time he had faced such an overt provocation. The inhabitants of the safe zone were daring to confront them directly. He could not fathom who had emboldened them. Point one more step forward, and we shall fire, Zhang Biao threatened hoarsely from a distance. Though it was a threat, it also signified his reluctance to engage in combat. The patrol captain, however, showed no sign of fear. Instead, he calmly remounted his steed and resolutely commanded, "Charge! Capture the murderer!" The patrol team, riding their steeds, surged forward without hesitation. Zhang Biao's expression instantly turned frigid, thinking to himself, "You leave me no choice. Fire!" Zhang Biao commanded, and all guards opened fire in unison, the artillery immediately launching a shell. Tat, 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 boom! Several patrol members were blown away, the gruesome scene striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. They've turned against us. The patrol captain was instantly enraged, taken aback that the enemy truly dared to open fire. He hastily drew his sidearm, activating his ability, and surged forward on his steed with increased speed, leading the charge. The patrol captain fired relentlessly at the guards. In that moment, the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts erupted in a chaotic symphony. The recently fled Li Yu and Fu Xiao also heard the intense sounds behind them. Liu glanced back to see brilliant flashes of fire emanating from Zhang Biao's team, indicating a fierce battle was underway. "Xiao He, run," Liu urged, repeatedly patting Xiao He's head. He had no desire to be caught up in this turmoil. Liu and Fu Xiao clung tightly to Xiao He's back. The gunfire behind them grew increasingly dense, the blazing light illuminating half the sky. Xiao He quickened his pace, galloping faster. Although the specifics of the battle were obscured from view, Liu sensed that the Sanctuary's forces were no mere pushovers. The Sanctuary's patrol members were formidable awakened beings, most of whom had been selected through rigorous talent assessments, far beyond what the guards of the Heishan safe zone could handle with ease. Xiao He swiftly navigated through the rain, soon circumventing to the elevated terrain on the western side of the sanctuary. Fu Xiao scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was pursuing them. It appeared they had not yet been discovered. Standing atop the high ground, Liu finally caught his breath, finding great pleasure in this location. The elevation offered a broad vista, unobstructed by any barriers, making it an ideal spot for him to utilize his abilities. After setting up a makeshift rain shelter, Liu began organizing the arrows, as their increasing number made them cumbersome to carry. With this thought in mind, Liu suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly retrieved the quiver he had exchanged from the Black Rat and attempted to equip it in the empty gear slot. Successfully equipped, Quiver LV1, crafted from premium beast leather, treated for waterproofing. Capacity: 20 arrows. Special effect: none. Excellent. Upon seeing the attributes, Liu realized that upgrading the quiver was indeed feasible. The spatial advantage was certainly beneficial. At this rate of upgrades, he would undoubtedly be able to carry more arrows. Liu took out the pale blue crystal core from the exotic beast. After several absorptions, the core's glow had dimmed significantly. With its internal energy nearly depleted, he activated the cyclone in his abdomen, rapidly absorbing the remaining energy from the core, converting it into experience points. Upgrade successful. Quiver LV2. Capacity 40, loading speed 2, with a continuous influx of experience points. Liu managed to elevate the quiver to level 5 in one go. Under optimal energy conditions, this was the limit of his cyclone's conversion efficiency. Beyond level 5, he could only upgrade gradually as his experience points increased. Quiver LV5. Capacity 60, loading speed 5. Special effect: stability 25, reduces recoil and vibration during shooting, enhancing stability in rapid-fire situations. 1 additional small gear slot unlocked. Another small one? Liu frowned. With this addition, he now possessed 2 small gear slots. He speculated that new rewards could only be unlocked upon reaching critical level for the first time. However, this small gear slot seemed to indicate that the gear slots could not be indefinitely expanded through upgrades. Observing the upgraded capacity of the quiver, Liu noted it could only hold 60 arrows, which was still insufficient. He glanced at the 2 large bundles of arrows in his pack, which amounted to 100 waiting to be stored. It appeared he would need to continue upgrading the quiver. Otherwise, he would be unable to carry all the arrows. As the last remnants of energy were absorbed, the crystal core in Liu's hand lost its glow entirely. Resembling an ordinary stone, he then looked at the remaining crystal cores in his pocket. The quantity was dwindling. Apart from those belonging to Fu Xiao and Xiao He, after the exchange with the Black Rat for the crossbow, only 3 exotic beast crystal cores from the Misty Panther remained in his pack. Liu took out another crystal core to absorb its energy, pondering whether Fu Xiao had exhausted hers yet. With this thought, Liu raised his head and cast a glance at Fu Xiao, who deliberately avoided his gaze while sneakily pretending to scout the area. Crack! The crisp sound of crystal cores colliding echoed through the air. It was Liu who, having absorbed the energy from the cores, forcefully tossed one onto the ground, deliberately creating a noise. Upon hearing the sound, before Liu could even utter a word, Fu Xiao had already surmised what he was about to say. Don't rush me. I will hasten my absorption, she mumbled, her head bowed in embarrassment. That moment, Xiao He suddenly scampered over, wagging its tail joyfully, and then opened its mouth wide. Leg, it exclaimed, spitting out a crystal core that rolled to the side of the one discarded by Liu, precisely the one he had previously fed it. This otherworldly beast's crystal core now lay dull and lifeless, its energy evidently fully consumed by Xiao He. Upon seeing the 2 depleted cores, Fu Xiao buried her head even lower, feeling inferior to Xiao He. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao He and Liu found the absorption of the otherworldly beast cores to be a trivial task. In fact, Fu Xiao was even slower than Xiao He in this regard. Fu Xiao required the flow of her blood to assist in the absorption of energy, rendering her efficiency distinctly inferior. All of this eluded her comprehension. She merely believed she was not putting in enough effort. Eat more meat, absorb more, Liu remarked with a serious yet teasing expression. Hum, Xiao He echoed in agreement. In the presence of Liu and Xiao He, Fu Xiao wished she could transform into an ostrich. After jesting with Fu Xiao for a while, Liu felt quite content. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the shelter. Reflecting on the officer he had shot, a look of regret on his face. Having served as an officer of the shelter for many years, that individual must have amassed considerable treasures. Moreover, as a transferee, he surely possessed a significant amount of energy to take such a distance. The items on the officer were unattainable, and the energy could not be absorbed, truly a waste. Liu could not help but sigh internally. The sky gradually darkened, and distant flames intermittently illuminated the overcast clouds. As the frequency of these flashes diminished, it appeared that the battle there was drawing to a close. The distance was simply too great for Fu Xiao to discern who had emerged victorious. Liu, however, was convinced that the shelter would prevail. Nevertheless, with Zhang Biao's team equipped with cannons and various firearms, the shelter would likely incur considerable losses. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating everything below in an instant. Boom! A few seconds later, a deafening roar of thunder followed. The wind began to rage, and columns of rain danced wildly in the air. Everything signified that a tremendous thunderstorm was imminent. The sky darkened abruptly, as if covered by a massive black curtain, heralding the approaching calamity. The fierce wind howled past, and Liu and Fu Xiao struggled to hold onto the waterproof cloth that was nearly blown away. They hastily sought refuge behind Xiao He, provoking a series of disgruntled grunts from it. This weather changes in an instant, Liu remarked, wiping the rainwater from his face. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to have the portable shelter that the son of the sanctuary mentioned. Even if it were a bit small, at least it would provide a place to shield from the wind and rain. Fu Xiao, too, was left disheveled by the gusts, appearing quite disheartened. Liu retrieved a canister, and they shared a piece of otherworldly beast meat. With the energy from the meat bolstering them, they did not feel the chill. However, the howling wind and torrential rain prevented Liu from finding any peace. They endured the stormy night, with Liu unable to sleep at all. Fu Xiao, sporting dark circles under her eyes, had also not rested well. In contrast, Xiao He stood vigil throughout the night, exuding vibrant energy. Aero bag LV6, capacity 70, loading speed 6, stability 25. That upon leveling up, Liu continued to channel energy through the cyclone in his abdomen. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, although the wind had calmed considerably. The rain showed no sign of relenting. Gazing at the distant high walls, Liu couldn't help but reflect. Despite the insincerity of some within the shelter, they had indeed accomplished something commendable. Without the shelter's protection and provision of food, many refugees would not withstand such extreme weather. "Let us go see the situation," Liu suggested, leading Fu Xiao to approach the shelter from the east. Outside the high walls of the shelter, a throng of people had gathered. Many refugees who had initially hesitated to accept the shelter's charity found themselves drawn in by the relentless storm. Moreover, those who had fallen behind in the mass of refugees had also struggled to reach the shelter amidst the downpour. The number of people outside the high walls swelled once more. Just as Liu arrived, some refugees recognized him. After all, the unique duo of him and Fu Xiao left a lasting impression, as so much had transpired the day before that the refugees had little time to notice those around them. After a long night, the refugees had settled down. Having filled their stomachs and found a moment of respite, they began to whisper among themselves about Liu and Fu Xiao. Soon, several figures hurriedly approached them. Liu sensed a familiar energy and looked up. A Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai was now surrounded by a considerable number of transferees, evidently having expanded his team significantly. Many of them were familiar to Liu, all having once joined forces to assault the Heishan safe zone. "Let us find a quieter place to talk," Ma Yuanbai suggested, leading Liu away from the high wall to a less crowded area. "What is going on?" Liu inquired curiously, noticing Ma Yuanbai's cautious demeanor. After ensuring their surroundings were clear, Ma Yuanbai spoke in a hushed tone that I heard that someone used a bow and arrow to accurately shoot down an officer yesterday. Although Liu wished to deny it, the certainty in Ma Yuanbai's expression left him with no grounds for rebuttal. "I could guess it was you who did it. I'm sure others can too," Ma Yuanbai insisted. "Is it that obvious?" Liu replied helplessly. A Yuanbai rolled his eyes. "How could it not be? Out of thousands of awakened ones, it's hard to find anyone who can shoot with such precision." "Are you suggesting that the people in the shelter have already figured out I'm the culprit?" Liu whispered, glancing around cautiously, ever ready to flee. "According to reason, it should be easy to discern it was you. Yet they haven't. Ma Yuanbai pondered, equally perplexed. "What do you mean?" Liu asked, confused. "What do you mean it should have been discovered, yet hasn't? Ma Yuanbai pointed towards the distant group of refugees. "Those refugees from Heishan have witnessed your archery skills. They surely suspect it was you. Therefore, I see two possibilities." A Yuanbai propped his chin thoughtfully, his expression serious and earnest. Liu leaned in closer to listen intently. "The first possibility is that the refugees from Heishan are grateful to you and thus have chosen not to report you." After saying this, Ma Yuanbai gazed at Liu incredulously. This statement was not only disbelieved by Ma Yuanbai, but Liu also wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Grateful to him, so they didn't report him? This was absolutely absurd, utterly impossible. It was well known that refugees, when faced with unbearable hunger, would resort to any means necessary to secure their survival at this critical juncture. They would accept any conditions just to enter the shelter. In such a pivotal moment, who would care who you were? Not even a former savior would suffice. The second possibility is that the people in the shelter are aware it was you, but they are deliberately feigning ignorance. A Yuanbai's gaze scrutinized Liu up and down, his mind beginning to suspect whether Liu had secretly established connections with the shelter. However, the bewildered expression on Liu's face clearly indicated that he was entirely unaware of such developments. "No connections at all?" Ma Yuanbai mused, momentarily taken aback. "No, I don't know a single person in the shelter," Liu murmured. Even Ma Yuanbai was left bewildered. How could he not be wanted by the shelter? He was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the reasons behind it all. Could it be that the entire personnel of the refuge had lost their sanity? With such an evident suspect, it was inconceivable that they would fail to gather intelligence. Given their capabilities, suddenly, Liu tentatively whispered, "Could the murderer possibly be Zhang Biao?" Ma Yuanbai's eyes widened in shock as he immediately retorted, "Impossible. Even if Zhang Biao wished to shoot an arrow, he must possess the requisite skill." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ma Yuanbai felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of enlightenment. "I understand now. No wonder there had been a skirmish between the Heishan safety zone and the refuge last night. Could it be?" Yuanbai's gaze fixed intently on Liu. "Did you frame the Heishan safety zone?" His voice involuntarily rose with astonishment. "It wasn't me." I didn't do it. Liu quickly shook his head, unwilling to accept the implication. However, it was evident that Ma Yuanbai was resolute in his judgment. Nodding repeatedly, Ma Yuanbai appeared to have an epiphany. This made sense. If the Heishan safety zone had indeed shot the officer yesterday, then it was entirely reasonable for the refuge to charge out and engage in battle. What was the outcome of the conflict? Liu inquired impatiently upon hearing this news. That I heard the refuge suffered the loss of an entire patrol team. Ma Yuanbai replied gravely. The Heishan safety zone incurred even greater casualties, with Zhang Biao severely injured, fleeing with only half of his men that he managed to escape. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Zhang Biao possessed the capability to evade the refuge's forces. Ma Yuanbai explained, the refuge only dispatched a patrol team. They are not the core combat unit, so it was quite normal for Zhang Biao to escape. Liu furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhang Biao had survived. Zhang Biao was intimately familiar with his abilities. Should Zhang Biao establish contact with the refuge, he would undoubtedly divulge everything without hesitation, and at that point, the refuge would surely discover who had murdered the officer. This shouldn't be the case. Could the refuge be so easily manipulated? Ma Yuanbai glanced toward the towering walls nearby. If the refuge personnel were truly so foolish, they could not have grown to such prominence. Perhaps, from the outset, the refuge never regarded me as a serious threat. Liu mused, sensing the refuge's perspective. Yuanbai fell silent, internally conceding to Liu's assertion to the refuge. Perhaps they were merely insignificant drifters unworthy of attention. It seemed prudent for me to lay low for a few days. Just as Liu was about to turn away, Ma Yuanbai called out, "Wait." Observing Ma Yuanbai's hesitance, Liu inquired, "Is there something else?" Ma Yuanbai gestured towards a few awakened individuals not far behind them, whom he had deliberately gathered for his own plans. "That I wish to discuss a matter with you," he said casually. Liu glanced at the awakened individuals behind Ma Yuanbai, including a woman who had always been by his side. He was surprised to learn she was also awakened. "I apologize, but I am not interested in forming a team at this time." Liu politely declined. "No." Ma Yuanbai quickly replied, "It is not about forming a team." Sighing in resignation, he continued, "I need your assistance with something." Assistance? The term was novel to Liu, considering that Ma Yuanbai was one of his few acquaintances. Helping him did not seem too burdensome. "What kind of assistance?" Liu countered. While he was willing to help, he wanted to know the specifics first. "I wish to ascend to the summit of Shirong Mountain," Ma Yuanbai stated plainly, knowing Liu's nature. Shirong Mountain? Liu recognized they were within the vicinity of Shirong Mountain, yet he was unsure of its exact location. Indeed, Shirong Mountain, and as far as I know, there are exotic beasts lurking atop it. Not just ordinary people, even typical awakened individuals cannot ascend. Ma Yuanbai explained. Thus, I require a temporary team of awakened individuals, seeking strong allies to assist me in reaching the peak. Ma Yuanbai's eyes glinted as he looked at Liu. "You are the last piece I need." Liu pondered in silence. Ma Yuanbai hastily added, "Once I reach the summit of Shirong Mountain, the cores of the exotic beasts will undoubtedly be yours, and you may also request anything else you desire. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. I will also assist you unconditionally in the future." Ma Yuanbai enumerated the benefits, knowing that if Liu joined, his plan would be half accomplished. At that moment, a newly arrived awakened individual, observing the hushed conversation between the two, could not help but interject. "What kind of capability does he possess that requires Boss Ma to invite him so earnestly?" An awakened individual who had witnessed Liu's prowess immediately retorted, "He has that capability." Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, realizing that with Liu's support, their chances of success will be significantly bolstered. He was, after all, a master archer. All the awakened individuals were aware of Liu's unmatched accuracy. Furthermore, his shooting range was astonishingly far. Even the guards of the Heishan safety zone could not evade his shots. Seeing that everyone around affirmed Liu's strength, the new awakened individual sheepishly fell silent. Liu contemplated for a moment. Although Ma Yuanbai's request seemed straightforward, he suspected it was far more complex than it appeared. Ultimately, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What is your purpose in ascending to the summit of Shirong Mountain?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanbai first glanced around cautiously. Once assured that no one was eavesdropping, he leaned closer to Li Yu and whispered, "The summit conceals a monumental secret, intricately linked to the impending disaster." Li Yu was taken aback, yet he understood that Ma Yuanbai had no reason to deceive him. "I can assist with that." Yuanbai's expression brightened, but Li Yu suddenly paused. "However, state your conditions," Ma Yuanbai urged, fully aware that enlisting Li Yu's aid would require a price. Yet he was prepared to accept any terms as long as Li Yu agreed to come along. "But I desire a portable dwelling from the refuge. Do you have any means to procure one?" Li Yu's request caught Ma Yuanbai off guard. He had anticipated a more astonishing demand, yet it was related to the refuge. "I essed a reward from the personal selection competition," Ma Yuanbai recalled. "Indeed," Li Yu confirmed with a no problem. "As long as we reach the summit of Shirong Mountain, I will devise a way for everyone to assist you in claiming your reward." Ma Yuanbai replied with unwavering conviction. The condition was trivial as long as they could ascend the mountain. God agreed. Liu readily accepted. Their hands clasped in agreement. Witnessing this exchange, the awakened individuals behind Ma Yuanbai collectively exhaled in relief. With Li Yu's assistance, the likelihood of success for this mission had significantly increased. "Shall we depart now?" Li Yu inquired, eager to expedite their plans. "Of course," Ma Yuanbai responded, his face alight with excitement. His team of awakened individuals had already gathered en route to the refuge. The delay in setting off was solely to invite Li Yu to join them. Now that the team was assembled, they would set off without hesitation. Yuanbai turned back to confer with several awakened individuals, leaving a few ordinary members of his team behind to wait. Once everything was arranged, Ma Yuanbai approached with his group of awakened individuals. Liu exchanged a few words with Fu Xiao, who had also met Ma Yuanbai before and had no objections. Delighted at the opportunity to assist Li Yu, she decided to accompany them as well. After brief introductions among the group, Ma Yuanbai led his newly formed temporary team towards the northern edge of the refuge. Along the journey, Ma Yuanbai could hardly contain his exuberance. "That we can succeed in the depths of his heart," Ma Yuanbai mused silently. Not only was his plan progressing exceptionally well, but the awakened individuals he had gathered were also far stronger than he had initially anticipated. After several hours of travel, the torrential rain began to subside, and the group finally arrived at the foot of Shirong Mountain. "So, this is Shirong Mountain," Li Yu thought, gazing curiously at the distant dark silhouette of the peak. Ma Yuanbai called the group together, urging them to muster their spirits as they were about to ascend the mountain. At that moment, Ma Yuanbai appeared remarkably seasoned, methodically assigning tasks to each member. "Sun Hao, stay alert for any dangers." The newly arrived young man nodded in acknowledgement. "Zhao Xiong, watch our rear." "Leave it to me," the short man replied with a Liu. "What about your steed, the black horse?" Ma Yuanbai cast a concerned glance at the little black horse beside Li Yu. "Rest assured, this horse is more than capable of climbing," Li Yu assured him. Yuanbai nodded. "Let us depart." All were awakened beings, moving swiftly towards the mountain. The incline of Shirong Mountain was not steep, and the little black horse had no trouble keeping pace. As they journeyed, Li Yu did not neglect to enhance his quiver. After another half hour, the group made a surprising discovery. Through the misty rain, a dark object stood in the distance. "What is that?" It appeared to be a tree. The group hastened towards it, and indeed it was a tree, something they had not seen in the Black Mountain area for quite some time. Li Yu and Fu Xiao were both astonished. They had believed trees to be extinct, yet here stood one, thriving. Upon closer inspection, the tree was adorned with dense pine needles. Appearing dark from afar, that it was alive. "What a miracle!" they exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Sun Hao, tasked with sensing danger, was witnessing a living tree for the first time. Even Li Yu had only seen a living tree once in his childhood, without needing Ma Yuanbai to speak. Li Yu was already curious about what lay at the summit of the mountain. In this rain-soaked land, such a resilient life form thrived. Despite the rarity of the tree, the group pressed on. Undeterred, Liu tugged at the little black horse, but remained obstinately still. Fu Xiao stepped forward, gently stroking the horse's mane in an attempt to soothe it. Yet, the little black horse stood firm. As stubborn as a mule, it seemed resolute, refusing to move forward, steadfastly remaining behind the tree. "What is the matter?" Ma Yuanbai noticed the situation and inquired. The horse's sudden refusal to proceed was unusual behavior. Liu replied to Ma Yuanbai, his expression grave and alert. There may be unforeseen dangers ahead. A Yuanbai nodded, trusting Liu's judgment and aware of the hazards on Shirong Mountain. Yet his objective was to ascend. After pondering for a moment, Liu made a decision. Let the black horse stay here. We shall continue on foot. If things turn dire, this shall serve as our retreat point. A Yuanbai concurred with the plan. Very well. Let us advance. Liu gently patted the little black horse's neck, whispering, wait for us here. The horse seemed to understand, remaining quietly in place. Fu Xiao also patted the horse before turning to follow the others. As the group passed by the tree, a rustling sound emanated from the mountaintop. What was that? Ma Yuanbai asked, instantly on high alert, halting their progress. It rain. It didn't sound like rain. It resembled the crashing of waves. Liu strained to listen, realizing it indeed sounded like waves lapping against the shore. A chill ran through them all. They were on Shirong Mountain, far from any body of water, so how could there be a sound akin to crashing waves? As they ascended further, the sound grew increasingly distinct, and the ground beneath them began to tremble mildly. The rain intensified as they approached the source of the noise. The group halted, tense, as Ma Yuanbai turned to Sun Hao. Sun Hao nodded, straining to listen closely, but the feedback left him in disbelief. What's wrong? Ma Yuanbai pressed anxiously. A tsunami, Sun Hao uttered incredulously. Though he knew deep down that this answer was implausible, he voiced it nonetheless. A tsunami. Ma Yuanbai was momentarily dumbfounded, and the others were expressions of disbelief. This was Shirong Mountain. How could a tsunami possibly occur here? Yet, Sun Hao distinctly heard the sound reminiscent of a tsunami. Clear and near. Liu glanced at Fu Xiao, who shook her head after sensing the surroundings. She detected no anomalies in the rain. The sound grew ever closer, now nearly upon them. Earthquake, be cautious, Ma Yuanbai warned just as the ground began to shake violently beneath them. It's not an earthquake, Liu suddenly realized, shouting, something is beneath us. The tremors intensified, and the sound of crashing waves drew near, indicating that an unknown entity was rapidly approaching. Boom! The ground erupted with a tremendous crack, as if the earth itself were being torn asunder. With a deafening roar, a towering beast, at least 3 meters in height, leapt violently from the ground. Zhao Xiong, caught off guard, was hurled through the air, landing heavily in the distance. Be careful. The monstrous creature was staggering in size. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that a beast would silently approach them. Create distance. Ma Yuanbai commanded decisively. Liu instinctively pulled Fu Xiao, turning to flee without hesitation. Neither he nor Fu Xiao possessed close combat capabilities, and remaining behind would be futile. As Liu glanced back, he discovered that the creature could conceal itself underground, explaining why even Fu Xiao had not sensed its presence. The deep blue beast stood still, its eyes emanating an eerie blue glow, as if assessing the intruding humans in its territory. What kind of beast is this? Ma Yuanbai trembled at the sight, while a woman quickly shielded him from behind. The other awakened beings swiftly dispersed, forming a semicircular defensive formation, each one fixated on the suddenly manifested creature. The beast's scales were adorned with patterns resembling ocean waves, which glimmered faintly under the rain's deluge. Everyone be cautious, Ma Yuanbai urged, attempting to maintain composure. Gesturing for the group to retreat slowly, he had no desire to engage in battle with this unknown beast. If it allowed them to withdraw safely, he would even consider taking a longer route to avoid confrontation. As the group began to back away, the beast took a step forward. Rustle. Its broad, scaled feet made a sound akin to slithering, sending chills down their spines. Observing the beast's sudden movement, everyone heightened their vigilance, mentally preparing their powers for an imminent attack. It seemed unwilling to let them leave easily, perceiving them as potential prey. Grr! Just then, a groan echoed nearby. What the? Everyone turned to see Zhao Xiong, who had been struck by the beast, struggling to rise from the ground, spitting blood. Is this what you call being invigorated? Liu gazed at Zhao Xiong in astonishment. He genuinely admired Zhao Xiong's remarkable resilience. He had managed to withstand a surprise attack from the otherworldly beast and did not perish. The creature, seemingly aware that its prey had survived, approached Zhao Xiong in a fit of rage. Attack! Upon witnessing the beast's movement, Ma Yuanbai swiftly commanded an assault. The two awakened individuals in the front immediately unleashed their powers. One placed both hands on the ground, causing the rainwater to swiftly freeze into a thick layer of ice. The other hardened his body, transforming it into something as unyielding as rock, and charged forward without hesitation. Launching a fierce assault on the creature's limbs, the beast, with its lantern-like eyes, noticed the approaching figure and took a step forward. Suddenly, it slipped, half kneeling on the ground as it nearly toppled over on the icy surface. A perfect opportunity. The one transformed into rock gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to the beast's struggling leg. If he could bring the creature down, it would find it challenging to regain its footing on the slick ice. Liu also drew his crossbow, preparing to aim. The beast suddenly inhaled deeply and slowly opened its mouth. Roar! It unleashed a deafening roar that resonated like a cataclysmic tsunami, echoing through the heavens. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by a violent shockwave, instantly closing their eyes and clutching their ears in agony. That it was a sonic attack. Ma Yuanbai, covering his ears, shouted a warning. He had not anticipated such a terrifying ability from a beast. However, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony, leaving the others unable to hear him. Even Liu, positioned the farthest from a beast, experienced a ringing in his ears, plunging him into a brief state of deafness. The rock-wielding, awakened individual closest to the creature fared worse, feeling as if struck on the head, and fell to the ground in a daze. After the sonic assault, the ice layer shattered into countless fragments. The beast regained its footing and resumed its movements, while everyone's ears buzzed incessantly. Sun Hao, grimacing in pain as he covered his ears, suddenly realized, no wonder he had heard the sound of tsunami moments ago. It was the beast's roared. Liu focused his mental energy to combat the sonic onslaught, despite feeling intensely unwell. He swiftly readied his crossbow, enduring the ringing and dizziness, gritting his teeth as he aimed at the beast. The creature advanced toward the nearest rock-wielding, awakened individual, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Unable to dodge this lethal strike, in a critical moment, Liu pulled the trigger. Buzz! An arrow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, flew directly toward the beast's chest at such close range. The arrow's penetrating power was formidable, shooting forth with unstoppable momentum. Clang! Sparks flew as the beast's body rocked slightly from the arrow's impact, but remained firmly in place. Impossible! Liu's face was etched with shock. The arrow had merely ricocheted off the beast's tough scales, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This was a powerful crossbow capable of piercing awakened individuals from thousands of meters away. Yet, it failed to breach the formidable defenses of this creature. The beast's furious gaze shifted to Liu, its eyes gleaming with a terrifying rage as it charged toward him with ferocity. Liu quickly retreated, deftly reloading his weapon. He pondered rapidly. This couldn't be. It must have a weakness. It was impossible for its entire body to be encased in impenetrable scales. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Freeze! It was the ice-type awakened individual, finally emerging from the ringing in his ears, rushing to assist. The beast's feet were once again encased in ice, this time with a thicker layer attempting to bind its limbs in place. The creature's speed diminished considerably, giving Liu the opportunity to aim once more. He had now realized the beast's scales offered tremendous defense. Thus, he targeted its lantern-like eyes. Buzz! Liu released another arrow. The beast seemed to sense the imminent threat and opened its gaping maw, letting out another thunderous roar. Roar! The wave of sound collided violently with the swiftly approaching arrow, triggering a fierce clash of energy that successfully halted the projectile, observing the creature actively defending itself. Liu understood instantly that its eyes lacked the same protective properties as its scales. Yuanbai recognized this as well, realizing that Liu's attacks posed a direct threat to the beast. Prompting it to retaliate, he needed to buy Liu more time. Everyone, attack together, Ma Yuanbai shouted, and the others joined the fray, attempting to distract the beast and disrupt its focus Liu reloaded, aiming once more at the creature's eyes with another arrow. Howl! Before the arrow could reach its target, it was deflected by the beast's sonic attack. Even with the distraction from those nearby, the beast could accurately emit sound waves to thwart the crossbow's assault. At that moment, a strong sense of danger surged within the beast. It could not remain vigilant against Liu's attacks indefinitely. With a sudden surge of strength, it broke free from its icy restraints and, like a rampaging beast, charged recklessly toward Liu. "Block it!" Ma Yuanbai shouted urgently, directing his command. The rock-wielding awakened individual, having regained his senses, immediately unleashed his powers and charged forward without hesitation. "Come help!" he cried out. Zhao Xiong, fully aware of the dire situation, pushed through his pain and charged bravely ahead once more. "Watch me!" Zhao Xiong summoned all his energy, resolutely placing himself in front of the beast, showing no signs of retreat. Bang! The two collided with the beast, producing a deep, resounding crash. Meanwhile, Liu did not prepare to shoot again, for he understood that further attacks would yield little effect. The intervals between his shots had been too lengthy. The beast's sonic attacks could easily counter them. With this thought, Liu decisively drew out his black bow. Switching to the same type of weapon, he equipped the glass bow LV-15, effective range of 6,400 meters. A 100 hit rate, 1.1 seconds to aim, capable of volley and rapid fire. Liu swiftly knocked an arrow, holding 3 rain crow arrows tightly as he aimed at the beast's lantern-like eyes. "Hurry! I can't hold on much longer!" Zhao Xiong and the rock-wielding awakened individual were being pushed back, their steps unsteady. Under the ferocious assault of the beast, both bore numerous wounds, their blood mingling with the rain. "Rapid fire!" Liu shouted, releasing the arrows in an instant, one after another, for arrows shot forth like meteors streaking across the sky. Roar! Sensing the intense threat, the beast emitted an enraged sonic attack in an attempt to block the incoming arrows. The first 2 arrows were deflected by the sound waves, while the latter 2 struck unerringly toward the beast's eyes. Thud! With 2 faint explosions, the beast's eyes were shattered. The arrows penetrated deeply into its skull. Roar! The creature let out a heart-wrenching cry. Thick black blood gushing from its eye sockets, it collapsed heavily to the ground, beginning to convulse violently, a golden opportunity. Ma Yuanbai instantly recognized the moment and commanded the other awakened individuals. "Now is the time. Unleash your full strength and attack." Zhao Xiong was closest to the beast. Dashing towards it in just 2 strides, he swiftly drew a sharp dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into the very spot where the arrow had struck. The others, too, brandished various weapons, regardless of their efficacy, and collectively thrust them into the creature. Liu immediately knocked another arrow, bracing for a potential counterattack from the beast. Boom! After losing its sight and sustaining severe cranial injuries from the arrows, the creature finally let out a piercing howl under the relentless assault of the group, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and still. "Have we won?" Zhao Xiong gradually ceased his stabbing, gasping for breath. The vigorous stabbing had exhausted him considerably. Remarkably accurate. At that moment, Sun Hao looked at Liu in awe, having previously doubted his prowess but now genuinely convinced. The beast's tough hide and thick flesh meant that if they hadn't struck its critical eye, they could have been worn down by a protracted struggle. "Now you understand the might of the sharpshooter," remarked the rock awakened with an expression of knowing anticipation, as if he had foreseen Liu's capabilities. "You should have seen him when he annihilated the safe zone. His arrows never missed. He single-handedly felled one and almost wiped out the entire team." "Really?" Sun Hao's eyes sparkled with admiration, having a profound respect for those daring enough to confront the safe zone head-on. Although Liu appreciated the praise, he quickly waved his hand, signaling the others to refrain from excessive flattery. It felt a bit over the top. Yuanbai gazed at the lifeless beast on the ground, silently relieved that Liu had accompanied them. Otherwise, they might have suffered casualties before even reaching the summit. Given the beast's formidable defenses, nothing should go to waste. Without hesitation, Ma Yuanbai approached and began to skillfully dissect the creature with practiced precision. Though the scales, now devoid of energy, remained remarkably tough, they no longer possessed their previous level of defense. Before long, Ma Yuanbai had successfully removed an entire section of the bee's scales. You couldn't help but admire Ma Yuanbai's exceptional skill in skinning and extracting tendons. Ma Yuanbai worked efficiently, swiftly cutting through the beast's flesh, and meticulously searched until he finally uncovered a beast core radiating a deep blue glow. Curious, Sun Hao leaned in for a closer look. Just one. That's it, that's all, Ma Yuanbai confirmed, retrieving the soul core from within the beast. How can such a large creature have only one core? Sun Hao couldn't help but question, don't you understand? This merely signifies the beast's strength. Zhao Xiong interjected, his tone tinged with a hint of reverence for life. Yuanbai earnestly explained to Sun Hao, the more powerful the beast, the more concentrated its core is, containing purer energy. Sun Hao comprehended this and nodded thoughtfully. He gazed intently at the core, seemingly pondering something, before remarking, then this core must possess tremendous energy. Indeed, Ma Yuanbai replied as he took out the beast core, with a gentle flick of his wrist. He tossed it to Liu, who deftly caught it, examining it closely. The deep blue glow pulsed in his palm, almost as if it were alive. The core is yours. We'll split the rest, Ma Yuanbai stated without looking up, efficiently slicing through the beast's flesh. For me? This? Liu hesitated, glancing at the others. According to the scavengers' long-standing rule, they typically shared their finds equally. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhao Xiong chuckled. If it weren't for that strike of yours, we'd still be there struggling with it. Surprisingly, they all accepted Ma Yuanbai's decision without dissent. After all, it was Li Yu's attack that had led to the beast's demise, given their current capabilities. They could not have breached the creature's formidable defenses. Moreover, they had previously agreed to follow Ma Yuanbai's lead, and had already met all their conditions prior to this. Thus, they willingly followed him. Seeing that everyone was in accord, Liu graciously accepted the core. He could sense the incredible energy contained within it, far surpassing that of an ordinary beast core. Come, let us tend to our wounds. Ma Yuanbai called for everyone to gather. As they settled down, the adrenaline that had surged during the battle began to wane, and a wave of fatigue washed over them, and the minor injuries that had gone unnoticed during the fight became painfully apparent. Hey, can you take a look at my ear? Sun Hao exclaimed, clutching his ear in discomfort. The woman beside Ma Yuanbai, her cheeks slightly flushed, stole a glance at him before softly retorting, "Don't say such foolish things." Although she secretly wished to confirm that identity, she felt unworthy of someone as remarkable as Ma Yuanbai. Yuanbai chose not to refute Sun Hao's comment, as regardless of his explanations. To the others, Su Jing was undoubtedly his woman. Zhao Xiong rubbed his shoulder, wincing in pain. Is that what you call a scratch? I feel like I'm falling apart. He had been violently thrown by the beast moments earlier, and his injuries were certainly more severe. How about you treat me first? I can barely hang on, interjected the rock awakened, his voice weak, had collapsed entirely, unable to even sit up, being the closest to the beast. He had endured the brunt of the impact. His ears were nearly deafened, and he had narrowly escaped being crushed underfoot by the creature. Yet, at this critical moment of healing, someone was competing for sympathy. Su Jing noticed the rock awakened's injuries were the most severe and hurried over to administer aid. Approaching him, she extended her hands. Her powers flowed like a gentle stream, and the wounds on the rock awakened skin began to heal at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, his previously agonized expression gradually softened, and the pallor of his face began to regain color. Thank you. The rock awakened murmured softly. Su Jing nodded in acknowledgement before turning to treat Zhao Xiong and the others in turn. The sonic attack had indeed caused significant widespread damage. Aside from Li Yu and Fu Xiao, who had been at a distance, the others had all suffered varying degrees of ear injuries after Su Jing's treatment. The group rested for a while longer, and the persistent ringing in their ears finally began to subside. That was close. I thought I was going deaf. Zhao Xiong sighed with relief, moving his now-recovered shoulder. His spirits noticeably lifted. Deaf? I thought I was going to die. After the treatment, the rock awakened finally regained his composure and slowly sat up. Yuanbai approached Li Yu and sat beside him. Taking the opportunity to chat during their respite, I really envy you, he said, his expression calm as he began to speak. Why do you say that? Li Yu inquired, puzzled. You saw it too. Both Su Jing and I were fortunate to awaken our powers. Ma Yuanbai glanced at Su Jing, who was resting nearby. Unfortunately, the abilities we've awakened are both support type. That can't be deemed unfortunate, Liu replied, believing that merely awakening any ability was already a blessing. Ma Yuanbai shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. Awakened ones without combat prowess are merely slaves to others. Slaves? Liu fell silent at this notion, although it seemed somewhat exaggerated. Upon further reflection, Ma Yuanbai's words did carry a kernel of truth. Feeling somewhat dejected, Ma Yuanbai continued, "This is only in the Shirong Mountain region, and I can already clearly perceive the limitations of support abilities." Ma Yuanbai continued to speak to himself. Previously, even when we encountered strange beasts, our only option was to flee. It's akin to coming across a treasure chest brimming with riches, yet lacking the key to unlock it. Suddenly, Ma Yuanbai turned to Liu, his expression tinged with melancholy. "I have no idea if I can even survive to reach the destination if we head further east." Liu remained silent, fully aware of Ma Yuanbai's concerns. Though Ma Yuanbai did not articulate it directly, Liu understood that he longed to form a team with him. After pondering for a moment, Liu ultimately refrained from agreeing. This was not solely because he was accustomed to solitude. More importantly, he comprehended the responsibilities that accompany being part of a team. That, of course, his refusal to join was not a slight against Ma Yuanbai. Rather, it stemmed from his current inclination towards freedom, rendering him reluctant to join any group. "That I'm sorry," Liu murmured softly, though he recognized Ma Yuanbai's unspoken hint. "It's all right." Ma Yuanbai managed a wry smile. Refraining from elaborating further, if his team could boast a formidable attacker like Liu, his burdens would be alleviated 100-fold. At that moment, Su Jing, having regained her strength, approached Ma Yuanbai and gently remarked, "Everyone has healed. We can proceed." Yuanbai nodded, steadied his emotions, and surveyed the group before proclaiming loudly, "All right, prepare to set out. Our goal is the summit of Shirong Mountain." The group rose in unison and resumed their ascent towards the peak. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky, sending a chill down everyone's spines, causing goosebumps to rise involuntarily. "Get down," Ma Yuanbai barked, and the group quickly dropped to the ground. Looking up, they discerned the shadow, flickering amid the clouds, gradually revealing an enormous entity that swiftly traversed the dark clouds, accompanied by intense waves of energy. "What is that?" Sun Hao exclaimed, his voice trembling. Though obscured from view, it was undoubtedly formidable. Yuanbai's gaze remained fixed on the sky. His brow furrowed in deep concern. He could acutely sense the immense and mysterious threat, an unsettling unease swelling within him. Liu too felt the familiar, yet oppressive aura emanating from the shadow. He had encountered this enormous being once before. As the shadow gradually faded into the depths of the clouds, the hair-raising sense of danger slowly dissipated from the hearts of the group. It was terrifying. Merely the presence was so potent. "The Rock Awakeners are still shaken," one remarked nervously. "Indeed, in the face of that strange beast, I felt as insignificant as a fledgling chick," chimed in Zhao Xiong. Usually so bold, now speaking weakly. Fortunately, it wasn't coming for us. The overwhelming pressure indicated a vast disparity between them and the beasts in the sky. After the shadow passed, it seemed the beasts within Shirong Mountain were greatly frightened, retreating into hiding. The group continued their ascent for another hour, remarkably encountering no further incidents along the way. Yuanbai led the front, meticulously discerning their path. "We're almost there. Everyone, give it your all." Yuanbai himself was surprised by their stroke of luck. Given the number of beasts within Shirong Mountain, they should not have reached this point so swiftly. After climbing for a while longer, even the awakened individuals began to breathe heavily. "This mountain is quite high." Zhao Xiong wiped his face, unsure if it was sweat or rain. "That I can hardly keep going," Sun Hao gasped, relying solely on his indomitable willpower as his abilities did not enhance his stamina. The group pressed on, seizing this rare opportunity without daring to pause. Liu felt relatively fine, while Fu Xiao also struggled to keep pace, panting heavily. That moment, the cyclone in Liu's abdomen spun incessantly. Aero bag LV8, capacity 90, loading speed 8, Stability 2-5. Liu glanced at it. The improvement was minimal, and he knew he must continue upgrading without pause. Just then, Fu Xiao's eyes widened, urgently alerting Liu. There are people ahead, many of them. Wait. Liu called out decisively, halting the group instantly. They all trusted his words, fearing their movements might provoke some lurking beast. They're not beasts, Liu clarified, prompting the group to move again. Ma Yuanbai turned back to inquire, what is going on? Any discoveries? Liu looked towards Fu Xiao, silently indicating for her to share what she had sensed. There are two groups ahead, one of which belongs to the Zhang family safe zone. Fu Xiao explained, Punto what? Ma Yuanbai gasped, taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Zhang family safe zone members would have fled to the mountains. Moreover, they, as scavengers, bore a long-standing grudge against the safe zone, and an encounter would undoubtedly spell trouble. Yuanbai trusted Fu Xiao's words, as he had suspected her awakening abilities. However, he was astonished to learn her abilities were similar to Sun Hao's in their perceptual nature. Observing Sun Hao's astonished expression, Ma Yuanbai thought to himself that Fu Xiao's sensing range might surpass Sun Hao's. Sun Hao immediately crouched down to listen intently, even at the farthest range of his abilities. He detected no sounds. He gazed at Fu Xiao in astonishment, realizing that the woman beside Liu possessed a greater range of abilities than he did. After a moment of silence, Ma Yuanbai gravely inquired, "Can you discern who the other group is?" Fu Xiao carefully confirmed once more before responding. From their appearance, they seem to be from the shelter. Yuanbai's expression changed abruptly. Is it the Saint Child? I don't know. Fu Xiao replied, unable to ascertain if it was indeed the Saint Child, as the rain had dissipated before reaching the person. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the gathered individuals shifted. As scavengers from Black Mountain, they naturally harbored resentment towards the safe zone. They had not expected that both the Black Mountain safe zone and the shelter members would converge here. What should we do? Sun Hao asked Ma Yuanbai. Yuanbai surveyed the distant mountain terrain. The path ahead was the only way to ascend the peak, the quickest route to the summit. Choosing an alternative route now would require a significant detour. They feared the beast within the mountain might resurface, complicating their ascent further. Contemplating this, Ma Yuanbai swiftly made a decision. Let us approach a bit closer. If we can circumvent them, all the better. If not, we'll change our route. Yuanbai's gaze grew stern. However, I suspect that given their mutual conflict, they likely won't pay us any mind. The group nodded in agreement, collectively consenting to Ma Yuanbai's plan. They continued along their previous path, gradually drawing closer to the two groups. In the distance, Zhang Biao appeared utterly disheveled. His unkempt hair and dirt-smeared face spoke volumes of his disarray. His eyes burned with a fierce rage as he gazed at the opposing shelter team. Zhang Biao had never imagined that even after hiding deep within the mountains, he would still be discovered by that damned shelter. To make matters worse, the opposing side had deployed the combat division of the shelter, with none other than the Saint Child leading them. Zhang Biao had encountered the Saint Child before and was acutely aware of his unfathomable strength. In a fit of rage, he shouted at the resplendent and imposing figure of the Saint Child. Wang Zhaodian, do not push me too far. I have told you it was not I who killed them. The Holy Sun across from him wore a visage of utter indifference, disregarding his words entirely. Merely dismissing him with a contemptuous flick of his hand, this gesture, the commander beside him instantly understood. How dare you address the Holy Sun by name? Prepare to meet your demise, the commander bellowed in fury. With that, he surged forward like a cannonball, his speed so swift it was almost imperceptible, charging directly at Zhang Biao. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Zhang Biao, his fist enveloped in a radiant glow, clearly indicative of some formidable supernatural ability. Zhang Biao's heart raced in alarm, yet he reacted with remarkable swiftness, hastily raising both arms to defend himself. Boom! Boom! The clash of their powers resonated violently in the air, akin to two meteors colliding, producing a deafening sound. In just one exchange, Zhang Biao was sent reeling backward as though severed from a string. Impossible! Zhang Biao screamed. Internally, he was aware that his supernatural ability was of the strength type, while the commander was evidently not. How could he be at a disadvantage in a contest of raw power? This could only imply that the commander was undoubtedly a high-tier, awakened being. Although Zhang Biao's abilities were indeed formidable, he found himself utterly powerless against the combat division of the shelter, particularly against this commanding, awakened being before him, struggling painfully to rise from the ground. He coughed up a copious amount of blood. Cough! The crimson liquid stained the earth before him, a shocking sight. "Master!" An attendant rushed to his aid upon witnessing this. In the ranks, a woman clad in splendid attire was in tears. Recklessly rushing forward. Having already lost her son, she was resolute in her determination not to lose Zhang Biao as well. "Surprisingly, you did not perish," the commander remarked, his brow furrowed, that he was evidently dissatisfied with the effectiveness of his previous attack. The energy within him surged forth once more, erupting like a volcano, as he confidently pointed at Zhang Biao and declared, "With this strike, you shall surely die." Zhang Biao's countenance darkened, filled with rage. He could not fathom that despite his earnest explanations, the other party remained unyielding, intent only on his destruction. Unbeknownst to Zhang Biao, he had once treated the refugees in a similar manner. Gazing at the expressionless holy sun, a flicker of determination flashed in Zhang Biao's eyes. He understood that he and the team from the safe zone had retreated as far as they could. The opposition would not afford him another chance to withdraw. With this realization, he abandoned any hope for a peaceful resolution. "Open fire!" Zhang Biao shouted hoarsely. In an instant, all the guards pulled their triggers in unison, a cacophony of gunfire erupting like popping beans. Even the ordinary civilians within Zhang's safe zone seized their weapons without hesitation, unleashing a frenzied barrage toward the shelter's forces. Everyone in the safe zone comprehended that if Zhang Biao fell, their chances of survival would vanish. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets shot forth like serpents of fire toward the commander. He positioned himself in front of the holy sun and bellowed, "Rise!" The rocks beneath them rapidly coalesced, forming an impenetrable stone wall that blocked every bullet. Although the commander was impervious to ordinary bullets due to the strength of his abilities, he was nonetheless pinned in place by the overwhelming firepower, momentarily immobilized. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Biao exchanged a resolute and meaningful glance with the elegantly dressed woman that he had not yet been defeated. For he still possessed his final trump card, which was the very reason he had been reluctant to fight to the death. The woman, stifling her tears, nodded in understanding. She recognized the gravity of the situation. Even though she typically shunned the use of her abilities, she could not allow Zhang's safe zone to be obliterated. Zhang Biao stood tall once more, shouting furiously toward the shelter squad, "Bring it on." Blood droplets began to ooze from his body, a testament to his powers excessively draining his life force. Suddenly, an extraordinarily intense wave of energy erupted from him. Zhang Biao needed to buy the elegantly dressed woman some time. For the sake of the remaining members of the Zhang family, it was worth exhausting some of his life. This power surged like a roaring tsunami, causing the air around to violently warp, creating visible ripples. "Excellent," the commander exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing the scene. Even he, typically proud and arrogant, could not help but regard Zhang Biao with newfound respect. With a flick of his hand, the stone wall before him shot toward Zhang Biao like a cannonball. Zhang Biao retaliated with a punch. With a thunderous bang, the stone wall fractured into countless cracks before shattering into pieces, a rare strength-type ability. The commander mused with a slight smile. He then gestured with both hands, causing the surrounding rocks to lift into the air, coalescing into a massive stone sphere that hurtled toward Zhang Biao with ferocity. Zhang Biao did not flinch or evade, fists clenched as he met the stone sphere head-on. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as the sphere disintegrated under the force of Zhang Biao's fists, scattering shards in every direction. However, the commander seized the moment to leap forward, delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Biao's chest. Caught off guard, Zhang Biao was struck solidly, causing him to stagger. The commander wasted no time in launching another assault, thrusting his hands together as countless sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, aimed straight at Zhang Biao. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Biao dodged the onslaught of stone pillars, yet his strength began to wane, his movements growing sluggish. Eventually, a stone pillar pierced through his shoulder, eliciting a pained roar as he knelt on one knee. Alas, he was too slow. The commander observed Zhang Biao and shook his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, upon hearing a series of gunshots ahead, Ma Yuanbai led the others to slow their pace, cautiously approaching. Though they were still some distance away, they immediately recognized the two factions engaged in battle. Indeed, it was the Zhang family's safe zone and the shelter. They were truly clashing. Is that the Holy Sun? He looks so young, Sun Hao remarked. Astonished, he felt that the Holy Sun of the shelter appeared younger than himself. Could such youth truly possess strength? Doubt crept into Sun Hao's mind. Yuanbai regarded the Holy Sun with a hint of envy. Explaining to Sun Hao, he's a naturally awakened being, absorbing energy since his inception. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable. He gestured ahead. Quickly, we must circumvent this way. The few individuals behind him carefully followed, striving to avoid drawing attention from either side. A thunderous explosion resounded in the distance, prompting Zhao Xiong to look up in shock. Zhang Biao had been taken down by a single strike. It was noteworthy that Zhao Xiong had witnessed Zhang Biao in action in the Black Mountain District. Once he unleashed his abilities, he was immensely powerful, and no one could challenge him. Hearing Zhao Xiong's words, the others turned to look, and upon seeing Zhang Biao's dire condition, a chill ran through them. The strength of the shelter was terrifying. What level of combat was this? While they bore a grudge against the safe zone, they were all aware of Zhang Biao's might, as he was the leader of the Black Mountain safe zone. Now, however, he had been easily subdued by a mere commander of the shelter. The disparity in power between the two was evident, revealing that the safe zone was no match for the shelter. Among the group, the rock manipulator widened his eyes in disbelief. His abilities paled in comparison to that of the commander, akin to a child's game, utterly inconsequential. Zhang Biao. Suddenly, the elegantly dressed woman shouted from afar. Upon hearing her call, Zhang Biao's heart surged with understanding. She was ready. He lifted his gaze, casting one final, profound look at the figures from the shelter before swiftly retreating back to his team. What? Do you think you can escape? The commander scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with disdain. Just as Zhang Biao returned, the elegantly dressed woman swiftly raised her hands high. Quickly, a pale blue light emanated from her, swiftly enveloping Zhang Biao and the entire team from the safe zone. In that instant, everyone felt their bodies become remarkably light, their speed significantly enhanced. Even the ordinary individuals within the group sensed a gust of wind at their feet. Run! Zhang Biao shouted to the team, seizing the elegantly dressed woman and leading the charge towards the east. The Zhang family understood that this might be their last chance for survival, and thus they ran with all their might. The members of the safe zone surged forward like a whirlwind, splashing water in their wake. Such rapid movement took the commander by surprise. Chase them! The commander exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. The individuals from the shelter immediately pursued in the direction Zhang Biao and his group had fled. However, despite their utmost efforts, they could not close the gap between them and Zhang Biao's team. How swift! It must be the enhancement of wind abilities. The commander realized he had underestimated them. Zhang Biao glanced back at the pursuing figures from the shelter and shouted, "Everyone, push harder!" The Zhang family's team, bolstered by the wind abilities, ran desperately, disregarding all else. Damn it, we can't let them escape. As Zhang Biao's figures receded into the distance, a sense of panic gripped the commander. The Holy Sun was behind him. If they truly got away, he feared he would not escape unscathed. With trepidation, the commander cast a glance at the Holy Sun before swiftly resuming his pursuit. Everyone, increase your speed. We absolutely cannot allow them to flee. The urgency and tension in the commander's voice were unprecedented, and he pushed himself to his limits. Under his orders, the pursuers hastened their pace. Striving to catch up, the commander himself continuously narrowed the distance between him and Zhang Biao, yet Zhang Biao's team remained astonishingly swift at that moment. The Holy Sun, accompanied by his attendants, leisurely followed behind. It seemed that whether Zhang Biao fled or stood his ground made little difference to him. Both factions rapidly disappeared from the view of Li Yu and his companions. Wonderful, they are gone. Sun Hao exclaimed with joy. Why were the people from the safe zone running so fast? I've never seen them use such speed before. Zhao Xiong pondered aloud, somewhat perplexed. Such an ability to significantly enhance speed, if utilized earlier, would have allowed the safe zone members to easily shake off the refugees behind them, thus avoiding their current predicament. However, Ma Yuanbai held a differing opinion. to empower so many individuals with abilities. The cost must be immense. They would not easily unleash it unless it were a matter of life and death. Nonetheless, this was a fortuitous opportunity for them to hasten their escape. A Yuanbai quickly assessed the route and led his group towards the mountaintop. With the threat behind them diminished, their speed increased considerably. Before long, they all beheld the summit ahead. "Look, we've reached the top," Zhao Xiong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed ahead. "It's a plateau." Su Jing exclaimed in astonishment. It was unexpectedly vast. A Yuanbai gazed at the expansive flatland atop the mountain, a mixture of surprise and intrigue washing over him. Although this was his intended destination, it was his first time here. Suddenly, upon reaching the plateau, Zhao Xiong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. What happened? The others hurriedly rushed over to check on him. Upon seeing the scene at the mountain's peak, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as they were profoundly moved by the magnificent sight before them, leaving them at a loss for words. They were as entranced as Zhao Xiong, rendered momentarily spellbound. "What is this?" Even Liu found himself at a loss for words. Before their eyes lay an endless expanse of verdant vegetation, a breathtaking spectacle of nature unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The rich green stretched to the horizon, akin to a vast green satin draped across the earth, a veritable ocean of greenery. In the relentless downpour, the green plants swayed gracefully in the wind. This sea of life and green was particularly awe-inspiring, truly a marvel of the world. "So beautiful. It's like paradise," Su Jing gasped, her mouth agape. "Oh my God." Zhao Xiong finally regained his composure. "Is this a miracle?" Pu Xiao exclaimed, equally astonished in his silence. Liu inhaled deeply, surprised that such a vibrant place still existed in the world. The group hastily approached, touching the rain-soaked plants to confirm that this was no illusion. "This is a grassland. We have arrived at the grassland." Sun Hao panted in astonishment. "Not grass," Ma Yuanbai replied slowly, squatting down to examine the plant stems and leaves. "Its small leaf my mata." "What is that?" Sun Hao asked, taken aback by a term he had never encountered before. "It's a type of gymnosperm." Yuanbai touched the leaves, and noticing the curious gazes of his companions, he conceded. "Let us just consider it grass." Liu, however, noted the name of the plant and found himself increasingly intrigued by Ma Yuanbai. One must understand that a scavenger would not typically possess such extensive knowledge. Reflecting on his past interactions with Ma Yuanbai, Liu even thought that those elevated individuals from the safe zone might not be as astute as Ma Yuanbai. "How do you know so much?" Liu inquired softly. Ma Yuanbai began to respond. Yuanbai, "I've been waiting for you." A sudden voice interrupted, and several figures emerged from the verdant foliage ahead. The group was taken aback. After all, two of their members possessed perception abilities and had failed to detect these individuals. It appeared that these people had been hiding beneath the plants, motionless for quite some time, so much so that even Pu Xiao had not sensed anything unusual. "It's you." Ma Yuanbai recognized the individuals, his expression remaining unperturbed, as if he had known them all along. Liu and Pu Xiao also found the figure somewhat familiar. It soon dawned on Liu that these were the strongest awakened squad among the refugees, who had previously engaged in skirmishes with the Heishan safe zone. Encounter them here was unexpected, and it seemed they were specifically targeting Ma Yuanbai. The leader stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Ma Yuanbai. "I have heard your plans, and I find them quite intriguing." Yuanbai regarded the newcomers with a complex expression, murmuring involuntarily, "Haisha." Despite having dealt with Haisha multiple times, Ma Yuanbai only knew the title and not the true name behind it. In truth, he had been acquainted with Haisha for quite some time. Clad in a black raincoat, Haisha approached slowly. With a gentle wave of his hand, his companions came to an immediate halt. The individuals trailing Haisha exuded an inexplicable aura of pressure that enveloped Ma Yuanbai and his companions. They had witnessed the strength of Haisha's allies firsthand. Each one was formidable in their own right. Previously, during the brutal confrontation between the refugees and the Zhang family safe zone, had it not been for the timely intervention of Haisha's awakened squad, the refugees would likely have faced total annihilation at Zhang Biao's hands. As Haisha drew nearer with deliberate steps, Liu felt an unsettling sensation emanating from him, yet he could not articulate what exactly felt amiss. Haisha advanced a few more paces, and only then did Liu finally discern the peculiar detail. There is no sound. Liu was taken aback. The raincoat of Haisha danced wildly in the storm. Yet curiously, it emitted not even the slightest sound. One must understand that even in the absence of the rustling of fabric, there should still be the crisp sound of raindrops striking the raincoat. If there were any sound, the keen-eared Sun Hao would undoubtedly have detected it. Given Haisha's prowess, it was no wonder that neither Sun Hao nor Fu Xiao had noticed anything prior to this moment. Haisha had already positioned himself directly opposite Ma Yuanbai. Suddenly, without any warning, Haisha extended a hand. Liu swiftly drew his bow, aiming the arrow's tip at Haisha. Do not act rashly. Ma Yuanbai quickly intervened. His voice laced with assurance. He was acutely aware that despite Haisha's eccentric and unconventional demeanor, he was not the type to create trouble without cause. Haisha's gaze fell upon the black bow in Liu's hands. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he sensed a profound threat emanating from it. He initially attributed this feeling to the weapon, yet having seen the bow before, he recognized that it lacked the capacity to harm him. Haisha reevaluated Liu. This could only imply that the threat stemmed from Liu's own abilities. That it was astonishing that Ma Yuanbai had managed to recruit such a formidable awakened individual as Liu. Upon hearing Ma Yuanbai's counsel, Liu gradually lowered his bow, but maintained a firm grip on it. Haisha then shifted his attention to the undulating waves of green around them and remarked, I once doubted your words, which is why I arrived here first. He spread his arms wide, fully absorbing the vibrant life force surrounding him. It was indeed awe-inspiring. Haisha could not deny the profound astonishment the extraordinary scene atop the mountain evoked within him. I now believe what you said, he stated, turning his gaze back to Ma Yuanbai. So, now that you have arrived here according to your plan, is this a blessing or a curse? It is hope, Ma Yuanbai replied. Observing the greenery and recalling the tree before the mountain, inhaling deeply before continuing, this signifies that the world is reviving, that plants are adapting. Haisha fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of green. Hope. In this ravaged wasteland, hope was a luxury. Yet, it was not impossible. Ma Yuanbai countered, you have come this far and witnessed all of this. This is change. Haisha slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, a knowing glint flashing his eyes as he surveyed Ma Yuanbai's companions. So, what do you intend to do? Lead these people to become new Sours? Establish a new organization? No. Ma Yuanbai gently shook his head. We will continue migrating westward. Continue migrating? Haisha laughed upon hearing this, deliberately raising his voice to remind. Do not forget, you are not a scavenger. Do not truly consider yourself a refugee. The others beside Ma Yuanbai gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer surprise. What did Haisha mean? Was Ma Yuanbai not a scavenger? This was the first time they had heard such a thing. To Su Jing, standing nearby, lowered her head slightly, as if she had known this secret all along. Ma Yuanbai remained silent, refraining from any rebuttal. It was then that the others fully believed Haisha's words. Liu suddenly understood. Ma Yuanbai was not a scavenger, and no wonder he possessed such a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, the name Ma Yuanbai hardly seemed typical of an ordinary scavenger. When he first encountered the name, he had found it peculiar, wondering what sort of strange name it was, utterly ungraceful. Little did he know the truth behind it all. Liu stole a glance at Ma Yuanbai, speculating in his heart. He wondered whether Ma Yuanbai hailed from a refuge or a safe zone and could see this juncture. Ma Yuanbai suddenly spoke, according to the plan. I must continue migrating westward. However, you do not need to migrate. Why is that? Haisha inquired, perplexed. Ma Yuanbai looked directly at Haisha. With your strength, you would undoubtedly qualify for the talent selection at the 7,207 refuge. At that point, you would not need to exert effort in migration. You could comfortably remain in the refuge and enjoy a life of ease. Ha! Haisha laughed heartily, his laughter echoing atop the mountain. Clearly amused by Ma Yuanbai's words. Living in a refuge. What difference is that from being imprisoned? Haisha's eyes openly conveyed his disdain for the refuge, that I am not like you. Even if I were devoured by a beast, I would never confine myself within a refuge. Yuanbai smiled faintly, understanding Haisha's character. A mere test had already revealed Haisha's choice. So, will you still migrate? Ma Yuanbai inquired deliberately. Haisha's smile faded, his gaze becoming profound, even tinged with an uncontainable fury. Of course. I wish to uncover the secrets hidden behind this prophecy. He paused, pointing at Ma Yuanbai as he continued. And you should act quickly. Let us depart. Haisha gestured, and the few individuals behind him promptly followed suit. Upon learning of Ma Yuanbai's intention to continue migrating westward, Haisha did not linger further and led his team away. Yuanbai and the others remained quietly in place, watching as Haisha's group vanished into the rain. After their departure, the others turned to Ma Yuanbai, their expressions a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Ma Yuanbai encouraged, concerned that their internal struggle might cause them distress. Hearing this, the others could no longer contain their curiosity and began to inquire. You are really not a scavenger? No, Ma Yuanbai confirmed directly. Are you from a safe zone? Sun Hao asked in astonishment. Neither, Ma Yuanbai shook his head. Then Ma Yuanbai decided to stop concealing the truth and opted to explain in detail. I actually come from the Fian Mountain area. Refuge 6899. The others exchanged glances. Even though they were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback. Incredible. It was completely inconceivable. We had no idea before. Liu nodded to himself, realizing that only someone from a refuge could possess such extensive knowledge. Was that Haisha also like you? Liu inquired curiously, especially given Haisha's evident strength. No, although Haisha also hails from Fian Mountain, he is merely a scavenger. Ma Yuanbai clarified that a scavenger possessing such formidable strength. Liu marveled. How did you both end up here? Sun Hao pressed this point. A shadow seemed to cross Ma Yuanbai's face, as if haunted by painful memories, his expression no longer as relaxed as before. Because Refuge 6899 has been destroyed. Ma Yuanbai spoke solemnly. What? A refuge can be destroyed? Zhao Xiong exclaimed, his face filled with shock. According to Zhao Xiong's understanding, a refuge was the most fortified stronghold. How could it possibly be destroyed? No. Ma Yuanbai suddenly shifted his tone. Not just the refuge. The entire Fian Mountain area has been utterly obliterated. The entire Fian Mountain? Was the disaster foretold in the prophecy truly upon them? Sun Hao could not refrain from asking. It was absolutely not a disaster. A disaster could never destroy a refuge, Ma Yuanbai asserted with conviction. Though he did not know precisely what had transpired, it was certainly not a disaster that time. I happened to be away from the refuge, which is how I narrowly escaped, Ma Yuanbai continued, feeling a mix of gratitude and misfortune. Thus, I have been investigating the true cause behind the devastation of the Fian Mountain area ever since. After all was said and done, Ma Yuanbai's emotions had considerably eased. This was the truth. Upon hearing Ma Yuanbai's words, everyone fell into a profound silence, realizing the weight of his secret. This revelation was profoundly shocking for them, mere scavengers. Yet rather than distancing themselves from Ma Yuanbai due to his origins from a shelter, they found themselves trusting him even more because of his revelations. Liu silently absorbed everything Ma Yuanbai had shared. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of power could possibly erase an entire shelter? Unbeknownst to them, Ma Yuanbai had sunk into deep reminiscence, having withheld some details. Following the devastation of Fian Mountain, the rain began to rise incessantly, and rumors of disaster spread like wildfire. To survive, those fortunate enough to escape from Fian Mountain were compelled to migrate eastward. Ma Yuanbai joined this migration, ultimately becoming one of the refugees in the Black Mountain region. The purpose of Haisha was akin to his own, both seeking to uncover the true cause of Fian Mountain's annihilation. Ma Yuanbai's journey to the summit of Shirong Mountain was inspired by a document he had perused in the library of Shelter 6899. The document depicted various exotic animals and plants, along with advanced weaponry that Ma Yuanbai had never encountered before. One page vividly illustrated the unique scenery of Shirong Mountain's peak, which further motivated Ma Yuanbai to ascend. Gazing upon the vast expanse of verdant flora before him, he became wholly convinced of the document's authenticity. for the scene mirrored exactly what lay before his eyes. The document was indeed genuine, recalling the illustrations of powerful weapons. Ma Yuanbai began to suspect that the destruction of the Fian region could very well have been orchestrated by other shelters in the shadows. Holding on to this apprehension, he later formed a new team to pursue the truth, choosing not to trust any other shelters. The picturesque depiction of Shirong Mountain summit was now a reality before his eyes. A tinge of sadness enveloped Ma Yuanbai as he turned and softly spoke. "Let us depart. While the exotic beasts remain absent, we must descend the mountain." The group swiftly retraced their steps, their pace quickening as their concerns for safety dissipated. Soon, they spotted the solitary tree from a distance. "That we're almost there. I hope your horse is still here," Sun Hao mused, believing that Li Yu had failed to secure the horse, and that it had likely fled. "It must still be here." Li Yu and Fu Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, while the others remained oblivious to the cleverness of Xiaohong. As they approached, the sight before them rendered them momentarily speechless, the shock rivaling that of their earlier encounter with the grassland. Beneath the blackened trees, Xiaohong was voraciously gnawing at the bark, relishing its feast. With each bite, the sound of splintering would echoed through the air. All eyes instinctively turned to Li Yu, who was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. She had indeed fed Xiaohong before setting out. The group hastened their steps and found that the bark at the base of the tree had been completely devoured by Xiaohong. As the saying goes, a person has their face, and a tree has its bark. Even though none had previously seen this tree, they understood that without its bark, the tree would surely perish. It appeared that this exceedingly rare tree was likely beyond saving. Upon seeing Li Yu and Fu Xiao return, Xiaohong finally paused its bark chewing and excitedly bounded over. Approaching Li Yu, Xiaohong nudged her with its large head, seemingly requesting more bark to munch on. Li Yu and Fu Xiao found themselves at a loss for words, for this might well be the only remaining tree on the entire Shirong Mountain. Observing this, Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though he maintained a facade of solemnity as he spoke in a low tone, "What a pity for this tree. We should fell it and take it back to sell for a handsome price." "Absolutely." Zhao Xiong seemed to have anticipated this, stepping forward to the tree. "Pa!" Zhao Xiong spat into his hands habitually before producing an axe from seemingly nowhere, striking the tree with a powerful blow. With Zhao Xiong's strength, it took mere moments to bring down this exceedingly rare tree. With a resounding thud, the last remaining black tree of Shirong Mountain crashed to the ground, watching the tree's demise. Fu Xiao felt her face flush with embarrassment as she lightly scolded Xiaohong. "You've caused a mess." Xiaohong, with its thick skin and hearty demeanor, remained oblivious, mistaking her reprimand for a massage and happily wagging its head. Zhao Xiong and the Earth-type ability user approached the fallen tree. With their considerable strength, they effortlessly lifted the entire tree. "All right, let us proceed." With that, Zhao Xiong and the Earth-type user marched down the mountain, carrying the trunk with great strides. Quiver LV9. Capacity 100. Loading speed 9. Stability 25. Upgraded. Yet Li remained unfazed, staring blankly at Xiaohong, who continued to smack its lips, exuding an air of helplessness. A Yuanbai and the others exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Let us set forth," Ma Yuanbai commanded. Before long, the group descended from Shirong Mountain along the same path. This time, their haul was indeed substantial, having brought back an entire tree. Accompanied by their escort of the last tree from Shirong Mountain, they made their way toward the shelter. Sometime later, they arrived at the outskirts of the shelter. "Look, what is that?" Someone nearby spotted Li Yu and the others. "What are they holding?" It appeared to be a tree. A black tree. Several scavengers immediately set down their tasks, gazing in astonishment. "Could it be fake? I've lived my whole life without seeing a tree." Given their appearance, it was evident they had descended from the beast-infested Shirong Mountain, making it possible that it was real. Along the way, more and more people raised their hands, signaling friendliness among scavengers as they cautiously approached. With Ma Yuanbai's consent, they eagerly moved closer to inspect. It really is a tree. The texture is truly remarkable. Oh, this is what tree leaves feel like. So sharp. Indeed, the leaves are prickly. Many scavengers even stepped forward, delicately touching the tree's needle-like leaves to confirm its authenticity. Why is half of it missing its bark? One scavenger asked curiously. What a shame. It seems to have been chewed by the beasts. Chewed by beasts? I say it was gnawed by a dog. Another scavenger retorted. Xiao Hong, hearing this, became quite indignant, braying and preparing to charge at the speaker with a kick, only to be swiftly restrained by Li Yu. Ma Yuanbai and the others stifled their laughter, continuing to make their way forward, not daring to glance back at Li Yu and Xiao Hong for fear of bursting into laughter. As the group drew closer to the shelter, many individuals from the nearby safe zones took note of the tree. What is that? A tree? No way. It truly is a tree, there's no doubt. I just touched it myself, a person exclaimed, returning with an expression of sheer excitement. Really? The people in the safe zone rushed forward. Even the most seasoned among them, accustomed to the harshness of life, set aside their usual airs and approached the tree for a closer look, as it was possible that one might never encounter a complete tree in their lifetime. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming number of onlookers eager to touch the tree, Ma Yuanbai and his group found themselves encircled by the crowd, unable to move an inch. With no other option, Ma Yuanbai stepped forward, spreading his arms to block the throng. Attention! Attention! He called out loudly, gesturing toward the tree being carried on the shoulders of two of his companions. This is a tree, extremely rare. Everyone cannot just touch it freely. From now on, anyone wishing to touch the tree must pay a coin. Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd of refugees instinctively took a step back. What? Are we really expected to pay a coin just to touch a tree? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, Ma Yuanbai's tactic proved effective. Upon learning that a fee was required, many individuals retreated, clearing a path. With a hint of pride, Ma Yuanbai whispered to Li Yu, "See, the number of those willing to pay has significantly diminished." The throng of people eager to touch the tree for free reduced dramatically, allowing Li Yu and his companions to accelerate their pace. "Here you go," an urgent voice echoed through the air. Almost immediately, a coin soared through the air and landed swiftly in Ma Yuanbai's hand. A young man, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward, his hands incessantly caressing the tree, punctuated by intermittent chuckles of delight. "It is indeed a tree. How extraordinary!" Unable to resist, the young man planted a kiss on the trunk. "My friend, this is merely a tree. A light touch will suffice. Do not damage it," Ma Yuanbai advised kindly from the side. "That I know," the young man replied, his hands continuing their fervent exploration, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his face. Such an unusual spectacle left even the seasoned Ma Yuanbai momentarily stunned, as he pondered to himself. What peculiar obsession is this? Subtly, he increased the distance between himself and the young man. The group continued onward, and the number of onlookers surged anew. However, due to the imposed coin requirement, far fewer approached the tree, with most opting to simply observe from a distance. "Goodness, this truly is a rare sight. I too wish to touch it," a passerby shouted, hastily moving forward. Indeed, a coin can be replaced, but this tree might never be within reach again. Someone nearby intentionally echoed these sentiments loudly, after the passerby finally handed a coin to Ma Yuanbai. The onlookers exchanged amused glances and whispered amongst themselves, "What a fool!" Nevertheless, along the journey, many were still willing to part with a coin for the chance to touch the magnificent tree. "We're almost there," Ma Yuanbai remarked, glancing ahead, as he felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes that Liu looked up and spotted the towering walls of the refuge. Just then, a group of elegantly dressed individuals suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path with an imposing presence. Their attire was pristine, the fabric clearly of exceptional quality. Yuanbai scrutinized them closely. Their garments were tailored impeccably, with fine stitching that ordinary folk could not replicate. Even his previous refuge lacked such refinement. To his astonishment, they wore waterproof footwear, standing in stark contrast to the ragged, mud-caked appearance of those surrounding them. Liu felt a twinge of aversion towards these individuals, as their very demeanor exuded an innate sense of superiority, their every gesture tinged with condescension. Fu Xiao, too, was captivated by their striking attire, her gaze fixated on the leader of the group. The leader donned a sleek silk robe, vibrant in color, radiating brilliance even amidst the dreary rain. Raindrops cascaded off the fabric without leaving a trace, suggesting remarkable waterproof properties. The wealthy merchants have arrived. Quick, let us depart, we must avoid their gaze. The refugees scattered like startled birds, fear etched across their faces. Those poor souls are doomed. Several refugees glanced back at Liu and his companions, their eyes filled with pity. Let us assist them. Swiftly find a patrol team. United by their shared plight, some refugees hurried off in search of the nearby patrol. Living in the vicinity of the refuge, they were acutely aware of the notorious behavior exhibited by the affluent individuals from the Golden Peak safe zone. This area, belonging to the Shirong Mountains, lay not far from the refuge, renowned for its wealthy inhabitants. Yet their cruelty towards the refugees was even more infamous. The Golden Peak safe zone frequently dispatched their guards to hunt down solitary refugees straying too far from safety. They even kept many refugees as slaves for their own amusement. In the eyes of the Golden Peak safe zone, refugees were little more than savages. Indeed, they scarcely regarded them as human. The presence of the Golden Peak safe zone was often met with an absence of refugees, who would flee at the mere sight of them. Even within the refuge's protective boundaries, the refugees exhibited the same anxious response, evading them as if they were a plague, hastily retreating to avoid any interaction. In an instant, Liu and his companions found themselves utterly alone, the crowd having vanished without a trace. The rain pattered down persistently. The individual referred to as a wealthy merchant ambled leisurely from the safety of his entourage. I refuse to believe this is a genuine tree unless I am allowed to touch it, he declared, striding boldly towards the tree, his demeanor suggesting a deliberate provocation. Unfazed, Ma Yuanbai stepped forward to confront him. Touching the tree requires payment. 1 coin. Ha! The merchant erupted in laughter, his mirth piercing through the rain, as if he had heard the most absurd statement. He turned to his companions, amusement dancing in his eyes as he pointed at Ma Yuanbai, raising his voice for effect. Did you all hear that? He dares to ask me for a coin. His tone dripped with mockery. 1 coin. Ha! The others from the Golden Peak safe zone joined in the laughter. The merchant regarded Ma Yuanbai with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, I apologize, but I only carry gold coins. I never bother with mere change. His words dripped with arrogance, as if gold coins were a symbol of his status, a clear delineation between him and the refugees. Ignoring Ma Yuanbai entirely, he began to inspect the tree with an air of entitlement. What a magnificent sight it would be to have this tree displayed at the entrance of our Golden Peak safe zone. The merchant mused aloud. His followers immediately nodded in agreement, eager to curry favor. Indeed, this tree is so rare. Only we at the Golden Peak safe zone deserve such a unique specimen. Absolutely. Placing this tree here would instantly elevate our status. It seems as if this tree was tailor-made for the Golden Peak safe zone. As the merchant absorbed their flattery, he appeared increasingly pleased with the tree, commanding in a tone reminiscent of a master addressing servants. I want this tree, but name your price. The tone left no room for negotiation. Not for sale, Ma Yuanbai replied firmly, his voice unwavering. The merchant raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. He clearly did not expect anyone to dare oppose him. In his mind, refugees were meant to be subservient and compliant. He scoffed derisively, extending his finger towards Ma Yuanbai. The offer I present is one you cannot refuse. Unless, he paused dramatically, as if regarding a troop of foolish jesters, unless you are unaware of the value of gold coins. Not for sale, Ma Yuanbai stood resolute, meeting the merchant's gaze without flinching. A flash of anger crossed the merchant's face. He was unaccustomed to being so brazenly contradicted, especially by a refugee who dared to defy him. This humiliation was an affront to his pride. Peasant. The merchant sneered. Ew. Zhao Xiong, unable to contain his fury, felt his fists clench as anger welled within him. He was tempted to throw down the tree and land a punch on the merchant. Zhao Xiong, do not act rashly, him, a Yuanbai urgently reminded them that he was acutely aware that they were within the confines of the sanctuary, and any act of aggression would undoubtedly violate its regulations. Moreover, he had little faith that the wealthy merchant would dare to confront them here. The merchant cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiong, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What is this? Do you intend to make a move? Do you lowly vagrants think you are worthy? I challenge any of you to lay a finger on me. Unworthy, you say, and what exactly do you consider yourself? At this moment, Liu could no longer contain his indignation and stepped forward from behind, his voice cold and cutting. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the merchant, filled with contempt for such a person. The merchant's smile faltered as an overwhelming sense of threat emanated from Liu. There was an intangible aura about him that assured the merchant he was dealing with an awakened one. Yet, what did it matter? How dare a mere handful of vagrants defy him? His expression twisted into a more grotesque sneer. I am a noble of the Jinding safe zone, a status that you lowly vagrants could never aspire to. However, the merchant seemed intent on prolonging his provocation. I say you are unworthy to act because you filthy commoners are not even fit to serve us. His tone grew increasingly menacing. That I am claiming this tree today, whether you wish to sell it or not. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Liu listened to the merchant's nonsensical drivel, his brows knitted tightly together, unable to mask his revulsion. This was one of the reasons he despised interacting with others. Even when he never sought trouble, self-righteous individuals always seemed eager to challenge his limits. Grasping his bow, Liu positioned himself firmly in front of Ma Yuanbai and spoke to the merchant with an icy tone. Leave. In a world where every life is treasured, Liu had yet to encounter someone so brazen, so oblivious to danger. This man was even more arrogant than the previous Zhang family heir. Zhang Chao, at least Zhang Chao had the sense to flee. This merchant was utterly reckless. Liu. Ma Yuanbai noticed Liu was on the verge of violence and rushed over. After being insulted, the merchant's expression darkened considerably. Liu brandished his bow. Several men behind the merchant stealthily reached into their pockets, seemingly ready to draw weapons at any moment. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The onlookers from the safe zone began to quietly retreat. That moment, a stern voice shattered the standoff. What is happening here? As the call resonated, a patrol team from the sanctuary arrived just in time. The leader, riding a rain camel, swiftly advanced and positioned himself squarely between the two groups. Captain Zhao, what brings you here in person? The merchant immediately recognized the man, his face lighting up with a smile as he greeted him warmly, an attitude that starkly contrasted with his previous arrogance towards Ma Yuanbai and the others. Captain Zhao shot the merchant a cold glare, his eyes brimming with caution. Don't cause me any trouble. He was well aware of the merchant's background. These individuals from the Jinding safe zone deliberately hunted vagrants just outside the sanctuary's patrol area, leaving no survivors in their wake. However, since these events transpired beyond the sanctuary's jurisdiction, coupled with the merchant's status, he found himself powerless to intervene. Captain Zhao dismounted from the rain camel with fluid ease. He surveyed Liu and his companions, as well as the conspicuous tree, his brow slightly furrowing. You may leave now. The area around the sanctuary has been chaotic lately, and several members of the patrol team have already lost their lives. Clearly, he did not wish for any conflict to erupt within his patrol zone. Ma Yuanbai nodded and turned to lead the group away. Liu suppressed his emotions, casting one last deep glare at the merchant. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the rain, but each heart burned with a simmering fury. The merchant did not forget to shoot a venomous glare at Liu and his companions, his eyes filled with resentment. This debt would not go unpaid. After walking a short distance, Zhao Xiong hoisted the tree and remarked coldly, if the patrol team hadn't arrived, we would have clashed with them today. The rock-based ability user behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Liu here, wiping them all out would be a mere formality. To him, Liu's strength was more than sufficient to eliminate these individuals. Despicable. The people from the safe zone are indeed the same everywhere, exhibiting this loathsome demeanor no matter the place. Sun Hao seethed, harboring an even deeper hatred for those from the safe zone. Although it appeared that the opposing group was armed, they felt confident in their ability to prevail. After all, Liu was the ace of their team. As long as they protected him, defeating the safe zone's people would be a walk in the park. There would be opportunities in the future, Ma Yuanbai stated calmly. He harbored no doubts about Liu's capabilities. It was merely that their current position was rather precarious. The group temporarily set aside their frustrations and continued towards the towering walls of the sanctuary. Before long, they arrived at the base of the high wall. The boss is back, The teammates waiting there immediately rushed forward excitedly upon seeing Ma Yuanbai's figure. "Boss, what is this?" They gaze in astonishment at the enormous tree. "It's a tree. Don't ask. Just follow." Without a moment's pause, Ma Yuanbai strode forward. Upon sighting the tree, the crowd at the wall once again gathered around. Amidst the throng surrounding the high wall, the tree was gradually transported to the trading square. Zhao Xiong and the rock-based ability user carefully placed the tree down. "What now? Are we selling it here?" Zhao Xiong stretched his sore neck and inquired. "Wait a moment. Let us assess the situation first." Ma Yuanbai understood that they could not act impulsively. The tree quickly became the focus of attention. Despite the multitude of onlookers at the trading square, only a scant few were willing to bid. After all, purchasing the tree would not satisfy hunger, leading many to adopt a wait-and-see approach. People whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with curiosity about the tree. To ordinary folk, it held no value. To the awakened ones. While a complete tree was indeed rare, it seemed to pale in comparison to the value of beast cores. At most, it was merely a curiosity. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the massive iron gate of the sanctuary slowly creaked open. The onlookers instinctively parted to clear a path before the gate. Even those inside the sanctuary could not help but step out to discern the commotion. A tall, imposing man clad in a pristine executive uniform emerged steadily from the iron gate, accompanied by several others. Noticing the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, the executive introduced himself. "I am the newly appointed executive. You may call me Wu Hongguang." His voice was resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the expansive square. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Did you see that? The executive has changed out of course. The previous one is no longer with us." A vagrant commented quietly. "Are you looking for trouble?" "This new executive seems quite formidable," another remarked, taking note of the atmosphere. Listening to the murmurs, Liu was equally astonished. A new executive had appeared, replacing the one who had been slain. It appeared that the sanctuary was unaffected by the previous assassination. Everything continued as normal. The new executive, Wu Hongguang, approached the tree, crouching down to examine it closely under the watchful eyes of Liu and his companions. "Indeed, it is a tree." The executive cast a discreet glance at the patrolman behind him, prompting the latter to swiftly return within the confines of the high wall. Observing the newly appointed executive's apparent fascination with the grand tree, many individuals wisely opted to distance themselves from Yuan Bai, and his companions stood quietly to the side, uncertain of the executive's intentions. Shortly thereafter, the patrolman reappeared, hurrying alongside an elderly man who was flanked by two robust bodyguards. Accompanying them were the old man's incessant inquiries. "Is it truly a tree? Are you speaking the truth? Do not deceive this old man. I wouldn't dare." The leading patrolman hastily replied, gesturing with his hands. Despite the elderly man's hair being predominantly gray, his gaze remained exceptionally sharp and bright as he briskly followed the patrolman. Among the gathered crowd, some recognized the elder. It was the master architect of the sanctuary, the distinguished designer of the high walls, Master Zhao Kazao. Upon seeing the esteemed elder emerge, the individuals within the safe zone were filled with astonishment. Such masters seldom present themselves before the masses, who would have anticipated that this rare figure would come personally to inspect the matter. The patrolman maintained order among the onlookers, ensuring that they kept a respectful distance from Master Zhao, while the bodyguards remained vigilant at his side. "Master Zhao, please take a look." Wu Hongguang respectfully approached. He slightly bowed, inviting the master to examine the tree. His evident respect for the master's stature was palpable. Before the executive could utter another word, Master Zhao had already hastened to the tree's base. He gently caressed the bark, and an unusual reminiscence flickered in his eyes. "What a splendid specimen! At last, I shall be able to revive some old craftsmanship," the master murmured, his voice low yet unable to mask his inner excitement. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, he quickly composed himself and stood upright once more. Master Zhao turned his gaze to Ma Yuanbai, who stood at the forefront, and with a subtle smile, directly inquired, "What do you require?" Sensing an opportunity, Ma Yuanbai promptly stepped forward to engage the master in detailed discussions. After all, he had a long journey ahead and numerous supplies to procure. If he could leverage this tree to forge additional agreements with the master, It would be nothing short of fortuitous. Most importantly, he had previously promised Liu to assist him in acquiring a portable dwelling. With the very master behind the design of such homes standing before him, Ma Yuanbai was determined to seize this rare opportunity. "Master, do you still have portable dwellings?" Ma Yuanbai asked softly. "Indeed," Master Zhao replied with a gentle chuckle. "I thought you might request something extravagant. The portable dwelling is merely a small trinket I practiced with previously." He gestured towards the interior of the high wall, adding, "There are plenty of such items within. It seems they wish to create a spectacle by presenting them as rewards for some competition. Frankly, I find them unremarkable." Master Zhao humbly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanbai's eyes glimmered with interest. He discerned that Master Zhao was remarkably approachable, devoid of the arrogant demeanor often exhibited by others within the sanctuary. This realization brought him joy and instilled confidence for the impending transaction. "However, the design I created for the portable dwelling accommodates only 2 individuals, which may pose a challenge," as he spoke. Master Zhao's gaze shifted to the crowd behind Ma Yuanbai, clearly indicating that such a number could not possibly suffice. "No, just 2 individuals will do perfectly." Ma Yuanbai quickly interjected, "Liu and Fu Xiao are precisely 2 people. They are a perfect match." "Very well." Master Zhao nodded in agreement. He signaled to the patrolman, who promptly approached. Master Zhao instructed him to retrieve an item from the warehouse, and the patrolman complied, swiftly returning to the high wall. The atmosphere grew silent as Ma Yuanbai stepped forward to whisper, "Master Zhao, the value of this tree may far exceed that of the portable dwelling. Is there any chance we could also exchange for some salt and sugar?" Master Zhao, unfazed, chuckled heartily. "I had a feeling you sought more than just that." With that, Master Zhao led Ma Yuanbai to the tree, pointing to the base of the trunk, deliberately asking, "What about the bark?" Ma Yuanbai was momentarily taken aback. The others present instinctively glanced at the small black creature behind Liu, silently concluding, of course, it was gnawed away by the horse. However, no one voiced their thoughts. And Ma Yuanbai hesitated to explain the situation. Master Zhao continued calmly, "Though the tree has its imperfections, I am untroubled. For most, it may hold little value. Yet for me, it is of profound significance." His deep gaze rested upon the tree. "If you wish to barter for additional supplies, I have no objections. My intention is not solely to acquire resources." Seizing the moment, Ma Yuanbai proposed, "Do you require anything else? I would like to exchange items with you for some resources." Bartering? Master Zhao's eyes brightened at the prospect, seemingly intrigued. "It has been quite some time since I engaged in commerce. Since I have ventured out, it would be prudent to discuss matters with you. Do present any peculiar items you may have." Eagerly, Ma Yuanbai retrieved his finest possessions, hoping to exchange them with Master Zhao. After examining each item, Master Zhao's expression grew slightly disappointed, as none appeared to pique his particular interest. At that moment, Ma Yuanbai produced an entire piece of beast scale obtained from slaying an aberrant creature on Shirong Mountain. "What is this?" Master Zhao exclaimed, rushing forward, instantly recognizing the significance of the item. The scale of the tsunami shadow beast. His face lit with astonishment as he scrutinized Ma Yuanbai's companions intently. "You managed to slay a tsunami shadow beast? Truly remarkable." Master Zhao accepted the scale from Ma Yuanbai's hands for a thorough examination. Murmuring to himself, the scale bears oceanic patterns, radiating a deep blue luminescence. It cannot be mistaken. The tsunami shadow beast possesses a broad head, elongated ears, and robust limbs suitable for mountainous terrain, found solely in the depths of the mountains. Master Zhao seemed exceedingly knowledgeable about this aberrant creature, passionately recounting its traits. It is said that the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast resemble the lantern fish of the deep sea, emitting a ghostly blue glow. The most precious part of the beast is indeed its eyes. At this juncture, Master Zhao abruptly looked up at Ma Yuanbai, inquiring, "What are the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast? Did you bring them back?" The group exchanged glances, remaining silent, their gazes once again directed at Liu. The eyes of the tsunami shadow beast had been shattered by Liu's arrow. Liu scratched his head, appearing somewhat helpless. After all, his current strength was insufficient to pierce the creature's formidable scales, compelling him to target its weak spot instead. Everyone understood that in order to slay the beast, the destruction of its eyes had been an unfortunate necessity. "The eyes are gone," Ma Yuanbai explained, turning back. "What a pity," Master Zhao lamented, clearly wishing to see the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast for himself, his face marked by regret. "Then let us examine other items." Ma Yuanbai continued to present various objects, engaging in lengthy discussions with Master Zhao until they finally reached a satisfactory agreement. Observing the expressions of both Ma Yuanbai and the master, it was apparent that both parties had attained outcomes that pleased them. At that moment, two patrolmen approached, carrying a black box. "The portable dwelling you requested has arrived." Upon seeing the box, Master Zhao spoke with a hint of pride. "This is also one of my renowned creations. The portable cubic dwelling." Hearing that the box contained the portable dwelling, Li Yu and the others eagerly gathered around, curious to see what it truly looked like. Sun Hao leaned closer, scrutinizing the box. "So, this is the portable dwelling. It appears rather small. Can it really transform into a house?" Master Zhao chuckled, pointing to a button on the box. "Observe here." With a gentle press, the box would automatically unfold, transforming into a complete 2 by 2 meter dwelling. Sun Hao exclaimed in amazement. "Is it truly that magical?" "This could be attributed to the high-strength alloy structure I designed," Zhao Kazao explained proudly, stating that this material ensures the house is both lightweight and durable. Even when the entire house is collapsed, it weighs only about 40 kilograms, making it easy for a single person to transport. Upon reaching this point in his introduction, Zhao Kazao couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. One person, easily transportable. Several ordinary scavengers in Ma Yuanbai's group were momentarily taken aback. Such a heavy object could supposedly be moved by just one person. It was evident that in Zhao's eyes, an ordinary person referred to a typical awakened individual, quite distinct from their reality as genuine, powerless commoners. As the crowd gathered to observe, Zhao Kazao summoned a patrolling soldier and pointed to several items in front of Ma Yuanbai. This, and these, including this tree, all need to be moved to the warehouse." That he then handed a note to the nearby patrolman. "Gather these items, pack them up, and bring them over." "Understood." The two patrolling soldiers swiftly picked up the items, hoisting the large tree, and hurried back inside the high walls. The note contained the materials that Ma Yuanbai had agreed upon with Zhao Kazao. Curiously observing the portable house, Sun Hao couldn't help but exclaim, 2 times 2 is quite small. Otherwise, I would want one too." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kazao merely pursed his lips and remained silent, secretly contemplating, "I have larger ones, but I fear you would struggle to move them." However, he refrained from engaging in a debate with the young man, opting instead to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Before long, the two patrolling soldiers returned, carrying 2 boxes of supplies. Zhao Kazao then opened his eyes and addressed Ma Yuanbai. "The items are here. Please check them." Yuanbai opened the supply boxes and, after a cursory glance, nodded in affirmation. Everything is in order. Indeed, the items he most needed were present. With the successful completion of the transaction, Ma Yuanbai politely nodded at Zhao Kazao, his tone revealing a hint of sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Master Zhao. These supplies are immensely important to you." Yuanbai could clearly sense that Master Zhao seemed to be intentionally aiding him, facilitating this deal rather than genuinely requiring the items he had offered. Zhao Kazao smiled faintly and suddenly uttered a perplexing statement. "It's nothing. This may be my last transaction with anyone." With that, Zhao Kazao turned and departed with his bodyguards, and patrolman Yuanbai stood frozen, seemingly unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Master Zhao's words. When he regained his senses, Zhao had already returned within the confines of the high walls. Since pondering the matter seemed fruitless, Ma Yuanbai decided to move on as he approached the supply boxes, retrieved an item, and turned to his team, saying, "All right, stop dawdling. Let's take the supplies back." His teammates hurriedly stepped forward to carry the supply boxes back. Ma Yuanbai walked over to Li Yu, holding the item. Observing the portable house surrounded by onlookers, he voiced his opinion. "The item is good, albeit a bit small." "See, great minds think alike," Sun Hao quickly interjected. Seemingly thrilled to have his viewpoint validated, Yuanbai lifted the portable house with effort, indeed feeling its weight. He handed it to Li Yu, stating, "Here, the portable house for you. My promise is fulfilled." Li Yu nodded, easily accepting the portable house, confident that with his current physique, carrying it posed no problem. Although the portable house was small, he was quite satisfied. After all, he merely wished for a shelter to shield him from the elements, so that he and Fu Xiao would no longer have to endure the harshness of sleeping under a rain canopy. I could see that moment. Ma Yuanbai suddenly tossed an item he had been holding to Li Yu. Take this. That Liu extended his left hand and caught it, examining the long cylindrical object. For me? Li Yu inquired, puzzled. This item appeared to be made of plastic, something he had never encountered before. This is a life straw? Ma Yuanbai seemed to anticipate Li Yu's confusion and explained with a smile. What is a life straw? Zhao Xiong, standing nearby, inquired curiously. Yuanbai continued. It is a portable water filtration device that can eliminate bacteria, parasites, and other impurities from water, allowing you to drink rainwater directly. Drink rainwater? Sun Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with wonder. Is it really that miraculous? Can this thing truly filter out all impurities? Absolutely, Ma Yuanbai affirmed confidently. The filtration effect of the life straw is exceptional. Whether it's river water, lake water, or rainwater, it becomes safe to drink through this straw. Hearing this, Liu hesitated for a moment. Although he possessed a device that could generate water, it only produced a minuscule amount. He and Fu Xiao barely managed to make do, relying on the enhanced physiques of awakened individuals to minimize their water requirements. The life straw would indeed be convenient and beneficial for both him and Fu Xiao. With this in mind, Liu decided to accept the straw. Thank you. He exchanged a grateful glance with Ma Yuanbai before tucking the life straw into his raincoat. Seeing Liu accept his gift, Ma Yuanbai smiled mysteriously. It seemed plausible that he could request Liu's assistance in the future. After all, opportunities to earn Liu's gratitude were rare. Liu did not immediately attempt to open the portable house, mindful of the presence of others in the vicinity, including the shelter and various individuals. Since Ma Yuanbai had successfully achieved his goal on West Rong Mountain, and he had acquired the portable house, Liu knew it was time to depart. Yuanbai recognized Liu's intent and inquired, "Are you not participating in the talent selection competition?" "I have already secured my prize," Liu replied, lifting the portable house with determination. Having obtained the desired portable house, there was no further need for him to linger in the shelter, nor to participate in the competition to secure a place. With that thought, Liu waved farewell to Ma Yuanbai and the others. "Take care, everyone. Liu. Be safe." Ma Yuanbai and the others waved back at Liu, carrying the portable house, turned to leave the square with Fu Xiao and Xiao He. At the same moment Liu departed, the iron gate of the shelter slowly opened once more, and patrolling soldiers emerged, transporting a full load of algae sticks. The newly arrived officer stood in the square, calling out loudly, "Today's algae sticks are being distributed. Those in need, please form a line." The long-awaiting refugees instantly lit up with excitement, eagerly rushing forward to queue for their rations. With the daily distributions at the shelter, the refugees no longer had to endure hunger. The algae sticks became an essential staple in their daily lives, with some refugees even lingering nearby, hoping to survive on the algae sticks provided. The front of the gate was packed with people, as refugees continuously streamed forward to collect their portions. Before long, the once full load of algae sticks had dwindled to a mere few. The officer nodded in satisfaction, his voice resonating through the square once more. "All algae sticks have been distributed. Thank you for your cooperation." The refugees, clutching their freshly received algae sticks, eagerly began to consume them, their faces alight with satisfaction. They were no longer required to migrate. Simply remaining here would grant them access to the free food provided by the shelter. There was no better place in the world. The officer turned to the patrolling soldiers and issued orders. "All right, close the gate." The patrolling soldiers returned the empty carts. Unbeknownst to anyone, atop the watchtower on the high wall, a middle-aged man stood, closely observing the movements of the refugees. "Manager Wang, what brings you to such a high place?" The sentinel captain, who had just received the news, hurriedly jogged over. Chief Wang did not turn around. Instead, he gazed at the refugees below, who were voraciously consuming the green algae sticks, and slowly inquired, "What type are they being fed?" "They are being given the type 3 experimental green algae sticks," the sentinel captain respectfully replied. Type 3. Chief Wang nodded gently and continued to ask, "What are the effects?" Any reactions? The awakened individuals showed no effects after consumption. While the ordinary refugees exhibited a slight fattening effect, the Sentinel captain stated candidly, "What about the Type 2 experimental green algae sticks? We previously provided them." Chief Wang queried once more. The dosage in the Type 2 sticks was minimal. The refugees appeared to have no adverse changes and could be widely distributed in the short term. However, after a few more days of testing the Type 3, the effects should be even better. The Sentinel captain murmured, "There is no time for further testing. The pigs in the shelter are consuming more and more." Chief Wang pondered for a moment before deciding, "Let us go with Type 2. Instruct them to commence large-scale production immediately." Understood. The Sentinel captain promptly went to relay the message. Chief Wang then observed the refugees for a while longer, and once he saw them finish the green algae sticks, he finally descended from the watchtower with a sense of reassurance. Level up successful quiver LV-10. Capacity 150. Reload speed 10. Stability 25 unlocked. Arrow recovery. When arrows are fired, replenish the missing number of arrows. Arrow recovery speed 5 at last. The upgrade had been achieved. That Liu glanced at the quiver's current capacity. 150. Finally, it was sufficient. With that, Liu placed 2 large bundles of arrows into the quiver, and the arrows vanished from sight. Now, with a simple motion, Liu could effortlessly retrieve the equipped arrows from the quiver, significantly lightening his load. The arrow recovery feature seemed quite promising. He no longer needed to worry about running out of arrows. Liu nodded in satisfaction, realizing this upgrade had indeed been tremendously helpful. After the two exited the shelter on horseback, they traveled quite a distance. Once they had thoroughly patrolled the surrounding area of the shelter, Liu turned to Fu Xiao. "There's no one nearby." Fu Xiao replied in perfect synchronization. Only then did Liu come to a halt, lifting his gaze to the darkening sky. The rain seemed to intensify. This was not a good omen. Subsequently, Liu set down the portable house on a relatively flat patch of ground and pressed the switch. Click! With a subtle mechanical sound, the box began to unfold slowly. This process resembled a flower gradually blooming, as the various folded sections of the box slowly expanded, ultimately forming a three-dimensional spatial structure. Witnessing this magical scene, Xiao Hei's eyes widened as if they were the size of copper bells. It opened. It really transformed into a house. Fu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, her small face brimming with excitement. Observing the fully unfolded portable house, Liu had to concede that Sun Hao was indeed correct. The house was undeniably small. The 2x2 portable house was indeed a bit cramped. Looking at the confined interior, it was just barely spacious enough for both him and Fu Xiao to lie down comfortably. However, compared to sleeping under a makeshift rain canopy outside, this house was a significant improvement. Liu examined the exterior of the house. While it bore a camouflage pattern, it offered little in terms of concealment. Upon opening the door of the portable house, both he and Fu Xiao stepped inside, and to their surprise, the interior was a warm, creamy white. The floor beneath their feet seemed to be covered with some special material, yielding softly underfoot. Aside from that, there was nothing else inside. It appeared to be merely a simple structure designed for temporary rest. Fu Xiao could hardly contain her excitement and lay down immediately. "It's so quiet," she murmured contentedly, shutting her eyes. Only then did Liu notice the house's impressive soundproofing. The sound of raindrops falling had notably diminished. Thud, thud! A knocking sound came from outside the door. Liu opened it to find Xiao Hei pressing its head against the door, seemingly quite displeased. Clearly, it did not want to stand outside in the rain. Seeing Xiao Hei's antics brought a smile to Liu's face. He retrieved the rain canopy from his gear and went outside, setting it up high against the house. As soon as the canopy was erected, Xiao Hei hurriedly dashed under it, letting out a few satisfied grumbles upon escaping the rain. Liu shook off the raindrops and returned inside, saying to Fu Xiao, "You rest first. I'll keep watch." "All right, then I'll sleep for a bit," Fu Xiao replied, eager to rest in this new house and no longer hesitating. With Liu beside her, she felt utterly secure and quickly drifted off to sleep. Listening to Fu Xiao's steady breathing, Liu settled at the door, pulling out the deep blue beast crystal core from his pocket. As his fingers gently stroked the deep blue crystal, A swirl of complex emotions surged within him. He had originally intended to wait until acquiring firearms before upgrading his weaponry. However, it was evident that this plan could not be realized, and he needed to adjust his strategy, postponing the matter of firearms for the time being. After assisting Ma Yuanbai in ascending the mountain, Liu began to reflect deeply within himself, since awakening his abilities. He had somewhat underestimated the beasts and other awakened individuals. Closing his eyes, the image of the tsunami shadow beast surfaced in his mind. That beast effortlessly deflected his arrows. Even those that had successfully struck were repelled by its scales, causing no damage whatsoever. His bow and arrows lacked the expected lethality, which greatly heightened his sense of urgency. Aside from his bow and arrows, he did not possess any significant advantages over the other awakened individuals. Furrowing his brow, Liu realized he must elevate his strength without delay. It was time for a transformation. His hand brushed lightly over the crossbow and the black bow beside him. The primary weapon slot was occupied by the bow type, undoubtedly his most crucial means of attack at present. The ability to switch fluidly between them would allow him to effectively address a variety of complex situations, as long as he continuously enhanced his weapons and further leveled up. He would undoubtedly grow stronger. Lowering his gaze to the beast crystal core in his hand, he understood that this deep blue crystal could not be squandered. Glancing at his equipment slots, they resembled a flock of eager chicks, all impatiently awaiting Liu to bestow upon them experience. He yearned to upgrade them all at once. However, even if the cyclone within him spun at breakneck speed, it could not generate the experience points required for such a multitude of equipment slots. Liu let out a soft sigh. It seemed he would have to prioritize upgrading his primary weapon, the bow and arrow, for now. Clenching the deep blue crystal core tightly in his hand, Liu summoned all his energy to absorb the core's power. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged into his body, rapidly filling him under the cyclone's vigorous propulsion. Once the energy coursed through him, it began to be gradually transformed by the cyclone, though its rotation speed noticeably slowed. This crystal was peculiar. While the cyclone's rotation had decelerated, the efficiency of experience conversion had, in fact, increased. Clearly, the energy concentration within this beast crystal was far superior to that of the previous ones. Ma Yuanbai was indeed correct. The more concentrated the beast crystal, the purer the energy. As Liu reveled in the continuous influx of energy, he realized that, with this conversion efficiency, upgrading his bow and arrows was within reach. The overcast sky began to show a hint of brightness. After an entire night of relentless energy conversion, coupled with the mighty and refined energy from the deep blue beast crystal, Liu's experience points finally reached maximum capacity. Glass bow LV-16. Effective attack range 12,800 meters. Hit rate 100. Aim time 1 second. Volley. Rapid fire. As predicted by Liu, the upgraded attack range has doubled once again, reaching an astonishing 12,800 meters. However, upon observing this newfound distance, Liu furrowed his brow tightly. This shouldn't be the case. For him, there was virtually no distinction between 6,400 meters and 12,800 meters. Without the assistance of Fu Xiao, he would have been utterly incapable of locating his target. Logically, if the range of the bow and arrow had increased, the speed and power of the arrows should have enhanced correspondingly. Liu was certain that the upgrade of his abilities could not be as simple as merely extending the range. At 12,800 meters, the lethality should be exceedingly formidable. How could it fail to slay the aberrant beasts? Liu closed his eyes and pondered carefully. Yet that aberrant beast had indeed blocked his arrow with just its scales. And that was shot from a crossbow. Arrows. Liu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Could it be an issue with the arrows? With this thought, he hurriedly picked up the knocked arrow beside his bow. Rain Crow Arrow LV-5. Flight speed 50, stability 50. It seemed quite standard. Could it be that the arrow's tier was simply too low? At this moment, Liu recalled the 2 bundles of arrows he had acquired from the Black Rat, which now occupied the majority of his quiver. He quickly retrieved an unremarkable arrow, its entire body a dull gray. Identifying similar equipment. Switch successful. Armor-piercing arrow. Fiber shaft, alloy tip, wind-breaking tail. possesses exceptionally high hardness and penetrative ability. Armor-piercing arrow LV5, penetration 50, stability 50, flight speed 50, special characteristics, none.liu. I'm super. Rapidly switching experience targets to the armor-piercing arrow, he began to fervently channel his energy, eager to elevate the armor-piercing arrow to its maximum level at once. As he channeled his energy, a sense of indignation welled up within him. Black Rat. Oh, Black Rat! Such fine arrows, and you say nothing, only endlessly extolling your crossbow. Remembering how the Black Rat had even gifted him a bundle, Liu felt a wave of exasperation. From their appearance, those two large bundles of gray arrows seemed utterly mundane. He had assumed they were just ordinary arrows, never considering otherwise. In that moment, Liu felt as if he had been profoundly stimulated. He began to convert experience while simultaneously rummaging through several small items, his hands never pausing. Small equipment slot. Equipment successful. Life straw, capable of removing most bacteria and suspended particles from water, filtering it into basic drinking water. Liu switched to another small item, equipping it in a different small equipment slot. Equipment successful. Plastic rope. Waterproof and moisture-proof, easy to carry, capable of withstanding considerable tension and weight. He experimented with small bottles and boxes from his pack, testing each one in turn. Finally, Liu even produced a small crystal core for experimentation. Switch successful. Aberrant beast crystal core, non-upgradable. After testing the small items, Liu removed the multifunctional equipment pack, carelessly tossing it aside, and swiftly exited the dwelling that he paid no mind to Fu Xiao still inside, turning back to place his hand on the unfolded portable house. Equipment failed. Liu then approached the small black figure beside the house. Placing his hand on its rear, equipment failed, small black. Liu squatted down, scooping up a handful of rainwater from the ground. Equipment failed. Liu seemed to be in a trance, eager to try equipping anything he laid his eyes upon. Just as he continued his experiments, the rain suddenly began to diminish for the refugees. This was an exceedingly rare piece of good weather. Today was a light rain. Even Liu was filled with astonishment. Just as he spread his hands, marveling at the rarity of such weather, a thunderous roar erupted from the east, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. It coming again. Liu lifted his head. Unlike before, this time the immense sound surged a profound sense of threat within him. Almost immediately, the ground trembled violently. Whoosh! The rain intensified abruptly, becoming increasingly fierce. Liu gazed towards the eastern sky, sensing that this tremendous noise was undoubtedly connected to the foretold disaster. What sound? Fu Xiao, awakened by the violent tremors and booming noise, quickly rose, deeply sensing a potent sense of crisis. You can feel it too? Liu noticed the panic in Fu Xiao's expression. Yes, Fu Xiao nodded, clutching her chest at that moment. Liu also perceived that something was amiss. Did this indicate that the prophesied disaster was about to descend? Hiss! The small black figure nearby was also leaping about restlessly. The sound of the explosion was far more intense than the last time he had heard it. Everything seemed to be foreboding something. Let us prepare to depart. Liu felt that there was no longer any need to remain here. Seeing the sudden appearance of the pack in the house, Fu Xiao did not question it. She swiftly approached to tidy up the pack and stow away the rain canopy outside the house. Only then did Liu press the button on the house. Click. The portable house slowly began to fold, ultimately returning to a size akin to a box. Indeed, it is quite convenient that Liu stepped forward, grasping the box and immediately attempting to equip it. Multifunctional equipment slot. Equipment successful. Portable house. Folded form easy to unfold and fold, equipped with a rainwater kinetic recovery panel on top, and contains an air filter. Success! A wave of joy surged within Liu. Truly, the multifunctional equipment slot is impressive. Carrying a pack is far easier than lugging around the portable house. Moreover, aside from the waterproof cloth and distillation device, there is nothing particularly precious inside the pack. With the life straw now available, the time-consuming distillation device was rendered unnecessary. Even if the pack were to be lost now, Liu would not feel a twinge of regret. After sharing a piece of meat from an aberrant beast, the two mounted the small black figure. Liu oriented himself, glancing back at the high walls of the shelter, and pointed towards the opposite westward direction. Let us go. The small black figure shook its head and quickly dashed towards the west. Boom! The thunderous roar similarly startled everyone surrounding the shelter. Beneath the high walls, all felt an inexplicable, profound threat. It's the disaster. The disaster is coming. The prophecy is real. Run. There is still time. A wave of panic erupted among the crowd. A Yuan-bai, who was resting at the edge of the high wall, hastily looked up to confirm the situation. We must leave now. Let us go now. Originally, Ma Yuan-bai had planned to wait for the talent selection to conclude before departing with the individuals from the safety zone. However, an intense premonition suddenly surged within him, urging him not to linger here any longer. Not a moment to waste. Quick! Ma Yuan-bai stepped forward to assist. Under his urging, the group swiftly packed up. Everyone, stay close. A Yuan-bai's team quickly departed from the shelter, heading westward. Although the refugees were initially startled by the thunderous roar, they soon calmed down and regrouped. It's just thunder and an earthquake. Nothing to worry about. Indeed, earthquakes frequently occurred in the Black Mountain region. There was no cause for alarm. Observing the hurried individuals choosing to leave, the refugees couldn't help but tease. They, too, were utterly frightened. Beside us lies a sanctuary. What is there to fear? No sooner had the words of a few refugees fallen than the imposing gates beneath the high walls slowly swung open. A row of patrolling soldiers emerged from within, weapons in hand, their expressions grave as they stationed themselves at the entrance. Immediately following this, a piercing alarm resonated above the sanctuary. Wail! Beep! Beep! The sound was so thunderous that anyone within earshot could hear it distinctly. It is an alarm. Evacuate swiftly. The nearby patrol teams, upon hearing the alarm, hastily returned, striding purposefully into the high walls. All within the sanctuary displayed an air of tense vigilance, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. What on earth is happening? It certainly seems something is amiss. Could it be the commencement of a talent selection competition? Unlikely. It appears something significant is unfolding. The refugees remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Continuing to observe from the sidelines that moment, the executive officer, Wu Hongguang, stepped out from the gates, his voice tinged with urgency as he called out, "Those skilled in mechanical repairs, come forth." That a throng of individuals surged forward. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, halting everyone in their tracks. The officer raised his firearm high. Pay close attention to my weapon. Think carefully before you speak. A scavenger raised his hand. Enter, with a wave of the officer's hand. The scavenger dashed eagerly through the gates. I can too, another person shouted. Enter. The officer, weapon in hand, commanded respect. No one dared deceive him, for even entry would lead to certain doom. At this juncture, another squad of patrolling soldiers returned on their rain camels. Not pausing for a moment as they swiftly entered through the gates, the patrolmen understood well that the sanctuary's alarm only sounded in the direst of circumstances. Observing the incoming patrol team, a line of sentinels discreetly concealed themselves. Rather than standing atop the walls, they secretly gathered at the entrance point. One sentinel's eyes were fixed intently on the open gates, his hands trembling uncontrollably, noting the prolonged silence. Another sentinel quietly urged their leader, "Captain, this is our sole opportunity." "Indeed, Captain, otherwise it will be too late once the gates fully close," the sentinels behind chimed in. The sentinel captain fixed his gaze on the gates, determination coursing through him. With a steely resolve, he commanded, "Move." The captain led his group swiftly toward the gates. As they approached the threshold, the executive officer noticed them and barred their passage. The alarm has sounded. No one is permitted to exit. Surely, as sentinels, you are aware of this. We have urgent tasks that necessitate our departure, the captain replied firmly. The officer's eyes narrowed with suspicion. How could there be missions to execute in such a crisis? The sentinels gripped their weapons tightly, poised for a potential confrontation. "Produce your orders," the officer demanded skeptically. The sentinel captain advanced step by step, his comrades growing increasingly tense behind him. They had no such orders. Discovery would spell disaster. Just then, another squad of patrolmen returned. "Captain Zhao?" "Captain Liu." The sentinel captain was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the returning figures. Hastily holstering his weapon, he shared a close bond with Captain Zhao of the patrol team and wished to avoid causing him harm. Why are you not on watch? Captain Zhao dismounted his rain camel and approached curiously. We have an urgent mission that requires us to leave, the captain explained. Their eyes met, and Captain Zhao glanced at the visibly anxious sentinels behind the captain. Having served in the patrol for years, he instantly grasped the situation. However, he chose not to alert others. Instead, he turned to the nearby executive officer and said, "Let them pass." The officer hesitated, but there are orders forbidding departures. It's an urgent mission. Are you not aware? Let them pass. Captain Zhao raised his voice. As a newly appointed leader, he did not wish to offend both commanders simultaneously. Considering this, the officer reluctantly stepped aside. Calling loudly, "Urgent mission. Let them pass." Upon hearing the officer's words, the soldiers guarding the gates parted ways. The sentinel captain and his group finally succeeded in stepping through the gates as they brushed past one another. The sentinel captain glanced back, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within him. He understood all too well that without Captain Zhao's assistance, they would likely have never crossed that threshold the same moment. Captain Zhao turned to him. Both men comprehended that this might be their final farewell. "Old Zhao, take care," the sentinel captain said, suppressing his overwhelming relief as he lowered his voice. "Farewell, old Liu," Captain Zhao replied. His expression somber, echoing the sentiment softly. The sentinel captain hurriedly led his group away from the sanctuary, making their way westward. Meanwhile, Captain Zhao returned with his patrol team to the sanctuary. They walked in opposite directions. Neither casting a glance back, they respected each other's choices. Amid the ceaseless wail of the alarm, the officer at the entrance mentally counted the passing seconds. This shouldn't be, he mused, glancing into the distance. His mind clouded with uncertainty. The time to close the gates was fast approaching, yet many patrol teams remained unreturned. Logically, upon hearing the alarm, even those stationed in the farthest reaches should have been able to return within the designated time frame. Yet now, only a scant few squads had returned. Listening to the incessant alarm emanating from the sanctuary, the inhabitants of the Wang family Hill safe zone appeared increasingly flustered. "Master, what should we do?" Wang Lijian hurriedly approached, inquiring. Wang Qingshui glanced at the sanctuary gates and then at the gathered individuals in the safe zone, that he understood that they likely did not possess the qualifications to enter the sanctuary. Although the sanctuary had granted him a spot, he was unwilling to abandon his family for mere survival. Furthermore, the sanctuary had not yet held its talent selection process. His plans to send some of the Wang family into the sanctuary had also fallen through. However, after several days of recuperation, their group had gradually regained its strength, and their supplies had been replenished. It was time to set forth. Observing the sanctuary's various reactions, Wang Qingshui sensed that a crisis was imminent. With this realization, he decisively called out to those around him. "All members of the Wang family, continue migrating with me." Yes, the Wang family members appeared to have been prepared for migration all along. Wang Lijian rushed to the front of the group to lead, frequently turning back to urge, "Hurry up." Despite having lived in the safe zone for many years, he had never felt such an intense sense of foreboding, compelling him to flee this place. The Wang family's contingent quickly assembled and set off. Once they rounded the high walls of the sanctuary, they continued their migration westward. The sudden departure of this large group immediately caught the attention of all the refugees. Witnessing the Wang family, clad in ochre raincoats, receding into the distance, the refugees beneath the high walls finally began to panic. "What? The Wang family safe zone is leaving too. What should we do?" The refugees exchanged glances, each observing the other in a state of mutual bewilderment. Those who had journeyed from distant lands appeared equally adrift, having seemingly lost their sense of direction. Amidst the throng, a few elderly refugees began to gather their belongings. Fully aware that entry into the sanctuary was an impossibility, the calamity loomed on the horizon. To survive, they understood that they must follow the safe zone, for it offered the faintest hope of salvation. Although the individuals leading the migration had shifted, as long as they could continue to move westward, they had no other choice. Before long, half of the refugees opted to follow suit. Among those departing were also local refugees from Shirong Mountain and inhabitants of the safe zone. Their exodus resulted in a sudden reduction of the crowd beneath the high walls, leaving the remaining refugees in a state of indecision. After all, Leaving this place meant facing starvation, and perhaps even death along the perilous journey. The locals seemed reluctant to abandon the familiar territory they had always known. Report. A patrolling soldier, riding a rain camel, dashed towards the gate, calling out loudly as he ran. Urgent report. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldier gasped for breath before relaying to the officer, "A flood has struck Shirong Mountain." The officer's expression darkened, realizing that time was of the essence, and he hastily issued commands to those nearby. "Prepare to seal the sanctuary. Get ready to close the gates." Yes. Two patrolling soldiers immediately sprang into action. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from within the high walls, shouting at the officer, "Do not close the gates yet. The Holy Sun has yet to return." The officer, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from shutting the gates entirely, merely closing them halfway. However, this action ignited panic among the surrounding refugees. "Are they closing the gates?" I heard the commotion. The refugees outside the high walls descended into a frenzy, their inner fears uncontainable as they surged forward in a frantic rush. "I am a local. I've devoted my life to the sanctuary. Let me in. I know the captain of the sanctuary's horsemen." Regardless of their cries, the officer remained unmoved. As more individuals attempted to breach the gates, those on the periphery hastily converged. The armed patrolmen at the entrance swiftly aimed their weapons at the advancing refugees. The officer brandished his pistol, warning the crowd, "I advise you, if you take another step closer, I will open fire." A chorus of wails erupted from the refugees. "Let us in, please, I beg you. My child is still young. Allow my child to enter. I will not go in myself." Despite the desperate pleas, the officer resolutely raised his weapon at that moment. An awakened individual among the refugees pushed past the crowd, shouting, "I'm a contestant in the talent selection. I possess extraordinary abilities. I have registered. I am also awakened. Let me in. I am certain I can qualify." The officer remained impassive, lightly gesturing as the iron gates closed a fraction more, leaving only a narrow gap. He was genuinely apprehensive that someone might seize the opportunity to rush through the gates. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within the high walls. "Do not close the gates. Let me out. I will give you everything I have in the sanctuary. Just let me out." The captain of the patrol inside immediately drew his weapon, blocking those attempting to flee. The officer could not help but glance back. In that fleeting moment, the refugees outside surged forward. "Now's our chance. Let's rush in." A group of refugees, eyes wide with determination, charged forward, fixating solely on that grand entrance. Bang! Bang! The sharp sounds of gunfire rang out, as several refugees were gunned down by the patrolmen, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gunfire? Has the sanctuary turned to murder? Impossible. The sanctuary is benevolent. They would never harm us. The refugees were filled with shock. Even faced with the stark reality, disbelief clouded their minds. The sanctuary, which provided them with daily rations, had opened fire upon them. Witnessing the fallen, the remaining refugees were engulfed in terror, halting their advance. "Let me out." A fierce conflict seemed to erupt within the gates. Bang! A shot rang out from inside, as the patrol captain warned with gunfire, knowing many among those seeking escape were familiar faces. Yet the gunfire could not deter those desperate to flee. As the captain hesitated, several figures managed to break free from the gates. "Open fire," the officer commanded at rat-a-tat-tat. The patrolmen at the entrance fired without hesitation. After a barrage of gunfire, those who had just escaped were all struck down at the threshold. In their final moments, they struggled desperately, attempting to distance themselves from the sanctuary. The patrol captain, witnessing this horror, could not bear to keep his eyes open at that moment. A messenger hurried to the main gate, delivering the latest orders to the officer. It was a directive from the higher-ups. The officer received the command, quickly scanning its contents before raising his hand to issue a new order. "Close the gates." The patrolmen guarding the entrance hurried inside, shouting as they ran, "Close the gates!" With a thunderous crash, the massive iron gates slammed shut. The refugees outside rushed to the entrance, pounding on the gates and crying out, "Please, open the door. Let me in. I will work like a beast of burden." But all that responded to their pleas were the cold rain and the firmly shut gates. Amidst the chaos, more commotion erupted from within the gates. "This is our last chance. Follow me out." Someone shouted from inside, rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Meanwhile, to the west of the sanctuary, a group was advancing in that direction, the heart of the procession. A young man rode a tall rain camel, exuding an air of nonchalance. Behind him followed a cadre of formidable combat soldiers. As the procession continued westward, an intelligence officer cautiously approached the young man, respectfully inquiring, "Holy Son, this does not appear to be the direction back to the sanctuary." The Holy Son smiled at the officer, responding, "Of course not, do you have any objections?" His gaze bore down upon the officer. "No, none," the officer stammered, immediately kneeling and bowing repeatedly in apology. In that instant, he felt a brush with mortality. Hearing the Holy Son's words, the commander and others around him instinctively lowered their heads. The Holy Son's form radiated with a sudden brilliance, his sharp gaze sweeping over the combat unit he had brought with him. "From this day forth, do not call me Holy Son. I am no longer the Holy Son of the sanctuary. You need only remember this one thing," that he raised his right hand, pointing to his chest, "that I am Wang Zhaotian, your captain. Do you understand?" Wang Zhaotian asked loudly. "Understood," the crowd responded in unison, satisfied with their reply. Wang Zhaotian nodded, allowing the glow around him to dissipate, returning to his previous audacious demeanor. He cast a glance back towards the sanctuary, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Old man, did you ever imagine this? You thought you could keep me inside for 30 years. Not a chance." His pretense of pursuing the Zhang family's safe zone was merely a facade. His true intention was to escape the sanctuary. "You can no longer bind me. I have finally left this wretched place." Wang Zhaotian's voice carried a hint of recklessness and ease. Following the misty rain, his gaze shifted back to the west, filled with anticipation that a new world awaits. "I, Wang Zhaotian, have arrived." To the west of the refuge, the Wang family members were advancing rapidly. A figure darted back towards them. "Head of the family, it's a flood," shouted the scout, pointing towards the foot of the mountain. The flood was about to block their path to the west. Wang Qingxue immediately commanded, "Increase your speed." The people of Wang family's safe zone began to sprint. They had to reach the elevated ground to the west before the flood obstructed their route. The rain intensified, cascading down with increasing ferocity. This weather was undeniably abnormal, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of crisis. Not far behind Wang family's safe zone, the refugees desperately followed suit. They feared that if they lagged, they would meet a fate unburied. Fortunately, the refugees had managed to fill their stomachs for a few days within the safe zone and could still keep pace with the Wang family. Meanwhile, the refugees lingering outside the high walls sensed the dire situation. It seemed that entering the refuge was no longer an option. "We should leave too. The people in the safe zone can't have gone far." "Yes, let's catch up." Reluctantly, the refugees set off towards the west. Not long after departing, they discovered that the road ahead had already been swept away by the raging waters. "This is bad. There's no path left." Quickly, back to the refuge, with no escape route. The group of refugees had no choice but to return to the towering walls of the refuge, seeking shelter from the encroaching flood before the steel gates. The sound of the flood grew ever closer. Those who had chosen to remain heard the overwhelming roar of the rushing water. "This one do. Quick, climb." With no sentinels to defend them, a few among the refugees began to climb, striving to scale the high walls. "Help! Open the gate for us." They swiftly formed a human ladder, assisting a skilled scavenger to ascend the wall. The scavenger exerted all his strength to reach the top. He suddenly froze, terror and despair flooding his eyes. "Hurry, open the door. The flood is coming," the refugees below shouted. The scavenger gazed at the surging flood not far away, then looked back at the desolate scene within the walls, lowering his head to cry out in desperation. "There's nothing inside. No one is left. The refuge is empty." At this, the faces of the refugees below changed dramatically. Rumble. The flood roared as it surged forward, resembling 1,000 galloping steeds or a monstrous beast in a furious rage. The high walls appeared feeble against the onslaught. With a crash, the flood easily demolished the walls, sweeping everything away with it. The refugees were thrown into chaos, their screams, cries, and pleas blending into a cacophony. Yet, amidst the roaring flood, These voices were quickly devoured. The flood swept mercilessly past, erasing all within its murky currents. Within the torrential downpour, the Wong family struggled to forge ahead. Not far behind, a throng of ragged refugees had closely followed them. Since they had not intentionally driven them away, the refugees were able to keep pace. "Hurry! Increase your speed!" Wang Lijian shouted hoarsely from within the ranks. The pace of the Wang family quickened once more. Wang Lijian was not concerned about being overtaken by the refugees behind. It was the indescribable sense of dread that spurred him to leave this place as soon as possible. As the safe zone ahead accelerated again, the refugees exerted every ounce of strength to keep up for the sake of survival. The strange sound emanated from behind. "What is that noise?" Wang Lijian turned alertly towards the source of the sound. He beheld a dark mass rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. "What is that?" Wang Lijian's face was filled with shock. Wang Qingshui also turned back, her face paling instantly as she gasped. "It's a horde of beasts. How is this possible?" "Run!" Wang Qingshui shouted to her family. Hearing the head of the family's command, the Wang family's safe zone members sprang into action, accelerating once more. The refugees, sensing something amiss, were horrified to see the dark mass of beasts behind them, causing them to flee in a panic. "The beasts are coming! Don't eat me!" Under the shadow of death. Some refugees even outran those from the safe zone. Yet in this tempest, how could humans possibly outrun the beasts? The sound of crackling grew ever closer. The dark mass of beasts soon overtook the lagging refugees. Those who ran slowly were filled with terror, gazing hopelessly at the ferocious beast. We're doomed. The beasts charged forward. The refugees, who had resigned themselves to their fate, were astonished to discover that the beasts seemed oblivious to their presence, rushing past like the wind. Except for a few unfortunate souls who were struck down by the beasts, none were attacked. Could it be the beasts were fleeing too? In this chaotic scene, the refugees were bewildered to find that the beasts were not targeting them. They too were frantically escaping. The eyes of the beasts were filled with fear, as if evading something far more terrifying. Watching the beasts whiz by, Wang Qingshui's heart tightened. What could they be afraid of? He knew well that whatever could induce such panic in these otherwise formidable creatures must be something far more dangerous and dreadful. "Everyone, don't stop. Keep running." Wang Qingshui's voice rang out once more amidst the crowd. Despite feeling a profound sense of confusion, he understood that this was no time to halt and ponder. To ensure that the safe zone was not the first to face misfortune, they had to outrun the refugees. After the chaos, the refugees even mingled with the Wang family members, desperately sprinting westward. The torrential rain obscured their vision, yet they dared not pause for a moment. Under the deluge, a robust black horse galloped swiftly, vanishing into the vast curtain of rain in an instant. Clinging tightly to Li Yu on the horse's back, Fu Xiao was fearful of being thrown off at any moment. Suddenly, she sensed a distinct change in the height of the raindrops falling from behind. Fu Xiao concentrated her mental energy, and even from a distance, she could clearly feel it. The size, it was a beast. She perceived that the beasts were gradually closing in, and there were more than one. Fu Xiao's expression shifted, and she hurriedly tapped Li Yu. "There's a pack of beasts, many of them but a pack of beasts." Li Yu questioned, puzzled, wondering if there was a species of beast that traveled in droves. Fu Xiao shut her eyes to confirm again. Indeed, it was a pack, approximately 30 strong. There was no time for her to count further. "What?" Li Yu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Little Black, run!" Just as Little Black was about to sprint, a tremendous sound of crackling echoed from behind. "They're coming." Fu Xiao urged urgently. "So fast." Li Yu was taken aback. It is important to note that Fu Xiao possessed an extraordinary range of perception. They were currently riding Xiao He at full speed, so how could they be caught up so swiftly? Li Yu turned to look back, only to hear the thunderous sounds of the beast herd's gallop, their feet illuminating the ground with flashes of yellow light like lightning. The herd was formidable and astonishingly swift. These were indeed extraordinary creatures. It was clear they were not ordinary beasts. However, Li Yu's instinct told him that these creatures did not appear to be pursuing him. He quickly lowered his gaze to observe Xiao He's reaction. Surprisingly, the normally timid Xiao He displayed no signs of fear. The beasts were running westward. Fu Xiao soon grasped the situation. Oh, that is it. The beasts are fleeing. Liu understood. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he instructed Xiao He to veer away and hide from the open space. Soon, the dark mass of the beast herd chased after them, like a tempest. They rushed past the two of them, the beasts not even glancing at Liu. Indeed, it was a herd of extraordinary creatures that seemed to have escaped from the Shirong Mountains. As Liu watched the herd dash past, a thought struck him. These creatures were all from the mountains, which were seldom seen. Yet now they appeared in droves. Considering the few extraordinary beast cores he had left, Liu gradually raised his bow. Upon witnessing Liu's movement, Fu Xiao's eyes widened in alarm, and she hastily covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Liu actually intended to seize the opportunity to attack the herd. If this swift herd of beasts were to suddenly turn around, they might not even have the chance to escape. Liu knocked 3 armor-piercing arrows onto his bow, angling the tips towards the herd and aiming at the last 3 beasts in the rear. The targeting circle in his vision had shrunk to its minimum. Yet Liu did not release his shot immediately. It was not until the herd was nearly obscured by the rain and mist that he suddenly let loose. Fire! Whoosh! The 3 arrows shot forth, disappearing into the torrential downpour like meteors. Thud! The fleeing beasts barely had time to react before their massive heads were pierced by the armor-piercing arrows, the life within them extinguished instantly, and the electric glow beneath their feet faded away. Due to inertia, the colossal bodies of the beasts rolled forward several times in the rain. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 beasts beside them collapsed to the ground. Roar! Upon sensing the demise of their companions, the herd erupted with a furious roar. The leading beast raised its head in anger, scanning its surroundings. However, as they were fleeing, the leader could only afford a fleeting glance around. Not detecting any enemies, it quickly resumed its desperate dash, unconcerned for its fallen comrades. "We did it!" Fu Xiao exclaimed excitedly from the side. She could distinctly sense that 3 beasts had fallen motionless in the rain. "Quick, let's go!" Liu hastily mounted his horse, pulling Fu Xiao up with him. The 2 rode Xiao He swiftly towards the retreating herd of beasts. Soon, the massive corpses of the 3 beasts came into view. "You go over there and collect the blood," Liu instructed, pointing to one of the beasts. While he dismounted and approached another, he had already taken out a small vial he had prepared. "All right." Fu Xiao, equally eager, pulled out her small vial from her pack and hurried toward another beast. When Liu finished with one and reached the third, he realized that this creature had nearly bled out. "Oh no, hold on a little longer," Liu exclaimed, displaying a face of regret. But he still regretfully drew out his machete and began to search through the beast's innards. Found it, Liu discovered 2 pale yellow beast cores. "I found 2 here as well," Fu Xiao joyfully responded, her vial already filled with beast blood, containing 2 beast cores. Each beast had 2 pale yellow cores, totaling 6.6 cores and 2 vials of beast blood. What a bountiful harvest! Satisfied, Liu stowed away the spoils, finally shifting his gaze to the enormous carcasses of the beasts. The meat of these creatures could not go to waste, as he spoke. He brandished his machete, expertly slicing off chunks of the beast's flesh, that he then retrieved a preservation jar and said to Fu Xiao, "Select the finest portions to pack in here." Liu tossed a large piece of beast thigh meat in front of Xiao He. Xiao He, eat up. "Wow, this piece of meat is enormous." Fu Xiao gasped, rapidly packing chunks of beast meat into the jar until it was brimming. "That it's full." She called out to Liu as she began to fill it, only selecting the prime cuts, but the jar quickly reached its limit that a single beast's worth of meat would not fit. It was clear the preservation jar was too small. Liu shook his head, realizing that the jar needed an upgrade. Yet the thought of upgrading everything made him feel anxious. Gazing at the remaining 2 intact beast carcasses, a look of helplessness crossed Liu's face. There was an overabundance of beast meat. He had never anticipated a day when he would have too much prey to carry. He secured a plump beast leg firmly on the horse's back and resolved not to take the remaining meat from the other 2 beasts. "Someone's coming." Fu Xiao's voice suddenly fell silent. "What is it?" Liu turned, puzzled. "It seems like a child," Fu Xiao remarked, a hint of recognition lacing her tone, albeit uncertain. "A child." Liu's curiosity was piqued, and he stood still for a moment. Before long, a little girl came running towards them. The girl paid no heed to the two and dashed straight towards the carcass of the beast Liu had just slaughtered and dissected. To their astonishment, she dove into the beast's flesh, devouring it ravenously. It's her. Seeing the girl, Liu suddenly recalled. She was the same little girl who had previously attacked Zhang Biao's group. He remembered that this child seemed to possess some unique ability. Being an awakened one, looking around, Liu noted that the girl appeared to be without her usual followers with the red eyes, that a wave of surprise washed over him. He had not anticipated that this little girl could survive alone. Observing the girl's pitiful form, Fu Xiao fell silent. She understood that in this world, the law of survival was merciless. They could not assist everyone they encountered. Yet in her eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible sympathy shone through. Liu packed away the jars and vials. Once he finished, he sighed while watching the little girl. He then spoke to her, who was still voraciously consuming the meat. Slow down. Take your time. You can have all these beasts. With that, Liu and Fu Xiao mounted their horses and continued westward. Upon hearing the voice, the little girl paused her frantic eating, looking up at the departing figures of Liu and Fu Xiao. She then turned her gaze back to the two intact beast carcasses, a fleeting glimmer of red light flashing in her eyes. After they had traveled a short distance, Xiao He felt the additional weight on its back, particularly the beast leg pressing against its rear. Xiao He was decidedly displeased, moving at a sluggish pace. Xiao He, pick up the pace, Liu urged, giving the horse a firm nudge in its belly. At this rate, they could not even match the speed of migrating refugees. Xiao He remained unperturbed, trotting leisurely, utterly indifferent to Liu's commands. Liu, feeling helpless, retrieved a leopard beast core from his inside pocket. Look, what is this? Liu seductively spoke, then waved the crystal core in front of her. Xiao He's eyes instantly lit up, and it quickly turned its head, swallowing the crystal core in one gulp. With the exotic beast crystal core now inside, Xiao He emitted a joyful hiss, its spirit visibly invigorated, and its steps became noticeably lighter. Without any prompting or reminders from Liu, Xiao He independently accelerated forward. Dashing eagerly ahead, you couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao He was akin to a child. The broken armor Arrow LV7, penetration 70, stability 70, flight speed 70, trait none. When Liu lifted his head from his focus on upgrading equipment, he was immediately met with a breathtaking sight. Flames flickered through the rain, resembling a winding fire dragon, relentless and continuous. These flames, once a rare sight, now appeared frequently, losing their preciousness. This firelight, Liu murmured to himself. At this moment, without needing Fu Xiao's reminder, he understood that many would be guarding ahead. Beneath the flames, a narrow and treacherous gorge appeared before him. The cliffs on either side towered like sharpened blades. Indicating this was an essential route to the western regions to end this desolate land. The gorge resembled a deep scar carved into the earth. The flames not only illuminated the entire gorge, but also extended along it, suggesting that someone had completely sealed off this area. Liu furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Fu Xiao behind him. Can we bypass this? Fu Xiao closed her eyes, concentrating on sensing the surrounding terrain. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head in resignation that if they were to detour, it would require a significantly longer journey, at least delaying them by 2 days. It seemed they had no other choice. This was the only path out of the Shirong Mountains. Liu gazed at the gorge filled with firelight, his brow furrowing deeper. Let us approach and take a look. Liu rode Xiao He slowly towards the gorge. As they drew nearer, the situation within the gorge became increasingly clear, and Liu finally discerned the circumstances at play. The clusters of flames were spaced about several dozen meters apart, stretching into the distance. Beside each cluster of flames stood numerous individuals, their expressions vigilant as they monitored every movement below in the gorge. They were members of the safe zone. Liu recognized their standardized attire. Upon noticing that they all wore waterproof shoes, a realization struck him. Could this be the Golden Summit safe zone the wealthy merchant mentioned earlier? At that moment, some individuals from the safe zone below were shouting excitedly. Seemingly having made significant gains, Liu vaguely spotted what appeared to be the corpses of exotic beasts ahead. It seemed the recent horde of exotic beasts had successfully charged through the gorge. Although the safe zone members dared not step forward to impede them, They had seized the opportunity to slay an exotic beast. Several safe zone members were busily collecting the remains of the beast below. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the gorge, drenching Li Yu's face with rain. Accompanying it were several strange sounds. Crack, crack, that Li Yu turned towards the source of the noise, only to notice that beside the flames atop the gorge, not only were there guards from the safe zone, but also numerous figures of refugees. However, these refugees were all lying on the ground, and no wonder he hadn't noticed them earlier. Before Li Yu could ponder further, a guard raised his arm and vigorously swung a whip, striking the refugees who lay on the ground. "You worthless scum! Do you dare to slack off while on watch?" Crack, crack. With several lashes, deep red welts instantly appeared on the refugees' backs. And anguished cries echoed around. "Stop hitting!" The injured refugee pleaded, "I won't do it again. I promise I won't fall asleep." The beaten refugee rolled in agony on the ground, while the other refugees looked on with profound fear etched on their faces. Li Yu's gaze hardened. They were treating the refugees as slaves. "Look, those refugees are keeping watch." Fu Xiao pointed towards the top of the gorge. The whipped refugees were forced to lie next to the flames, nervously observing their surroundings, their eyes filled with endless despair. Upon closer inspection, Li realized that numerous refugees were sprawled beside each cluster of flames. There are even more refugee slaves in the gorge than there were members of the safe zone. "A large group is approaching from behind," Fu Xiao warned. "Then let us wait a moment and avoid being discovered." Glancing at the expansive gorge ahead, Li Yu understood he was certainly not the only one wishing to pass through. Meanwhile, in a sheltered corner of the gorge, the wealthy merchant lounged leisurely atop a prostrate refugee, his smooth silk robe standing out conspicuously. Opposite him stood a familiar figure, Zhang Biao. The merchant wore a broad smile. "Master Zhang, I've secured your gold bars. Rest assured, our Golden Summit safe zone will handle this matter for you." Zhang Biao remained silent, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. The merchant confidently gestured towards the continuous flames in the gorge. "As long as we are here, no one can escape our watchful eyes." Zhang Biao nodded slightly. "I hope so." As time passed, a group of agile scavengers arrived at the mouth of the gorge first. They stood at the entrance, gazing at the unrelenting flames with hesitation, reluctant to advance recklessly. Soon, more and more people arrived, and the entrance to the gorge gradually became crowded. The Wang family Hill safe zone and a large contingent of refugees followed closely behind, quickly converging at this location. Amidst the crowd, Ma Yuanbai had quietly returned to the refugee ranks. As the crowd at the gorge's entrance thickened, the atmosphere began to grow tense. That "No, we can't go any further." A refugee shouted in panic upon seeing the flames ahead. The faces of the refugees turned pale, their voices trembling with evident fear. "Ahead lies the territory of the Golden Summit safe zone." "They are not human. What did you say?" An anxious refugee from the Black Mountain area asked, eager for more information. "Last time, they killed many passing refugees and captured quite a few. I saw it with my own eyes." The refugee's voice quivered, as if the horrific scene replayed vividly in his mind. They hunted down their victims like animals, mercilessly. Golden Summit safe zone. A burly man clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. "It was this pack of dogs that robbed our little bamboo safe zone of our supplies and injured our people." Even the members of other safe zones shared the same hatred for the Golden Summit safe zone. "Don't you know?" A woman, drenched in rain, spoke hoarsely, tears brimming in her eyes. "The people of the Golden Summit safe zone deliberately hunt down refugees in the wild. They even take pleasure in it. They're simply demons." A scarred man echoed angrily, recounting his ordeal. "The Golden Summit safe zone conducts indiscriminate attacks. They spare neither the elderly nor children." The news spread like wildfire through the crowd. The personal experiences of the refugees became the most compelling evidence. Soon, the notorious reputation of the Golden Summit safe zone spread far and wide. Those living around the shelters harbored deep resentment towards the Golden Summit safe zone, suffering greatly at their hands. The crowd's emotions grew increasingly agitated, as if, in that moment, they had found a common enemy. Boom! The eastern sky flickered with flashes of light as rumbling thunder approached. In the Wang family Hill safe zone's ranks. The head of the family, Wang Qingshui, looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. He knew they could not linger any longer. A decision had been made in his heart. He nodded to Wang Lijian beside him. Wang Lijian stepped out from the crowd, striding towards the gorge. Atop the gorge, the sound of barking dogs suddenly erupted. Woof! Woof! As I turned my gaze towards the sound, I discovered a group of enslaved refugees sprawled on the ground, barking incessantly like dogs at Wang Lijian. Upon noticing the approach of others, those within the golden-topped safe zone swiftly armed themselves, bracing for confrontation. Wang Lijian stepped into the clearing before the barricaded golden-topped safe zone and shouted, "What are you doing? A calamity is imminent. We must hasten our departure from this place." The wealthy merchant rose, casting a cold glance at Wang Lijian, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, reinforcements from a golden-topped safe zone arrived from the depths of the canyon, not only armed with various weapons, but also accompanied by additional slaves, swiftly positioned atop the canyon heights. "Form ranks," commanded the merchant, and the guards of the golden-topped safe zone positioned the slaves as human shields before their weapons. Soon, everyone was prepared for battle. The merchant stood at the canyon's edge, surveying the throng below with a demeanor devoid of panic, instead adorned with a smug smile. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the canyon's mouth. "This is our territory, the golden-topped safe zone. We shall do as we please," he shouted at Wang Lijian. His gaze then shifted to the crowd. "It seems you all wish to traverse this canyon," he continued, his tone laced with mockery. "However, this world operates on fairness. To obtain something, one must pay a price." The merchant elaborated. "If you wish to pass through here, you must relinquish something. For instance, a toll for the golden-topped safe zone." He extended his hand, palm upward, gesturing for payment. "You are robbing us." An awakened individual shouted in fury, utterly unwilling to pay any toll. The merchant sneered. "Robbery? No. This is a transaction. You may choose to pay the toll or take a longer route. However, I must warn you, detouring will consume considerable time." The merchant spoke with unyielding confidence. Wang Qingshui emerged from the crowd, raising his voice in inquiry. "What do you desire?" He seemed to compromise, willing to accept the payment of a toll as long as it ensured the safe passage of those from the Wang family safe zone. The merchant narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd behind Wang Qingshui before leisurely responding. "Quite simple. Exchange your safe zone's gold bars. Those who surrender their gold bars may pass. As for those without gold bars..." The merchant deliberately paused, glancing at the prostrate refugees. "They shall remain as slaves. At least they will have food to eat." This proposition ignited a tempest of emotions within the crowd. "What? Outrageous!" The faces of the onlookers darkened. Astonished by the merchant's excessive demands, and one wished to pay the toll, yet no one desired to be the first to initiate conflict, as none wished to become the inaugural sacrifice. The scene fell into a stalemate. In the distance, Liu observed the unfolding drama, compelled to admire the merchant's audacity. Beside him, Fu Xiao exclaimed in indignation, "This fellow is utterly brazen. He must be well prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless." Liu whispered to Fu Xiao, his eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity. He wondered what cards the merchant held, daring to offend so many regardless of their factions or identities. The canyon's entrance. Numerous individuals from the safe zone attempted to negotiate terms, but the merchant rebuffed them all, appearing solely interested in gold bars, dismissing all else. With the completion of his upgrade to the piercing arrow LV-8, which boasted enhanced penetration, stability, and flight speed, Liu dismounted and placed the leg of the exotic beast on the ground. Finally, some respite. Let's eat something and not let it go to waste. Noticing that the little black creature was disinterested in food, Liu and Fu Xiao began to eat. With so many people, we should be able to overpower the golden-top safe zone, right? Fu Xiao mused, observing the crowd's fervor with concern. Liu tore off a piece of meat, chewing vigorously. That depends on which side's awakened individuals are more formidable. Just as they had taken a few bites, Fu Xiao sensed the presence of patrolling guards at the canyon heights. However, given the significant elevation difference, the guards could not descend, and she dismissed the concern. Upon the canyon's rocky walls, the guards of the Golden Top safe zone were currently escorting 3 enslaved refugees on patrol. The 3 refugees crawled along the ground like dogs, constantly scanning their surroundings and mimicking canine sounds. As they gazed down into the canyon, The trio of crawling refugees suddenly came to a halt.